This audiobook contains 10 censored sentences and 142 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. I can already see how much of a nightmare it will be to try to erase me. He smirked. And the longer the era lasts, the more impactful it is, the harder it is to kill me. From now on, whoever tries to kill him will have to erase an entire era in the lower dimension. Although such a thing is nothing to half-transcendent beings, to paragons, it's a difficult task that requires time and effort, and even then, they might not succeed due to the strict nature of true heavenly Tao on the lower dimension. I'm so glad I created the Karma Unbound Physique, thought Wang Wei. One downside to this method is the sheer karmic threads connected to him. For any master of Karma Tao, such a thing is a flaw. Luckily, Wang Wei is a master of Karma Tao, and he cultivated the Karma Unbound Physique. Another good news is I've understood another portion of true self. So the path of everlasting should be easier and faster. His bright smile deepened. There are no greater pleasures or satisfactions than accomplishing major dreams or goals. He exhaled to calm down. I wonder if father and mother could use this ceremony, thought Wang Wei. There is no way they could pass that test. But if they assimilated their existence to something less influential than an entire era, let's say the ultimate sword path for father, the test difficulty might be reduced. Wang Wei began to calculate the possibility of this happening. He concluded that his mother and father should have no problem passing the first and third tests as long as they prepared, trained, and had a deep enough understanding of Madman Chu's inheritance. So the real issue is the second test. I really cannot predict how they would fare against true heavenly Tao. And even if they do, could they pass the third test after being spiritually drained from the second test? He summoned a throne inside his cultivation room to hunch down. He felt this position would help him think better. The core issue is their willpower. It would be best if I could train their willpower to reach beyond their current strength and realm. But how do I allow them to achieve that? I could recreate my experience in the void as a training secret realm, but my willpower would not reach that level without my soul reaching the paragon level. So, when I need to find materials to raise their souls to the Empyrean tier, Wang Wei shook his head to remove this idea. The lower dimension did not have enough resources to raise 2 Empyreans, especially since the majority of the resources are needed for him to cultivate and temper his body. I need to think outside the box. Maybe I can condense something like willpower orbs from my own willpower to aid them. Even if I lose some willpower to aid them, it's still a small quantity, and I can make it up later. The plan had an initial outline. Hell developed methods to temper willpower for his parents, while leaving willpower orbs to aid them in achieving a willpower on par with Empyreans. Then, they can try the existence ceremony. Then it's decided. Wang Wei knew his parents would definitely participate in the war in the upper dimension, even if true heavenly Tao returned the accelerated speed after he left. After all, they are ascending after the next generation. So this ceremony is a way to ensure their safety. Bang! The world around Wang Wei suddenly trembled. Chapter 1128 Madman, 1128 Madman, what's going on? Wang Wei did not detect anything when this sudden change occurred. The worst part is that his intuition was not warning him of any danger, which could be a good thing or a terrible situation in which he's encountering an event in which his abilities are useless. He immediately scanned his surroundings and found no enemy, but he sensed an anomaly in this room's space. He was on high alert as he activated the quartz formation to prepare for whatever was coming. The space broke apart but quickly healed. In this brief moment, Wang Wei sensed an odd aura on the other side of that space crack. Someone is coming? His question was immediately answered as he heard a loud voice. Damn it, why is this place blocked? How annoying. The voice was obviously male, slightly grave, with a hint of echo. Kazuk Minikdodi. The man said a few words that seemed nonsense to the regular listeners. Still, Wang Wei noticed that he pronounced them in a very specific manner, to the point that he perfectly controlled the vibration, frequency, and wavelengths of his vocal cords. A weird aura emanated from a void, and a portal slowly materialized before Wang Wei. A middle-aged man with a regular-looking black robe, tired eyes, and a head of back hair held by one string, but a black and white goatee walked out from the portal. "Oh good, it worked. Who are you?" asked Wang Wei. His danger intuition was calm, but that was not a sign for him to relax his guard. "You have something that belongs to me. I don't even know you, but you do. If I did, I wouldn't have asked. Unless you were trying to hide from me," said the middle-aged man. "Why would I do that? People often run away from me. I don't know why. Well, I do. They usually don't want to repay their debt. I don't know, wait, are you Madman Chu? See? I said you know me. You could have introduced yourself, and this conversation would have been much smoother," Wang Wei said. Despite knowing the latter's identity, he did not lower his guard. After all, he knew almost nothing about Madman Chu besides his analysis. So, his mind was already deducing how to escape this scenario if something went wrong. Assuming he's really mad, it would mean his spirit has problems. I can use my soul Tao to recreate the trial I just experienced. It should work, or at least give me time to run away by ascending. "I didn't introduce myself?" asked Madman Chu, genuinely puzzled. "You didn't, but how did you know who I was?" Wang Wei grunted, feeling that conversing with this man might give him an aneurysm. "Why are you here? Like I said, you have something that belongs to me. You're talking about your inheritance?" Wang Wei took out the talisman with the information. "Why would I want something that I already know?" asked Madman Chu, looking at him as if he was stupid. The corner of Wang Wei's eyes twitched. This was the first time someone had given him such a look, and he was not happy about it. "I'm talking about what you did with my work." "You mean this ceremony?" "Yes. I've spread my knowledge across the chaos universe in the hopes that people will innovate and return the favor. But it has been a while since someone did," said Madman Chu with a deep sigh, while shaking his head to show his disapproval. "How can these people be so stupid? I've already done most of the work for them, so they only need to improve on what I've done. But no, they either used it without any intention of innovating, and when they do, it's something stupid." He looked Wang Wei in the eyes. "I hope you didn't do something stupid and make me come here in vain. See for yourself." Wang Wei condensed his ceremony into a talisman before handing it to him. Madman Chu did not hesitate to study the content. "Assimilating my existence to an event or cause. Brilliant. I see you combine the work of that boy heavenly book with mine. Not bad, not bad." Wang Wei squinted his eyes. He now had confirmation that heavenly book Paragon created the paradox ceremony, and he was his enemy, not the one of the cardinals. "I'm very satisfied with this exchange," said Madman Chu with a great smile. "The debt between us is settled." Wang Wei immediately felt the tight karmic bond between him and Madman Chu dissipate, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. In fairness, the latter's inheritance was way more valuable than his ceremony, but he still settled the debt because he was satisfied with Wang Wei's work. "So, is this the kind of person he is?" thought Wang Wei. "Well, goodbye." Madman Chu did not hesitate to turn around to head to his portal. "Wait, is there something else? Can you tell me how you descended in this blocked space?" Wang Wei was genuinely curious how he bypassed true heavenly Taoist blockade. "Such information is valuable," Madman Chu replied casually. "I'll exchange my experience of using the ceremony with you. Such data should help you better understand the ceremony." Madman Chu pondered for a good 10 seconds. "Deal." Wang Wei immediately gave him the information, and Madman Chu explained. "I used a technique from the rule-breaker race." "What race?" Wang Wei had never heard of such a creature. At the beginning of the universe, during the age of Genesis, Grand Tao was young and ignorant. So, when ruling the chaos universe, it experimented with different creatures and life forms. The result was that it created too many creatures that were too powerful or had unbalanced abilities. One of which was the rule breakers, a race with the power to ignore the rules, restrictions, limitations, or order disorder of heaven and earth. "That is terrifying," commented Wang Wei. "If he had such ability, he would turn the entire chaos universe upside down with all his unrestrained ideas. Here, I thought fiend gods or chaos demon gods were the darlings of this universe. Compared to the rule breakers or creatures from that age, they are nothing, thought Wang Wei, feeling slightly envious. I'm guessing the fate of these creatures was terrible. That's obvious. These creatures were too powerful, so they had no desire for improvement or innovation, which is bad news for Grandao, whose sole purpose was to develop the Chaos Universe. So, it had wiped out its creation and returned to the drawing board. That means the Chaos Demon Gods were Grandao's second attempt at populating the Chaos Universe. So, what happened to them? That's another question entirely, said Madman Shu, and Wang Wei felt it was a shame he could not pull a fast one over this madman. Is that it? I'm leaving. Any chance you can exchange this technique? Absolutely not. Oh, come on. Let's at least negotiate a price. No, no. Madman Chu shook his head. All traces of the Age of Genesis are almost wiped out, so I went to extreme lengths to get some samples from that era. I doubt you have anything valuable to exchange. How about an idea of achieving half-step transcendence? Idea? Sneered Madman Shu, not hiding his deep disdain. I have hundreds of those. Do you have an actual method? That I don't. Then, don't waste my time. Madman Chu walked toward his portal. This technique was how he saved his life in many desperate situations. So how stupid would he be to exchange with others for an idea? Even if it were the real method, he would hesitate to exchange, especially if it's one of those shoddy methods with too many restrictions. Wang Wei calmly watched him disappear. He did not make other offers, like knowledge about the prehistoric world. As a former salesman, he knew when someone was not willing to sell or even negotiate about certain products. It's a shame, he thought before opening his mouth to utter Kazuk Minakdoti. Nothing happened, so he tried to replicate the exact same frequency and wavelengths as he remembered, but the situation was the same. As expected, it's useless to remember or say the words correctly. This incantation was probably a small portion of that technique, so Madman Chu had no issue revealing it to the public. Forget about him for now. The small conversation brought him a lot of information about the Chaos Universe's history. More importantly, he knew who his enemy was. Now, he could be better prepared. The next focus should be on elevating my Tao body so I can achieve Taboo Battle Realm, thought Wang Wei. It's also about time Grandfather ascended for his battle with 9 sons. Although he was confident in the old man, he was worried not so much about the fight, but about the fact that he would stay in the upper dimension for a short period. I hope nothing goes wrong. Chapter 1129 E-Commerce 1129 E-Commerce. Wang Wei once again checked on the development of the court despite only a few seconds having passed. He couldn't help since he had experienced countless Yuan epics in that test. Nothing had changed, but he also needed to prepare for the next major development. It's still a little early, he thought before retreating. In the past 20,000 years, his strength reached the 4th step of the Dragon Phoenix realm. But his tribulations had only reached 953 since he was so busy with the ceremonies. To prepare for the existence ceremony, he practiced creating the other ceremonies he planned as practice. So, he wasted a lot of time and could not focus too much on cultivation. He activated his time acceleration array and started to cultivate. With each new Tao, his body was destroyed and reconstructed so he could one day claim the title of being indestructible. Wang Wei did not stop until he reached the 5th step in the Dragon Phoenix realm and passed the 1,267 tribulation, which is the 1/3 required to open the gate. As expected, a new symbol appeared on his gate of power, and after reaching this threshold, he could sense a subtle change. It was more ancient, nobler, and mystical. I could probably open the gate right now, but my body would explode, thought Wang Wei. Opening the gate without reaching the 10th step will result in absolute death without any chance to resist or opportunity to revive. Wang Wei clenched his fist, feeling the strength coursing through his veins. He now had the strength of a 5-fold battle realm with his flesh alone. However, the scariest part is how terrible his current defense is. Many Daos are simply useless to him. He could just stand before an eternal emperor with any of these Daos and let them attack, which would be useless. The interesting aspect of the true Power Dao realm is that it actually affects my existence, he analyzed as he sensed the deeper changes in his body. If my Tao cultivation is adding characteristics of eternal into my existence, then this path is adding indestructible characteristics. However, it seems minor and subtle. They'll most likely have to wait to open the gate for this transformation. Wang Wei slowly walked out of his cultivation room. He sensed the vast faith with people worshipping him from across the lower dimension. If he were walking the path of godhood, or even the soul path, he would truly be a nightmare with how much faith he had gathered. He checked things, and he was immediately satisfied with the result. Another 10,000 years had passed, but the expansion had quickened its pace drastically. They had already conquered over 700 of the Commerce Hub's territory, leaving only 200 world communities, 300 if you count the people still under President Tian Wenyan's control. Interestingly, this was not the limit of the Heavenly Emperor era. The Steward and Sword One had convinced dozens of worlds outside of the Commerce Hub's influence to join with them without a fight. The only troubling news Wang Wei received was the fact that the Fate Shadow Guards discovered countless worlds with secret influence from the Abyss Gap, just like the one he found in the East Lotus Sect. They've been tasked with eliminating these branches, but after a few successful operations, they became better at hiding themselves. Wang Wei did not waste time, as he immediately divined many of these locations. But after less than 10 seconds, an unknown power blocked him. He sent the information to Wang Zhu while remaining deep in thought. You guys might be able to remove all detection methods, but you won't be able to remove that subtle aura that heaven and earth reject on a fundamental level, Wang Wei sneered. He believes that because Kulin or the old gods originated outside the chaos universe, heaven and earth reject their very nature. That's the source of that subtle aura. So, all he needs to do is track that. And it should be simple since these branches cannot completely hide themselves. Creating a formation or talisman to track that aura should not be an issue, but such a project takes time, and I don't want to focus too much on it. Wang Wei could already tell his time on the lower dimension was not much, both because he would soon achieve all his major goals and ambitions, and because true heavenly Tao was beginning to reject his presence. As such, he needed to speed up a few things and did not wish to waste time on such a project. In fact, it was not just him. Most of the Eternals and the Myriad Emperor are beginning to feel the same. Their strengths are approaching the sixfold limit, meaning they all need to re-establish their foundation if they wish to go higher. They also understand that it would be best to do so in the upper dimension under the protection of powerful elders and, more importantly, far away from Wang Wei in case he suddenly felt like their strength was encroaching on him. He snapped his finger, and a projection of Tong, Ruobing, refining a talisman manifested before him. Wang Wei, damn it, you can't just summon people like this. What if Mu Lei and I were? Anyway, show some respect and decency fitting to your image and titles. If I want to watch you guys, no one will be able to stop or detect it, so don't worry about it. He replied casually, maybe too casually. I didn't know you were this kind of pervert. Tong Ruobing gave him an odd look, her eyes full of scrutiny and judgment. I'm a complex man, so who knows what kind of things I'm into, Wang Wei shrugged. And Tong Ruobing was instantly speechless. The strange thing was that she would not be surprised if this man suddenly developed some strange habit, and this thought scared her. She removed that horrible idea from her mind. What do you want? I need you to make a talisman to track the unique aura from Abyss Gap blood? What do you need such a thing for? To remove some uncontrollable variables, Wang Wei replied, and he was telling the truth. According to his speculation, it won't be long before achieving Taboo Battle Realm and confronting the Abyss Gap. However, he wanted to remove these branches due to his cautious nature. I see. Unfortunately, I've sealed this thing and decided not to touch it again for a long time. That's fine. Lend it to me, and I'll ask somebody else. Tong Ruobing stared at him. Don't you understand the concept of bargaining? Back and forth? Exchanging benefits? I thought this was your entire motto. She did not expect him to just abandon her like that. And don't you understand the concept of doing someone a favor without asking anything in return just to cultivate interpersonal relationships? You should have a better emotional intelligence than that. Tong Ruobing was speechless for a second time in this brief conversation. Fine, you win. As usual. They'll get it done as soon as possible. She ended the projection without giving any time to respond, making Wang Wei smile. Little girl, you're a few yuan epochs too young to think you can win me an argument. While in an excellent mood, his gaze was directed toward the Commerce Hub's continent. With a single thought, the continent disappeared, merging with the dream world. Then, every member, both online and not, received a notification. Dear Dream users, there is a new major update. All services previously provided by the Commerce Hub will not be accessible for the dream world. Thank you for your time. Have a pleasant day. It took some people time to process what this meant, but the wise ones immediately knew and were elated. The dream world was mainly a form of communication and training. However, regarding resources training and such, the Commerce Hub was still used primarily by all these world communities. People would make deals in the dream world, but they still needed to reach the Hub's continent or pay for delivering services for whatever resources they needed, unless they were exchanging things like cultivation, techniques, or selling information, or if their world was directly connected to the Hub, which was not necessarily a good thing after that war. But things would now be different. Resources can be instantly transported across world communities, and the dream world would serve as a protective intermediary. Additionally, the Dream Coin system was a much better monetary system than the ones the Commerce Hub was previously using, meaning it would become way easier to exchange goods. In conclusion, the lower dimension was about to enter an era of free and easy resource distribution. The golden age of prosperity that people thought had almost reached its pinnacle received another major boost. The next step is the rise of tourism, Wang Wei thought. One of the adverse effects of the war was the subtle hatred between the former Hub's worlds and Wang Wei's side, and he needed more time to appease. As such, allowing these people to use the dream world to travel to other communities was not a good idea. Chapter 1130 The Golden Pawn 1130 The Golden Pawn Wang Wei looked in the distance. Maybe I can use the Abyss Gap to my advantage. His plan was simple. Use one of those corrupted individuals to become the enemy of the lower dimension. He would create a terrifying and cruel enemy with the goal of forcefully conquering and corrupting the lower dimension. Then, he would swoop in as the savior, making it easier for him to conquer the remaining 3/4 of the endless void. The pros of this plan is I can accelerate the spread of the Heavenly Emperor era, thought Wang Wei. It should also prevent these world communities from banding together to stop my expansion. It should not be possible for a group or an alliance on the scale of the Commerce Hub to appear again, unless there is a major foreign threat. Sadly, the current major threat of the lower dimension is Wang Wei himself, with his propensity for war and conquest. So, if he doesn't want another major war, it might be in his best interest to create an enemy that could divert these people's attention. The plan is simple and cliché, but it should work, Wang Wei deduced. Now, what are the cons? It did not take him long to think of a major one. True Heavenly Tao would not be pleased with me if I allowed the power of the Abyss Gap to expand in any way. It might even accelerate its rejection of me if I choose this path. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. In that case, I need someone else for this job unrelated to the Abyss Gap. The more he thought about this plan, the more satisfied he was, especially since it would allow him to attend the final karmic position, Human Emperor. Although I will not be walking the same path as Ying Zheng, having all 3 positions might do me some good. Although he guessed these positions meant nothing until he acquired them in the upper dimension, the ones in the lower dimensions might be keys for the ones in the upper dimension, which should be worth something. Additionally, I can use this opportunity to create an official backstory for the Hell Court. Yes, the first-generation Hell Lord was a survivor of this war who hated me with a passion, so he dedicated his life to ending everything I've accomplished. His plan would kill many birds with one stone, so he proceeded with it. Wang Wei immediately enacted his plan with a devious smile. The first step was to refine the former continent headquarters of the Commerce Hub. Whoever Wang Wei chose must pose a genuine threat to the lower dimension. Otherwise, he could not have come in at the last minute to become a hero. So, he needed to provide them with strength or power but it could not directly be linked to him. With these conditions, he chose the next best thing, the continent. He updated this to make it easier for his chosen pawn to use its power. He did not want them to only temporarily use it like the talisman's Chu Luo. Instead, Wang Wei created an armor that is directly linked to the continent, so the pawn can use its power at all times. Once he finished, he looked at the armor in satisfaction before frowning. Power is not everything, so I must prepare in case this idiot is plotted by someone and is exiled into the upper dimension, ruining all my effort. He added one of his spirit particles into the armor, which will not only slowly influence the chosen pawn, but also protect him from schemes and plots. Now, to choose a sucker for the job, Wang Wei swiftly scanned the lower dimension, trying to find someone responsible for this great cause. He's perfect, but a little too intelligent? That might backfire. He's not strong-willed enough. He's too much of a womanizer. He has too many weaknesses. Wait, is this perhaps fate? He's perfect. His eyes saw a world a long distance away called the God Reverie World, which, interestingly enough, is where the heaven abode world's cultivation system originated. The almighty God who crashed on that world and passed the cultivation system originated from the God Reverie World. Wang Wei took one step to teleport to his destination. He saw a normal world with clear golden skies. The aura of the entire world was calm, peaceful, and holy. The people looked happy and content, everyone walking as if their life had a sense of purpose, guidance, and hope. Clink, clink, clinic. A bell rang 3 times, and its sounds reverberated throughout every corner of this realm. Then, every single life, from mortals to cultivators, from demons and sea races to plant life, stopped whatever they were doing to kneel and pray. Glory to the Golden God, the one and only God, the ones who reign supreme, standing above heaven and earth, the one who exists in the past, present, and future, the one and only ruler of life and death. This chant echoed throughout the world, and Wang Wei watched as countless golden threads rushed to the sky. So egotistical, he commented. However, this bastard is both cunning and lucky. The Golden God lived in a great era. This world had just entered a new era, as the previous one ended with a war that killed 90 of the true gods or immortal tier powerhouses in this world. Then, with his supreme talent, he became this generation's heavenly god, great emperor. Not a regular one, but a prime heavenly god, eternal. Then, he killed or subjugated all the remaining gods under one banner. However, this was not what made him interesting and worthy of Wang Wei's attention. Wang Wei noticed a small golden insect inside every citizen's soul. Faith parasitic insect. As long as he plants it in someone, they will turn into his most devoted worshippers, providing him with faith. On top of everything else, he can also use their brain process power through the insect. In other words, the Golden God can use incense and powerful brain power to cultivate. His cultivation speed should reach the same level as 36 of my future Buddha self. Wang Wei's eyes saw through this world community's lower realm. He already has his eyes on the lower realm. If he can conquer this world community, his strength and cultivation speed will reach another level. Wang Wei's eyes lit up. This man was already ambitious, meaning he wouldn't have to do much to convince or influence him to set his sights on the entire endless void. He will set his fangs on everyone else as long as he has the power. Once he begins his conquest, he will do whatever is necessary to reduce casualties because he needs a large population to inject his parasites. So, once I defeat him, I won't have to worry about the overall population of the endless void due to a massive war. He's truly the perfect candidate. Wang Wei smiled before putting things into motion. He created a secret realm in one of the great 1,000 worlds that the Golden God was invading to leave the continent and the armor. Afterward, he took a little stroll into the Golden God's heavenly abode. Gold hair, gold eyes, fair skin, and golden armor. If not for certain features, I would have thought this man was white, commented Wang Wei before taking a little stroll into this man's mind to get his emperor scripture. He did not have a true mind-reading ability like Yin Liling. so he had to be careful not to be discovered. However, the vast difference in their spiritual powers and understanding of the soul made the process relatively easy. The only trouble was all the faith did give the golden god extraordinary senses, so Wang Wei still needed to be careful. True golden path? This man truly has the highest ego. Let's just call you incense parasite scripture. After getting what he wanted, he secretly raided the golden god's library since he had collected all the techniques of this world before leaving. After returning home, Wang Wei did not immediately enter cultivation to focus on entering the taboo realm. He paid attention to his pawn to ensure nothing unexpected occurred in the early stages. So, while observing, he also read and understood the new technique he received. Things proceeded smoothly at first. Someone discovered the armor and gifted it to the golden god, and after trying on, he discovered the unimaginable power it granted him. The golden god immediately felt he had a sense of purpose and acted without reservation. With his absolute strength close to current Wang Wei, he suppressed all worlds in his community with a wave of his palm before forcefully ensnaring them with the faith parasite. Then, trillions upon trillions of sentient beings across billions of worlds began to worship this man. He smiled brilliantly, but this was not the end. In less than a minute, he did the same thing for the next 10 world communities closest to him, including capturing the emperors of those realms. Damn this idiot, Wang Wei muttered when he realized this bastard was not going to stop. So, he had to influence him to be careful and be more low-key in case he's detected in advance and someone schemes against him. Power truly corrupts, Wang Wei sighed. Chapter 1131, It can't be 1131, it can't be everything was settled. So Wang Wei continued to do his own thing. He entered the science and technology world to prepare for his taboo battle realm. The world had drastically changed since the last time he entered, with most people he knew or interacted with already dead. He had divided this world into dimensional layers, each containing different civilizations with possibilities to evolve and improve. Wang Wei headed to the highest layer where the Watchers, an immortal race that he created tasked with observing and recording all knowledge and development of these civilizations. The Watchers contained a library with all this universe's information, history, and innovation since the beginning of time. Wang Wei had a deep frown as he reviewed the information. He started with the development of Earth, and he was not happy with the result. In many layers, different types of humans eventually become the dominant species. Although statistically, Homo sapiens are more likely to be the final victor, it was not always the case. Then, these species would evolve until they took the stars, spread to the universe, created quantum technology to explore other dimensional layers, and started their path of confronting higher dimensional civilizations. Wang Wei was more than happy with how science and technology developed. His dissatisfaction was with how the other aspect of society evolved. Things like arts, religions, philosophies, and culture were extremely monotonous compared to Earth in the prehistoric world. In fact, how these Earths evolved was so similar in that area that it was uncanny. Truly boring and monotonous, thought Wang Wei after finishing a published book of civilization, Z897. One of his objectives in creating these worlds was to inspire him, and none of these civilizations did. And it was not just the ones that evolved from Earth, but also the ones that developed from other planets in the universe. However, this proves that Earth's vibrant cultural melt pot is actually unique since all these civilizations developed in such a linear and straightforward way, concluded Wang Wei before sighing. This world was a failure, meaning I'll have to start over, he thought. The good news is that it seems that the quantum realm was perfected because of these rounds of development. After analyzing all the changes in this world and their study of the quantum realm, Wang Wei learned many things. And the most important is that the quantum realm is indeed another version of the chaos universe. It embodies Grand Tao and all its modules like the River of Fate, River of Time, etc. That's good news for me and all. But I've essentially created an entity whose essence is on par with Grand Tao. What can I do if it turns on me? Wang Wei thought. The only reassurance he has is that if something happens to him, Hongjun's protection of this world will collapse, and the quantum will face Grand Tao directly. The former has no chance of winning because although its essence is close to Grand Tao, its strengths are miles apart. Wang Wei sighed at the irony. He was playing God and created one that even surpasses him. Forget it. Let's take things as they go. The quantum will display behavior similar to Grand Tao, but it's even more indifferent as it does not interfere with the universe's development. It only cares about perfecting itself by absorbing the endless possibilities that each life represents. It did not even care if these creatures messed up with the quantum realm. Of course, Wang Wei knew it was because no life had reached the level of strength to do that yet. He once tasked the Watchers with spreading Old Man Nether's blood for certain worthy civilizations to study, so no life has yet reached or surpassed the Empyrean tier, and the same goes for technology. Wang Wei entered the quantum realm for cultivation. After years of analysis, he realized that two things were preventing him from entering the taboo realm: the limit of heaven and earth, or Grand Tao, and the fact his body foundation could not bear such a Grand Tao boost stack, similar to how someone needs at least one root 9 extremity foundation to reach sevenfold strength. By training in this isolated world, I've already removed or reduced Grand Tao's restrictions on me to the lowest level, thought Wang Wei. So, the next step is to increase my foundation. The Tao body is the representation or manifestation of a person's Tao foundation, and its fundamental essence is how much concept it contains. An emperor's Tao body is the combination of his cultivation, primarily his law understanding soul, the fleshly body strength, Tao heart, and the energy it contains, all of which will turn on how many concepts an emperor can contain after absorbing the heaven will and transition into energy life forms to completely conceptual beings. So, the plan is actually simple and straightforward. Absorb more concepts, thought Wang Wei. And if that plan works, it should be easier for me to elevate my Tao body to a higher level since my foundation is the 10 supremacy, meaning I already have a higher threshold of containing concepts. After the initial plan, Wang Wei no longer hesitated and tried this method. He absorbed the motes of lights from the quantum realm, incorporating more concepts into his body. Of course, he checked first to see if these fake concepts contained any hidden things. He was not too worried because he knew once he left this place, Grand Tao would detect if something was left inside his body and would not allow such intrusion into the chaos universe. It's working, thought Wang Wei as he could sense a new transformation in his body. He accelerated the speed at which he absorbed the concepts of fate, and with each passing moment, he could feel a slight change in his Tao body. The process of understanding the Grand Tao source also increases the concepts in his body. However, this process is as if the body was a bucket and someone added water. Meanwhile, upgrading the Tao body was like replacing the bucket with a large pool or vast ocean, allowing it to contain more water. Although this oversimplified a much more complex idea, that was the general gist of it. Let's stop for now, thought Wang Wei once he reached a certain threshold. He wanted to leave this place to have Grand Tao check his body before proceeding any further. So, he teleported out of this world with a single thought. Wang Wei grunted as soon as he stepped into his court. A terrifying pain coursed through every part of his body. Then, he watched as a gray aura or energy released from his body as if he were a deflated balloon. The fake concepts I just accepted, was something really wrong with them? He focused his mind despite the pain to sense and analyze whatever was happening to him. His brow furrowed. It can't be. Once the pain ended and the process ended, Wang Wei immediately entered the science and technology world once again. He immediately created a second world and used time acceleration to have it grow. He modeled this new world's quantum realm after the original one, but ensured that it was smaller and weaker and did not create any kind of will of its own. It was a simple computer program with no ability to evolve or develop. The process took some time, but once it finished, Wang Wei then absorbed the fate concepts for a second to improve his Dao body before once again returning to the myriad emperor world. But the same thing happened to him. He smiled wryly. There is nothing wrong with the original quantum realm. Grand Dao simply won't accept me using this path to achieve taboo realm. He asked himself why there were no actions after he used the scientific and technological world to achieve 10 supremacy. Well, he was wrong. Something did happen, and he just did not know. The ST world's value has greatly reduced. Wang Wei thought with gritted teeth. He wanted to use his foul language skills to give that bastard Grand Dao a verbal beating. Calm down, calm down. There is no need to antagonize a nigh omniscient entity just for a moment of anger. The world is still extremely valuable for other things. Typically, Grand Dao would not care if an ant called its name, no matter how vile the things said are. However, Wang Wei guessed the latter was not on good terms with the future version of himself, and such an act might be enough for him to act out of pettiness and make his life more miserable. His life was, or should say, will already be difficult, so he did not need a petty god making it even harder. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. Now, my only choice is the dark truth. His lips twitched as he remembered the Mad Titan's quote. You could not live with your own failure. What did that bring you? Back to me. He suddenly sensed a vision in the distance. What is it now? Chapter 1132 Path of Skill 1132 Path of Skill. Wang Wei's eyes floated to the southern continent, directly on the origin Pil Dao sect. The vision originated from there, and more importantly, he saw the entire sect was on high alert as all their formation was activated. Wang Wei squinted before continuing to observe. A few minutes later, the sky above the myriad emperor world changed as someone or something materialized. The eye of true heavenly Dao. The eye ignored everybody as it focused on the origin Pil Dao sect for a few minutes. Then, it did something that shocked many people. It released a heaven will to someone. A figure soon floated from the origin Pil Dao sect and sat cross-legged in the void as they absorbed the heaven will. Lu Cheng, thought Wang Wei with focused eyes. He did not say a word or intervene in any way possible. He just observed. Lu Cheng's aura rapidly increased, but to everyone's surprise, except Wang Wei and a few, it stopped when he was around 16 Grand Dao source. People immediately thought the first non-eternal would be born in this era. While most were sad about this news, others felt relieved as this generation had slowly become an anomaly. Many cultivators felt this generation had raised the standard too high, which would affect the legacy of future emperors and heavenly emperors. However, the few wise individuals quickly took notice of something. The eye was still there. As expected, golden merit descended from the heavens to enter Lu Cheng's body. Without a doubt, his cultivation rose to 20 Grand Dao, and he condensed his first golden lotus behind him. Then, while his body was still enveloped by the golden hue from the merit, he soon condensed the second flower, signaling he had cast his Dao will. All eyes were on him to watch for the third and final flower. The people saw a phantom of it rapidly condensing, and people believed it was already guaranteed that an eternal would be born. Swish! The golden aura on Lu Cheng's dispersed before the third flower condensed, so it dispersed. A powerful aura emanated from his body with some flavor of an eternal. But the people knew it was not. They'd seen too many and would not fail to recognize it. The world gave birth to a pseudo-eternal. Although not as good as just a first class, people were still satisfied that this generation would not continue to show its upward trend indefinitely. Meanwhile, the origin Pil Dao sect people were somewhat dissatisfied but would never express it outward. Regardless of the circumstances, they had cultivated a new great emperor. I am the meticulous Pil Emperor, Lu Cheng declared in a calm tone, his voice echoing worldwide. A terrifying vision swept the entire world community to celebrate his birth, and after bowing to the sky, true heavenly Dao dissipated. Lu Cheng looked in the direction of the court before disappearing. The path of skill, Wang Wei muttered. Primordial chaos. The Flame Emperor suddenly opened his eyes. which were full of intelligence and wisdom. So, it actually works in one of the primary source chaos worlds. In that case, I can trust the data. As long as I can refine a pill with unparalleled skills that transcend my cultivation realm, I will activate a mechanism of grand Tao that will reward me with a path to the realm of half-step transcendence. The surroundings immediately became hotter, which scared the beings of this world. Luckily, the Flame Emperor swiftly controlled himself. Now, I have the idea. The issue is how to execute it. A display of skills transcending his realm was not as easy as stated. Liu Cheng had the pill formula, which guided him in displaying skills transcending his realm and capabilities, which would then activate the mechanism and allow him to become immortal. However, the Flame Emperor had no such blueprint. At this stage in his cultivation journey, he could say without a doubt that he had reached the pinnacle of pill refining when it came to skill. The people on par with him in the entire Chaos universe are few in between, and they share the same problem. They can no longer improve. We can start from the basics. The Flame Emperor thought. On a fundamental level, refining a pill can be divided into 3 skills: preparing the material, flame control, and combination. Material preparation involves understanding spiritual herbs, their properties, and how to use them. Flame control is how to prepare these materials and ensure all the materials' medicinal potentials are used to the limit. Combination is self-explanatory, but divine runes might or might not be involved depending on the system used. So after knowing this, how can I improve my skills when I've perfected them already? The Flame Emperor's brow furrowed. Perfected? Someone once told me that only Grand Tao can claim to be perfect. In other words, my skills are far from being perfect. His eyes lit up as a sudden light flashed in his mind. If I could find a way to detect all the flaws and imperfections of my skills and make up for them, eventually I would transcend my current limitations. The Flame Emperor stood up from his throne. I would need a pair of powerful eyes that can see all my flaws or an item with the same ability. As soon as he thought of this, the Flame Emperor thought of one person he could see in another world he could visit to find what he was looking for. If that does not work, I have no choice but to ask the all-seeing temple to divine the information for me. The Flame Emperor did not want to use this method, as one of those seers could detect his true goal. Furthermore, he disdained how the temple only divined things based on someone's overall wealth, not the price of whatever they asked. These greedy seers always know how much wealth someone has or can produce. So no matter who asks for their services, they will pay a steep price. And more inclined to summon a pill meeting instead, grunted the Flame Emperor. With his status and his vast friend group, it would be best for him to invite countless pill paragons and have them detect the flaws in each other's skills. However, such a meeting will mostly devolve into fighting over whose skills are better, unless he could invite the venerable pill sage, the man who holds the position of the pill Tao position. Of course, the Flame Emperor did not care for such squabbles among his peers since he was used to it. The only downfall of this method is that it will prolong the process of this project. The real reason he did not want to use it is because he went through all this trouble to find a path to transcendence and would not share it with anyone. A flame enveloped the Emperor, and he disappeared. His experiment was successful, so there was no point in staying here anymore, especially since he had plenty of work to do. With the transcendent path open to him, the Flame Emperor traveled to primordial chaos to fulfill his ambitions. Not caring how the people of that world celebrated that they were finally free under the tyranny of that monster. Myriad Emperor World. Wang Wei was deep in thought after watching Liu Cheng proving the Tao. He sensed something and woke up, gazing at Yin Liling's projection. What has happened? She watched everything, but was still confused about how Liu Cheng proved the Tao. She was not the only one, as Wang Wei was probably the only one who saw the deeper secrets. Tao-proving pill, he said. A pill that can make you an emperor? No, it did not look like he swallowed any pill. He basically displayed enough skills to trigger a hidden mechanism of heaven and earth, which then rewarded him with a heaven will. Is that possible? Asked Yin Liling. In hindsight, it makes sense given how the heaven will is decided in the myriad pill world. Only alchemists prove the Tao in that world. Their battle is just a display of their skills for heavenly Tao to judge. You should think of the larger implications of this method, reminded Wang Wei. Larger implications? Yin Liling frowned. You mean a path to transcendence? Exactly. Lu Cheng is nothing but the Flame Emperor's pawn to test his experiment on his transcendent path. Luckily for you, it's a path that might suit you. Yin Liling suddenly felt a little restless due to excitement. Did you, by any chance, get your hands on the formula for the Tao-proving pill? No. That's the Flame Emperor's property, and I don't dare touch it. That's a shame. Not really, Wang Wei said calmly as he looked in the distance. An opportunity might be coming soon. Yin Liling's eyes lit up. Don't forget to send it to me after you get it. She dispersed her projection. In less than 30 seconds later, Wang Wei received notification that someone wished to meet him. Chapter 1133 True Love 1133 True Love Wang Wei's brow furrowed as he looked at his guest. He waved his hand to prevent the latter from bowing. Do you want me to call you master or sect master? I wouldn't dare. Yilao quickly said. No matter the circumstances, you were once my master and treated me well. So if you want, I can give you the honor, status, and wealth worthy of that title. Yilao paused briefly. I appreciate your kindness and broad-mindedness, but I will decline. Can I ask why? I don't think I can bear the karma of being your master, Yilao replied seriously. That's fair. Wang Wei nodded, deciding to stop pursuing the subject. So why are you here? I'm here to bring my foolish disciples greetings and gratitude. Why didn't he come himself? There were some complications due to how he proved the Tao, so he sent me instead. He hoped to hive his regard with this formula. Wang Wei calmly looked at the talisman in Yilao's hand, but did not take it. He's an eternal powerhouse now, and should act like it. Tell him to come see me if he wants to give me his regards. That, cuddling him won't help, added Wang Wei. Such a weak Tao heart is probably one of the reasons why he couldn't become a true eternal. Go tell him what he said, and I won't accept any more excuses. As you wish, Yilao nodded with a deep sigh. He bowed, and Wang Wei did not stop him this time before walking out. A few minutes later, Lu Cheng walked into the room with his wife, Lan Ling. They immediately bowed while saying, Salutation to His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor. 2x, at ease, nodded Wang Wei calmly. Lu Cheng glanced at his wife, and after she nodded innocuously, he continued, I came bringing gifts to show my gratitude. Gratitude? If it's about your innate talent, I don't think you need to thank me. No, it's not about that, explained Lu Cheng. As you know, I receive an inheritance from the Flame Emperor. Yes, the Tao-proving pill. Lu Cheng's body paused, but then he realized it was normal for the man before him to know by now. Yes, that. I would never have been able to find the materials for the recipe if not for all your achievements in expanding the resource pool of the world. Oh, I see. Wang Wei understood why this man was thankful. The formula for that pill must display extreme skills in herbology or the understanding and combination of spiritual herbs. Without the resources from a third of the lower dimension, Lu Cheng would definitely spend most of his lifetime hunting down the materials for the pill. I came to offer this recipe to show my sincerity, continued Lu Cheng, handing up a talisman with the Tao-proving pill. Wang Wei calmly looked at him. He knew Lu Cheng was not this out of the kindness of his heart. A method like the Tao-proving pill, similar to the merit method, cannot be kept by a faction like the Tao origin pill. No one would do anything now under Wang Wei's reign, or maybe in the next few generations, but sooner or later, someone will be interested. Although the origin pill Tao sect had just cultivated its sixth emperor, it was a pill refining sect not known for its strength. So the best action was to hand it over to the Tao opening sect for their protection. Of course, the main driving force behind Lu Cheng's action is not the preservation of his sect, but to protect himself. He seems to still fear me. What's with that strange mentality you have toward me? Pardon me? Asked Lu Cheng. It seems you have this innate low self-esteem that everything you've accomplished so far was due to me, despite countless proofs otherwise. You even have this fear that I will come and take away your life, returning you to the state you were before I took over your fate. The room became quiet as Lu Cheng lowered his head while his hands were still raised in the position of handing over the talisman. Well, say something. Rationally, I know you have nothing to do with my success. However, internally, I cannot help it. The Flame Emperor gave you his inheritance, not me. Shouldn't that tell you something? That tells me that I was a pawn that was easier to manipulate. I guess you're not as stupid as you look, Wang Wei declared. However, in this vast universe, everyone is a pawn of someone else, and that goes for me as well. Lu Cheng was shocked by these words and did not know how to process such a piece of information. His body even instinctively stood straight. Tell me, do you think your senior sister would abandon you to get with someone better? Let's say me? Of course not, Lu Chen replied without hesitation. Really? Then, why do I feel like she deserves better than someone like you? Husband, is this really how you feel? No. Idon Liechtenstein. Lu Cheng paused briefly. I think someone as kind and beautiful as you deserve the whole world and more. Unfortunately, only someone like His Majesty can give it to you. But I don't want the whole world. I want you, Lan Ling declared boldly, unlike her usual soft demeanor. But no buts. In this life, I will belong to you. Lan Ling held his hands, her eyes firmer than ever before. You seem to still hesitate, so let me help you, Wang Wei added. He raised his hand to condense a golden contract. This is the highest form of contract, backed by the mighty Grand Tao itself. Lan Ling, if you sign this, you will be my woman and have a world. You love alchemy? I will gather all the recipes of the lower dimensions from past, present, and future to give you. I will build the world's greatest spiritual gardens, full of ancient and lost herbs for you. I will ensure you not only prove the Tao and attain eternal life, but also walk the path of eternity. Not enough. We will have the greatest Tao companion ceremony that the world has ever seen. Emperors and great beings from all over the lower dimension will come to attend. I will summon the sages and wise men across space-time to eulogize our harmonious ceremony. We will ride real phoenixes and dragons to arrive at our ceremony. I will have the sun and the moon sing praises of our union for 33 years straight, and their voices will echo throughout the void. Better yet, I will have sounds of the Grand Tao receiving us and all the attending guests. I will build you a palace that is so opulent that its very presence can raise the key luck of any heaven will by 20, a palace in which immortals can only serve as guards and servants. So what say you? You only need to sign your name, and I'll have no choice but to keep my word. I refuse. Lan Ling did not hesitate a single bit, which shocked Lu Cheng. He was a man, but even he was momentarily tempted. He did not think any woman would reject such an offer so easily. I don't think you need more proof of her love. You don't. If he had any more hesitation after this, Lu Cheng believed he would be the greatest fool in this world. Good. You have a great woman that any man would die for. Don't live your life in my shadow and make her regret choosing you, advised Wang Wei. I want. Wang Wei nodded before waving his hand, and the talisman flew from Lu Cheng's arm. Your gift is too precious, so I won't take it in vain. A black and white crystal materialized before him. This crystal contained enough yin-yang energy to elevate your yin-yang love flower to Emperor tier. More importantly, it's tailored specifically to increase Lan Ling's probability of reaching the same level of strength as you. An Emperor tier yin-yang love flower would allow Lan Ling to prove the Tao, but it did not guarantee she would reach the same level as Lu Cheng. And according to its restrictions, she cannot become more powerful than him. Thank you, said Lu Cheng, and he immediately absorbed it, without a hint of hesitation. Their love was genuine, so they condensed the yin-yang love flower, but it would be another battle to cultivate it for Emperor tier. This could take too long, and he was worried about his senior sister's longevity and safety. I will also give you some merit points to use, added Wang Wei. Isn't that a little too much? Lu Cheng asked. No, it's fair, given the value of the formula, Wang Wei explained. On top of everything else, the Tao opening sect will guarantee your sect's safety and right to continue using this method. Thank you, Your Majesty. No problem. Do you have any plans for the future? Lu Cheng hesitated briefly. I will ascend as soon as I've dealt with a few things here. So soon? You're not running away from me, aren't you? Maybe at first, but not now, he replied, slightly embarrassed. So why? I have a feeling that a new destiny awaits me in the upper dimension. Chapter 1134, The Situation. 1134, The Situation, A New Destiny. Wang Wei thought as he watched these two lovebirds leave the throne room. He did not know what fate awaited these two in the upper dimension, but as someone from the same place, he did his duty by warning them of the current political landscape and chaos. He used his divine sense to check the Tao proving pill formula. As expected, with his current realm or skill, this pill was nothing to him, and if he were to refine it, he would not receive a heaven will. Instead, he would create a decent pill that concentrated the essence, ki, and spirit of the body to accelerate cultivation speed by a small margin. However, if any mortals were to refine this pill, then it would be as if they had successfully created an Emperor tier pill, just like Yen Liling created a Tao pill. He truly underestimated himself, Wang Wei thought. The fact that Lu Cheng successfully refined this pill is a testament to his alchemy talent. Besides Yen Liling, no one in the myriad Emperor world could refine this pill. And if Wang Wei expanded the pool of talents, less than 5 people in the lower dimension had the talent to pull it off. The pill formula was not too important for Wang Wei, so he focused on the idea behind it. Could the path of skill apply to any Tao? His divination would be useless for such a question, so he had to deduce with the information he has. In other words, the answer would fall under the undetermined category. If this method works for all Tao, then once my force control skill reaches the same level as true heavenly Tao, I should enter half-step transcendence, but I doubt that would work. So, maybe it does not apply to all Taos, but some of them, like martial arts or swordsmanship. Those two Tao are the ones that most directly fall under the skill category, like the profession Taos. In other words, this idea might apply to my Liling, my father, Kai Song, and maybe Jin Mingyao. Wang Wei was not too excited by this fact since the so-called path of skills is just an idea, just like the human emperor's 3-position path or Feng Heng's true spiritual practice path. The genuine struggle to achieve transcendence is how to turn these ideas into reality. I also need to find a path best suited for me. He waved his hand to send the formula to Yen Liling. Despite the fact her current self can easily refine the pill, there were many skills she could learn from it if used correctly. Wang Wei checked on the world. Over 5,000 years had passed during his second attempt at using the science and technology world to achieve taboo. The court's expansion ended in that short period as they conquered all 953 world communities of the former Commerce Hub. Due to his absence, the Dream World experienced a small update under the initiative of the Internal Affairs head and Dong Lifen. They had started testing traveling between world communities. The War Room and the other Eternals were preparing for a counterattack against the former president and were only waiting for Wang Wei's retreat. So, Wang Wei sent the order without organizing a court meeting. There was no need for such a small-scale war. Tian Wenyan had tried to gather more allies to resist, but he was in a sinking ship. Honestly, Wang Wei expected him to betray his people in an attempt to save his life. He did not know why the latter hadn't contacted him yet. Maybe out of a sense of pride and hope? Thought Wang Wei. Hope is a powerful emotion, but it can also be very deceptive. I thought he was a much more pragmatic man. He shook his head before focusing on something else. His pawn, the Golden God, had already conquered 100 world communities, so his actions had been detected by a few concerned individuals who had already set out from their world to find allies and warn of this upcoming threat. The board has been set. Now, I only need to acquire the power to eliminate those uncontrollable variables, and my mission will be set. He looked in the sky. Once he's done here, he will move to another battlefield, one far grander and crueler than anything he had ever experienced in his life. However, he will be ready, and like most things he's done in his life, he will be the final one standing. Vank Wei summoned Vank Ki. Before his first retreat, He tasked the latter to send these heaven-chosens on a trip, and he should have returned long ago. Sectmaster, get up. Thank you. How was the trip? Here you are. Wang Wei took the space ring. Way better than expected. He sent people from a third of the lower dimension, so he expected the reward to be large due to the sheer number, but it still exceeded his expectations. There were 4 Eternals and 5 Pseudo-Eternals in this group. That explains it. What about Gao Buchan? True Eternal. Di Tian did have a good eye for talent. Not at Wang Wei. Anything else? A few of our Tier 10 human fiend gods ascended with me, and the sect already received and settled them. Wang Wei nodded. As much as he did not like to weaken the sect, it was the best choice in the current situation. Were there any issues? No. The upper sects seemed to have already known of our existence, and even expected our arrival. Wang Wei was not surprised. They also seemed extremely excited for your arrival, but that's to be expected. Wang Qi did not forget to sneak in a little praise so he could look good in front of the boss. Wang Wei smiled. Is that it? No. I was supposed to bring the Mistress the Disruptor rune, but Supreme Elder Yin was still using it, so it had to be postponed. That's fine, Wang Wei reassured him. Any new developments in the war? The revolutionary leader seemed to have disappeared for a while now. However, it did not affect their mobilization. On the contrary, they've become more aggressive, especially since it's been a while since any of the moons have shown up. He disappeared? Yes. Rumors have it that something terrible happened to him, or he's secretly breaking into the Paragon realm. It's probably the latter. Wang Wei felt Empyrean Jimin was the kind of cunning guy that was not easy to plot against because he was so used to living in the shadows that even he himself did not know how to live in the light. He trusted no one, and no one knew who he was, probably including himself. That's the general census among the revolution, but I'm guessing some people are spreading the other rumors to use this opportunity to take power. That only proves a common threat temporarily binds these people. Once that threat is removed, they will scatter into different directions, Wang Wei commented. Of course, there is nothing wrong with that, unless you have ulterior motives or ambitions. His eyes squinted. He has not completely decided how he will use the revolution after ascending. At some point, he must decide whether they are reliable partners or pawns that can be discarded when needed. What about the others? Did you hear any news? Not much. I know they are active, but Revolution kept all information about them a secret. That's not a bad decision, Wang Wei praised. Well, thank you for all your hard work. No, it's my pleasure, Sectmaster. Wang Qi was more than satisfied with this arrangement for multiple reasons, the main of which is he got to associate with the Sectmaster. Such a simple act has dramatically elevated his status amongst the other ancestors, which then increases the resources he receives, not counting the ones he's being paid for the trips. After Wang Qi's departure, Wang Wei spent a few minutes organizing his thoughts. Then he started his work. He had to leave, but had a few things to do before then. Firstly, he created the will tempering method and the will orb for his parents. The secret realm he created was based on his experience in primordial chaos. The test's central idea was loneliness, which could be described as an upgraded version of the second pagoda trial. Anyone in the sect could use this trial, but the orb was reserved for a select few. Once that was done, Wang Wei had to help Miscellaneous One install the formation from the Central Commerce World as part of the sect's second and hidden security major, while also putting some of the finishing touches on the Fate formation. His next stop was to see his family, mainly his mother and father, since his grandfather was still in the retreat. Wang Tian had completed his 9-extremity foundation and was attempting to become a mortal emperor. With the new willpower method, Wang Wei liked his odds. However, it remained to be seen whether he could become the second immeasurable emperor. His odds were not looking good. Once he settled everything, he headed toward the Extremity Sea. Chapter 1135 Travel, I. 1135 Travel, I. After receiving the formula, Yin Liling entered a deep state of focus and analysis. She concluded the same thing as Wang Wei, but she also knew how to use this formula properly. So, without wasting much time, she entered the dream world for a pill simulation. For the first simulation, She successfully refined the pill using her current skills. For the second simulation, she restrained her dream body to the quasi-emperor realm and had her refine the pill. This attempt took a few trials and errors, but only because she was limited by her cultivation level, but she had the skill. After all, her ability reached another level after comprehending the alchemy Grandao source. Yin Liling was unsatisfied with this result, so she created a dream body that perfectly replicates her skills right before she proved the Tao. She was finally getting somewhere. As she watched her young self refine that pill, Yin Liling noticed many minute or subtle flaws in her techniques, many of which can improve her skills and cultivation levels after correcting them. Yin Liling felt a rush of satisfaction once that version of herself refined that pill, and her skills increased by a noticeable amount. So, the path of skill is viable, Yin Liling thought with a bright smile. After proving the Tao, she felt a great sense of emptiness inside of her. She had achieved everything she had wanted, being praised by the world as a pill sage, proving the Tao, becoming immortal, eternal, and marrying a great husband. The only unsatisfactory part about her life was that she was stuck in a guardian world but did not regret her choice. So, Yin Liling has been feeling lost for a while. She took solace in cultivating and refining pills, but she felt directionlessness, like she was doing it just for the sake of doing it. But now, she felt her passion for pill refining reignited. She saw a new challenge in the path of pill refinement, which ignited her love for the art and her competing spirit. She wanted to challenge that mountain that has probably stopped countless pill paragons. It would be even better if I could be the first to do it. It was unfortunate that her competitor, the Flame Emperor, did not lose to her in talent and was leagues ahead. Let's not get too ambitious. The goal now is to attain the skills of a transcendent being. Yin Liling's eyes became brighter, her aura more peaceful and ethereal. Her state of mind had improved significantly. It's time that I visit the myriad pill world. A screen floated before her, and Yin Liling clicked on the embassy icon and thought the words myriad pill world in her mind. She clicked on sending a request and waited. Her actions created a small commotion as the myriad pill world's heavenly court received her request for travel. After all, she was the guardian of the myriad emperor world and, more importantly, the first on the pill emperor list. The staff swiftly noticed their heavenly emperors, who exited his retreat to hold a meeting. 10 minutes later, Yin Liling received notification of her approval and left the dream world. A blue flame materialized before her in the shape of a curvy body, and a few minutes later, it condensed into a clone. This should do, she muttered before contacting her big brother to ask for a talisman. Once she received it, she used the dream world to teleport the clone to her destination. The first thing Yin Liling noticed after opening her eyes was a long red carpet with soldiers wearing gold armor on both sides. Her gaze immediately noticed a few towering statues, 2 on the right side with the title of Pill Saints engraved on their plaque, and 14 on the left with the Pill Monarch title. She slowly walked to the end of the red carpet, where this world's heavenly emperor and other court members received her with a bright smile. I apologize that I could only come with a clone. We understand your situation, so there is no need, replied the Diligence Pill Emperor. Yin Liling observed this eternal emperor, nothing extraordinary, old, with long white hair and a beard that reached his waist, regular black clothes, and an aroma of medicine just like most alchemists. His eyes were bright, and his aura could be described as steadfast. Despite how ordinary and boring this man looked, Yin Liling knew he was actually quite an interesting character. The Diligence Pill Emperor, also called Chui Guoyang, originated from 2 eras of the myriad pill world. At a young age, he learned of the existence of the 9-extremity foundation and wanted to achieve it. However, all indications showed him he did not have the talent for it. So he opted for an alternative method through pills. After honing his skills to the pinnacle of his generation, he refined a mortal-grade Tao-forging pill with the slightest intelligent spirit before sending it through reincarnation to experience the samsara baptism. The pill was instructed to remain a pill, So whatever form it was reincarnated into, it would absorb the flesh, blood, and spirit of its new owner to remain or revert to a pill. Meanwhile, Chui Guoyang sealed himself in bloodstones. After every reincarnation, he would wake up, track down the pill, and refine it again to ensure no issue before sending it into reincarnation. This generation was the ninth, and his plan succeeded through luck and great help from his factions. Chui Guoyang woke up and swallowed that pill. His plan did not work, but it also did not fail. The pill granted him the strength of Six Leaf, while also washing away his karma, since his constant interruption of the process meant he had to start over. After that, he used his newly created samsara refining technique to prove to Heavenly Tao he was the best in this generation and became this world's great emperor. I'm glad you're understanding, Yan Liling nodded. The two walked inside while taking part in small chatter. I see that you haven't increased the number of recognized pill monarchs, Yan Liling asked casually, but her words made many of these ministers embarrassed. Kui Guoliang sighed. This topic has become an issue of contention, and these people insist that I be the one who makes a final decision. Pill monarchs or pill saints were not titles granted lightly. Not even an eternal emperor can change that. Pill monarchs are for alchemists who have refined an immortal pill while being mortals, and pill saints are for the ones who refine the Tao pill. In other words, this world had 16 individuals who did something that only Yan Liling did back home. I honestly do not see what's wrong with using my immortal runes to achieve the pill monarch position. Yes, it is easier than the other methods, but it's not something everybody can do. Yan Liling was not shy about sharing her opinion. This world had created 4 methods of refining immortal pills, but with harsh requirements for talents and skills, none were universal. Over the course of their history, only 14 people have succeeded, and the number would have been higher if not for the fact that these pill formulas were highly guarded secrets, which even led to the destruction of countless factions or lineages. This world's alchemist praised Yan Liling for her immortal runes creation, but they also debated whether the people who succeeded with her method were worthy of the title. It's all about preserving traditions, added one of the ministers walking behind them. Traditions, huh? That's not necessarily a good thing. What are you implying? I'm not implying anything, just stating a fact. Yan Liling replied coolly. Traditions is why you haven't uploaded your immortal methods to the dream world so that others can learn and improve based on it. Traditions are what restrict development. Traditions are why many people have predicted that in less than 10 generations, the data did not care for their feelings. Most worlds were entering a golden era of alchemy with the spread of the immortal runes, and it was only a matter of time before someone surpassed them. Yan Liling did not utter another word to these people. She knew why they were so stubborn. This world had one of the highest statuses during the Commerce Hub, which would use them primarily to turn most of its raw resources into things like pills. However, now that the mighty had fallen and the other worlds could use the dream world to train alchemists like raising grass, they were not as high and mighty as they used to be. It hasn't been 50,000 years since the war ended, and these people have not adapted to the rapid changes of the endless void. Chapter 1136 Travel 2. 1136 Travel 2. He's also responsible for the current situation, Yan Liling thought, secretly glancing at Chui Guoyang. His indecisive nature has immensely aggravated the situation. Hopefully, he'll be more open to my persuasion. The group soon arrived at a large hall with a grand banquet decorated with gold, purple, and white, all colors associated with nobility and immortality. They served the finest wine refined by these top alchemists and top-grade spiritual food for such an honored guest. Yan Liling tasted all the delicacies, and many of them still had some effect on her real body. Then, she noticed a noodle dish that was releasing a dark aura. What's that? Oh, that's a dish from the Cursehaven world. We didn't know your taste, so we thought of trying many different things. Apologies for the mistake, the diligent pill emperor explained as he motioned someone to take the dish away. No need, Yan Liling declined. I've never tasted something so strange. So it should be an experience. The Curse Haven world was an interesting world in which the Tao of curses overwhelmed the others. So, no matter what Tao someone cultivated inside, they will be corrupted to involve cursed Tao. Even outsiders cannot spend too long inside unless they have something like a domain to protect themselves. She slurred the black, crunchy noodles, and despite eating such an unappealing dish, she looked as majestic and noble as ever. Yin Liling then heard an intense scream in her head, followed by pain. However, this kind of pain was not the suffering kind, but the painful but pleasurable kind. I guess I now know this food's target, she thought as she wiped her food. How is it? Better than I anticipated, she replied. Do you think the rumors about the Yin Curse King were true? Are you talking about the one that said he created the ultimate curse capable of killing anyone in the Great Emperor realm? Or the one about his mother? The former. It's probably propaganda, or his work has been glamorized after his death, replied Kui Guoliang. If such a curse exists, it would mean it could kill the first heavenly emperor without giving him the chance to resist. Chui Guoyang saw this man's strength from the dream world, so he would not believe such a thing existed. And if it did, it would be too scary. He would want such a curse to be eradicated from the annals of history. I feel the same, nodded Yin Liling. The Curse Haven world was an interesting world. Before what happened to the Nine Devil God world, it was one of the rare heaven worlds that could give birth to more than one great emperor, which were then called Curse Kings. However, like all worlds with this composition, it sacrificed quality for quantity. And the Shadow Curse King have spent their entire life competing all the way to their heaven battle. They were pretty evenly matched until this point when a Shadow Curse King became a pseudo-eternal while the other two became true Eternals, leaving him out of the competition. Even after proving the Tao, these two continue their battles to prove who is the best. Then, they had one last legendary fight before ascending, which resulted in the malevolent Curse King's victory. However, he claimed he would not accept that victory because the Yin Curse King had created an ultimate curse but chose not to use it at the last minute. Since then, rumors of this ultimate curse have spread from the Curse Haven world to the endless void. However, most people agree that it has been exaggerated due to the fierce reputation the world used to have. The banquet continued for a few hours, and Yin Liling enjoyed herself. She felt slightly cramped back home, so this outing was the perfect distraction. Now, it was time for the official discussions. If you don't mind, I will be direct about my purpose. Please. Chui Guoyang was not fond of these political talks, where people spoke in circles, never stating what they wanted or meant. I have a few purposes for coming. Firstly, I'm here for a Tao preaching session with Your Excellency and many other talented alchemists of this world. They don't have to be only immortals, but people with genuine skills. I would be more than happy, Chui Guoyang replied immediately. He was currently ranked 3rd on the Pill Emperor list, and such a session might allow him to acquire the 2nd spot. For someone like him, wealth was meaningless. Only honor and his pill refining skills mattered. This is my second purpose, Yin Liling announced as she summoned the talisman. Previously, your world's establishment of a dream world was incomplete. This talisman should change that. Chui Guoyang hesitated while the ministers had varying reactions, mostly negative. After this world connected to the dream world, Su Shi's power was needed to set up the battle tower, as she summoned imprints from across space-time so people could either learn their skills or compete with them. However, she's not Wang Wei, so she was limited on the amount of imprints she could condense unless she spent years on this job. More importantly, these alchemists protested immensely. They did not want certain imprints to be condensed since that would reveal their most secret techniques, including the Pill Monarchs and Pill Saints. The ordeal was about to turn into a complicated situation that Wang Wei needed to decide. But Su Shi was tired of all that nonsense and just left. About this, said a minister who coughed so people could focus on him. We've sent an application to the court. We would like to argue our case that the decision to include these imprints should fall under world internal affairs or rights. The myriad emperor world's heavenly court was technically the supreme ruler of all the courts in the endless void. Still, its rules prevented the interference of other courts, unless things like the dream world were involved. Then, things became complicated. Our mission and goal is to create the most prosperous era of the lower dimension, and your actions have limited the development of Pill Dao, so your case has been rejected. You can't do that. But I can, Yin Liling replied calmly before summoning a scroll with Wang Wei stamp on it. These people's faces turned ugly. I want to use the more courteous way, but you forced me. She was interested in learning from all the world's emperors and other talented alchemists. She especially wanted to know how the two pill saints refined their Dao pills. I call for an appeal, declared another minister. That's enough. Aren't you tired of embarrassing us? Kui Guoliang finally intervened. He knew this woman was the little sister of the first heavenly emperor, and this man has shown consistently that as much as he wants others to follow the rules, as much as he is willing to follow them to ensure order and prosperity, he's also willing to break them on a whim. So, even if their appeal passed, as long as she asked, he would overrule everything like the true tyrant he secretly is. The sad thing is that they cannot do anything since a layer of a wise and beloved ruler masks this tyrant. Your Highness, we will accept your decision. Is there anything else? No, that's it. In that case, why don't you start with your business while I gather everyone needed for the Tao preaching session? As you wish. Yin Liling left the table to follow a servant who showed her to her room. Your Majesty, the Diligence Pill Emperor raised his hand to stop whoever was speaking. Then, he remained with his thoughts for the next 10 minutes. How about we build a Pill Saint monument for her? What? Not just her, but all the Pill Monarch's talents we have in this generation. Better yet, we can do so for every talent in the lower dimension. This conversation made me realize that if we do not change with the times, we will be left behind, continued the Diligence Pill Emperor. It also made me realize that our world was in a unique situation, one we could take advantage of to ensure our lasting prosperity. The room was quiet for a few seconds before someone spoke. This might not be a bad idea. If we can make these monuments and have their owner acknowledge it, it can increase our world's key luck, just like any of the dream world's lists. If we do this, we will need something to lure these people in. So, we're just going to reveal our secret techniques like that. There are far better and more valuable techniques than ours, but these people were still willing to share them. Cui Guoyang frowned as he sensed these people might start arguing again. All right, it's decided. Let's start by acknowledging the 4 new pill monarchs. Chapter 1137 Travel 3. 1137 Travel 3. While Yin Liling was on her journey to increase her pill refining skills, Wang Wei also started his own journey after dealing with his sex affairs. Although he could reach the extremity C with one step, he decided to take his time and go on a short vacation while finishing some things had been putting off. His first destination was the mortal heart world. He did not alarm anyone with his arrival to prevent this world's court from making a big deal out of his presence and ruining his vacation. So, Wang Wei only changed his clothes to fit the local custom and enjoy the scenery and food. The air or atmosphere of the mortal heart world was sweet, clear, and peaceful. The entire world had a nature-like atmosphere due to the sheer number of forests, mountains, lakes, and rivers. This world's cultivator did an excellent job at preserving nature, so the environment was probably one of the best in the endless void. It probably would be the best if not for worlds in which Dao overwhelms all other Daos. This world deserves the title of the most peaceful world, Wang Wei thought after a servant served his food. The cultivation system of the mortal heart world was divided into 3 stages, each with 3 levels. The spiritual awakening stage, the self-reflection stage, and the heaven-earth pondering stage. The spiritual awakening stage is self-explanatory. The cultivators open their sea of consciousness and cultivate their spiritual soul power. Based on the quantity and quality of the spiritual power, someone will be in the 1st to 3rd level of this stage. In the self-reflection stage, the world's people began a process of intense self-reflection. They delved into their subconscious to temper their mind, spirit, soul, and Tao heart. By the end of this stage, they knew who they were, what they wanted, and what they were willing to sacrifice for it. They built their goals, ambitions, moral compass, and worldviews. Once they finished their self-cultivation, the mortal heart cultivators could no longer improve themselves from the inside, so they focused on the outside. They began to use heaven and earth to temper themselves. The main cultivation technique of this stage is called pondering heaven, and it's a brilliant idea. A cultivator could walk to a random tree in the forest and ponder it. Then, they will experience the tree's life from birth to the current stages. So, if the tree were thousands of years old, the cultivators would experience that 1,000 years, just like they had experienced another life, like they had experienced another samsara. The people of this world preserve the environment because they could ponder everything, from a piece of grass to the stars in the sky, to ancient beings that lived for yuan epochs. In fact, the older an object is, the more valuable it is, since the pondering effect will be more effective. Of course, it's also more dangerous. If a cultivator cannot retain their own sense of self, they will be assimilated by the object's memories and experiences. I experienced something similar in primordial chaos, Wang Wei thought. When he was the myriad devourer, he had to fight for his life to preserve the few decades of memories of Earth. Otherwise, they would have been assimilated, and he would have lost his main personality. Wang Wei walked out of the restaurant for the next. He heard someone squabbling and went to watch. It was rare to see fights in this era of the mortal heart world. The cultivators of this world do not rely much on resources, since they mainly use themselves, the environment, or nature for their cultivation. So this world is very peaceful compared to others. Adding their terrifying Tao heart and ability to control their emotions, this world deserves the title of the most peaceful. Of course, it does not mean there were no fights, but compared to the brutal history of other worlds, the mortal heart world can be described as a utopia ever since they started this cultivation system. Then, everything improved with the arrival of the dream world. All contradictions could be settled there without any worry about casualties. Wang Weiscourt made the mortal heart world an example to encourage people to settle their disputes using this method to reduce the loss of cultivators and populations. Wang Wei watched the fight between these two, a man and a woman. They were both third stage, second level, which was equivalent to Saint back home. The woman used her Tao heart and mind to resonate with the laws of fire, while the man used the thunder law. Wang Wei immediately noticed two interesting things about this fight. Firstly, these people had zero understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. Instead, their spirit was so concentrated that they could use their mind and Tao hearts to forcefully bend the laws to their whim, thus achieving an alternate form of law resonance. The second thing he noticed was that these two were fighting on two fronts, outside and inside, while throwing elemental attacks at each other. Their minds were in a spirit realm, confronting each other. That was how battles in the second stage occurred in this world. People fight to destroy each other's minds, spirits, and selves, leaving the loser with a damaged psyche that turns them into a coma state, makes them crazy, gives them severe depression and other mental illnesses, or directly annihilates their souls. If I were to quantify my willpower, it should be on par with a paragon. So, could I use this world's cultivation system to create a technique that allowed me to use my willpower to forcibly borrow strength from 90 Grandao source? Wang Wei thought as he quickly deduced the outcome. I could, but my body would instantly collapse. If I liberate all my soul strength in advance, I should survive in a soul state. However, the backlash from doing something like that would directly send me to limbo. What's more, Grandao might even punish me for my actions. So, unless I'm forced into a corner and want to take the enemy with me, using such a technique is useless. Despite this conclusion, he decided to create this technique. I should reserve some time to study all cultivation techniques of the lower dimension before ascending. He knew the importance of learning from all kinds of civilizations. Wang Wei always believed one of his greatest assets is the knowledge from Earth. The battle between these two, which appeared to be a lover's quarrel, did not last long, as two ultimate third stages powerhouses from their respective clan came to stop them. Ultimate third stages are quasi-emperors of this world. After completing their pondering, the cultivators will choose a law that fits whatever goals or ambitions they've established in the second stage to understand and condense law crystals in their sea of consciousness to prepare for the heaven will. They will also use this stage to make up for the deficiency in their weak, fleshly body. This stage is also when cultivators drastically increase their lifespan, as they no longer rely on the passive connection between their soul and their body to nourish their bodies and increase their lifespan. They will actively absorb the spiritual key between heaven and earth to nourish their bodies, take more pills, and even use laws to temper their bodies. The elders stopped the two from fighting, deciding to hold a family meeting to discuss their contradictions. Wang Wei watched them leave before he also walked away. This world was entering a state of rapid development, mainly in their alchemy and other professional fields. All the professions were severely underdeveloped, especially talismans. Pills were still needed to accelerate the speed of cultivating spiritual power in the first stages, and some pills helped with delving deep into the subconscious mind. Meanwhile, formations were used to protect the mind from being assimilated during the act of pondering. However, talismans were of little to no use according to the natives. In fact, talismans originated from their interactions with foreign worlds, especially the Commerce Hub. Their minimalist attitude toward resources prevented them from truly developing talisman Tao. It's also why they had such a terrible relationship with the Hub. The Commerce Hub wanted all this world's raw and unmined resources, but the people here hated destroying nature for no reason through unrelenting mining. The Commerce Hub was about to invade this world for its resources. Luckily for them, one of their two Eternals before this era appeared. He headed to their headquarters and devastated the minds of so many people that they were almost forced to activate their trump card. Luckily, that Eternal only wanted to give a warning and discuss a treaty to protect his world. It's a shame, Wang Wei thought before leaving this world. He wanted to use their technique to ponder the entire world. Experiencing this world's development from birth to now should have helped him temper his mind, spirit, and Tao heart. However, he had already done something similar during his existence ceremony, and on a much larger scale. Let's head to the pursuing longevity world next, he thought before disappearing. Chapter 1138 Travel 4. 1138 Travel 4. As soon as Wang Wei arrived at his destination, he found a bleak world full of war and chaos, completely different from the peaceful atmosphere of the Mortal Heart world. Immortal cultivators everywhere used their artifacts and various spells to attack each other. The battle seemed to be between a group of armored individuals and regularly dressed cultivators. No one noticed Wang Wei's sudden appearance, so he was observing this war like it was nothing but a movie. I should be in a mortal realm, but I don't feel any sense of restraint. Did the war destroy the boundaries between the mortal spirit and immortal world? Wang Wei flew around while checking things. He nodded in satisfaction after seeing the mortals in this world did not suffer from this devastating war. Wang Wei then ascended to the immortal realm, since it was the place where the war was the most intense. As expected, immortal powerhouses from all paths fought non-stop, trying to kill each other as swiftly as possible. I have to give Zhu Tao credit. I didn't think he could convince so many people to be on his side. Boom! Someone exploded themselves, releasing a terrifying power that devastated the surrounding spatial integrity of this area while killing countless people in the process. However, this was just the beginning, as even more people exploded themselves as a last act of desperation. "Are you guys crazy?" yelled a divine general from the pursuing longevity's court. "You and that bastard Zhu Tao have ruined our path of immortality. You have destroyed our way of life. So, even if I'm going to die, it'll make you pay." Boom! The explosion once again created countless casualties despite the divine general's attempt to stop or contain it. The good news is he survived, but his injuries were severe. So, he did not hesitate to crush a talisman to teleport him back to the court. Wang Wei smiled before teleporting away. A handsome Zhu Tao sat on his throne, hands on his temple, his eyes dazed as he listened to these people's reports. All he could think about was how things got so out of control. His dream was to show that energy-based cultivation systems were not the weakest, so after his experience with Ao Shun, he was happy to bring the law resonance method back home. However, he discovered a terrifying truth: his world was more complicated than he thought. The pursuing longevity world was part of the Commerce Hub despite being on the low end of members due to their more conservative ideas about dealing with foreign worlds. The Hub wanted access to their cultivation system and environment due to how much lifespan it granted, while their sect needed some rare resources that went extinct. However, if that were true, why hasn't the pursuing longevity world ever added the law resonance to their system? They would have known and come in contact with it through the Hub, but it never happened. Zhu Tao then learned of an ancient force that had been secretly controlling the world from the shadows. This force placed the immortal source in this world, prevented any changes to the immortal cultivation system, and is also why the Commerce Hub did not have a much larger influence. He could not accept such a thing and ended all this farce. Zhu Tao did not only want to make the immortal cultivation system more powerful, he wanted to completely eliminate it. However, everyone persuaded him that his attempt was useless because the former Eternal of this world tried and failed miserably. Zhu Tao was about to give up until the war started. The ancient force, known as the Lasting Immortal Order, had some kind of agreement with the Commerce Hub, so they were mobilized for this war. Zhu Tao waited, preserved his strength and forces from the war, and the Commerce Hub lost as he predicted. He immediately surrendered to the Myriad Emperor world and did whatever was necessary to integrate into their system. Following this, he sealed the immortal source while spreading a new cultivation system to replace the old one. However, he did not expect the Lasting Immortal Order to still be this powerful despite all their losses in the war. Countless factions, most emperor lineages, revolted against his decisions, plunging the world into a war that crippled all operations and functions. Zhu Tao did not expect this outcome and was baffled as to why that order was so strong. That's when he learned countless factions were forced to sign alliance treaties with the Lasting Immortal Order or owed them such immense karma that they had no choice but to side with them. Your Majesty, are you listening? Huh? What did you say? The ministers looked at each other. Our conclusion is that in the current situation, the fastest way to end this war is to ask for the Myriad Emperor world's interference. Didn't they say this was an internal situation, and unless the mortals are affected, they won't interfere? Yes, but if we were to offer their emperor a generous gift. You mean the immortal source? Yes, Zhu Tao grunted. He wanted the immortal source for his sect, but this was not the main reason for his hesitation. This was a brilliant era, and unfortunately, he was only a weak and insignificant emperor in this era. The eradication of the Lasting Immortal Order and changing the pursuing longevity world is his way to leave his mark on this era. But if he asked for help, his effect would be drastically diminished. I only need to hold on for a little while, and my strength will peak threefold. By then, I wouldn't care how unique the Purple Crown Taoist key was. He would lose in my hands. Without him, no one could stop me. Let's wait a little while. We need to hold on for another 20,000 years. No, 15,000, and I will have the strength to end this. It's too late, Wang Wei said as he showed himself. His Majesty stuttered a few ministers. Wang Wei ignored them and gazed at Zhu Tao. He saw through the latter's mindset and understood it. After all, who does not want to leave their marks in this glorious era? Not to mention that having impactful moments is fundamental to Eternal's survivability. However, he would leave with the immortal source since he was here. As for the Lasting Immortal Order, he did not care about these losers. They once had a brilliant era in the upper dimension in which they were one of the leading factions, for the philosophy of the immortal path was not weaker than any other path. However, after suffering terrible blows to their cause and believing that the other paths might retaliate, they changed their focus on preserving the immortal path as much as possible. So, During the innate acquired war, they sent members of their orders to the lower dimension with one purpose: preserve as many pure energy-based cultivation systems as possible. They sent all kinds of unique key sources, mostly immortal, to fuse with worlds and encourage their development. Most of their branches have failed in the current era, as most energy-based systems will incorporate law utilization after interacting with other worlds. They only have a few surviving branches, less than 5, scattered throughout the endless void, and the pursuing longevity world was their greatest success. But now, even that one was about to fall. Wang Wei did not even know whether their sex in the upper dimension survived, since he guessed that the parasites might not touch the paragon lineages, but they won't have scruples for the immortal kings or Tao monarchs' lineages. "So, you're here," Zhu Tao said with a deep sigh. "I am. Can I reason with you? As long as I walk here with the immortal source, I'm open to any discussions and deals. But don't go too far. I can still take it and walk away." Zhu Tao's lips twitched before exhaling to gather his thoughts. "I want time and resources to reach the strength to end this war alone." "That's easy," Wang Wei replied. "An ambassador will come to this world because of the report that someone broke the rules and attacked mortals. All fights must be stopped during the investigation until a verdict is reached." Zhu Tao's eyes lit up. "This should buy you the time you want. As for the resources, someone from my sect will contact you for the exchange." "Satisfied?" "More than satisfied." "Good." Wang Wei raised his hand, and a blue orb with a pure and noble aura appeared on his palm. Such rare resources are the kind of deep hidden foundations that he will leave the Tao opening sect to ensure they survive the destruction of the Heavenly Emperor era. "Since I'm so satisfied with our deal, I will give you a parting gift." Wang Wei snapped his finger. "No one will remember we had this conversation. But you should also hide the fact the immortal source is gone." Zhu Tao's eyes lit up. Such a simple act saved his pride, and he could not ask for much. He glanced at his ministers, and as expected, no one remembered Wang Wei showing up or their conversation. Chapter 1139 Travel Finale 1139 Travel Finale. Wang Wei's next destination should have been the Heavenly Law Word to get his hands on the law tree he found from Zhun Chaos Memories. However, after taking one step to arrive at his destination, which was countless worlds apart, he sent something somewhere else and teleported there. He found himself in a part of the lower dimension, far away from the commerce hub sphere of influence, to a world called Skyfall World. Something major was about to happen in this world. It caught Wang Wei's attention. This world had a heavenly court, which has become normal since the Steward and Sword One started their journey to gather alliance. The Golden God's rampage also accelerated the process, and it's something Wang Wei appreciated. He won't waste time establishing the courts once he conquers the remaining 2/3 of the lower dimension. Wang Wei secretly attended the court's meeting and immediately noticed the throne was empty. These ministers were waiting for their rulers to return, and somehow they were both anxious and excited. More than an hour later, a middle-aged man dressed in white, with a mole below his left eye and what could be considered a perfect jaw, appeared in the room. By all standards of the cultivation world, this man was handsome, but not to the point he would be described as an unparalleled beauty like Wang Wei or Li Jun. However, everything changed once he smiled at the room. The entire world seemed to light up with that smile, and like an infection, everyone followed his smile and became slightly more jovial. This smile seems to naturally elicit trust in people, Wang Wei thought. More importantly, is that the 7 emotions, 6 desires physique. Wang Wei was surprised by this fact for 2 reasons. 1, it's very rare for a man to be born with this physique, and once they do, they're usually way more handsome than they were. Secondly, this man, whom he learned had the title of Brilliant Smile Emperor, was a first-class emperor with 17 Grand Tao Source. So, how could someone born with the 3rd heavenly physique only become a first-class emperor? Especially in this generation with immense destiny and luck? He should have been a pseudo-eternal, at the very least. I see. His wife gave it to him. Wang Wei figured out the truth by glancing at this person's fate. Then, he looked at this emperor with a strange fate. I don't think I've ever met a character as interesting as him. "Your Majesty, how did it go?" "I've convinced them," he nodded. And the crowd almost cheered while praising. That's the level of charisma this man has. The brilliant smile emperor waved his hand to immediately calm down the crowd. "We cannot waste time, as I've heard news that another chaos besides the commerce hub will sweep the endless void. So, we should not waste time. So we should start immediately." "As you wish," the ministers said in harmony. Wang Wei was instantly jealous of how this bastard made these people serve him so faithfully through sheer words and charisma. Although many of them are faking it since there is something to gain, he wished his ministers to act like that sometimes, even if he could see through it. It wouldn't hurt for them to stroke his ego occasionally. The court, not the entire world, began to mobilize after this meeting, with a serious atmosphere. The brilliant smile emperor looked in the distance before walking to his queen's court. When he arrived, a petite, beautiful woman rushed into his arms, and the emperor immediately displayed his brilliant smile. "Don't worry, I will soon keep my word to you. You don't have to do this, especially since we don't know the consequences," she persuaded. "No, I must." The brilliant smile emperor had a rare fighting spirit in his eyes. "Your clan despises me for taking your physique. I promised to give them glory and power and will keep my word." He knew his cultivation talent was probably one of the worst in the world. He lived his entire mortal life relying on his golden tongue and charming smile. But that was almost useless once he entered the cultivation world. He once tried to charm some woman to give him rare resources, which worked in the early stages. But later on, he was simply despised for his low talent. Then, as fate would have it, he met his wife. They fell in love, and she somehow transferred her physique to him in a dangerous situation to save his life. However, the process was imperfect, so his achievements were so low after proving the Tao. Additionally, her clan despised him afterward and almost hunted him down. They only stopped because of his wife's status. Since then, he promised to bring them glory, wealth, and power to prove that she did not make a mistake. "But don't worry. Everything will be fine." The couple had a passionate night, and Wang Wei was a voyeur during the entire ordeal. Someone like him is the perfect diplomat. He loved talent, and this brilliant smile emperor was someone who caught his eye. This guy successfully convinced more than 40 of the heaven-chosens of his generation to support him for the position. No one found out until the battle, which almost gave their sex upper echelons an aneurysm. Someone of his talent might be useful. So, let's warn him so he can survive long enough until I ascend. "Where am I?" asked the brilliant smile emperor. He quickly calmed down as he looked at his surroundings. He guessed he was in a dream, but it was rare for someone like him to dream naturally, so someone must have brought him here. "Do you know your actions are like jumping from small forest fire to an active volcano?" "Your Excellency, may I ask who you are?" he asked while smiling and showing all his teeth. His spirit Tao was activated to the max, along with his mastery of emotions and desires. "I'm here to deliver some information. I hope it can increase your chances of surviving until we meet again," Wang Wei replied calmly. "I appreciate talents such as yourself. Maybe you'll be useful to me one day." The brilliant smile emperor opened his eyes with a grave expression. This might be devastating news if the information in his mind is true. Should I stop? He looked at his sleeping wife. "No, they'll just ask like I didn't know. Moreover, I can put this information to good use." The next day, when the sun shone the brightest, the brilliant smile emperor appeared above the sky. "Open the formation." After his order, a complex formation covered the sky, but that was just the beginning. More than 80 of all factions in the Skyfall world activated their sex formation before linking it to the courts. "The first step is down," thought the brilliant smile emperor. Then his voice spread to all the mortals in the world. "I am the heavenly emperor, and today I will lead all my people, mortals or not, to the upper dimension, to the immortal realm where there is no pain or suffering, and you can achieve immortality. You only need to raise your hand and pray for my success in your heart." The people were initially shocked, but soon enough, everyone started to raise their hands and pray. After all, who would not want to ascend to the immortal realm? They have long been envious of these cultivators' strength, wealth, and power. But now, They have their opportunity. Good. Now that I have the people's permission, Grand Tao has no reason to try to stop me. The brilliant smile emperor used all his power to gather all the faith coming from the people while activating the world formation. Then, he and everyone around him, including this world, turned into a rainbow light that disappeared from the void. The ascension of an entire world, Wang Wei thought with a smile. That's something you would only see in novels on Earth. He looked in the distance before muttering, I hope he survives long enough to be useful. Wang Wei teleported to the heavenly law world, and he immediately knew this one did not have a court yet. Their emperor has been in deep seclusion since proving the Tao, and he's been there so long that some people speculated that something was wrong with him. This world's composition is unique, a fusion of continent-based worlds with a starry sky world like the Star Beast world. Wang Wei's divine sense told him he was standing on a large continent on par with some of the lower top domains back home. This continent, or territory as they're called in this world, however, was not connected to another territory. Instead, it was floating in empty space with its own gravitational pull due its mass, and acting like a planetary or star body. Wang Wei found the secret realm where the Law Tree was located and directly teleported there. Chapter 1140 Perfect Foundation 1140 Perfect Foundation. Wang Wei saw someone already in that place cultivating the Purple Insect Emperor. He instantly realized this man was a unique insect race that feasted on people's emotions, and that this man had been here for a while. Another emperor appeared during Dugu Jing's absence. Wang Wei realized this person was the world's second emperor due to the balance mechanism. He ignored the latter and focused on the tree. So, I was not the only one with that idea. Wang Wei thought as he watched the Purple Insect Emperor spending all his focus on nourishing the Law Tree to turn it into a grand Tao Source tree. From his knowledge and experience, this man was not the first. Wang Wei detected signs that countless prior emperors had tried a similar tactic but failed. Their attempt is why this tree has lasted so long, but for some reason, it had never evolved into what they wished it to. Their actions have saved me a lot of time while also showing me what not to do. However, how dare this bastard ruin my treasure? He could tell the Purple Insect Emperor was also trying to corrupt this tree with negative emotions that only he could use. Wang Wei pointed at him, become its nourishment. Before he could react, the Purple Insect Emperor turned into a white light that entered the tree. Then, he absorbed all the negative emotions he had previously injected into it, purifying them before turning them into the best nourishment for the tree. You're lucky I'm in a good mood, so we'll leave your Tao imprint intact, Wang Wei muttered as he looked at the tree. Its roots are firmly planted into the laws of heaven and earth while being monitored by heavenly Tao itself. In that case, the way to evolve this thing might not be to nourish it with the grand Tao source, but to find a way to plant it directly there. Although that might be a little difficult. It should not be impossible, so Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction. I'm not a completely heartless person, and I understand the need for balance and preservation, he muttered to himself. So, I won't completely rob you. He removed the protections around the tree before placing his hand on the tree and used his purpose manipulation technique to have it condense 2 seeds, which was an abnormality as this tree normally did not create seeds. It was one of those rare spiritual objects that would grow randomly in nature, and someone had to be lucky to find one. He put the tree inside his own item space, perfectly preserved despite not having laws to place its root along with one of the 2 seeds. He planted the second seed on the spot and used time Tao to accelerate its growth. Although it's not as powerful as it used to be after losing the power from the Grand Tao baptism, it's better than not having the tree at all. Wang Wei disappeared, and during this entire ordeal, Heavenly Tao did not say a peep as it knew it was pointless. It even delayed releasing visions of the falling of this world's emperor. After this world, Wang Wei continued his vacation. He visited the ghost immortal world since their cultivation was unique since they abandoned their body, turning into a life similar to the soul race. He then visited a string of soul death-related worlds like the soul sublimation world and the underworld world. He aimed to see whether he would find more people susceptible to serve in his samsara court. After all, the environment was perfect for these kinds of cultivation environments, and hopefully, these people could pass the test to serve. Wang Wei's next destination was the profession worlds, Myriad Pill World, Myriad Armament World, and Myriad Runes Worlds. All these worlds focused on displaying skills to prove the Tao instead of fighting. And the Myriad Runes world is the most competitive since array masters and talisman makers are the priority groups fighting over understanding and applying runes. He met Yin Liling in the Myriad Runes world and had a brief chat. His next destination was the Mechanized Puppet world, where Kai Song had spent much of her time, followed by the Beastmaster world to see if he could find himself a cute pet follower. All protagonists he's read about have an animal companion who is a super rare mythical creature, so Wang Wei wanted one for himself. Sadly, nothing caught his eye. His final destination was the Central Spirit World, a heavenward world ruled over by the spirit race. Death reverence likely originated from this place, and Wang Wei wanted to try his luck to see if he could find something. After all, he has always been lucky. Sadly, fate was not on his side today. So he finally teleported to the Extremity Sea. He looked at the gray sea, took a deep breath, and entered. Nothing happened, and Wang Wei relaxed. He tried to observe or detect any formation, but no matter what he tried, this was nothing but an ordinary fog. He sat cross-legged and waited. Then, a myriad of rare resources appeared around him. Wu Hong's technique contained pictures and detailed information on these things, so Wang Wei recognized each of them. Let's get started. 4 red magic circles materialized in all 4 directions, boxing him inside. They released a devouring power to first absorb all the secondary materials for this technique, and after a few seconds, the heavenly Tao seed from a central Tao source seed. Wang Wei's clothes disappeared as soon as the magic circles absorbed the blue seed with traces of golden threads weaved on it that resembled runes. He felt like a baby in embryonic fluid, but his mother was heavenly Tao itself, not just a regular one, but a genuine product. Then his body disintegrated atom by atom, spiritual particles by spiritual particles, energy by energy, and even on a conceptual level his body was taken apart. Yet he was still alive. The perfect tear, which was a drop of liquid so black that nothing could taint or affect it, making it perfect, was absorbed by the magic circles. Wang Wei's consciousness immediately found himself in this white space with mostly gray dots, lines, and even shapes weirdly drawn as if a child had created a bunch of doodles with no direction or purple. The blueprint of my existence. This thought originated from Wang Wei's mind out of nowhere. And he knew this was one of those secrets of heaven and earth you would know instinctively after coming in contact with it. A purple bottle containing Grand Tao's blood levitated from the ground or fog and fused with the magic circles. When Wang Wei first examined this thing, he was glad he came here because the aura from blood was enough to annihilate him, if not for the bottle's protection. After the fusion, Wang Wei saw another white space with similar weird drawings, except more complicated or nonsense, while also only containing the colors white and black. His space was primarily gray and included all the other colors, but this one was white and black. Wang Wei used this technique, and it led his eyes to a particular area of this new white space. He immediately knew he had to copy that section of this space into his own space. I see. Only transcendent beings can be considered perfect. No, maybe the act of transcending is an act of perfecting the self. That's why it's a taboo. Wang Wei knew what to do. He focused his mind and gained access or control to a powerful will. Is this what it would feel like to manipulate true heavenly Tao? He had to admit that the power was riveting, even though it was not real since it originated from a seed and not the real central source chaos world. He reined his mind before starting. His objective was simple: copy the perfect aspect of Grand Tao into his own existence. The process was strenuous and required deep concentration, and Wang Wei realized why Honger allowed him to use this technique in the Emperor realm, his paragon soul. He now had full access to its spiritual power. Furthermore, his willpower also played a role as he resisted the irresistible urge to fuse with these scribbly lines he saw in Grand Taoist blueprint. Every instinct of his body told him he was committing blasphemy, so he should stop and instead fuse with this higher existence. However, despite this, he had to resist and focus to finish the job within the allocated time. Damn it, if only I had more time, he cussed once the new space disappeared. He only copied a small portion and wished he had more time. Wang Wei's white space also disappeared, and then his consciousness saw a crown with 3 lotus and 5 jewels of different colors. 3 flowers on a crown. He watched as these flowers, which previously had 12 metals each, developed a 13th golden petal. In other words, his grade 1 flowers further evolved so that they could now be classified as grade 0. The spirit flower lit up, and his powerful, chained soul was rapidly rebuilt. No, just rebuilt as it were before, but better, purer, slightly stronger, and more importantly, with more potential. The essence flower was next, and 3 glowing lights materialized, followed by the growth of his skin, muscles, bones, organs, blood, and cells. His powerful fleshly body was back, and like his soul, with even greater potential for growth and development. Lastly, the key flower illuminated, and Wang Wei felt he had gained access to all his Tao, followed by a sublimation of his Tao body. Is this? His previous experiment in the science and technology world allowed him to realize this change. His concept contained had increased. Not only that, but it was already filled, and he did not have to do that much work. The magic circles disappeared, and Wang Wei's naked body stood in this gray fog. His aura had a subtle change. He seemed a little more perfect. Chapter 1141 Reward 1141 Reward. Wang Wei clenched his fists and immediately noticed the change, and he was not talking about glistening his skin but the strength of his fleshly body. Dragon Phoenix Realm's 6th step, he thought. Moreover, he was at the peak of this realm. If not for the bottleneck that exists between the 6th and 7th steps, he would have reached a higher level. However, he did not care. He will use his wife's seal to deal with that bottleneck, just as he did for the 4th step and how he will do for the 10th step. Next is my soul. Wang Wei closed his eyes as he sensed the changes in his Paragon soul. It probably increases from being on par with 91 to 92 Grand Tao Source to 93 to 94 Grand Tao Source, which should be excellent news. According to his theory, since Empyreans need to cultivate or condense a Paragon soul to enter the next realm, individual and independent soul cultivation will be required from now on in the Paragon realm. There is even the possibility that soul quality will return to the equation again. So, if his guess is correct, he won't have to worry about his soul until his cultivation reaches 94 Grand Tao Source. Next is the Taboo realm. Wang Wei focused on his Tao body, which could now be called Perfect Tao Body, and activated his awakening. As soon as his first palace appeared, he noticed the difference. Unlike how it looked before, the palace now had a monument with 13 circles, each containing a lotus inside. Circle represents wholeness and completeness, also a symbol for perfection. Lotuses symbolize purity, enlightenment, and spiritual perfection. Then, there is the number 13. All other 9 palaces had the same monument, but after the 10th was condensed, Wang Wei briefly saw an illusory 11th before dissipating. Moreover, he felt the palaces were not more connected than before. Could it be that something will happen after I condense all 12? No, it should be after condensing the 13th. He smiled as he could not wait. He used all his Grand Tao boosts, and his strength rapidly increased. 67, 68, 69, 69.970. Wang Wei felt he had broken a barrier, entering a new field of power, strength, and confidence. The feeling was unlike when he used the illusory pill, as this was his own power. He was no longer overwhelmed by having this much power, since he was used to it and continued analyzing his strength. I was right. The Perfect Foundation's purpose was not to grant me Taboo Battle Realm. that was just a byproduct. Its main purpose is to increase my chances of becoming half-step transcendence, and even ensure I'm the best amongst my peers once I reach that realm. Wang Wei analyzed, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. The taboo battle realm also has its purpose besides granting people high battle prowess, he thought, sensing everything in his battle. The foundation added perfection to my existence, and the taboo battle realm also added something. However, it's not completely formed yet, meaning I most likely need to achieve it in the Empyrean and Paragon realm before completion. And once that is done, there's a high chance that it will either help me achieve half-step transcendence or be useful afterward. Wang Wei believed that the taboo battle realm was a checkpoint grand Dao created for the path of half-step transcendence. He even believed that the minimum requirement to achieve it is Paragon realm, and the person must be willing to walk a similar path as Heavenly Book Paragon that involves abandoning most of their powers or placing themselves in a weakened or vulnerable state for an extended period, not necessarily need to reincarnate. Such a method was the orthodox path, which requires a lot of time and effort, while his was a shortcut that can even be considered cheating. Wang Wei focused back on his strength. I can feel that this is not my limit. He continued to add his Grand Dao boost with expert control of his Dao imprint. So, his strength increased 70.1, 70.5, 70.7, 70.9, 70.999. I've hit another limit, Wang Wei thought. He felt all his boosts could get him even more power, especially since he already had entered a new level in his force control skill, pseudo, true heavenly Dao control. He finally made a breakthrough with his experience watching that new world becoming a heaven will and directly controlling the true heavenly Dao will during the transformation. No, my Dao imprint can no longer stack these boosts. He stopped not because of any restraint or limitations directly from heaven and earth, but because of his lack of skill. However, this was bad news for Wang Wei because he had reached the limit of using his Dao imprint. He has plenty of time during his retreat due to not having to cultivate his Dao. So his focus is usually on his body or his Dao imprint. Let's put that experiment about having two Dao imprints at the forefront. The good news is Wang Wei believes that after entering the Empyrean realm, he will not have to update his Grand Dao boosts, except for maybe things like his weapons. And with all his advantages, he might instantly reach the 10-fold strength, which is 89 Grand Dao source, and maybe even directly enter the taboo realm due to his perfect foundation. Wang Wei smiled brightly, releasing his perfect temperament. He shook his head about the irony that one of his greatest opponents pursued perfection all his life to the point of almost ruining his relationship, but he achieved it way before him. He continued his inspection, focusing on his newly acquired abilities. He realized the nothingness contained in his bloodline did not change much, but his new body allowed him to better resist its corruptions. So, I might be able to create a technique that taps into a small power of the third stage, emptiness. Wang Wei was satisfied with this result, so his focus shifted to his 3 flowers abilities. The first test was the spirit flower. Wang Wei closed his eyes to access his soul network. He saw 2 layers, one on top and one on the bottom, and the one at the top was vast and expansive. He quickly checked, and as he expected, he could now access the network of the upper dimension. Wang Wei immediately tried to use it, and he had a massive headache, forcing him to stop. It seems I still need to ascend to fully use it. However, this was not the end of this ability, as it had another upgrade. He could hide his presence from paragons. Wang Wei knew this technique would become useless because the parasites would definitely be able to sense his activities. But now, he no longer had this worry. As long as Methriya can keep Supreme Unity busy, he can use this ability to plot the upper dimension's rebellion. It's the perfect method to scheme things from the shadows. With a smirk, Wang Wei focused on his Qi flower. He thought this thing would increase his ability to condense Qi, and in some sense, it did, but not as a result of an upgrade. His upgrade was actually a guide, similar to GPS, to navigate the source key space. In other words, this ability can help me search for any key I want and navigate me to them. No, it's too powerful. There must be some limitations that S expected. Tier 11 key or above has a low probability of being detected, and there should be a limitation to those extremely rare energies. Moreover, even if I knew where these key were, I assumed they would have the corresponding danger. Despite this limitation, he was satisfied as he could search for some powerful key to leave the Tao opening sect before leaving. He then focused on his essence flower. The ability has not evolved at all. This should not be it. Wait, what's this? As Wang Wei concentrated his mind, he discovered his body contained 2 doors, and one of them was already open. The Gate of Ascension. The name instantly appeared in his mind after his eyes landed on him. So, in the process of making me perfect, my body recreated the first gate of the true power Tao realm. As Wang Wei sensed this new gate, his body felt a sense of accomplishment, a sense of perfection. Although this word was cliché, that's how he felt. He previously thought he had absolute control over his body, but now he knew that was not true. He previously had 99.99% control of his body, and more importantly, he believed that number was perfection. But with the appearance of the Gate of Ascension, he truly achieved 100. There is also an ability called Invisible Will Armor. He could feel an invisible armor condense from his willpower manifestation always surrounding them, serving as his first layer of defense. Its power was excellent, and more importantly, it was a passive ability that used no energy or stamina. Chapter 1142 marked Wang Wei was happy with this transformation and was glad he trusted Hong to come to this place. If before he was confident of achieving half-step transcendence because of his idea, now he had another source of confidence, his talent and Tao foundation. He condensed a new set of purple robes, but was not feeling this color currently, so he changed them to white. Glancing at his handsome face with a conjured mirror, he almost fell in love with his beautiful self. Let's reduce this aura, he thought as he controlled the alluring aura his almost perfect body was releasing. However, he still could not change his overall temperament and increase in beauty. Now that his personal affairs were dealt with, he focused his attention on this taboo that has been a mystery of the chaos universe since the dawn of time. Is anyone there? Wang Wei asked, but no response. The fog was calm, eerie, and mysterious, as usual. Future self, if you're truly responsible for this thing, how about you give me a few rare things? No sounds or response. Our father could use a limit breaker. No, make that 2 for our mother. Then we also need materials for the perfect foundation for the whole family. So that's 4 people if you count the yet-to-be-determined wife. Wang Wei frowned. Maybe there are some strange rules that they need to come here to get it. This was a possibility he considered. Or maybe I'm wrong, and my future self did not create this thing. But they're connected somehow. It would explain why it knew what materials I needed for this foundation. Wang Wei sighed as this was going nowhere, so he decided to leave. However, once he reached the border of the Extremity Sea, he sensed an invisible barrier that seemed to have locked him inside. He frowned as he tried pushing forward with his palm, and something was there as expected. I can't be stuck here for eternity, can I? He immediately used all his force to push this invisible barrier, but all his efforts were useless. As Wang Wei was about to give up and try something else, he felt the barrier rapidly weakening and took this opportunity to break through and leave this area. He embraced himself for more, but nothing happened, not even a slight breeze. Wang Wei looked above, expecting grand chaos to manifest at any moment, but nothing happened even after waiting for close to an hour. This absence, is it normal or suspicious behavior? He could not tell, so he decided to focus on something else. Now that he had the strength, he needed someone to test it. So, who would be the safest? According to his calculations and divinations, the death world was the safest and with the most variables for something going wrong. The Abyss Gap was the most dangerous and had great variability, and the Nether Hell was the second most dangerous and had the weakest variability. So, between the Death World and the Nether Hell, after thinking briefly, Wang Wei chose the Death World. He genuinely wanted to get rid of this thing as soon as possible, as death reverence creeped him out. However, he did not lose his cautious nature, so he sat cross-legged in the void to enter the dream world and train. He used the battle tower to design worthy opponents for himself, so he could adapt to his newfound strength as soon as possible. He even designed opponents with greater parameters than him to ensure he could challenge himself. A little time passed before he woke up, and now that he was completely prepared, he directly teleported to the death world. A red sun stood above the heavens, barely illuminating this vast and infinite world. "This is truly a world of death," Wang Wei commented. There was a small continent floating at the center, but dead bodies everywhere else. Yes, this entire world dimension, slightly bigger than the lower dimension, was full of dead bodies. Quadrillion? Quintillion? Sextillion? Numbers could no longer quantify the number of dead bodies in this world. Wang Wei calmly observed his surroundings. He noticed countless different races and species, many of whom he had never heard or read about, and they were of various cultivation levels. Forget about the body. The death key in this place is giving me an eerie feeling. He frowned as he activated his senses to detect danger. However, so far, nothing. The world's people noticed his arrival and activated formation to protect themselves. Sadly, Wang Wei only took a glance after teleporting to them to destroy their formation, which was even better than the Commerce Hub. "Call upon the Death Guardian," someone yelled, and the order was immediately executed. The corpse-selling sect never expected someone to find this place, let alone for that person to be Wang Wei. Although they were not afraid of that bastard, they also did not want to conflict with him since they would have to pay a severe price to eliminate him. An immense amount of death ki gathered above the sky to condense a 3.5-meter dark creature with horns, claws, and red energy stripes running through its body. Its aura displayed the fact it was the embodiment of death itself. Strength of 69 Grandau source, but can achieve 70 by using the death key in this world, Wang Wei analyzed. "I'm getting a bad feeling, so let's end this as swiftly as possible. I can also test my new technique. Void is not true nothingness, as it contains invisible but detectable aspects. Emptiness truly contains nothing, but it does not have the grandeur, nobility, and arrogance of true nothingness for the mere fact it precedes all creation. Regardless, why don't you experience a little bit of its power? Return to emptiness." A small white orb appeared above his right palm before exploding and covering this Death Guardian. The powerful creature sensed its death and tried to resist, but even death, which is often described as a state of nothingness by mortals who do not believe in reincarnation, could not resist the power of emptiness. Its body, soul, and even existence were wiped out in an instant. The Death Continent also suffered the same fate, as Wang Wei did not want to risk anything and wipe them out clean. Then, he was immediately on guard for the possible appearance of death reverence, and he was correct to be. The death world trembled, and Wang Wei suddenly sensed something watching him from the darkness. His senses or detection method caught nothing, but he knew someone or something was watching him. "You should make the perfect vessel." Wang Wei's body felt an instinctive repulsion which seemed to be hidden in the deepest layer of his existence. The aura in the surroundings changed, and it seemed familiar. It's similar to the Abyss Gap, a fundamental rejection of heaven and earth. Wang Wei's eyes squinted as he quickly realized the implications. Death reverence was associated with or had connections to some foreign entities similar to Cthulhu or the old gods. Many things suddenly made sense to Wang Wei. Why did death reverence destroy that world? It was probably a sacrifice to try to allow that entity to descend into this chaos universe. The all-savant world must have something special which he needed. All these thoughts flashed quickly in Wang Wei's mind as his instinct kicked in to run away. However, it was pointless, as his body was unable to move. He immediately tried to kill himself and revive somewhere else, but that also failed. A dark light descended from the heavens into his body. Wang Wei's expression turned ugly as he saw a black tattoo on his chest. You dare mark me?" No one answered him, and the repulsive aura in the environment dissipated. Wang Wei looked into the darkness with a fiery anger that could burn the world. He snorted coldly, instantly destroying the death world in the process. He floated in the void, looking above the heaven. However, after 10 minutes, his anger increased. Damn you, Grand Dao. I have the mark of an intruder of the chaos universe. Why aren't you doing your job and removing it? All logic and truths dictate that Grand Dao should have appeared and dealt with the situation. After all, if someone like Wang Wei were used as an avatar to allow some unknown transcendent or half-step transcendent to descend into this world, the result would only be chaos. Wang Wei's wrath reached the pinnacle as he knew that bastard Grand Dao purposely did not intervene because of either his future self or the fact he just acquired the perfect foundation. You think I need your help? Keep dreaming. His red eyes focused on the endless void, and with one thought, all the branches of the corpse-selling sect across the lower dimension rapidly dissipated. Wang Wei killed everything and everyone, including all their sect formations, artifacts, and resources. Anyway, he saw these things as being contaminated and would never use them. The only thing he kept was their sect's luck, which he condensed into a golden crystal, which he attached 2 strings to use as a necklace. No one survived this massacre, including 2 Eternals Emperors. He had already destroyed their vaults since they were hidden in the death world, so he only needed to erase them from history. He wiped out hundreds of sects and trillions of people scattered across an infinite realm with a single thought. Wang Wei immediately teleported back to the dark truth, and as soon as he arrived, he saw signs of movement from the fog. However, the fog suddenly collapsed, and each attempt to gather seemed to fail. The process lasted for a few minutes before there were no other movements. So you lost this move? He thought with squinted eyes. He immediately teleported home, and the first thing he did was kill himself. He had 3 extra lives, 1 from his mortal emperor achievements, and 2 from his life and death talent, which he successfully elevated into lives after using the data from Mon Wuzi's physique. So he used it. After his body reassembled itself, Wang Wei saw the mark on his chest, and he was not surprised. His death was simply to ascertain how deep this mark was. And now that he knew, he continued with his plan by entering the science and technology world, heading directly to the quantum realm. I know you are here, and I have a gift for you, Wang Wei said before showing the mark on his body. This mark contained information about an entire being outside your designated parameters. It is the perfect opportunity to evolve beyond what you could ever calculate. The quantum will awaken before immediately scanning the mark. It was immediately interested. It had already received much information by scanning and analyzing the weird humans who created it, but the information contained on this mark was way more valuable. So, it released a devouring power to extract the mark. Wang Wei felt a terrifying pain, and his body was also falling apart, but he did not resist. The quantum will continued its work. The thing was probably more powerful than it, but its essence was on the same level. Furthermore, it had its home court advantage, while this mark was only a rootless thing that did not have access to a power source or anyone actively controlling it. Swish! The mark moved out of Wang Wei's body before disappearing into the depth of the quantum realm. He immediately checked his body and found nothing, so he sighed in relief. He looked in the distance before leaving. Bang! The sky above the myriad emperor world changed. Grand Dao, Wang Wei muttered with gritted teeth, and the eye glanced at him. Then, out of nowhere, the marble containing the science and technology world flew into the sky before bolts of lightning instantly destroyed it. Grand Dao then focused on him, and Wang Wei could feel its fury. However, he still looked at it defiantly. After glancing at each other for a minute, the eye dissipated as if it were never here. Meanwhile, Wang Wei sensed something and looked at the extremity C. The fog was gone. In other words, the dark truth had left the lower dimension. Chapter 1143 Time Nexus Implications 1143 Time Nexus Implications Primordial Chaos. Mithria and Supreme Unity momentarily paused. Unlike everybody else, they noticed Grand Dao's descent. They saw the confrontation between Wang Wei, including destroying that crystal that seemed to contain a world inside. They also immediately noticed the crystal's aura was on par with theirs, if not of a higher essence. They remembered feeling someone or something had intruded into their world a while ago, but discovered nothing despite their best efforts. I knew he was special, but not to the extent of involving in matters related to transcendence or to the point of offending Grand Tao. Mithria thought with a smirk. Things were getting interesting, and she had more hope for the future. Her eyes then focused on the extremity C. Could this be my chance to kill him? Supreme Unity thought. If Wang Wei had a fallout with Grand Tao, then he might use this opportunity to remove his status as an heiress son through Heavenly Tao, making it easier for him to eliminate that bastard without the protection of his destiny. No, it's not working. True Heavenly Tao was not stupid, despite how the mighty boss was feeling. It knew that Wang Wei was still vital in fighting Supreme Unity for absolute control over the world. As such, the stupidest thing it could do was make an enemy out of him now. How about a temporary truce? Why would I do that? Mithria asked. The dark truth is gone in the lower dimension. Maybe we can work together to remove it completely from our world. You and I know that whatever this taboo involves is above our pay grade. So, it's pointless to try something like that. We finally have hope, but you won't even consider it? That's right, Mithria replied calmly, her determination unwavering and unyielding. In that case, what about a truce to interrogate that kid? You saw for yourself. His secrets involved a being that has walked further from us. Maybe we can get answers to the way forward. Supreme Unity changed tactics, trying to tempt her instead. I refuse. Why are you being so stubborn? This is a perfect opportunity to see the path forward, and maybe even achieve true transcendence. Supreme Unity felt a slight annoyance and frustration. Ever since the ultimate taboo, this woman has gone her way to oppose him in every way. There were many opportunities for them to both benefit, especially with some of the secrets in the lower dimension. Still, she refused and opposed him in every scenario. Supreme Unity knew how far he could have walked toward the transcendent path, if not for this bald nun stopping him at every occasion and opportunity. History and time are on my side, Mithria replied coolly. Once the kid discovers the truth, reaches my level, and feels reassured, I know he will be more than happy to share his secrets to help me walk the transcendent path. So, why do I need to offend him now? You don't know that for sure, but I do, she replied, very confident. All signs have shown that's the kind of person he is. Isn't that why we previously followed Kyuan? Now, his descendant is even more charismatic and talented than him. Supreme Unity looked at her. He would have unleashed his wrath and anger if not for his suppressed emotions. However, he knew such emotions were useless. I can only continue the original plan. Heavenly Book better not let me down, or I will hunt him down to any corner of this universe. Their battle continued, becoming even fiercer than before. Red Mist Forbidden Land. Heavenly Book Paragon opened his eyes. Another time Nexus? How many major life events does this man have? More importantly, if he has so many, why hasn't Grand Tao found a flaw to kill his young self? As he looked at the words appearing in the group, he had to give Wang Wei his prop. It should not be easy to defend his past self against so many events that could kill him if he failed to save his past self. So, is he that capable, or has Grand Tao been this incompetent? Heavenly Book Paragon knew the answer. As someone who cultivates Heaven Tao, he knew how sophisticated of a system Grand Tao was, and no one with a sane mind would call it incompetent. He observed the entire process of his book's upgrade, and once the process ended, his eyes twinkled. Am I going to get my first worthy, fortunate encounter from these two? Let me see. It should be something that belongs to Wang Wei. Interesting. The page describing this encounter was still incomplete, but he deduced much information from the small section. Heavenly Book turned a few pages to analyze the new information. He suddenly stopped at a new information. He used my inheritance and Madman Choose method to create a new ceremony? This bastard knows I'm his enemy. He deduced Wang Wei would be suspicious of him after the plan with Emperor Jia failed, but now he had confirmation the latter knew of his existence. With how Madman Chu usually behaves, he will definitely try to meet him to get his hands on that ceremony. And once they meet, he will 100% recognize my work, and there is a 76 chance he will accidentally mention it. He did try to hide the fact he created that inheritance, and his method could fool Wang Wei due to his low cultivation and unfamiliarity with him. But that will not be the case for Madman Chu. His threat has been elevated now that he knows, and the amount of time I have left has also decreased. He frowned briefly before raising his hand to draw a rune in the air. Then, a potent energy that originated from the rune entered the book. As soon as he drew the rune, thousands of chaos worlds activated powerful arrays that covered their entire world. Then, they were refined into the purest energy that the heavenly book fed his book. Nothing survived in this world. Not the people, the cultivators, the branches of samsara, no matter, energy, space-time, and even the fundamental concepts that compose their existence. Powered by this extremely unique and pure energy. More writing appeared in the book. Grand Tao is not happy with its chosen son, so it has begun to create ways for him to become a worthy competitor for Wang Wei. It's a good move since it cannot trust me. The purpose of the Grand Tao Sun was pretty obvious. Be strong enough to kill Wang Wei in one of its time nexus, thus killing its future self. Grand Tao only needs to block the river of time to prevent any interference, and then it will be game over. What are those time nexuses? Heavenly Book Paragon asked himself, and this was not the first time he had asked. In fact, he could not count the number of times he pondered this question. All those half-step transcendents have essentially transcendent time and space. So, why does someone even more powerful have not? The implications behind this might be the real prize in all these conflicts. He had done countless calculations, deductions, analyses, and even divinations after learning about this time nexus, and the answers he received varied from absurd and nonsense, and, finally, mind-boggling. Sadly, there was not enough information to narrow things down and find a concrete answer, or even to narrow it down to something he could investigate. Heavenly Book Paragon looked at his book, wondering if he could sacrifice more worlds to accelerate the process. He was unsatisfied with the news he received since it only involved Grand Tao Sun, and he did not care much about that chess piece. If I make any moves, things could snowball out of control. He had already noticed signs of the upcoming chaos since primordial chaos had not been peaceful since the all-seeing temple released their divination. However, the situation was still in the preparatory stage, and if he started destroying worlds in large groups, people would notice, and his actions might create a snowball effect. The peace and quiet is still advantageous to me, so there is no need to accelerate the chaos. What I need to focus on now is whether I should take the Grand Tao, Sun's fortune encounters, or leave it to him so he has a chance. Heavenly Book was currently in a cooperative relationship with Grand Tao, and such action might destroy their almost non-existent trust, and he might anger the latter. Why am I even hesitating? His plan was extremely dangerous, and only death awaited him if he failed, either at Wang Wei or Grand Tao's hands. So, he did not care about offending either of them. All or nothing. Hasn't this always been the motto? He immediately ordered one of his clones to travel to a few worlds to get his hands on a few things he might need. Anyway, Grand Tao is rich and has numerous ways to train its chosen son. Chapter 1144 Choice 1144 Choice Primordial Chaos Deathland Forbidden Zone. An old and ancient entity that embodied death, or the reverence of death, slowly awakened. The place was the purest of black, with no one in sight. Then, a pair of eyes opened, making the entire zone tremble. What happened? Death Reverence asked himself. The altar in the Eternal Ascension world was destroyed. He was not surprised by this news, as he had expected after learning that 2 half-step transcendences had appeared in that world. However, nothing happened after a long time, as they seemed to have balanced each other out and refused to work together. But now, it seems it has finally happened. It wasn't them who did it? Death Reverence was finally truly awakened. My lord found a vessel, but it was dealt with? Was it Grand Dao's doing? He could not find any more information, which frustrated him slightly. It was extremely difficult for his lord to find a vessel that was not only worthy, but perfectly fit with him. Death Reverence grunted. He wanted to immediately rush to the eternal ascension world to find the truth. Sadly, his current strength can only deal with one of those two. And he knows no matter their conflict or disagreement, they will work together to kill him. Death Reverence sighed deeply. If I were as powerful as that Outer God clone, it would not be easy for Grand Dao to deal with my actions. It was frustrating as he finally reached the level where he could achieve his goals. But Grand Dao has been keeping an eye on his every action, so he must act strictly by the rules, or he might be exiled, ruining all his plans and efforts. Death Reverence removed his sight from this event, focusing on the entire chaos universe at large. He immediately noticed the underlying chaos and strife due to the all-seeing temple. So, it's already time for another major event? Perfect. The corpse-selling sect thrives during times of war and death. So, he immediately ordered all his members to begin spreading more altars. Death shall walk on this world one day, and all sentient beings will revel at his name and presence. Death Reverence entered his deep sleep after saying these words. Prehistoric world. What did he do? Hongjun muttered after sensing the removal of the protection he provided to the kid. He mobilized his primary Tao, destiny, to divine the truth while holding onto Pangus' axe. What's this? He suddenly felt an opportunity to catch the truth, so he followed it. He did not stop sifting through the threads of destiny to find his answer. Blood dripped from his orifices, and the entire prehistoric world trembled, alarming countless entities. However, Hongjun did not care. He was so close. So, that is the cause of the catastrophe? He muttered while smiling wryly. He foresaw chaos and danger that could possibly destroy his home, so he took measures to ensure its safety or survival. But he never expected his actions would, in fact, lead to the catastrophe. So, we have to make a choice between those two? No, with our karmic connection, we are already marked to one side. He sighed deeply. Master, what happened? A voice rang outside his purple palace. However, before he could reassure them, another booming voice echoed. Hongjun, what happened? I was doing a divination. No normal divination would have such a reaction, asked another deeper voice without the boom. Any important information? No. Are you sure? The reaction was mostly from the backlash, Hongjun explained calmly. I'm currently injured and need to enter seclusion. I need you two to keep an eye on things for me while I recuperate. It's that bad, huh? Asked the one with a deep voice. Yes. Don't worry. Nothing will happen with us present, added the booming voice. Hongjun sensed their dissipating presence before sighing in relief. He did not know how these two would react to this news, so he kept it to himself for now. Now, what should my next step be? He was confused, as his decision would affect the entire world, so he needed to be careful. Hongjun sighed before reassuring his disciples. Then, he entered seclusions. He was not lying about his injuries, so he indeed needed to recuperate. He also needed this peaceful time to think and plan ahead. Eternal Ascension World, Lower Dimension, Myriad Emperor World. Wang Wei sat on this throne, deep in thought. Recent events have proven that it may not be enough, no matter how careful he thinks he is. Would things have gone better had he waited until becoming an everlasting Empyrean before destroying the Death World? Highly unlikely, especially since he was dealing with a chess game involving higher beings and entities. However, it would also have granted him more options. I always thought that no matter the situation, Grand Dao would follow the rules, but it appeared that was not the case. That bastardly thing is not as emotionally stable as I imagined. There was a possibility that he did not know all the rules. But Wang Wei did not care, nor was it relevant, since he was convinced the latter acted out of selfishness. That science and technology world. In fact, he would have definitely destroyed the world once he left. After analyzing that mark, Wang Wei knew the quantum would have evolved beyond his control and to the point that he could not destroy it if he wished to. But if I had more time, I could have found another solution to restrict its development or maybe create another weaker version before doing so. At the very least, I could have removed the new data from the Watchers before destroying it. But now, he gritted his teeth, thinking how much of an advantage he lost with its destruction. Then, there was the dark truth, which was another choice. Wang Wei was convinced that his parents and families would benefit somehow after entering the fog. Now, that is all gone. Death reverence. Count your days since now. You're on my list of variables to eliminate. Wang Wei was already worried about this path to transcendence due to his future self's actions. So, he did not appreciate any foreigners, outer gods or not, interfering in this world and making the process even more complicated. And once he has the opportunity and strength, he will eradicate that bastard with utmost impunity. Wang Wei opened his robe to look at his chest. Although there was no mark, some of him still felt it was there. He never hated any of his experiences in his cultivation journey as much as he hated this branding. He always knew he was someone's pawn, but the mark was physical proof that someone saw him as nothing but a worthless and discarded object. And there was the idea that his life was controlled by someone else, that his fate was not his own, that his freedom was shackled. He truly hated the experience. I must ask Randao whether there are any hidden marks on my body due to my status as a fate seed. Although using his question like this might be a waste since he could ask for a direct path of transcendence, he needed to know for his sanity's sake. Anyway, he was confident in himself regarding this aspect, but whatever mark may be left on him is not something he can deal with anytime soon. The issue is whether that bastard will follow the rules or not. This thought frustrated him. The fact that Grandao was unreliable affected many of his plans, and to say he was annoyed by this fact is an understatement. Now, I can only wait. Regardless of the future, he decided to use that question before entering the Paragon realm, before it became too late. Swish! Someone appeared in the throne room. What happened? Yiyan asked. Why are you here? Wang Wei asked, as he woke up from his deep ponder. Don't you see outside? Wang Wei looked, and he noticed his bad mood had created a somber vision with dark clouds with flashes of lightning covering the entire world. Wang Wei did not care, so he waved his hand to disperse the visions. He did not want the mortals to be scared and cause trouble. What happened to make you so angry? She knew how much control her son had over his emotions, so something big must have happened for him to behave like that. Yiyan suddenly thought of something. Did you receive bad news from the daughter-in-law? No, nothing like that. Something just happened that pissed me off. Want to talk about it? No, I'm fine, Wang Wei replied. He wanted to be alone. No, he wanted to talk to her, but that was not happening. Are you sure? We could have one of our night talks when you were young. You know, just us laying on the bed as I tell you stories about the world. Instead, you could talk about how you feel. Better yet, we can be the ones underneath the moonlight. I appreciate the offer, but Wang Wei suddenly paused. You know what? I don't see why not. He snapped his finger to change the day into night before teleporting away. Chapter 1145 Yinyang Dao Foundation 1145 Yinyang Dao Foundation. Wang Wei and Yu Yin lay in a vast green plain, head-to-head, while their feet pointed in different directions. They looked at the beautiful moon hanging in the sky, with the shining stars accentuating the view. Feeling better? Yu Yin asked. Yeah. You don't sound too convincing. Now, I can sleep if I want or smile, so I would say I'm feeling better, Wang Wei replied. That is progress. Life is all about highs and lows, and this experience is just to the lows, she reassured him. How is father and grandpa? Your father finished his 9-extremity foundation, so he's in good spirits. Is he now trying to attempt 10 supremacy? Not yet. We've been spending time together. It's good to be by each other's side. Do you want to return home? No. It's best to keep the charade going to prevent any trouble, Yu Yin explained. Plus, it's been good spending time at home with my sister. Not to mention the distance has spiced things between me and your father. You. Too much information. You're a grown man. Why are you embarrassed? Sex is, no matter how old I am, I do not want to know about your sex life. Wang Wei cut her off. Plus, you always say I'm your little boy no matter how much I grow or do. But all of a sudden, I'm a grown man. The hypocrisy. Yu Yin chuckled out loud. Grandpa should be out of his seclusion? Yes. He wanted to see you one last time before ascending. Wang Wei grunted. Is something wrong? I haven't determined my relationship with true heavenly Tao after what happened, so he should postpone his trip to ensure nothing happens. Yu Yin frowned. I don't think he'll listen to you this time. What makes you say that? He seems determined to finish this battle, to perfect his Tao heart, and start his reincarnation. With how he's been acting, I don't think he will postpone anymore. In that case, I can't let him see me. That's mean. Yu Yin knew how stubborn her father-in-law could be about certain things, so he might not listen to her son. However, he would never leave without saying goodbye. Wang Wei shrugged. This was the only way to deal with that old man once he became stubborn. By the way, do you need my help re-establishing your foundation? He could tell his mother was also approaching the limit like most of the emperors of this generation, so he offered his services. No, I'll do it myself, Yu Yin replied. However, you may be able to help me with this? She handed him an information talisman. Ayinyang julti fatian teknikue? Really? His lips twitched. Don't just focus on the title, but its purpose. Wang Wei frowned before reading the entire thing. His eyes immediately lit up. Interesting. You want to use yin-yang dual cultivation to achieve 10 Supremacy Foundation with Father's help? Yes. I had the idea after Lu Cheng proved the Tao, so I've been studying the infatuation and yin-yang love flower. What do you think? Is it feasible? Wang Wei took a moment to deduce. It is, but you'll need a few things. Firstly, it's best to achieve a perfect 9 extremity during your foundation reestablishment. If your foundations are too far apart in scale, this won't work like for the yin-yang love flower. I figured as much. Yu Yin nodded. Second, you'll need a medium similar to the yin-yang love flower. No, it would be best to use the flower itself. I feared as much, Yu Yin sighed. The infatuation flower was one of those rare herbs with such a specific condition of growth that could be described as extreme. Lu Cheng was lucky to receive one. No, maybe if not for Wang Wei's luck being intertwined with his, he might never have acquired one. Let me scan the lower dimension to see if there is still one left. Wang Wei suggested before searching the endless void. I found one, but it's in the early stages of gestation. It might take a while to bloom. It's fine. I have nothing but time. Yu Yin had a bright smile. As long as she could get her hands on it. Everything else did not matter. I have a better idea. I'm about to send Wang Qi on another voyage. I'll ask him to try to get his hands on one, or maybe even a completed yin-yang flower, Wang Wei said. And if that doesn't work, they'll find some unique key for you in the source key space to accelerate the infatuation flower process. No, wait, why am I so stupid? I can just find some key that will help your technique. There is definitely something that can help with Tao foundations. As reliable as ever, Yu Yin replied with a smile, but inside, she was not too happy. She thought she would have been able to help him more after proving the Tao, but things didn't go as well as she wished to. Wang Wei's usual perceptiveness did not know to notice his mother's feelings, so he continued. The last thing you need to watch out for might be tribulation. The rules of heaven and earth already make it difficult to re-establish the foundation, and what you're doing will definitely aggravate the situation. I expected as much. As far as Yu Yin is concerned, only 2 people have achieved 10 supremacy, and her husband will become the 3rd, assuming Dong Lifen did not achieve the alternate method beforehand. So, once she tries to do it in a crooked way, Heavenly Tao will be lenient on her due to her innovation and be extra strict on her for cutting corners. No, the situation is more severe than you think. The tribulation will definitely be based on a yin-yang theme or testing the relationship between you and Father. If something goes wrong, don't worry. The love between us cannot be faltered or broken apart by a mere heavenly Tao. Yu Yin sneered while her eyes showed her confidence. She could already deduce what this test would try. Its main focus will probably be their struggle in their younger days when they had to worry about their clan's expectations and the fact they had to fight for the heavenly battle. However, even back then, Wang Tian was prepared to throw away everything for her and her for him. Luckily, she was smart enough to come up with the pact ideal, but even without it, nothing could have stopped them. Your confidence reassures me, Wang Wei replied with a smile. Wang Wei added his input on the technique before handing it to her. Have you made a choice? About what? Your 10th revolution bloodline. Oh, that. Yu Yin had a significant choice to make. Only she achieves the 10th revolution, but the immemorial tribulation would, in turn, become manageable to the point she could pass it on her own or follow Wang Wei's path and allow the Yu clan to gain the benefit. However, she would need Wang Wei's help for the tribulation, but there's a decent chance she might not pass. Then, there's also the worry that their clan will be unable to bear the karmic weight of being a human fiend god clan. I think I'll do it alone, Yu Yin said with a sigh. I've tried a few divinations, and things do not end well for us if they have such a bloodline, even with the Tao opening sex protection. Knowing you, I'm guessing you did not completely give up? That's right. I plan on building up the sex luck and destiny, so I need some achievements or memorialized luck before I ascend. That won't be enough. I know. That's why I also plan to see if my ancestor is alive in the upper dimension and if we can revive the clan there. That a long-term project, Wang Wei reminded. Luckily, we have plenty of time. True, Wang Wei nodded. Any concrete plans? Some, for example, start a cult. Wang Wei's lips twitched. How would a cult help? You know what, never mind. Tell me the other ideas. You're no fun. Well, there is. The two spent the next few hours talking until the sun rose. They had fun as they talked about various subjects, some downright silly. It was the perfect distraction Wang Wei needed. Dad and Grandpa should be waiting for us. Indeed. Ian exhaled. The old man will not be happy that you won't see him. Old man? He's not here, so who cares if I'm disrespectful? Aren't you worried that I will rat you out? If you do, then I will know that I wasted all that time spoiling you as a kid. And you can leave because you're no longer my favorite child. I'm your only child. I said what I said, and I meant it too. Wang Wei chuckled out loud. You can tell the old man the truth if he gets suspicious. Anyway, I won't see him as long as I don't feel reassured. All right, say hi to Dad for me. Wang Wei disappeared, returning to the court. Chapter 1146 Arc 1146 Arc Wang Wei sat on his throne, and after a few seconds, a figure rose from a shadow spot before him. Master, Wang Zhu, update me. Yes. First, President Tian Wenyin is dead, and the court has conquered the Commerce Hub's territory. That should be expected. The man's effort was nothing but a last-ditch effort, so he was bound to die no matter what. Do you know why he never surrendered to us? Someone he loved dear died during the war, so he blamed us, blamed you. Is that so? No matter how cunning or brilliant someone is, they will always have some sort of emotional fetters, unless they walk the path of indifference. Do we know who? Never mind. Continue. With Tong Rubing's talisman, we have hunted down most of the Abyss Gap branches, but a few successfully escaped despite our well-coordinated efforts. Escape? Where? Back to the Gap. Didn't we have people blocking and supervising the entrance? Those people suddenly disappeared, and no matter the method we tried, we could not locate them. So, the best conclusion is that they somehow returned. We're still investigating the details, but making little to no progress so far. I see. Wang Weiss gazed Barato the endless space to spy at the Abyss Gap. Is something about to happen before I actively deal with this thing? That's annoying. He wanted to be careful and eliminate the problem after becoming an everlasting Empyrean. You don't need to put too much emphasis on them anymore, Wang Wei ordered. The Abyss Gap was his problem, so it was best for the Fate Shadow Guard to focus their attention and resources elsewhere. What else? Sir, have you heard of the Golden God? Wang Zhu asked. What's that? It's a new force that has risen during your retreat. New force? Are they important enough for you to bring up? Wang Zhu secretly looked at her master. She had the nagging suspicions that the Golden God was another pawn his master threw out for whatever plans. The latter's rise was too sudden and fast, and his unparalleled strength could not come out of nowhere. It made sense the Commerce Hub and the Spirit Genesis sect had such power. But this Golden God? His strength was inexplicable and so random that the entire thing screamed a plot. However, since the sect master did not want to tell the truth, he must have his reason. In just a short period, the Golden God has conquered more than 1,400 world communities even more than us. Are you serious? Wang Wei asked with a somber tone. Yes. The endless void is currently divided into 3 sections. Us, the Golden God, and everyone in between who is yet to be conquered. Is that so? The feeling that this was all a ploy intensified after seeing her master's reaction. However, Wang Zhu did not ask and continued. That's the current situation. The good news is with this new enemy. The remaining world communities were forced to establish a court as a way to condense their military power. So, our objectives could be said to be two-thirds. Two-thirds? The Golden God does not allow the existence of courts. Instead, he forced all conquered worlds to worship him. Well, two-thirds is not a bad result, Wang Wei nodded. So, what should we do about him? Wang Zhu asked. Don't worry about it. They'll have a court meeting to discuss things. More importantly, how is the expansion of the Fate Shadow Guards? Excellent. We are meeting your expectations, and by the time we've spread throughout the lower dimension, everything should be prepared. That's good news. Wang Wei nodded before handing the law tree seed to her. Give this to Origin 1 and tell him to find someone to plant it. Wang Zhu received the seed, wondering why the sect master tasked him with such a mundane thing. Couldn't he just do it himself? Okay, you're dismissed, Wang Wei said after talking for another few minutes. Wang Zhu bowed before she dissipated. She knows me too well, Wang Wei thought. Such a quality is perfect for the kind of role Wang Zhu is in, but it also becomes a weakness that Wang Wei's opponent could exploit. He does not think Wang Zhu would ever betray if she were ever captured, but there were too many ways to extract information from her. That's why she cannot ascend with me. The lower dimension is the perfect protection for her until I'm strong enough to protect her from these methods. Wang Wei felt it was truly a shame, given how much time and effort he spent to train her to be this capable. Previously, he did not want to take her mainly due to her talent, but he's learned that with his ability, cultivation talents are the least of his problems. Oh good, you're back. Wang Wei turned to look at Su Shi. I came to check on you, but you weren't here. She paused and looked at him intently. Why are you suddenly more beautiful than me? I've always been more beautiful than you. Your ego simply could not accept such a fact until I truly reveal myself to the world. Su Shi rolled her eyes as she observed him more carefully. You're not the kind of person to care about his appearance and purposely make you more beautiful. So what happened? I got a new skin routine. Care to share? You can't afford it. That's a shame. Su Shi sighed deeply. However, now, we will never beat the rumors about us. Wang Wei's lips twitched as he could already foresee what people would say about his new change. For example, he felt inferior, so he changed his appearance to be more worthy of being with Su Shi. And that one will probably be the mildest of them. Don't mention those things, or my mood will worsen. So, are you all right? I'm fine. Su Shi looked at him. Well, if you say so. We need another court meeting, as there are many things for you to decide, especially the ambassadors from the Central Region. Central Region? I'm assuming you've been debriefed on the current situation of the Endless Void? I was. Well, that's the name we have given the regions between us and the Golden God. That's a lazy name, but I guess it's straightforward enough. Their people have been for a while, asking for an audience with you. All right. With a thought, the court's bell rang worldwide, signaling that a court meeting would occur 3 days later. Then, the two chatted briefly before Su Shi left. Wang Wei gazed at the world. 28,000 years passed while he was in the dark truth. So a few important things occurred in his absence. For example, Liu Cheng had already ascended, becoming the first emperor in this generation to leave. The innate demon gods were perfectly integrated into the world, and as he planned, the innate demons were now allied with the demon race in the north, while the primordial gods were now allied with human forces. Finally, the myriad emperor world received baptism from the 5 sacred beasts because of Huofeng Wang. From now on, the 5 elements and yin-yang of the world were perfected, and the world's luck was more condensed, which allowed it to give birth to more talents. More importantly, the 5 sacred beasts were considered holy creatures, hence their high immunity to curses. Because of this blessing, children born from a myriad emperor world will also have a slight immunity to curses. And the myriad emperor world itself cannot be easily cursed. Her actions have actually prolonged the Heavenly Emperor era by a significant person, Wang Wei thought. No wonder she received a decent amount of merit for her action. His eyes then focused on the Western continent. The devil cultivators have essentially been reformed after being used as the court's main military power. Now their strength has reached an all-time low, almost non-existent. Why such a drastic change? Devil cultivators existed because it was a shortcut for people without talents. However, in this generation, resources and training methods are so abundant that it is pointless to become a devil cultivator. For most people, why kill innocent people to increase their cultivation when they can do thousands of simulations beforehand to ensure nothing goes wrong? Then there is the fact that cultivators now have access to thousands of different cultivation systems. They might be talentless in the origin system, but not in other systems. All these changes resulted in the drastic weakening of the Devil Tao. Now that cultivation has become so much easier, true Heavenly Tao has already created new ways to restrict mortals. Previously, someone had to be born with a leakless body to cultivate the origin system. But now, if someone did not have such talent, they could change to a martial arts system that only required healthy bones or bodies. Arc? Is that the new system? Mortals are now born with or without an arc. Those with the arc can cultivate, and those without cannot, no matter the system. Of course, this system is imperfect, as true Heavenly Tao left hope for the people in this era. So, if someone had already used the previous system to walk the path of cultivation, they were fine. Meanwhile, even this new system was not perfect in an attempt to give hope to this era's mortals. As long as they find the right resources, they can condense their arcs, which is not nearly as rare as it used to be. Chapter 1147 Sixth Court Meeting 1147 Sixth Court Meeting. Before removing his gaze from the Western continent, Wang Wei checked on Fenghong. As expected, the monk was condensing his first-level golden body of merit. With Buddhism spread throughout the lower dimension, he had the merit for such an achievement. He might even achieve the second level before ascending. Wang Wei thought before checking on everyone else. The only thing to notice was that the five-element Balance Palace and the Tai Profound Gate had been focusing their efforts on the celestial harmony world, which made sense since it was a pure Taoism heaven will. With the rise of Buddhism, they needed to do something, or they would become obsolete. If Supreme Unity weren't such a bastard, I would have helped you balance out the spread of Buddhism, Wang Wei thought before shaking his head. Supreme Unity might be indifferent to the current state of Taoism, but that would not change the fact he was deeply connected or ingrained with it. Vank Ve Summon Vanki. Secmaster, when is your next trip? It should be soon. Many worlds were a little wary of this deal, so they did not send their best during the previous voyage, so their benefit was mainly from the sheer number. But this time, many people knew the benefits and were prepared to send some of their best sealed heaven chosen. Do it now, and once you are there, ask them specifically for an infatuation flower or a yin-yang flower. If they don't have it, try to find it yourself. Even contact the sect if need be. Don't worry, Sect Master. You can always count on me. I know, and as I promised, once this is over, you'll have one of the eternal powerhouse spots. Wang Qis' eyes lit up in excitement. His job might look easy, but every time he ascended, he risked his life. An accident could happen at any time in the upper dimension, and based on the scale, even Wang Wei may not be able to save him. Wang Qi left, and Wang Wei summoned the leaders of the innate demon gods. He had never met them in an official capacity and thought this was a perfect opportunity to welcome them. He thanked them for their services during the war and asked how they were adapting to the world. The meeting lasted a few hours, and Wang Wei displayed his charm and charisma as a leader. Once they left, he closed his eyes, waiting for the meeting time. His grandfather tried to come to see him, but he left to see Li Jun to hide from him. So, the old man had already caught the situation, and Yu Yin had to tell him the truth. His reaction was as expected. He was angry. He almost made a scene before the court had it not been for Wang Tian to talk him out of it. In other words, His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, averted another family scandal after what happened to his mother. The meeting's date arrived, and everyone arrived on time. Even Feng Hung sent in a projection to attend. Everyone immediately noticed Wang Wei's new temperament, and some people did not hide their gossip, making him speechless. Wang Wei raised his hand to stop these people from chattering. We have a lot of work to do, apparently. So, let's get down to business, starting from the most crucial to the least. Where are the ambassadors? A beautiful woman with long brown hair, long legs on the side of her cut hanfu, and cupped hands led a group of 5 people. I am Hualong. On behalf of the Central Region Alliance, I salute you, the Heavenly Emperor of Virtue. She bowed deeply, followed by the others. Heavenly Emperor of Virtue? That's a name I've never heard of. Your Majesty, people no longer refer to you as the first Heavenly Emperor, but by this new title, one of the ministers explained. Is that so? Then, why didn't they just call me the Supreme Heavenly Emperor? It's direct and very fitting. No one answered him, and some people looked awkwardly at each other. I see, Wang Wei uttered. That name is too powerful and domineering, and some refused to accept it. So, instead, they put in a virtuous title to put me in a box and force me to act in a certain way that fits that title. And if I don't, they have justifiable cause to ruin my reputation. I'm guessing whoever suggested that name was definitely a scholar used to using morality to restrain other emperors or rulers. Hualong was calm, but not everyone she brought could remain calm under such an atmosphere, so a few had bright red faces. Meanwhile, the court ministers looked at these ambassadors with a sneer. They knew what kind of person their leader was, and it was truly the biggest joke to think of them for being able to use rules and morality to restrain that man. So, who is the scholar? Wang Wei asked toward the ambassadors, but somehow immediately changed his mind. Forget it. Such a person is not significant enough for me to remember their name. Regardless, I like the name. It should serve its purpose in times like this. This man has no regard for any rules, Hualong thought. He will use that title for his benefit. When needed, he will instantly abandon it and become a tyrant, and he will not hesitate in the slightest. What brings you here to see me? Wang Wei asked. Any attempt for an appeal of emotions, responsibility, and duty will not work on this man, Hualong thought. Only benefit. She now had to change tactics to approach this meeting. The Golden God is rapidly approaching our territory. We know only you have the strength to stop him. So, we ask that you intervene for the sake of your legacy. For the sake of my legacy? Interesting choice of words, Wang Wei chuckled. I'm curious. He did not immediately give an answer. How many world communities are in your alliance? 538, but we also provide aid to the non-alliance members as long as they ask, and we have the capabilities. That's a decent size. Do you guys have a leader, or do you have a different governing system? We have an alliance leader, and her name is the Overlord Seal Empress. Xiao Dao Hu, Wang Wei muttered. She must be very capable of convincing so many worlds and communities. She is. Without her, the situation would have been worse. Wang Wei nodded. Tell me, what is your exact plan? Hualong frowned. We hope to work together to eradicate this threat by establishing connections through the dream world. With all our might combined and our ability to mobilize troops, the Golden God will not have a chance, and we can free the people he has enslaved. What's in for me? So direct, Hualong thought. We know that we must rely on your strength, so we are prepared to offer most of the benefits. That's a good way of saying you're going to make the least effort and sacrifice, but still want a significant share of the profit. No, that is not our objective. Our goal, all right. Wang Wei raised his hand. You don't need to be a genius to see how this situation is about to develop. Your Central Region Alliance is the weakest of the 3 parties, so the next step is for me and the Golden God to swallow you until we are the last one standing. Then, we will determine the fate of the lower dimension. The room immediately became quiet. The other ambassadors had ugly expressions, but Hualong tried to remain calm. The worst situation has occurred. After realizing what kind of person this Heavenly Emperor was, she felt things would lead in that direction. But she did not expect him to be so direct. I believe this may not be the best approach. And why is that? Our understanding is that your goal is to spread the heavenly courts. However, the Golden God has disbanded the courts in every world he conquered. If you use this approach, you will lose countless worlds and have to start over. And that's on the chance you will be the final winner in this confrontation. Haha, you want my help while also doubting my strength. Not all. I'm just stating a possibility. Wang Wei shook his head. Your argument is not as appealing as you think. I have all the time in the world, so I don't care about wasting time, especially since I will preserve more benefits in the long run. Your Majesty listened to my proposal instead, Wang Wei added. Your alliance should surrender to us. No, absolutely not, said one of the ambassadors. So Hualong stared at him coldly, making him tremble. You saw how I've treated the remnants of the Commerce Hub. You saw how prosperous these worlds have become, and that's despite the fact I've punished them severely for daring to rebel against me. Wang Wei continued. If you guys surrender, your benefit will be worlds apart from them, and I can even promise you a 20 increase for handing over 500 worlds all at once. And if we don't? Hualong asked after a brief pause. Then, let the battlefield dictate your fate. Chapter 1148 Ultimate Comeback 1148 Ultimate Comeback. The ambassadors were about to leave after the discussions broke down. Hualong tried her best, but Wang Wei was the kind of no-nonsense person, so he shut down all her other attempts. Now, they needed to report to their leaders so they could make a decision. Have a leader come see me for the next meeting, Wang Wei declared before dismissing them. Then, he focused on the crowd. As you can see, we're about to enter another major war, and once this one is over, we will finally achieve our goal of spreading throughout the endless void. These ministers' eyes shone brilliantly. War meant resources, profit, and more importantly, glory. They will leave their marks on the history of the lower dimension, and that's something to brag about for countless eras to come. To prepare for this war, we must have a meeting with all the courts under our influence. Wang Wei said, preparing to call all 1,000 other heavenly emperors. Your Majesty, before you do that, why don't we deal with our internal issues? Right, Wang Wei said with a grunt. All right, let's get started. Many things needed his focus or decisions during his long absence, so Wang Wei dealt with those first. And since he technically had a hands-off approach to the court since the war with the martial hegemony world, there were some issues as far back as then for him to deal with. The entire process took hours despite his superhuman process speed, mostly because many people began to argue. And since they were not arguing for the sake of argument and making good points, Wang Wei listened to them before making a decision. Finally, he dealt with everything and started an even larger meeting. Wang Wei's throne was located on a slightly elevated podium, and with a snap of his finger, he summoned more than 1,200 thrones on his right and left side. Before the meeting proceeded, he chatted with a few people he was close to, like Jilan Fong, the Monkey King, or the original members of his alliance. They discussed and strategized for the next war, which would be even bigger than before. They established a new war room and elected a new commander. Sadly, Tai Gang failed the competition and was elected as the vice commander. The final part of the meeting was training and simulation of this war in the dream world. So once that was established, everyone dispersed, waiting for the next possible changes in the situation. Wang Wei was once again left alone, so he finally took the time to check on his pawn. If everyone could see the feared Golden God right now, they would be extremely surprised as he was currently facing a life-and-death situation. Heaven-devouring Emperor. You are so predictable, Wang Wei thought with a grin. That bastard survived the Heaven Will battle and tried to stage a comeback from the 9 Devil God world. Sadly for him, that was Wang Wei's property, so his attempt was futile. However, Wang Wei had a hunch he might be useful, so he let him escape, allowing him to run far away from him. Now he was glad he did so. With my karma unbound physique, it doesn't matter if I manufacture a catastrophe to get the human emperor position or reap other benefits. However, it would benefit me if the catastrophe were more real, as true heavenly Tao would be less likely to remember and hold a grudge. He grinned as things proceeded as expected. After escaping, The heaven-devouring emperor's only thought was to regain his strength and avenge himself. Sadly, his luck was currently in the negative. So most of his efforts and attempts failed miserably until he heard about the Golden God's rise. So, he assumed the identity of a regular cultivator in a world community about to be conquered. Once the Golden God enslaved his mind with his parasite, the heaven-devourer emperor found ways to make sure he looked like one of the ladder's undying followers. Then he slowly climbed the political ladder by showing his tactical mind and gaining the Golden God's trust. The heaven-devouring emperor became the ladder's right-hand man. But everything was just a ploy to use the ladder's hand to eliminate Wang Wei and avenge himself. Unfortunately, the heaven-devouring emperor's greatest flaw is his greedy nature. So he starts lusting after the Golden God's powers themselves instead of using him to avenge his humiliating defeat. He observed, analyzed, and waited, and with the Golden God's unilateral trust in his parasite, the heaven-devouring emperor had the opportunity to get close. He discovered the ladder's strength originated from the armor and prepared for ways to suppress its power temporarily. Then, at the right time, when his opponent's guard was at its lowest, he attacked. If nothing unexpected occurs, the heaven-devouring emperor will become the main personality, and this catastrophe will officially become real, not man-made. Wang Wei had nothing to do with the heaven-devouring emperor's actions. He just predicted them. So, true heavenly Tao cannot blame him. He silently removed his spiritual particle from the armor and closed his eyes. Heaven Mountain World. That's everything that happened. Hualong finished her explanation while looking respectfully at a woman dressed in a long flowing robe with clear blue eyes and a red mark on her forehead. She was as beautiful as a celestial being, but with a natural oppression emanating from her body. She stood above this cold mountain enveloped by snow. But her beauty somehow eclipsed this wonderful sight. Even more, her white clothes made her seem purer than the snow itself. "Your Majesty, I'm sorry. I have failed you," said a thin scholar in yellow robes holding a whisk. He lowered his head in shame, and he seemed genuine. The Overlord Seal Empress looked in the distance. "It's not your fault. No one could have predicted that the Heavenly Emperor of Virtue would have this personality. Even so, I should have thought that someone with such achievements could not be easily manipulated." The Overlord Seal Empress turned around to focus on the group. She patted the scholar on the shoulder to reassure him, and he immediately felt the utmost honor, followed by shame since he failed her. "Did you investigate what I asked?" "Yes, Your Majesty," Hualong responded. "Hong Wu is indeed Wu Hong, or Empress Wu from the Myriad Emperor world, the ender of the Devil era. We've guessed as much, but what else do you know? Does she have a lineage or clan?" "Unfortunately, no. According to what I found, she was alone most of her life, and the devil gods exiled her to the upper dimension before she had a chance to establish one." "Is that so?" The Overlord Seal Empress sighed. She wanted to pay respect to her master's lineage, but now it seems she has to ascend before getting the chance. "There's something else. If you have any information, why are you hesitating to tell His Majesty?" The scholar chimed in. Hualong stared at him. She was trying to be gentle in her news delivery. "What is it? You can tell me." "The first Heavenly Emperor might be connected to Empress Wu." "Connected how?" "They are Tao companions." "What nonsense are you talking about?" The snow mountain suddenly became colder. "According to their history, he married a woman, Wu Hong, and she also used sealing Tao. That doesn't mean it's her." "True, but she looked exactly like any portrait of Empress Wu, except older and with a more mature aura." Hualong explained. The Overlord Seal Empress frowned. "Show me the picture." Then, her brow furrowed deeper as she saw the projection Hualong showed her. "It might still not be her." "That is also true," Hualong nodded. "According to rumors, before he proved the Tao, they believe she was either Empress Wu's descendant, a clone, or her reincarnation. However what? She suddenly disappeared before their final battle. The main theory is that she was, indeed, Empress Wu, who had to reincarnate for some reason. However, she regained her memories and ascended. So, Their relationship ended? That I don't know. What I do know is she is still labeled as their court's queen mother. The overlord's seal, Empress, frowned. Such a thing could mean many things. The first heavenly emperor might just be pining after her master, or she might have acknowledged their companionship despite the weird circumstances in which they occurred. Let me ask you, does he have any other wives or concubines? No. Apparently, he's famous for being loyal. Really? You're telling me a man with such power does not have any other wives and concubines? Officially, that is the truth. Officially? The overlord's seal, Empress, asked. There are rumors he's in a secret relationship with the Time Void Empress. But they are both married and don't seem like the kind of people who would do such a thing. Plus, this man doesn't care about public perception, so he does not need to hide it. He could be doing it to protect the Void Time Empress reputation, the scholar added. Or, he's afraid of what my master will do to him once she finds out. The overlord's seal, Empress sneered. Chapter 1149, Bias 1149, Bias, Your Majesty. What should we do now? The scholar asked. The situation had reached the worst possible outcome, and their choice would have catastrophic effects. What do you think? The Empress asked. The scholar paused. I'm afraid our only option is to surrender unless there is some kind of miracle. His original plan involved Wang Wei succumbing to his virtue title and manipulating him into a cooperative relationship with the Central Regions. And if he refused, he could smear his name and use public opinion to force him to conform. Sadly, this plan was eliminated before it even started. Come on, I know you could do better than this. The scholar's body paused before lowering his head. He then glanced at Hua Long from the corner of his eyes and signaled her to speak. Our only choice besides war or surrender is to see if we can use the first heavenly emperor's affection for his wife to negotiate a more peaceful approach. However, such tactics rely solely on the fact that he truly loves and would do anything for her. Hua Long stated calmly. Do you think such a tactic will work? The Empress asked. No. Oh, so you also think he's not as faithful as he seems? Not at all. Then why? Hua Long paused. I think this man will not let anyone or anything stop his ambition. Ever his wife's disciple? Your Majesty, I will be honest. You're probably not her disciple in his eyes, just an inheritor. Hua Long, you've gone too far, the scholar chided. I merely wish to give Her Majesty all the information possible so she can make the correct decision. Correct? By whose standard or idea? I've misspoken. So she can make the choice she sees as the best. You're all right, enough. The overlord's seal, Empress, chimed in. She looked in the distance. Arguing is pointless since the council will not let me make such an important decision alone. But they will consider your opinion, the scholar added. True. The Empress nodded before pondering for over a minute. Hua Long, what do you think I should do? I think it best to meet the Emperor with an open mind and make a decision after a deep enough conversation to understand what kind of person he is. Why would you suggest something like that? Knowing Her Majesty could not leave the Central Region? The scholar quickly said, they've held on for so long because the Empress created a brilliant array that linked over 500 world communities and channeled their powers through her. However, the downside is she cannot leave the Central Region. I've acquired temporary access to the Dream World so Her Majesty can have the meeting there. The Dream World is his domain. Do you think she won't be in danger? Hua Long looked at him. The reason we have to rely on him is due to his strength, which is possibly higher than that of the Golden God. Do you think anyone can stop him if he wishes to kill anyone? The scholar did not have a comeback, as she was correct. However, he still felt this was too dangerous, so he decided to argue just to argue. Anyway, he only wishes for Her Majesty to be safe. All right, set up the meeting. Your Majesty, you know you have no argument, the Empress said, and the scholar blushed. Hua Long took out a talisman and activated it. The Empress soon found herself in the Dream World version of the Myriad Emperor World's court. However, they were not in the throne room, but in the garden. What do I call you? Wang Wei asked. Shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Wang Wei frowned. You can call me Wang Wei. The name's Hong Meilin. She changed her name to Hong Wu while visiting my world. I was an orphan and did not have a surname, so I thought of taking hers, Hong Malin explained. Now that she knew her master's real name was Wu, she wished to change it, but decided to do so after getting her approval. Wang Wei nodded. I thought your Dao would be an exact copy of hers. If I did that, I would never have passed her test. Hong Malin scoffed. The trial specifically asked for her to create her own Dao based on the ceiling Dao. So she replaced the control Dao with Overlord Dao and added a bit of destruction Dao to make up for the heaven knowledge Dao of her master. Wang Wei's brow once again furrowed. May I ask why this hidden hostility toward me? It's obviously not from the decision I made today in court. Hong Malin's body paused. As Hua Long suggested, she told herself to be open-minded and less biased, but she could not help it after seeing the man. Since it's out on the table, it'll be direct. Do you have other women besides my master? Wang Wei's lips twitched. Many things suddenly clicked in his mind with this question alone. Not that it's any of your business, but no. She's the only woman for me, and I've said that many times. What about the rumors of you with the Void Time Empress? They're just that, rumors. Rumors do not come out of nowhere, Hong Malin countered. With how much power you have and that weird aura that draws people toward you naturally, I doubt you can remain devoted to only one woman. Like I said, they're just rumors. Then why haven't you done anything to stop them? Not a public statement or even a slight comment during court, Hong Malin asked with a sneer. She felt a rush of passion at the thought she was defending her master from being deceived by this cheater. It's the illusion of freedom. Wang Wei replied. People think they have way more power than they do when they can publicly or privately discuss their ruler's scandalous love life without any consequences. So, I allow them that illusion. I'm not buying such a weak excuse. Wang Wei immediately realized this woman was a lost cause. Her worship of his wife has lowered her IQ by half. The fact that you attended this meeting with biased notions about me based on rumors speaks more about your character than mine. Hong Malin's body suddenly paused. She felt all the joy and excitement rapidly leave her body like a deflating balloon. Then, her body trembled in fear as she looked at how his eyes turned from calm and a little cheerful to calm and indifferent. If not for your connection to her, I would have wiped you from the annals of history for your blasphemous words, Wang Wei said calmly. This meeting has officially ended. Return where you came from and make your decision, surrender or death. Wang Wei waved his hand to dismiss her before opening his eyes on the throne. He was lost in thought for a few minutes before muttering, Shadow. A hooded figure appeared from the shadows before him. Lord, I need you guys to start a campaign to squash the rumors about me and Su Shi. Spread the words about how much I love my wife and how loyal I am. From now on, I want people who speak about these rumors to be looked at as if they were idiots. It shall be done. The shadow swallowed the hooded figure, and the scary machine, the Fate Shadow Guard, began to operate. Rumors, stories, poems, and even musical pieces about the love story between His Majesty and the disappeared queen began to spread in every corner of the myriad world region. The power of words, myth, and stories. Wang Wei muttered as he observed the process. This might be a better way. Heaven Mountain World. Your Majesty, how did it go? The scholar asked. On me l'a sigue deeply. Longa, I'm sorry. You didn't listen to me, did you? Hualong asked. Unfortunately. Tell you didn't at least offend him. If you want to hear a lie, I can. Hualong grunted while the scholar showed signs of slight panic. You want to attack us, right? The situation has not reached this point, Hong Malin answered with a deep sigh. But we must try to alleviate the situation. What do you have in mind? Can you still use the talisman? Hualong tried activating it a second time, but to no avail. In that case, we must send another diplomatic envoy to apologize. Take out 3 of our most expensive and rare objects from my collection to give as an apology. Although Hong Malin knew the man would not care about her little wealth, what truly matters is her intention. Then, Hualong asked, I need to meet the council. Have you made a choice? On me l'a nodded. The only good thing from this interaction is that I've confirmed this man is indeed more powerful than the Golden God. She fought with the Golden God and knew his strength and aura. So, she can say for sure that he paled in comparison to that monster. Chapter 1150 Missing Link 1150 Missing Link. Wang Wei was deep in thought, thinking about the idea that just flashed in his mind. He deduced and refined this plan to ensure it would work without any problem. He removed the crystal with the corpse-selling sex luck from his neck. He wore this thing on him, so the quantum would remove any backhand left on the thing without him asking. He did not want to use it just in case something was wrong, and from the previous situation, it seemed perfectly fine. Wang Wei removed a significant portion of the luck from the crystal and blessed his father and mother's heaven luck. He did not grant them any specific destiny, but blessed them with an overall destiny to achieve great things in life. I was right about father. Although his talent was unparalleled, he failed in the luck department. He discovered his father's original heaven luck was even worse than his mother's, which was a scary fact given the vast difference in their talents before he became their son. With the earth luck provided by the Tao opening sect, Wang Tian's highest achievement was the Saint realm before Wang Wei came around. That's how atrocious his heaven luck was. However, now he had countless destinies, including leaving the ultimate sword path. Wang Wei's action gave him the final push to escape his fate as being a luckless cultivator. Wang Wei watched his father, who suddenly felt the changes in his fate. Wang Tian felt a new sense of freedom, and after figuring out what had happened, he muttered, "Thanks, son." "No problem." Wang Wei smiled because, as of now, his father is guaranteed a brilliant cultivation future even if he were not present or something happened to him. In other words, Wang Tian no longer needs to rely on his destiny to boost him. "Now for the next step," Wang Wei muttered. He entered the River of Time, and it was not the branch that ran through the myriad emperor world alone, but the one overseeing the entire lower dimension. He begins to alter the endless voids past slightly. Nothing major, as that would elicit major backlash. Although Wang Wei believed his current strength was enough to bear a significant amount of backlash, that was unnecessary for his plan. The changes he made were minor compared to the grand scheme of things. He spread a story or legend about a man known for his hard work, unwillingness to give up, infinite spirit and will, and ability to break through his limits time and time again when hardship presented itself. Then this man became a god, bringing these traits with him. In fact, this man became the god of endurance, hardship, and limit breaking. The story spread to every corner of the endless void, to every world community, and every world, no matter their levels. The story has changed over time, with many components changing to assimilate to different cultures or the long passage of time. However, no matter what, the core idea of the story about endurance, hardship, and limit breaking never changed. Wang Wei ensured that. "Excellent," Wang Wei muttered as he realized this story has become a fundamental aspect of mortal cultures, even spreading to the cultivation worlds in some areas. Now, all I have to do is officially confer this man as a god and use incense to condense a divine avatar. As a god of limit breaking, you should have the limited ability of a limit breaker. So, as long as Father absorbs and combines your power with his Emperor's soul and Empyrean tier willpower, he should be able to break the limits imposed on him to become a mortal emperor. Wang Wei could imagine how powerful this god would be once he condensed it with incense coming from the entire lower dimension. Not to mention the power coming from its myth and legend that has now been ingrained into the very fabric of the lower dimension's culture and collective consciousness. As such, he's not too worried about the latter's ability to break limits. The issue is Father's Emperor's soul. Even after becoming an everlasting Empyrean, it won't be easy to help him refine it. He had many ideas to try, mostly using the soul method to temper his father's soul. Why am I thinking so hard? Once I become an Empyrean, I can use my key ability to find Tier 11 Kiss. I just need to find one for Father's soul. He suddenly felt relieved that he had a concrete plan. His concerns now should only be his relationship with true heavenly Tao and how many things the latter will let him get away with after he becomes an Empyrean in the lower dimension. What's this? Wang Wei suddenly noticed something in the River of Time and stopped himself from living. His gaze focused on the time branches of the myriad emperor world, and intuitively felt that something was wrong. He observed intently to no avail, so he used other vision prowess and abilities. Then, when he saw the history of his home world as one continuous line, he observed a very subtle cut on the line. In the timeline, that cut is after the Devil era. Did something happen? Wang Wei approached, observed, deduced, and divined the truth. There was another era after the Devil era. And was it erased or cut off from history? So many things suddenly make sense now. Emperor Kong ascended in the era after the Devil era, yet Wu Hong was leagues above him in terms of strength, power, and achievements. It did not make sense logically. Wang Wei thought it was because there was a decent period between the two eras where the world was in a weak state and the fact that the time acceleration in the upper dimension was going crazy after her ascension. But no, it was because the two were separated by an entire era. His Honger had plenty of time to grow, develop, and have all her achievements. This meant that the second origin war occurred during that era, meaning it might have been long by comparison to the others, or the time acceleration in the upper dimension was also an all-time high, Wang Wei concluded. However, he soon moved on to more important information or questions. What could possibly cause the erasure of an entire era? Could be Time Eater? Did he eat one of the eras when the parasites cleaned up the upper dimension's history? Probably not. Wang Wei looked around, wondering whether this was the only time this happened. He soon noticed another anomaly in the line of time where things were not flowing smoothly. That's when my ancestor Battle Maniac proved the Tao. He suddenly had a thought. Could it be that Battle Maniac did not prove the Tao not because of true heavenly Taoist balance mechanism, but because of some kind of wibbly, wobbly, timey-wimey related event? Wang Wei observed closer, but his divination failed him this time, so he was deep in thought. It's possible that Battle Maniac became an eternal emperor, but something forcibly changed the timeline and turned him into a pseudo-eternal. This actually makes more sense. After all, there is no way that Kiwen would not help him establish a nine-extremity foundation. He should have no issue tempering his body, unlike his sworn sister, so achieving a minimum of 3 root was a good estimation. So, how does it make sense for someone with such a foundation only to become a pseudo-eternal? Although not impossible, it would still be a statistical anomaly. Wang Wei's eyes twinkled. Assuming him correct, what could cause such devastation to myriad Emperor World's timeline? As soon as he asked this question, Wang Wei knew the answer: the Origin Wars. He felt the truth on the tip of his tongue. The ancestors said he summoned Shadow, Ruler, and Rainbow to the past to participate in the Second Origin War. And Wu Hong said she saw Battle Maniac fighting in the First Origin War. In other words, the Battle Maniac was the first to be summoned to the past. He slapped his head, wondering why he had never noticed such an obvious incongruency. Whatever methods the ancestry used to summon might have some risks. Or something happened during these wars that fundamentally affected the world's timeline. It's also possible that Battle Maniac cannot walk the eternal path due to whatever occurred. He did not believe for a second that Kiwen did not suggest that his brother reincarnate and restart cultivating so he could walk the eternal path. And Battle Maniac should not be the kind of person who cannot abandon his power for a better future, just like the human emperor. Wang Wei assumed he never did so because he wanted to prove he was as good as the others despite his previous failure. But now, he guessed things were a lot more complicated. Whatever method the ancestor has to travel to the past might be the answer I'm looking for, but might not be worth it if the backlash is so severe. Wang Wei left the River of Time, still processing the information he had just acquired. Chapter 1151, 3,800 seals. 1151, 3,800 seals. Just as he was about to leave, he sensed an aura locked on his body. His body went on high alert as he looked around. In the far distance, he saw a creature staring at him. It had a white robe, which was not really clothes, but part of its body. Its face was like an ugly red grimace mask with a long red nose. Wang Wei's body suddenly became active simply by the creature's gaze and terrifying aura. He was on high alert, ready to use his emergency tactics to face unknown and powerful enemies. However, the creature only gazed at him before dissipating. Was this a warning? Wang Wei thought. This creature should be the time wraiths that Shun Tong mentioned. So, was it warning me about messing with the space-time continuum on such a grand scale? Duly noted, Wang Wei muttered before leaving. It was a shame he could not use the same tactic for other things, but he expected as much. Regardless, he was satisfied with succeeding once. Things then became quiet for him as he awaited the development of the upcoming war and Wang Q's return. Eternal Ascension World. I apologize, but someone already bought our last piece of yin-yang flour, and we don't have any more infatuation flour. Is that so? Vank Kimatert. Do you know where I can buy one? Hold on. Give me a moment to report. Vank Kinodit. Old Ma used to be in charge of their exchange, but it seems something happened, and he was busy. Now, he had to deal with someone new, and the latter was the kind of person who took his job too seriously, reporting every detail and ensuring he did everything by the rules. 10 minutes later, the new liaison, a strict middle-aged man dressed in simple black clothes, returned. There is a medium-sized loose cultivator black market not far from here. You should be able to find a yin-yang love flower, but you should be careful since we will not provide protection to you. Here is an entrance token. Wang Qi received the token, which also included direct information transmission into his mind about how to travel to that black market exchange. He did not waste time and quickly traveled to his destination. Wang Qi was scared and paranoid since the sect master's resources were still in his hands, and he feared something would happen for him to lose it. His destination was a place called White Line City, and as soon as Wang Qi landed outside, something occurred. He sensed 3 terrifying aura and immediately checked the source. 3 people were confronting each other, and based on their aura, he knew it was 3 great emperors and 1 immortal sovereign. Based on their aura, the emperor's cultivation should be 57, 54, and 52, respectively, and the most powerful one's aura resembled that of a pseudo-eternal. That immortal sovereign has no chance, Wang Qi analyzed while deciding what his next course of action should be. However, he immediately received a shock to his system. The immortal sovereign killed 2 great emperors with 1 attack, and the pseudo-eternal only survived because of a powerful pagoda that appeared above his head. Wang Qi could sense the Grand Tao source from the pagoda, but the aura was similar to the broken artifact that caused a sensation among the sleeping ancestors. The battle started, and it soon became apparent that the emperor was holding strictly because of the strength of his artifact. More importantly, his body was beginning to crack as he could not bear the strength of the artifact. No, I can't stay here, Wang Qi thought as the shockwave from this fight was enough to injure him. So he activated a talisman Wang Wei gave him that teleported him a great distance away. I finally understand why these immortal sovereigns always complained. The restraint on them in the lower dimension is very severe, Wang Qi thought as he spat a mouthful of blood. He swiftly swallowed a pill and regulated his breathing. This world is becoming too dangerous. It's best for me to leave as quickly as possible. The sect master told him to contact the sect only if it was a last resort, and Wang Qi decided now was the time. He found an empty mountain to make a cave and establish some basic formations. Finally, he activated another talisman, and in less than 5 minutes, a projection appeared before him. It did not show a face, only a voice. Wang Qi, I'm surprised you actually contacted us. Elder Wang, he politely saluted. Did something happen? The sect master wants a yin-yang love flower. Really? Wang Yi did not hide his surprise because Wang Wei never asked them for anything despite having access to the sect, a fact that worried some people. Yes, no problem. In fact, we have a superior yin-yang love flower. They'll get it for you. What's the difference? Wang Qi asked curiously. It's when the person who dies to grow the infatuation flower did not know the person they are infatuated with actually loved them back. Then, that person discovers their death place and actually sacrifices themselves to the flower, adding their own infatuation. Such cruelty and specificity. That's why it's even rarer and more potent once it's transformed. A portal appeared before Wang Qi, sending out a black and white seed with pink lines drawn all over its body. Thank you very much, Elder Wang Yi. No problem. And don't hesitate to contact us if you need something. Now that these people have disappeared, we have more room to maneuver and interfere in the general situation. They'll pass the news to the patriarch. Wang Qi did not hesitate as he contacted the Queen Mother. Like before, he found himself teleported before her without even knowing how. What happened? The sect master sent you another gift. He did. He really shouldn't have. Wu Hong sighed as she waved her hand to take Emperor Jia's book and swiftly scanned through it. This disruptor rune is interesting. She had created a disruptor rune, but the idea behind this one was completely different from hers. Her rune targeted the flaw of every Daos, while this one focused on finding a flaw in the overall system of heaven and earth and used that flaw as a linchpin to disrupt the entire system. It should go well with my rune, she thought, actually appreciating the gift. Tell him thanks, and I will prepare a gift for him once he ascends. Excuse me. What is it? Wang Qi briefly hesitated. Is it possible for you to write a short note for the patriarch? Why? Well, something happened, and he was in a terrible mood. And the last time he wrote to him, he was so happy that heaven and earth manifested visions. Wu Hong's brow furrowed. What happened to him? We don't know. Well, at least I don't. All I know is there were dark clouds above the sky, and he lost so much control of his emotions that I could detect it when I met him. That is indeed bad. Wu Nu dead. She knew what kind of person he was from the memories, so she understood how bad things must have been for him to lose control to this extent. So, she conjured a note and pen to write him a letter. Do you know if he currently wants something? Nothing comes to mind. Wait. His grandfather is about to ascend for a duel before entering reincarnation. The sect master has been worried about that. Is that so? Tell him that I will guarantee his family's life until he enters reincarnation. Thank you very much, Queen Mother, Wang Qi said, bowing 90 degrees. I know the sect master will be very happy with this news. He took the letter and left after being dismissed. Wu Hong watched him leave, deep in thought for a few minutes. Then, she adjusted her breath before entering her sea of consciousness. She traveled into a deep layer of mind that was protected by too many layers and restrictions. At her destination were 3,800 seals composed of complex and entangled runes, releasing unique powers. She added the disruption runes to one of them before admiring her masterpiece. These runes were her life's greatest work, and with just one of them, she was confident she would defeat any primal paragons in the entire Chaos universe, and there were no exceptions. Sadly, she could not use even one of them without her soul or body collapsing. She couldn't even use a fraction of their powers. I knew this was the price, but it's still infuriating. Wu Hong did not regret choosing this path during the ultimate taboo, but she still wanted to complain. Regardless, as long as I make up for what I'm missing, the path forward will be bright and straightforward. She left this part of her sea of consciousness before disappearing from her retreat. Chapter 1152, Last Lesson 1152, Last Lesson Sect Master. I have returned. So soon? Wang Wei thought he would take a little longer, given the task he gave him. Things went smoother than expected. Wang Qi explained as he handed over the space ring with the resources. It was slightly better than expected. Any new information? Wang Wei asked. Nothing significant, except there is a new talent that seems to be performing better than Lin Fan and in general. Oh? Yes, he appeared out of nowhere. And his mission success soon surpassed Lin Fan and many of the others. Do you know any more information? Besides being called the Remorseful Emperor, I know very little since the revolution kept tight-lipped about him. Is that so? Wang Wei muttered, thinking who this person could be. Then, his attention was soon shifted to something else. Why is the yin-yang love flower different? It's so potent. Oh, this is what happened. A mutated one? That's excellent news. His mother's chances of success had dramatically increased with this mutated spiritual herb. A small smile crept on the corner of his mouth as he placed away. By the way, the sect said you can contact them after you ascend since they have more freedom. Wang Wei nodded. However, his plan involved minimizing the upper dimension sect's involvement in this upcoming battle. He knew that one wrong move and Supreme Unity might retaliate against the sect for his actions. Although they had Mithria's protection, it was not guaranteed she could always protect them, especially if Supreme Unity were adamant about making Wang Wei hurt, no matter the price. Did she like the gift? Wang Wei. Oh, I couldn't tell from her reaction, Wang Qi replied. However, I asked her to write to you because you were in a foul mood. I hope I did not overstep. Did she? Wang Qi immediately handed the letter, and Wang Wei read it with reverence and excitement. A brilliant smile appeared on his face, which further accentuated his newly perfected face and aura. Oh, you clever Wang Qi. You have no idea how much such an act will benefit your future. Wang Wei has prepared 2 types of eternal insurgent for the sect. The first kind is strength on par with the weakest eternal emperors, only 20 grand Dao source, and maybe 1 full battle realm. He will grant this strength to people like Yin Chun, who was once his Dao protector but has limited talent. This was the spot he was going to give Wang Qi. But now, after the small action, he decided to give him a spot on the 2nd tier, the Eternal Insurgent that can compete with some of the best Eternals. These spots were reserved for people like Sword 1, Origin 1, Desolate 1, and his favorite ancestor, Wang Wuqing. Although Wang Qi's talent is not on that level and requires more resources and training, Wang Wei will make the effort to raise him. Thank you very much, Patriarch, Wang Qi swiftly declared. Oh, and the Queen Mother said, you don't have to worry. She will protect your grandfather. You mentioned it to her? Yes. She asked me if you needed something, and I mentioned it. I've never felt I've picked the perfect person for a job besides today, Wang Wei chuckled. Tell me in detail your interaction. Wang Qi recounted the meeting, and from small context clues, Wang Wei could tell she appreciated the rune since she promised to give him a present after he ascended. He dismissed Wang Qi with a bright smile on his face. Everything went smoothly with Wang Qi's trip, meaning that nothing has changed with my relationship with true heavenly Tao. However, I should observe more so as not to be blindsided, Wang Wei thought. Now that he no longer needed to worry about his grandfather's affairs, he could see his family again. So, he updated Su Shi about her husband's new fame before teleporting home. As fate would have it, everyone was gathered since his mother came to visit the family, primarily because the old man was still grumpy because Wang Wei refused to see him before he left. He's an ungrateful grandson. That's what he is, Wang Chong roared. I named, raised, and taught him how to navigate the dangerous cultivation world. And that's how he repaid me. He's unfilial. That's what he is, unfilial. Father, you have to understand Wire Point. He must have his reasons for worrying. Wang Tian tried to persuade him. Of course, he has every reason to worry, but he has no right to stop me, to keep me hostage. Wang Cheng's voice was booming, and if not for the others blocking sound from leaving the room, everyone would have heard him by now. The cultivation world is full of uncertainty and unpredictableness. You should have understood that by now. Wang Wei coughed to reveal his presence, and Wang Chong turned around with such haste that it appeared as if his neck had broken in the process. It's you, the unfilial thing. On your knees, he yelled, pointing at a corner. Grandpa, didn't you hear me? On your knees? Can you just listen to me? So that's how it is now. You've grown. You got all the power and prestige, so no one could do anything to you? Is that how it is now? Wang Wei sighed deeply before walking to the corner and knelt. He looked at his mother and father for help, but they said nothing. Meanwhile, Wang Chong walked around him in a circle. His chest kept puffing before returning to normal. It seemed he was controlling himself not to say something he would regret. He did this for over a minute before the first word came out of his mouth. I don't know how long I've been waiting for this day, to no longer feel useless, incompetent, and like a failure. How long have I wanted to eliminate this constant feeling and reminder that I'm broken and incomplete? Now, imagine how I felt about preparing for the last hurdle to heal. Even if that means death in the process, for you to suddenly stop me by taking my feelings hostage? Wang Wei did not say anything. I understand you were worried about me, but instead of talking to me and explaining your concern, you decided to use emotional manipulation to to force me from leaving. Haven't you learned this lesson already? You cannot control everything, and even if you can, sometimes you shouldn't. Wasn't this the crux of your pursuit of freedom? To have the choice and ability to do everything, but have the mind to know when not to do so? Wang Chong looked intently at him, but Wang Wei had no words. The way he reacted was indeed wrong, but he did not think too much of it. However, it seems that control and manipulation had become his instinct and the default way he dealt with people. That in itself is not a problem, but now it seems this behavior has seeped into his core, and he even dealt with his family in this way. I haven't been able to teach you anything for a long time, but I hope you remember today's events as my last lesson. Now, stay here for a few hours while I cool down. Wang Chong summoned a jar of wine before flying out of the mansion, leaving everyone else. Wang Tian walked to his son and patted him on the shoulder before walking to the table to clean and sharpen his sword. Don't worry, he should calm down in a few hours, Yu Yan reassured him before leaving to cook something for everyone. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was left alone in his shame. He had only seen his grandfather this angry once, and it was when he was 6 or 7 years old. His grandmother had just left for a visit, and Wang Wei was not happy she could not stay. So, he muttered something under his breath about how his other grandfather, Yu Yong, was a weak man to have such a terrible injury. Of course, he did not mean it and did not expect anyone to hear him, but his grandfather heard him and punished him severely. Wang Wei always thought he had overreacted that night, but it was only later that he understood that he had hit a nerve when he called the latter weak. After all, there's nothing weak about having the Tao heart being broken. Complacency, Wang Wei thought. I've become too comfortable with the essence of my fate, Tao, manipulation. Although this problem looks small, if left unchecked, it's not impossible for me to be assimilated by my Tao, becoming a puppet to its fundamental nature of manipulating things. And if I dig deeper, the problem might even be more severe. Maybe this is not just because my personality and goals are perfectly aligned with Fate Tao, but also because of my status as a Fate Seed. I may be predisposed, nay, conditioned, to become a mindless puppeteer for the ultimate puppet master Fate. Chapter 1153 Farewell 1153 Farewell. Wang Wei had to resist every instinct in his body not to use his immeasurable emperor ability and ask Grand Tao about his Fate Seed mark. However, he had to stop himself since he did not know whether Grand Tao could be objective and fair. Logically speaking, it should have been an anomaly for Grand Tao to act out of character, out of anger, but he could not know for sure, and that was driving him mad. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. He entered deep into his sea of consciousness, bypassing the new security measures he created to prevent mind readers from spying. He condensed one of his spiritual particles into an avatar spiritual self. You and I are one, right? Of course, the avatar nodded. So, you know me the best? That's for sure. In that case, your task from now on is to monitor all my actions and pick up on signs that I'm slipping, signs that I'm being assimilated, Wang Wei ordered. No problem, the avatar nodded. It might be best for me to strip myself of all emotions, so I can be more like a machine and observe you more from a data standpoint. That's not a bad idea, Wang Wei agreed. Plus, it's probably best if I left all memories of this conversation with you. With your tendencies, you might indeed try to manipulate the data if you knew someone was observing you, the avatar agreed. How about this? We will have regular meetings to compare the data about my behavior. During this meeting, you can temporarily give me back my memories and take them away after it's done, Wang Wei suggested. That's fine. Do you have any idea how long each meeting should be? Every million years? You want epics? You can decide. But take into consideration when I'm in seclusion and such, Wang Wei replied. Of course, but what if there is an emergency? Like, the data showed a drastic change in personality and behavior? In that case, I'm permitting you to contact the people around me for an intervention. Tell them the truth and expect resistance. Very well. Wang Wei raised his hand to use a technique. The fate of heaven to bless the avatar with some power of heaven Tao. Then, The latter's eyes became cold and indifferent as he stripped himself of all his emotions. A green orb flew out of Wang Wei's soul before he left this part of his sea of consciousness. In his mind, he had just searched his sea of consciousness for signs of any mark with no result. If only I could access my existence blueprint again, I might have discovered something. He had tried a few times after his perfect foundation with no success. Wang Wei has labeled creating a technique to do so as a long project. Yu Yin finished the food over a little hour, but Wang Chong was not back. So, she had to use a talisman to preserve the heat and freshness. She looked at her son, slightly distressed. Although she knew he was not in pain, the humiliation and shame must be eating him. Alas, she agreed with her father-in-law after seeing his point of view. Plus, it would be the ultimate disrespect to undermine his authority by helping her son. That's why Wang Tian did not say anything as well. For hours after the food was finished, Wang Chong flew from the distance, landing before Wang Wei. "So?" he asked directly. "I'm sorry. Oh, it seems you're not completely gone. That's not fair. I've always been willing to admit when I'm at fault and take responsibility for my actions." True, Wang Chong nodded. He knew what kind of man he and his son raised, and, as such, he would give some credit. "Are you going to explain yourself?" Wang Wei sighed. "What can I say? I'm fighting with Grand Dao and feared it would retaliate by affecting your reincarnation. It seems my behavior has been slipping for quite some time now." He realized almost all his interactions since proving the Tao involved him being a manipulator. From the emperors of this world to the alliance members, to the Monkey King, Chun Tong, and even his friendship with Su Shi started with impure motives of getting his hands on the academy. Besides his family and sect, Wang Wei does not think he had any genuine connection or conversation since he proved the Tao. The scariest part is he slid into that role so naturally and seamlessly that he never noticed a thing. Things might have escalated before he noticed anything if not for going too far and doing so to a family member. "As expected, things are more complicated when it comes to you," Wang Chong commented. "Yes, they are," Wang Wei nodded. "And I have to thank you. You may have saved me from a terrible fate, even worse than death." "Wire, is something wrong?" "I don't want to talk about it. And you don't have to, but remember, we will help as long as it's in our power. Get up." Wang Chong helped him up before leading him to the table. "So what brought you here? Why did you change your mind and suddenly come to see me?" "Oh, the daughter-in-law up there promised to protect you, so I came to deliver the good news." "It's good to have reassurance." Wang Chong nodded calmly. "The better news is she seems to care about you. Now, I don't have to worry about our bloodline stopping with you. The fact you were worried is an insult." Wang Wei rolled his eyes. "What do you want me to do? You said it's either her or no one. You're still young. You can make a few more, especially after your reincarnation. Don't get too snarky with me so soon. You're not completely out of the gutter yet," Wang Chong warned, so Wang Wei could only stuff the braised pork from a Tier 9 demon into his mouth. His status in the family has never been this low. Even when his grandfather was so mad the first time, his mother doted on him and secretly helped him. Wang Wei's mouth twitched as he saw his father's smirk on the corner of his eyes. He gritted his teeth as he resisted the urge to make the old man suffer. "Stop antagonizing our son." Yu Yin smacked Wang Tian on his head. "I didn't say anything. You didn't have to." Wang Tian could not believe he was in trouble despite not doing anything. Ever since that bastard came into the picture, he became his wife's second favorite person in the world, and he would never forgive him for that. "This is for you," Wang Wei said as he handed his mother the superior yin-yang love flower, and he explained its uniqueness. "The upper dimension is truly something else, Yu Yin. In a world so vast, anything that would be statistically impossible is bound to happen just by the sheer size and a vast population." The banquet continued, and everyone already guessed it was a parting one. Midway through, Yin Liling's projection came to say her goodbye. Li Jun could not come or even send a projection, so he recorded a talisman that said his farewell. "It's time," Wang Chong said, looking at the moon. He glanced at his grandson. "Is everything prepared?" "Yes. I've ensured you'll reincarnate in the Wang clan. I've even allowed you to condense your flesh and bloodline cultivation into a seed to absorb in your next life. What about timing? That's out of my control. I tried to ensure it was as close as possible, but I can't say for sure. It's fine. Your grandmother? Sorry, I couldn't find her reincarnation. Maybe it's fate, Wang Chong sighed. He walked to his daughter-in-law, hugged, and whispered in her ears. Thank you for everything you've given me. Words are not enough to tell you how much I appreciate you being part of the family. He hugged Yin Liling and whispered, I've watched you grow, so I know how great of a woman and person you are. Keep walking forward in your cultivation journey, and keep an eye on Junior for me. I will. Grandson, Grandpa, I'm sorry our last moments had to be this harsh, Wang Chong started, holding Wang Wei tighter. I understand. All your achievements and glory are things I could never imagine in my wildest dreams. However, none of that will matter if you lose your true self. Remember those words. I will. So, Father. Wang Tian leaped into his old man's arms with tears dripping from his eyes. Wang Chang's eyes got moist as well, so he wiped them out. Raising you into the man you are today is my life's greatest accomplishment. Words alone are not enough to tell you how proud I am. Father. Wang Tian could not find the words to say as the sadness was too overwhelming. Your mother would have been proud, and I know I can stand straight before her if I ever have the chance. They hugged and cried for more than 2 minutes before separating. Wang Chong took one last look at his family and smiled before turning into a rainbow and disappearing into the sky. According to the rules of heaven and earth, true power Tao realm cultivators can ascend after having the strength compared to third-class emperor. Chapter 1154 Father and Son 1154 Father and Son Wang Chong looked around and saw nothing but green grass for as far as his eyes could see. The first thing that popped into his mind was how vast this place was, and even after stretching his divine sense to the limit, he could tell he was only seeing a fraction of this grand world. For a moment, he felt a sense of smallness, as if his life was insignificant compared to the vastness and grandness of this realm known as the Eternal Ascension World. The air, it's so sweet, Wang Chong thought as he noticed the unique energy in the environment. The energy seems to nourish my soul and body, and it's even better at it than innate ki. Wang Chong suddenly felt it might be a good idea to adapt to this energy first before his fight. He had detected a mountain range not far from here, so he headed there. He tore the space and received a tremendous amount of resistance. The space is very solid. Only immortals or those with immortal strength can naturally teleport in this realm. Wang Chong arrived at his destination and immediately erected a few detection and protection formations to warn or prevent intruders. For the next 3 days, he did nothing but absorb the ki from heaven and earth to cleanse his body and adapt to the environment. My strength has increased by 2 infant fiend god force, and my soul is 4 times as pure as before. He was shocked by this change just because he decided to cultivate and adapt before the fight. He also understood why people yearn for the upper dimension. Although it's harder to cultivate the higher the realm, it's way easier in such an environment. Now that I have adapted, it's time to end this generational feud. Wang Chonga activated a talisman Wang Wei gave him long ago and waited. Yang Wei walked into his mansion with a somber atmosphere. He had just finished a mission, but his heart was restless. So he headed directly home without even exchanging his points for resources. He ignored the beautiful maid with an angelic voice calling for his return, heading directly to his cultivation retreat. Once alone, he activated a secret technique, teleporting himself to a secret and sealed dimension. He looked at the chained man with a coarse black robe, long, unkempt hair, and beard with traces of white scattered between the two. The man opened his deep and cunning eyes. Infidèle son, have you finally come to kill me? Are you prepared to add patricide to your sins? I've come to give you what may be your last chance, Yin Guowei said helplessly. Stop serving these parasites and join our cause. Then, I may be able to save your life. How many times do I have to warn you to watch your tongues when you speak about these beings? You fear them, I don't. That's because you're a fool, letting your youthful vigor and inexperience guide your actions. Nine Sons shook his head in disappointment. I should have listened to your mother and let her stay with you in the lower dimension. Don't mention my mother. The only reason I didn't turn out without morals and backbone like you is because of her, Yang Wei snapped. Nine Sons' eyes narrowed. She was a weak woman, and she turned you into a weak child and an utter disappointment. Weak woman? Would you fear a weak woman? I fear no one. Then, why did you purposely allow her to destroy her foundation when given birth to me? Wasn't it to destroy her talent and future potential? Yang Wei's eyes turned red. Mortals cannot easily give birth to immortal children, especially when one of the parents is a great emperor. As such, plenty of nourishing resources are required for the mortal mother in those situations to ensure she gives birth without any problems. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think I wouldn't have found out? You found her and thought of cultivating her as one of your generals. Then, you noticed her talent, especially when she gave you the brilliant tactic to win your heavenly battle. Yang Wei's eyes were red with hatred. I bet you thought of killing her as soon as she gave you the plan. However, your twisted mind thought it would be better to use her mind for yourself and turn her into your woman. However, her cultivation talents still irk you, so you decided to find an opportunity to destroy it. Shut up, boy. Emperor Nine Sons' body released terrifying killing intent, turning the room red. Don't speak on matters you have no idea about. You have no idea how much I despise you. Nine Sons' body trembled when he saw his son's eyes. They were so full of disgust and revulsion that he felt pain in his heart. The sad part is your pathetic self did not even notice she saw through your actions and true self, but still loved you. Yang Wei gnashed his teeth. He took a moment to take a deep breath before exhaling. Despite everything, she made me promise not to hate you. To honor her promise, I will try this last time to save you. Are you going to change sides or not? Nine Sons was quiet for a few seconds. Stop wasting your time. Yang Wei had to exude extreme focus to prevent his anger from getting out of control. I don't get it. As cunning as you are, couldn't you tell that these parasites were a sinking ship? They have lived in borrowed time ever since they usurped this world's power. All signs show that destiny is not on their side. So, why are you so stubborn? You talk too much. If you're going to kill me, do it fast. I no longer want to waste my breath on you. Nine Sons scoffed. You. Yang Wei took one step forward, intending to punch him in his smug face. But he suddenly stopped himself. Wait. With my mother's wisdom, how could she not see such an obvious truth? Even if she went along with your decision initially, she should have warned you by now. A look of realization dawned on Yang Wei's face. What did you do? Where's my mother? Ha ha. Nine Sons laughed maniacally. You want to know? Release me, and he'll tell you. Bastard. Yang Wei rushed to him and started wailing at him. Nine Sons' power and fleshly body strength were sealed, so the beating soon turned bloody, but that was just the beginning. Yang Wei activated his color of strength technique to increase his stats and continued beating his father. Where's my mother, you bastard? He did not care how bloody his fists were, how many teeth he broke from that bastard, or how much blood was oozing out of his face. He continued his relentless wailing while screaming for his mother's whereabouts. At some points, one has to wonder whether this beating was truly for information or whether Yang Wei was releasing some bottled-up emotions. Ha, you unfilial son. Doing this won't change anything, Nine Sons replied despite his terrible state. Only by releasing me will you have a chance of knowing the truth. After 30 minutes, Yang Wei's red eyes cleared, and he saw the terrible shape his father was with a sunken skull and deformed face. However, he did not care, as such a simple injury would never kill an immortal, even with its power sealed. Color of the soul color of the moon color of Een, 3 different shades of blue light balls appeared around Yang Wei before entering his body. Then, without hesitation, he used his divine sense to invade his father's sea of consciousness. Since the bastard refused to talk, he would get the information by forcibly searching his soul. Boom! A powerful force sent Yang Wei flying away. He coughed a mouthful of blood as he landed. He watched in shock as a black phoenix phantom rushed out of his father's sea of consciousness and circled around him before returning to its original location. A seal? Do you think the undead Phoenix Temple would not protect my mind? How stupid and naive. Nine Sun sneered. As I said, only by releasing me can you get the information you want. Yang Guowei slowly stood up while using a healing technique. As he was about to try something else, he sensed the notification from a talisman, and his brow immediately furrowed after checking. He pondered briefly before healing his father, returning him to his peak state. What's this? Want to have another go? It's all right, but you can only dream about getting that information from my mouth. Your fate is no longer mine to decide. What do you mean? An old friend of yours wants to see you, Yang Guowei said calmly. And if there is someone who can get the information from your mind, it should be him. He did not hesitate to activate the talisman Wang Wei gave him. A portal opened before him, and Wang Chong walked out. Chapter 1155, Old Generation Grudge. 1155, Old Generation Grudge. Wang Chong, what are you doing here? Hee. Didn't expect this, did you? Wang Chong chuckled and sneered. Fate is an interesting thing, isn't it? Nine Sun's frown, what do you want? He suddenly noticed something. Are you working with my unfilial son? You can say that. So, you're here for revenge? He sneered. I can't believe the Tao opening sect was willing to sacrifice one of their immortal ancestors for you. I didn't think they would value a loser like yourself. The only way for Wang Chong to be here was for another immortal to bring him. But no sect should be willing to sacrifice an immortal venerable for a little quasi-emperor, especially not one who previously lost its battle. Wang Chong ignored him and focused on Yang Guowei. Release him, and it's probably best that you don't stay here for this. Although his grandson warned him the possibility of Yang Guowei's betrayal was small, Wang Chong did not want to take chances. After all, no matter the circumstances, he was about to kill Yang Guowei's father. Sir, can you do me a favor? Wang Chong frowned. I'm listening. Can you preserve his soul? So, you want to save him after all? Not all. Yang Guowei swiftly answered. He did something to my mother, and the information is protected in his soul. I hope to preserve it and ask His Majesty to help me remove it. Is that so? I could do my best, but won't make any promises. Wang Chong did not know how this battle would turn out, so it was not wise to promise to protect his enemy's soul. Fighting without the intention to kill could be detrimental to him in this fight, so he can only act based on the situation. That's all I ask for, Yang Guowei replied before bowing and disappearing. This small dungeon changed into a vast and vibrant world with a clear sky, clouds, shining suns, mountains, forests, and oceans. The overall seal was still present, but now the dungeon was a small world with extremely thick space to ensure a battle without any issues and to prevent some people from running away. Nine Sun's chains dissipated, and he felt his power returning. His aura drastically increased, followed by his body releasing an intense heat. What's your relationship with my son? Nine Suns, no? Yang Chen asked as he slowly stood up. He noticed how much respect his son displayed when addressing Wang Chong. Not to mention the person he called Majesty. Yang Chen could sense the fear and reverence in his son's voice. What do you think? Yang Chen's is Fuderoet. He planned to mold his son into a powerful emperor so they could start an emperor clan. However, his wife's interference had made the boy soft. But it was all right, as he believed he could bring out the cruelty from inside him, turning him into a powerful weapon for him to use. As long as he continued to use Yang Guowei's love for his mother, it was only a matter of time before his plan succeeded. But now, it appeared that Wang Chong and someone else had also interfered, making the situation more complicated. You're not like that. Is that anger I'm sensing? It's unlike you. You don't even know the first thing about me. Yang Chun sneered. He was extremely low-key during his generation, almost invisible during most of the era. So, his light only shone brightly at the very last moment. He exhaled to calm down and properly assess his opponent. An essence emperor, and his fleshly body cultivation is on par with me? Yang Chen had a calm expression, but was fuming inside. When he proved the Tao, his strength was 18 Grand Tao Source. putting him near the top of first class. Then, after ascending, spending more than 7.4 billion years, and getting rewards from the undead Phoenix Temple, his cultivation reached 24 Grand Tao Source. The Tao opening sect treated you well. I can't fathom how much resources they've pumped into you to force you into this realm. Haha, Wang Chong laughed loudly. I despise what you're trying to insinuate. However, that doesn't matter, as you'll soon know whether I've earned this strength. He calmly removed the upper part of his robe, showing his muscular torso. A faint golden hue emanated from Wang Chang's muscular body as his aura rapidly increased. This aura, it reminded me of records about Fiend God. Did he learn some kind of Fiend God body refining technique? His expression was severe as he prepared for this upcoming battle. He activated his awakening, manifesting 9 small suns that floated behind his head in a semicircular shape. Yang Chun looked like an exalted god of the sun. Wang Chong rushed forward like a raging bull that saw the color red. A red fiery beam rushed toward him from one of the 9 small suns. The beam was beyond fast, and the heat was enough to make the laws of physics seem like a silly child, but Wang Chong blocked it with one palm, and he did not stop his forwarding motion. Yang Chong reacted swiftly as he moved backward while the remaining 8 small suns fired their own beam. Wang Chong blocked the attack with both palms, but nothing could reduce his desire to move forward. Yang Chun used the technique World Sun, which took all the matter and energy in a universe as large as the heavenward world and converted them into flame. Wang Chong calmly watched the sun condense in his path, and he did not bat an eye when that thing exploded. He survived the terrifying heat with only a few black burning spots on his skin that swiftly disappeared. Yang Chung immediately tried to burn the space around him to teleport away and distance himself from his attacker. However, Wang Chong took a step into the void to propel himself forward. His speed reached countless times that of infinity, appearing before his opponent as if he had teleported. Bang! Yang Chun crossed his arm to block. He even condensed a flame armor around his arms for defensive purposes, but that did not change much. The force behind that punch sent him crashing through a few mountains before stopping. Wang Chong should have taken advantage of this opportunity, but he stopped instead. He looked at his fist for a moment before grinning. He's been wanting to do this for too long. To be exact, he's been waiting for millions of years. Wang Chong still remembered his fight. After suffering a devastating blow from Yang Chen's illusion and breaking his Tao heart, he felt a terrifying sense of sorrow, followed by immense weakness. With such a terrible Tao heart, it was impossible for him to summon even one of his strength. Then, as he watched Yang Chen slaughter the few remaining people with himself behind the next one at any time, Wang Chong made the cowardly decision to run away and abandon the battle. Although he knew this was the sensible thing to do, Wang Chong always had some regret about his actions. As such, he's always wanted the opportunity to repay Yang Chen for forcing him to make such a cowardly move by punching him extremely hard, preferably in the face. Wang Chong suddenly laughed maniacally. His voice echoed in this sealed world as if he was an almighty god showing his presence to the world and a bunch of mortals. Wang Chong felt good. No, he felt great. He abandoned the Tao path, using the special inner world his grandson had prepared for him to nourish his bloodline so that he could beat Yang Chun with his bare hand. With such ample time, Yang Chun had long healed the slight cracking of his bones after that attack. However, his fury was evitable by his red eyes and fluctuating aura. The idea that someone whom he once considered a loser and coward was now on par with him was infuriating beyond words. He was the winner and Wang Chong the loser, but if he didn't do something, the situation might have been reversed. Aren't you happy too early? Yang Chun said with a grave voice as he looked at Wang Chong, that was acting a little deranged. You couldn't possibly understand, Wang Chong replied, feeling the small crack remaining on his Tao heart healed by a small margin. As expected, I will be utterly healed even if I lose this battle. My obsession is not victory, but making up for the regrets of that fight. However, I should ensure victory to ensure a perfect recovery. Wang Chong activated all his powers and abilities, and his body released a strange energy or aura in the process. Primordial law? Yang Chan asked in shock, and he was correct. Wang Chong used the malleable void law from his bloodline to condense his own overlord law to fit his original Tao. Today, he will show it up in this battle. Cool me. Let's end the karma between us. Chapter 1156 Long-Awaited Rematch. 1156 Long-Awaited Rematch. So what if you have primordial law? This is not primordial chaos. Although Yang Chun was surprised that the latter acquired something like primordial chaos with just a body refining technique, it would not change anything. Without the boost from primordial chaos, primordial laws are weaker than Grand Tao Source and Heaven Law, only slightly better than innate laws. This idiot doesn't know anything. In such an environment, I can use my Grand Tao Source to limit the strength of his primordial law. Yang Chun immediately acted on this plan, as a river full of chains composed of runes materialized behind him. As soon as the Grand Tao Source materialized and its aura targeted him, Wang Chong felt his law working slower, more sluggishly. However, he did not panic and even sneered. Small black lightning flashed on his eyes as he activated his manifestation and fused it with his primordial law, giving it the boost it needed instead of primordial chaos. Damn it! He can do that? Yang Chun had read some of the temple's records, and new body refiners with primordial law could use this technique. Although it could not compare to the boost from the will of primordial chaos, it was better than nothing. More importantly, it was not an outside force, thus easier to use. Overlord's authority. Sound Wang Chong clapped his hand to release a powerful sound wave with devastating effects. And with domination over the Tao or concept of sound, Wang Cheng's attack reached beyond the speed of sound, light, and beyond. Yang Chen's face changed as he reacted. He turned his body into the fire element, so the vibration from the clap passed through him unscathed. Wang Chong responded by opening his mouth to roar, Fiend God roar. The vibration from this throat contained a potent wolf full of power, nobility, and the desire to destroy and dominate anything in its way. Yang Chen knew this attack would disperse his flaming body while targeting his soul. So, he countered with a sonic attack of his own. Voice of Flame. The voice of flame is one of power, anger, wrath, rampage, and destruction. The two potent vibrations clashed, generating enough force and energy that a few mountains flew away like papers blown by the wind. If not for the reinforcement of the seal, the space would have cracked during this clash. The two stepped back after the clash abated, but Yang Chen's face was slightly pale. His techniques are way more refined than mine. Although he did not want to admit it, this clash proved as such. Overlord's authority. Flame. A dark, purple flame enveloped Wang Cheng's bare torso. The flame seemed to fit perfectly with his aura. Are you trying to humiliate me? Yang Chun asked with gritted teeth. What do you think? Wang Chong sneered. I prepared this Fiend God flame especially for you. He rushed toward his opponent, his eyes full of determination to injure his opponent at least once using his own Tao. Damn you, Wang Chong! Yang Chun yelled as he attacked with his unique spiritual flame that ignores all obstacles and directly attacks the soul to burn it. Wang Chong watched with squinted eyes as his purple flame passed through his opponent's flame as if the latter had entered an intangible state. He mixed the power of unreal and real from illusion Tao into his flame. Wang Chong swiftly analyzed. So, he immediately activated the attribute of his Fiend God flame, dominance, especially toward other flames. Yang Chun immediately felt he had lost control over his flame, which was the greatest insult to any cultivator. Who would accept losing in a field they major in to someone who can only dabble in using law resonance? Yang Chun swiftly pushed his control of flame, Tao, to the limit. But that was not enough, so he added a bit of his illusion Tao to reduce the effect of the domination. By the time he finished, Wang Chong was already before him, and he punched him with a fist of purple flame. Yang Chun was about to move his head to evade when a terrifying gravitational force or power of suppression weighed on his body and rendered him immobile. Wang Chang's fist first burned half of his face with the purple flame before caving his skull with the sheer force behind that punch. Yang Chen's stomach suddenly released a powerful fiery beam, pushing Wang Chang a few dozen kilometers. His battle experience is not as bad as I anticipated. Yang Chen was never the kind of person with a high battle IQ, as he preferred to win with schemes or while hidden in the shadows. Meanwhile, Wang Chang had spent too much time training in the dream world. However, it seems Yang Chun has been making up for his mistakes since his ascension. A magic circle with a 5-pointed star appeared before Yang Chun. Each point of the star contained a color associated with the 5 elements. The green would lit up, releasing a potent life energy that rapidly healed his injury. The fight just started, and I'm already forced to use my source technique. This 5-element source technique was one of his 3 greatest trump cards. He spent much effort to get his hands on it, and only recently did he succeed. Sadly, before he could even master it, his unfilial son contacted him under false pretenses before capturing him. Yang Cheng's face healed, but somehow, he could still feel the burning face where the injury used to be. More importantly, his pride was utterly destroyed with that one punch. I need to calm down and kill this bastard. No one will know of my humiliation by then, Yang Chen thought. Then, I'll only need to get rid of that unfilial son. Although he felt it was a shame to kill that bastard since he planned to turn him into his ultimate weapon, he could still try again. He activated his source technique, allowing him to access the other 4 Daos by converting his flame Dao into any other 4. The first step was using a combination of earth and metal Dao to forge full body armor to protect himself. Yang Chun had recognized the vast disparity between his flesh and his opponent. Yang Chun felt more secure as he donned this yellow and white armor. The next step was to be cautious and lure him into a trap. Bang! Before Yang Chun could react, a terrifying force hit his armor, leaving cracking marks as his body crashed into the ocean. He became faster? How is that possible? Meanwhile, Wang Chang, who had used his version of Su Shi's obsession source technique, appeared in this ocean and dominated the water to strangle his opponent. Yang Chun reacted swiftly by using water Dao to block the first wave of attack before burning the entire ocean instantly. However, what awaited Yang Chun after this somewhat quick response was Wang Chang's Water Sovereign Fist. This fist contained the power of a ruler and the counter to his element, water. Yang Chun barely escaped with an earth escape technique, which allowed him to disperse his body and reform from the nearby terrain. Damn it, his battle experience is too high. Was he ever that talented? Wang Chang was reading his moves like it was a booklet, predicting his actions seconds in advance. I've trained my battle experience from the temple's fragment. Could he have done the same in the Dao opening sect? He was instantly jealous, since he could only exchange use for 100,000 years. Meanwhile, Wang Chang probably had the power to use it as much as he pleased. At the pace of this fight, I will never have a chance to make my move and be victorious. Their strength was relative, but the opponent's terrifying battle experience and IQ allowed him to utilize his powers to their full extent and even beyond. As Yang Chun watched his opponent rush over like a hungry dog, he immediately encased himself in an orb of earth and metal elements. He knew such defensive measures would only buy him a few seconds, but that's all he needed to strategize. I need to stay calm and think logically. What would she do in this situation? Yang Chen Tog. His eyes squinted as something popped in his mind. Anticipate your opponent's move. If that move is predictable, do it while knowing the opponent will be ready. Put a small twist to it, and it will still be an effective strategy. Boom! Wang Chang's fist punched through the earth's layer, but Yang Chen already used water escape to appear in a river a few kilometers away. He immediately used an ultimate attack as soon as he was out of range. 5-element ultimate flame, the 5-point star appeared before him and immediately started gathering all 4 elements in the environment to turn into a boosting power for the flame element. Then, a red beam rushed toward Wang Chang, leaving small spatial cracks in its way. Yang Chan observed closely, and his eyes suddenly lit. Here's my chance. Chapter 1157 Conclusion 1157 Conclusion Wang Chong looked at the woman before him. She was exactly as he always dreamt, beautiful, quiet, peaceful, naturally noble, and a slight aura of indifference. She did not see him as she was too busy mixing medicine, probably for an upcoming patient. He looked at her longingly for a few seconds before making his presence known. "You scare me." She was calm despite saying these words. No, she was too calm for someone. "Why are you standing here like a buffoon? Come help me." For the first time in his life, Wang Chong did not listen to her. Instead, he walked next to her and started caressing her face. "Is something wrong?" Mao Yu asked, stopping her actions to look him in the eyes. "No." "Then, why are you acting so strange?" "I just miss you. Although it's only been less than 10 minutes since we saw each other. I miss you too," she replied as she touched his hands on her face. "However, we have work to do, lives to save. So, let's leave the affection for when the clinic is closed." Wang Chong chuckled. That is something she would say. "Pardon me? You look so perfect, even indistinguishable. From her face, aura, mannerisms, and state of mind. You are a perfect replica." "Now, you're worrying me," Mao Yu claimed. "Are you sure nothing happened? Are you sick?" "No, you're a cultivator, so that should not be the issue. Please, talk to me." "What a wonderful illusion." "Shangji." It was Mao Yu's turn to caress his face. "No matter what happens, our family can deal with it. It's a shame that this place could not remove the pain I felt when I lost her." Wang Chong shook his head. "Think about Tianer," Mao Yu swiftly said. "Don't do anything to break our family apart, especially after going through all this trouble to reunite. Stay here with me, and everything will be fine." Wang Chong took one last look at her before the illusion began to fall apart. He opened his eyes to find himself in quite a predicament. Yang Chan attacked him with a terrifying white flame, and half his body was already destroyed. Adding on the previous injuries from the fire beam, he was in pretty bad shape. However, he was not too worried. According to an already established technique, his body would instinctively use a little bit of nothingness power once he's in danger, entering the intangibility state. That's why Yang Chun was yelling and trying his best, but could not destroy the remaining half of his flesh. "I can sense a Tao will inside my body and soul. He must have a Tao will artifact," Wang Chong thought as he assessed the situation. However, his application is less than subpar by the standard in the dream world. He immediately used his will manifestation to remove the Tao will before regenerating the missing part. Yang Chun stopped his pointless attack, looking at his enemy with gritted teeth. He was close to defeating this bastard a second time, but things didn't go as planned. His Tao heart should be flawed, so why didn't the illusion last longer? It should not have been this quick, even if he had prepared and practiced beforehand. He thought he had overestimated his opponent, but only did the opposite. Yang Chun exhaled deeply before saying, "How about we end this fight as a tie? We don't have much deep animosities, just competition. How about we make peace?" "Don't say such a stupid thing again," Wang Chong sneered. "Only one of us will walk out of this sealed space." "Damn this idiot. I'm already making such great concessions." Yang Chun was annoyed. He didn't like dealing with these hot-headed individuals who only think with their fists. Overlord's authority. Heaven and Earth. Wang Chong forcefully took control of the power of heaven and earth before punching his opponent. A colossal red fist manifested in this dimension, and it moved along with Wang Chang's movement. Yang Chen's face turned ugly as this attack descended on him. He could not move, his thinking slower than usual, and his soul was overflowing with the fear of death. And that's because his eyes or senses did not see a fist, but the might of heaven and earth, and it was truly unimaginable. The entire world trembled as the fist landed. The shockwave from the attack blew away millions of forests, trees, and mountains. Oceans, lakes, and rivers instantly dried up. Volcanoes became inactive, and the moon and sun exploded into pieces, leaving the world in darkness. Wang Chong frowned as he knew this was not over. Then, as expected, a pale-faced Yang Chun materialized in the distance. He used his illusion Tao to revert real to unreal and achieve a state similar to intangibility. Unfortunately, the attack exceeded his technique, and Wang Chong masterfully used his will manifestation. You can escape once, but not twice, Wang Chong sneered as he continued his offensive effort. With control of heaven and earth, he also gained control of Yin-Yang. So, he modified his surroundings to prevent Yang Chun from entering his unreal state. Then, he used a slapping attack this time. Illusory Chaos Flame Yang Chun combined his primary and sub-Dao, fire and illusion, into one to create an illusory Chaos Flame with the same effect as the real one. Unfortunately for him, Wang Chong did not care whether this fake flame had the same effect as the real one. He had bathed or tempered his body with genuine Chaos Flame, meaning he was highly immune to it. It was a little too late by the time Yang Chun noticed this fact. The palm attack broke countless of his bones despite his best effort at a defensive measure. He crashed into the desolate earth left in this sealed world, creating even more devastation to this realm. Yang Chun swiftly stood up, ignoring how much blood he was coughing or how many liters of the thing he had already lost. He was trying his best to recuperate with plenty of wood and water energy, but the willpower inside his body was not permitting such a thing. I can no longer hesitate. He activated his final trump card, a red orb with cloud symbols. His aura rapidly increased, along with the killing intent in his eyes. He was now on a war path, and no one could stop him. As always, you're stupid and can't even realize this, Yang Chun sneered. Do you think you escaped from me back then because you made a wise choice? I allowed you to escape out of fear and respect for the Tao opening sect. His aura had reached a scary level. But now, things are different. I am the one with the high background. Wang Chong was calm during this sudden change. He summoned a talisman from his space ring and activated it. A seal materialized above the dark sky, and immediately afterward, Yang Chen's aura rapidly decreased, returning to the state before summoning the orb artifact. What the hell did you do? You see, I have a very clever grandson, Wang Chong replied calmly. He predicted that the greatest trump card someone like you can access is an Empyrean artifact acquired through your servitude to one of these parasites. So, he gave me something to ensure our battles remain fair. Yang Chen's body trembled due to the overwhelming emotions coursing through every fiber of his being. Do you want to hear what else he said? Wang Chong continued. He said he doubted you were capable enough to exchange for such an artifact. Now, I'm curious what you did for them to reward you so highly. Yang Chun did not answer as blood dripped from both corners of his mouth. It even looked like his eyes were about to start bleeding. Not answering? Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Wang Chong exhaled deeply before clenching his fist, feeling every muscle in his body. As he punched forward, Wang Chong felt his spirit extremely concentrated, allowing him to throw the best punch of his life. A golden dragon descended from the heavens before releasing a roar that made the void tremble and crack. The dragon rushed toward Yang Chun, who still defended himself despite the desperate situation. The orb artifact floated before him to release a red shield. Sadly, this was useless. The dragon tore apart his shield before dispersing his body particle by particle before targeting his soul. The dragon weakened Yang Chen's soul to the weakest state before sealing the small part into a crystal. Wang Chong was surprisingly calm as he became the final victor. He sat cross-legged in the void, entering a deep state of meditation. His wrathful, powerful, and domineering aura rapidly became peaceful and calm. His aura first fused with his surroundings before turning similar to an ordinary or mortal. The last flaw in Wang Chang's Tao heart healed, and his state of mind was perfected and sublimated. He opened his clear eyes and muttered, "It's time for a new adventure." Chapter 1158, Emergency 1158 Emergency, you can come out now. Yang Guowei teleported inside the sealed dimension. This is what you asked for. Wang Chang's head pointed at the soul crystal in the corner. Thank you. I owe you a debt of gratitude. I have no need for any karmic debt, so pass it on to my grandson, Wang Chong replied calmly. I understand. Wang Chong looked him in the eye. I know your relationship was not the best, but at least give him a burial. Yang Chen might not have been his greatest opponent, but he was still the one with the greatest effect on his life. As such, Wang Chong wanted to give some respect, even if he might not deserve it. I will, Yang Wei nodded. Once he gets the information he wishes for, he will personally remove his father's Dao imprint and ensure he is dead for sure. He knows his mother will have a sore spot for him and try to save him despite all he's done, so Yang Wei will ensure he's dead before meeting her. Now that everything is dealt with, I want some alone time. As you wish. Yang Wei bowed before teleporting away, leaving Wang Chong to his thoughts. The next journey for Wang Chong was reincarnation. He did not need to reincarnate. With his human fiend god bloodline, his perfected Dao heart, and his grandson's method, he had no doubt he could be cultivated into an unparalleled emperor. However, he still chose this path for two reasons. Firstly, he wanted an opportunity for a fresh start with his own destiny, achievements, and glory. Secondly, a small part of him still wishes he would meet his wife during or after his reincarnation. Wang Chong looked in the distance. My only regret is that I did not see the upper dimension sect and what it has become. However, I can put it on my to-do list for the next life. Wang Chang's body rapidly decomposed before turning into a blood-red seed that fused with his soul. He took one last look at the world before a gate manifested, and he entered. Wang Chong frowned, as the reincarnation process was nothing that he expected. He found himself in this large, eerie, empty hall with a throne at the center. Is reincarnation different in the upper dimension? Wang Chong thought, wondering what was happening. Then, an enormous face materialized in the room, looking at him from above. He did not notice the person's presence or when they arrived. You, Wang Chong, I've been waiting for you. Divine Seal Continent. It seems like I didn't need to intervene, Wu Hong muttered, which was good news. Now that the latter has entered samsara, everything should be fine. She changed her gaze to other places. Wu Hong expected Supreme Unity to act in some capacity. But surprisingly, nothing occurred. Or, he acted but was stopped, but I could not tell. She sighed while shaking her head. The difference between the Paragon Realm and half-step transcendence was too vast to the point of despair. Lower dimension, myriad emperor world. Wang Wei opened his eyes from his throne, exhaling deeply. Nothing happened, that's good. Unfortunately, he sensed his grandfather had entered reincarnation, but he could not detect anything that occurred afterward. Should I check on him? Or am I too paranoid? After pondering briefly, he decided to try. He used the Samsara Quartz Luck condensing artifact to enter a dark, endless space. Sir Stone Yama King, may I have an audience? Wang Wei waited a few seconds with no response. Any entity of that level will notice when someone calls out their name, especially with obvious intent of communication. He waited a few more minutes before talking again. Sir, I have no agenda. I simply want to check whether a family of mine has successfully reincarnated. No answer. I just need a yes or no, and I will be in your debt, Wang Wei added, showing his politeness by bowing. Sadly, no one answered him. So, he sighed before leaving. He immediately sent a projection to Li Jun's court. Big brother? Did something happen? No need to worry. Grandpa entered reincarnation, and I just wanted to make sure for my peace of mind, Wang Wei explained. Is there a way you could check? I'm afraid not. Li Jun shook his head. He reincarnated in the upper dimension, which is the main branch. I'm new and have no achievements under my name, so it will be difficult to ask any superiors to check. I figured as much. Did you sense him entering samsara? I did. Then, you need to worry. I doubt anyone could easily interfere with samsara. Even those two. Maybe you're right. They talked for a few minutes before the projection dispersed. Li Jun is right. I shouldn't worry too much. Wang Wei sent the news back to the family before continuing his retreat. However, he sensed something else, the upcoming arrival of Hualong. He sent someone to deal with it before continuing his retreat. Hong Meilin walked into her private quarter, lying loosely on her throne. She had none of her previous dominance or nobility, just exhausted. It's been 3 days, and the council has not decided, despite her suggestions to surrender. Sadly, Her previously overwhelming power in the council proved useless, as these people only cared about preserving their current status and power during the upcoming turmoil. For many, their wildest dream is that the first heavenly emperor and the golden god perish together, leaving their territories open for conquest. Your Majesty, your Majesty. You're here. I've been calling you for the past 5 minutes. Are you all right? The scholar asked. I'm fine, just tired of all the tedious political struggles. Damn those council members. They were all quick to support you when they needed your strength. But once their benefit is touched, they are now quiet. That's how the world has always been, Hong Melon sighed. Don't mention them for now. Has Hualong returned? Speaking of the devil, Hualong walked into the room, and Hong Melon frowned. Guessing from your demeanor, you're bringing bad news? More or less. Oh, there's some good news? Yes, they accepted the apology. That's good, she nodded. What about the bad news? Wang Wei never received me. I only dealt with someone from their foreign affairs department. Reincarnated. Meanwhile, the scholar was trying to control himself to not accuse these people of disrespecting his queen. Their answer is the same: surrender or die. The room was quiet. The situation is getting annoying, Hong Meilin thought. She was not as attached to the alliance as those people. Her priority has always been to ascend, meet her master, and become her true disciple. However, she wanted to do a few things beforehand. Firstly, be as powerful as possible before ascending to ensure she can get her master's approval. Secondly, she also wanted to do something major, not just to increase her survivability as an eternal, but also to follow her master's footsteps and do something that affected the entire lower dimension. So what is our next step? Hualong asked, but no one could give her an answer. What do you suggest? We could try to lobby different council members until we have a majority, the scholar suggested. However, as you can guess, this method is slow, and the chances of success are up to debate. Or we can use our military might to forcefully take control over the council before surrendering to the myriad emperor world, Hualong recommended. How can you talk of committing such an act of betrayal so easily? Hualong ignored him. If we offer him the central region, the first heavenly emperor will reward us handsomely. His history has shown his business savvy and generosity. Hong Melon was deep in thought. The suggestion was not a bad idea. However, she wondered whether such a step was too drastic. Your Majesty, this is not the time for hesitation. This is the time to be decisive and cruel. The council members are high on the dream of power, believing they can still protect the status quo. But anyone with a decent brain knows we are too weak to have control over our territory, let alone their ambitions to control the entire lower dimension. This place is a sunken ship. If you don't do something now, we will drown with them. You may have a point. I still think this is too drastic, the scholar added. How about we try the diplomatic way first before using force? We don't know how much time we'll have before this war begins. But we know it's not long, Hualong added. They both have a point, but I'm leaning more toward Hualong's side. However, I don't like the idea of using force on these people after how much they've supported me and have worked with them for so long. How about I? Hong Melon suddenly stood up from her throne, looking around with her divine sense. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Something happened. Something terrible, but I don't know what. She immediately tried to divine the issue, with no result. However, this overwhelming sense of doom was lingering in her mind. Myriad Emperor World. Wang Wei opened his eyes. Damn it. Something unexpected occurred. Chapter 1159, 7th Court Meeting 1159, 7th Court Meeting. Wang Wei looked in the distance, his face as serious as he ever was. He glanced at a man with golden armor and deep, cunning eyes, but a dark and ominous power was hidden. The man sensed his gaze and looked back, smiling evilly. You never took me seriously. I bet you're regretting it now, the golden god. No, the heaven-devouring emperor said. Wang Wei frowned as his first instinct was to rush over and eliminate this anomaly. But he stopped himself. Such an unexpected situation is the perfect time to calm down and think rationally. Why are you so smug when you're nothing but a discarded chess piece? He did not hide the sneer and contempt in his voice. He expected heaven's devouring emperor to be the final victor in this battle of consciousness. But he never expected the latter to use the power from the abyss gap. I've monitored him very closely, so he could not have actively contacted the abyss gap without me knowing. So, that can only mean they're the ones who contacted him, most likely when I was in the dark truth and my focus was somewhere else. Wang Wei analyzed. Assuming there is an Empyrean tier powerhouse inside, it's understandable how they could hide from my prying eyes. Wang Wei figured out the situation, but that did not change how he did not like how something so unexpected occurred under his watch. Chess piece? Maybe so, but until the game is over, who is not finalized. The heaven-devouring emperor felt confident with all this strength, especially since now it belongs to him alone and not someone else's puppet. Talk to me again once you survive until the end. Wang Wei no longer hesitated as he attacked. A towering palm descended on the God Reverie world, and if it lands, the entire world will be wiped out. No, the entire world community will be reduced to nothingness. The heaven-devouring emperor laughed wildly before casually blocking this attack with a golden palm of his own. He not only blocked the palm, but perfectly annihilated all the power and forces behind the attack to prevent any damage or destruction to his home world or the community. His strength has reached the limit of tenfold, but hasn't entered the taboo battle strength, Wang Wei analyzed. Such news should mean he's not as much of a threat, but things will not be so simple. He might have a way to temporarily achieve Empyrean strength, probably using the power from the abyss. Wang Wei did not attack a second time, and even remove his gaze. He sat on his throne, deep in thought. The good news is this catastrophe is officially a real one. The team-up between the heaven-devouring emperor and the abyss gap has officially turned the lower dimension into a state of real emergency. However, things are a little fishy, Wang Wei thought. If I were in the shoes of my enemies, what would I do? He squinted his eyes as a word popped into his mind. Distraction. So that's how it is. Wang Wei could not divine the truth, and he ended up empty-handed even if he looked into the future, since all he saw were a bunch of timelines with false or incomplete information. However, he could deduce the truth based on the scattered information he gathered from different means or abilities. With a thought, a powerful bell echoed throughout the myriad Emperor world, and the people were shocked once they heard it. The emergency bell? Su Shi thought before rushing to the meeting. By now, except for the true Eternals, most powerhouses lived in the court to take advantage of the benefits. So, Su Shi was amongst the first to arrive, but not essentially the first. It did not take long for the room to be full, so Wang Wei started the meeting. The Golden God has been corrupted by an unknown and powerful entity. His first words shocked everyone. Since the war was about to take place, these people have been preparing by gathering information on their opponent, including battling him in the dream world. As such, they knew how powerful of an enemy the Golden God was. The general consensus was that he was second only to his majesty throughout the endless void. But now, they learned someone or something corrupted them. Such an idea was scary to the bravest of these people. Who or what can do such a thing? Asked a minister. Isn't it obvious? There's only one true forbidden place in the endless void, the abyss gap. The room was immediately quiet. Your deduction is correct, Wang Wei acknowledged. Due to this unforeseen change, things need to be accelerated. So, we're going to war now? That's correct, Wang Wei nodded. I need you guys to conquer the Central Region Alliance's territories as soon as possible to reach the Golden God's territory. Then, you must liberate the worlds under his control. The Golden God had amassed a lot of incense, and Wang Wei feared that the heavenly devouring emperor could use it to his advantage. For example, reducing the effect of the corruption in his soul or delaying its side effect while using its power. He must eliminate this possibility by freeing this world from the latter's clutch. I've created a technique to remove the faith parasites in these people's souls, but it's not up to my standard. I left notes and data in the dream world, so you must improve upon it during this war. Could it be that the Golden God is now so powerful that even your majesty is worried? The way Wang Wei spoke worried some people, so they had to ask. I won't be dealing with him, Wang Wei replied. I have bigger problems, so you must deal with him yourselves or buy enough time until I return. And how exactly are we supposed to do that? Ao Xing asked Ichi. He tried fighting that bastard in the dream world, which was disastrous. Wang Wei waved his hand to summon the four-symbol mirror. He first injected his terrifying Empyrean tier power into the mirror before talking to the crowd. This must be a fast and quick war. So, all of you can borrow strength from this mirror to increase your strength. We want to conquer as many worlds as possible, as fast as possible. Be mindful to protect yourself, as this artifact could corrupt your Tao. Regardless of how weakened this artifact was, it still contained a Tao on par with at least 70 Grand Tao Source. If these people are not careful when using its power, it's normal for their Tao to be corrupted by the one in the mirror, thus cutting off their future cultivation. Feng Heng, this poor monk is here. You'll be the one fighting and stopping the Golden God, Wang Wei ordered. Your Buddhist power of purification should have some effect on the Abyss Gap's power after being boosted by the mirror. Your fighting tactic should be to prevent him from using the Abyss power. If you do that, you will have no issue dealing with his current strength. This poor monk understands. Take this seriously, Wang Wei warned. You'll have to watch for corruption from the mirror and the Golden God. The last thing we want is for him to turn you into the enemy. Feng Heng clasped his hand to show his determination and how seriously he will take this battle. If you sense any form of corruption from him, stop the fight and exchange positions with Feng Wan. Her sacred bloodline should give her higher immunity to this type of corruption or assimilation. If the mirror is the problem, you can choose anyone else to replace you, but don't forget to bless them with purification power. Amipa, under Wang Wei's control, the mirrors started to divide into countless illusory mirrors, granting every immortal in this room a copy. He then granted Feng Heng the main body before dismissing everybody, including his mother. He sent an emergency gathering to all his allies or rulers under his jurisdiction, telling them of the conclusion from today's meeting. Afterward, he placed Dong Lifan in charge of the group tasked with upgrading the Faith Insect counter technique. He did not have the time to complete this thing and needed capable people to make up for it. Wang Ju, he called. A shadow rose from the ground before him. Master, your task will be the most important and possibly dangerous. Do you wish me to protect the entrance to the Abyss Gap? Correct, Wang Wei nodded. Use all your powers to ensure nothing goes in or leave until I return. If need be, don't hesitate to sacrifice yourself. I want. Wang Wei sat alone on his throne for a few seconds. In that confrontation, I secretly revived the Golden God's obsession with faith. The heaven-devouring emperor should not notice for a while, meaning his actions will be restricted as he is driven by that obsession. Wang Wei could deduce that the heaven-devouring emperor will not focus on himself for a while, as his priority will be to preserve his divine kingdom with all his believers. In other words, he will focus on the war and preserving as much territory as possible. Wang Wei stood up before teleporting to his destination, the Nether Hell. Chapter 1160 True Empyrean Strength 1160 True Empyrean Strength. Wang Wei did not immediately enter, but instead brought this entire forbidden zone into the void battlefield. He frowned as he realized he never had a chance to upgrade the battlefield, so it still could not bear a true battle between two emperors. Without much choice, Wang Wei added a few quick arrays to temporarily support this place and prevent leakage of their strength. Otherwise, one of them could destroy the entire lower dimension. Once everything was set up, he removed all the seals on the Nether Hell. Old Man Nether slowly walked out, and Wang Wei squinted. His aura is different, fiercer, and more warrior-like. The previous Old Man Nether was like a wild beast, but Wang Wei could tell the latter had lost its fangs. But this one was another story. He was truly an apex predator. Was it your doing? Wang Wei asked. This three-way alliance, was that your idea? Or am I giving you too much credit? Did you just come up with this idea? Or have you been working with the Abyss Gap for a long time? Are you sure you should be here? Old Man Nether asked calmly. Don't worry, I've prepared for your little friend. As long as I kill you quickly enough, everything will be fine. It seems you have much faith in your people. Old Man Nether cracked his neck. I would love for the plan to proceed normally and distract you long enough for us to escape, but I'm also fine with luring you here. King of Hell mowed the black bone armor materialized on his body as he used his most powerful state. His hair and beard turned into flame, but not the color purple as before, but dark red. His pupils were not blood red, but pitch black. His aura and transformation are indeed different, but I don't sense any corruption or abyss power from him. Wang Wei analyzed as he activated his awakening, along with all his boosts to enter the taboo realm. He manipulated his aura to resemble the last time they fought, hiding that he had entered the taboo realm or had achieved perfection. His proving Tao artifact turned into a silver sword, but to his surprise, his opponent summoned a halberd instead of the previous axe. Wang Wei squinted before rushing forward, clashing his weapon against Old Man Nether. The sheer shock from their attack twisted the void from this infinite space composed of the power of nothingness. Luckily, it only twisted it without tearing it apart. The two had hundreds of shadows emanating from their bodies as their weapons clashed. But these shadows were not simple after images of their speed. Each shadow represented the fact they clashed 10 trillion times in less than an attosecond. At first, the two were equal, but with the passing of time, Old Man Nether started to move backward. He could not help as Wang Wei's attack or swordsmanship was direct but scary. Each strike was powered by an infinite number of people from ancient to modern times. He accessed these people's lives from the river of fate and borrowed their strength by controlling their fates. This fate condensing sword technique is not scarier because he could only access the fate of people weaker than him. Regardless, given the amount of people that existed in the lower dimension since the beginning of time, it was a truly scary number. Boom! Old Man Nether flew a dozen meters, sliding through the floor to prevent himself from flying away in embarrassment. However, Wang Wei would not given the opportunity to rest as he continued his onslaught of attacks, forcing him on the defensive. It's different from our previous fight, Wang Wei thought. It's apparent that his previous lack of battle experience was gone, meaning he spent all that time training. He must have used his created life forms to aid him. Old Man Nether's rapid improvement could only mean he spent countless years fighting and training to compensate for his previous lack of experience. Boom! Old Man Nether was pushed back a second time. If that's all you have, they'll be very disappointed. The battle has just started, brat, Old Man Nether sneered. Yin-Yang Divide Old Man Nether held the halberd with two hands to ensure his downward slash could use all its power. The all-white, empty void of the battlefield instantly turned into black and white as the halberd descended. Wang Wei felt a terrifying power trying to divide him into two, his yin and yang self. He knew that if it succeeded, his strength would also be divided, making it easier for him to be slaughtered. Wang Wei waved his sword, erasing the concept of yin-yang in the surroundings, thus turning Old Man Nether's attack into a simple weapon-based one. As for the weapon itself, he moved it to the side with his left hand. Wang Wei wanted to follow his two-piece combo attack to a 3-hit with a kick to his opponent's chest, but a terrifying force came out of nowhere and sent him flying a few thousand kilometers. What the hell just happened? He was perfectly intact, without even a scratch due to his invisible will armor. However, he was baffled since this attack originated out of nowhere. His senses did not detect anything, and he saw nothing. Bang! Another attack from an invisible being, and Wang Wei still could not see or sense anything. Now that he anticipated the attack, he reduced the force from the attack the moment the assailant's hand touched his protection, but that only prevented his body from flying away. This attack felt like it originated from a large and blunt weapon, Wang Wei analyzed. Old Man Nether rushed in to attack, but Wang Wei ignored him as he did not believe the latter could easily bravado his defense, which was boosted by his current strength. Wang Wei received 2 more attacks before finally seeing the creature attacking him after blessing his eyes with all his Daos. In other words, he condensed samsara eyes, fate eyes, luck eyes, yin-yang eyes, destiny eyes, time eyes, disorder order eyes, and freedom eyes into one. He saw a bone creature holding a large mace. The creature was weak, maybe even too weak, but its weapon was Empyrean tier, hence the source of most of the damages from the attacks. Is that a creation life form? Wang Wei asked. So, even this tactic did not work, Old Man Nether thought. You sacrifice all its power and development potential to increase its invisibility ability. Then, you gave him an artifact to compensate for its attack potency, not caring that every use would drain its life force. That's not a bad design or plan, Wang Wei commented. During the time he was preparing to attack the Death World, Wang Wei saw that a few more pages from Wu Hong's notebook were unsealed and read them, so he knew about creation life forms. As the name implies, they are creatures born from an Empyrean through their Grand Mist Wheel or the inner worlds of Tao rulers. This should not just be all of it. Why don't you show me the others? As you wish, Old Man Nether responded with squinted eyes. Originally, the creation life form tactic should have been reserved as a trump card for the end of the battle. After all, the longer he can prolong this battle, the more advantage their alliance will have. However, in the short period since this fight started, Old Man Nether realized his opponent had improved faster than anticipated. That terrifying defense alone gave Wang Wei an overwhelming advantage, not to mention his usually brilliant techniques. So, Old Man Nether decided not to waste time and go all out to eliminate this foe. Wang Wei's eyes squinted as he saw more than 300 people rushing out from the Nether Hell, each of them with the aura of an Empyrean. This is not good news, he thought with great somberness. He knew all these people were creation life forms, meaning Old Man Nether created them. He was not surprised by this fact, but by the fact that they were all tier 11. According to Wu Hong, there are strict rules for creation life forms. Inside their creator's world, they can be as powerful as they wish or have any ability the creator desires. There are no limits. However, as soon as these creatures leave their home world, they will experience creation tribulation, and Grand Tao does not play around with this tribulation. The more powerful and broken a creation life form is, the scarier the tribulation will be, resulting in a terrifyingly low survival rate. In fact, 99.9 of Tier 12 creation life forms die in that tribulation, even if their maker is a paragon. Hunger said that creators must consider the art of balance to ensure their creation can pass the tribulation. He glanced at the bone creature. This thing perfectly personified that idea as his creator balanced him out by taking away all his other attributes to ensure his invisibility was amongst the best. She also said that only talented Empyreans can create life forms on the same cultivation as them. And only Creation Tao can create life forms above their tier without any resource aid, but that was not recommended. It was a foolish idea to create any life forms above your tier for a few reasons. Talented people like Wang Wei might succeed if they had enough tier 12 resources, but it would be best to use it on himself than on something like this. However, this was not the main reason that it was forbidden. The main reason is they cannot control their creation. No matter the method, a tier 11 Empyrean cannot control a tier 12 creation life form. Once they pass the tribulation and achieve Paragon's strength and status, no controlling method will work unless another Paragon assists the Paragon in controlling the life form. The only way to gain the loyalty of a higher tier creation life form is through charisma or building a deep relationship beforehand. However, after the latter becomes tier 12, it's easy to discern whether the relationship was genuine or a ploy for control. I never thought Old Man Nether was talented enough to create life forms on par with his tier, let alone 300. I truly underestimate that old monster. The situation was not looking good for Wang Wei. It seems obvious that he only needed to use a clone technique to even out the number, but his opponent can do the same and possibly worsen the situation. So, he now had no choice but to battle over 300 Empyreans. Chapter 1161, Brutal Fight. 1161, Brutal Fight. What's the best way to win this fight? Wang Wei thought. The most obvious answer is to divide and conquer, but such a tactic is too obvious, and Old Man Nether is not stupid enough to fall for it. He realized he had underestimated the ruler of the Nether Hell before and wouldn't make that mistake twice. Divide and conquer can still be used at the right time, but not as the first or primary tactic. In that case, the best course of action is non-stop movement. I cannot fight these people head-on or allow them to corner me, especially since the probability that they've practiced formation and teamwork is more than 90. Wang Wei's Proving Tao artifact morphed into a dark silver dragon armor that covered everything, including his head. He knew he would need all the defense necessary, but there was a problem. My artifact is still Emperor tier, meaning it's useless in a battle of such scale. As soon as this thought came to mind, a solution soon followed. An illusory pill appeared on Wang Wei's palm, the one he previously used to get Empyrean strength. "Stop him!" yelled one of the creations, who seemed to have noticed what he was about to do. Wang Wei flew upward with unparalleled speed, evading all the attacks coming toward him. He used the skill Rainbow Paragon Thought that involved combining and stacking all his speed abilities and techniques, including using time, space, fate, yin-yang, and the freedom from many concepts to increase speed. Simultaneously, Wang Wei used his technique Purpose Manipulation to change the essence or nature of the Empyrean Ascension pill into a pill with the same effect, but created specifically for artifacts or weapons. Then, the aura of his armor suddenly increased until it matched most of the enemy's weapons. "Now let's begin the hunt," Wang Wei thought as he entered a state of extreme focus, pushing his senses beyond the limit. His 365 future Buddha selves and his spirit particles began to work on overdrive as they seeped through the future to look at countless possibilities, allowing him to choose the best way to kill his opponent. Wang Wei stopped running or evading, switching to an offensive stand. He appeared before a life form with a human body, but an elephant skeleton for a head. Sadly for that creature, the last thing it saw was a streak of dark red lightning from Wang Wei's true will. Then, his head exploded along with its soul. 5 golden chains arrived in Wang Wei's position, but he was already gone. In less than a nanosecond these guys took to respond. He had already traveled a few billion light years away to another group before releasing a tornado of chaos flame, burning more than 5 of these creatures to dust. He moved on to his next target and used a death domain technique to kill close to 10 enemies. The casualty should have been 6, but the last one was ruthless and exploded himself at the last minute before the embrace of death swallowed him. The explosion barely left any cracks in Wang Wei's armor, but it still did its primary objective. The force behind a creature of this level exploding itself was enough to reduce Wang Wei's speed by a small margin. Then, the rest took this small attosecond as an opportunity to create a powerful sealing array that targeted his speed. Wang Wei immediately activated the freedom from sealing technique, but that barely alleviated the problem. Someone suddenly appeared behind him to punch him. However, before his body was pushed forward, he countered with an elbow, destroying the opponent's upper body and soul. A small group was already standing before Wang Wei's flying path with a powerful thunder spear created from their combined powers. He knew how much he would suffer if he could not evade this attack, so he waited for the perfect opportunity. When the lightning spear reached so close to him that he could no longer evade it, he used spatial displacement to change location with that group. Potent lightning traveled in the surroundings due to the explosion, killing 9 of this group of 10. Wang Wei then transferred a terrifying attack to the remaining survivor through the karmic link they established after the latter tried to kill him. Wang Wei kept moving. Despite his drastic speed decrease, he was still amongst the fastest in this group. These people only leveled the playing field. He turned into a yin-yang disc, slashing more than 5 opponents into 2 before stopping, since he predicted someone countering his technique. Bang! Wang Wei sensed a terrifying attack that bypassed his armor. even leaving cracks on his invisible will armor. He immediately realized the opponent had used a karma formation to attack him. So he used the karmic thread they used to appear at the center of their formation before using his soul Tao to collapse their sea of consciousness. These creatures' lifeless bodies floated in the void, while oddly being perfectly fine without any injuries. Wang Wei's body suddenly moved instinctively to cross his arm. A humanoid ox creature suddenly appeared and punched him, forcing him to take a dozen steps into the void. A true Empyrean, he thought as he did not stop his rapid non-stop movement. Creation lifeforms are considered insurgent no matter their tier. If an Empyrean wishes to create a creature that walked the Emperor path, the tribulation will be even more severe. Some choose to create life forms with 69 or less to have them cultivated normally to the Empyrean realm. However, this plan is futile as the tribulation is still terrifying, albeit weaker than if the created life form appeared with 70 grand Tao source. I can believe he cultivated a true Empyrean creation life form. Forget the skill required for such a thing. I figured someone with his personality would not want a subordinate close to him in strength or essence of life. He continued to play hide and seek with this oxman or the other creatures when he sensed something. Old Man Nether had used a potent technique called Yama King Finger. A colossal bony finger materialized above the heaven, rapidly descending toward Wang Wei. His body paused to look at this devastating attack. My chance, thought the oxman, rushing forward to deal a devastating blow to ensure his master's attack did the job. However, as soon as he reached close to Wang Wei, a scary spiritual sword rushed into his sea of consciousness with unparalleled speed. The oxman tried to defend himself, but it was futile. Wang Wei knew that he and Old Man Nether were the greatest threat to this battle, so he gathered a significant portion of his soul power to ensure this man died from that attack. Damn you! Old Man Nether roared as he watched his servant's body disappear, creating a dark aura or shadows emanating from the bone finger. The finger hit Wang Wei, who punched it with tremendous force. However, he was quickly overwhelmed by its terrifying force. Damn you, Old Man Nether. This is far from being over, Wang Wei yelled before vanishing from the battlefield. Old Man Nether frowned, feeling things were easier than expected. Boom! A vision covered the void battlefield, showing images of a meteor. A somber atmosphere enveloped the battlefield as heaven and earth celebrated the passing of such an honorable and respected cultivator. Old Man Nether calmly watched this, still feeling that something was wrong. He changed his mind in the last attack, deciding to kill Wang Wei instead of capturing him. Although he felt it was a pity, he also understood this was the best choice after seeing how swiftly he disposed of the Ox General, his most powerful creation. If he continued with the mindset of capturing the enemy, he would lose more than half of his troops before succeeding. Four eyes come. A handsome young man dressed in black teleported next to Old Man Nether. Then, two more eyes appeared on his forehead before turning golden. He swiftly scanned the surroundings. There, he shot a golden light that actually dispersed Wang Wei's shadow technique, revealing his presence. Only 52? That's a shame, Wang Wei muttered. He could not help it since he needed to be extra careful not to be detected in this assassin mode. Before anyone could react, more than 52 creations had dark purple marks on their bodies before a flame of the same color swallowed them. The Curse of Destructing Flame was one of Wang Wei's works combining his knowledge of Curse Tao with Destruction Tao. As such, these people could not be saved as soon as they were marked since either the curse, destruction, or flame Tao would get them. Fucking bastard. It'll kill you, your family, your sect, and everyone you love. Old Man Nether's eyes were red, and his aura was unstable due to his anger. However, Wang Wei remained calm as he slowly raised his hand. Yama, King Palm. A dark palm rushed toward his opponent with a desire to kill and humiliate him by showing him the true power of Samsara Tao. Chapter 1162 Solution 1162 Solution Wang Wei's eyes suddenly squinted as he sensed something. Sadly, He was too late to move, as two people appeared behind him out of nowhere. The first was a muscular man with tiger stripes, eyes, and canines, followed by a woman with a golden sword. The tiger man punched through Wong Wei's armor, shattering the back. The woman followed him by puncturing the invisible will armor and touching Wong Wei's skin, which did resist for a moment before being bravado. The eyes of these two lit up after seeing the success. They absorbed the strength of dozens of their companions and waited for the perfect time to attack. And now, they finally succeeded in landing a killing blow. This sword, Wong Wei thought as blood spluttered from his mouth. He realized this sword was also a creation life form, hence its power and sharpness to bravado his defense. The sword is a living creature that refuses to be removed from my body. Its intelligence allows it to act similar to a Tao will as it swallows my life energy to hinder my regeneration and kill me as swiftly as possible. Wong Wei could even see a power protecting the creature's soul to ensure he lasts as long as possible. He calmly placed his hand on the weapon and used his wife's sealing technique to seal it. After seeing this, the attackers' faces turned ugly, and they decided to retreat. At least the woman did. The tiger man roared, releasing the aura of a beast at the top of the food chain before punching his opponent a second time. Since one punch could not do the work, he'll try a second, or as many as possible, to put this arrogant intruder down. I should be able to severely injure him while he's in this state, thought the tiger man confidently. Myriad Spirit Manifestation Technique. Tao Dai, a terrifying creature with only a colossal mouth, materialized next to the tiger man and swallowed him with its enormous mouth. The tiger man was a powerful body refiner who had swallowed many people. As such, Wong Wei felt terrifying energy rushing into his body, rapidly repairing the damage. His aura suddenly boosted after pulling out the sword. 7th step, and I didn't even use her food, he thought. More importantly, I haven't completely digested the energy, so it should bring me to the 8th step. Wong Wei absorbed some energy from the sealed weapon to repair his armor, while adding more willpower also to recondense the invisible armor. Finally, he focused on Old Man Nether, who had to sacrifice a few more people to stop that attack. He looked at Wong Wei, fury evident in his eyes. However, it was not a wild and uncontrollable kind of rage, but the kind that is cold and calculated while also wrathful beyond words. He raised his arm to open hundreds of portals connected to the Nether Hell. A black ink key full of evil spirits rushed out to enter the bodies of every creation, including himself. These creatures' eyes turned red, apparently entering a berserker state. These people rushed toward Wong Wei as if they were a group of wild creatures that had not eaten or seen any meat for weeks. The bloodlust they released was now tangible, turning the battlefield red. Now, thought Wong Wei as he raised his hand to banish more than 100 of these people into a special universe that he created to seal them. The berserk state increased their strength but also decreased their mental capabilities, so he took advantage of this opportunity. Wong Wei also wanted to forcibly change the fate lines of these people to turn them into her soldiers, but he detected protective measures that Old Man Nether took to prevent this from happening. Wong Wei's face changed as his armor disappeared, followed by his invisible will armor. And that was just not the end, as he felt the defensive capabilities of his skin and his fleshly body also drastically weakened. Another weird ability from someone who sacrifices everything for one power. This one should be based on order disorder, canceling all forms of defenses. Wong Wei's mind rapidly thought as his body moved to counter the attack. Sadly, it was too late. Billion world explosions, Old Man Nether used a common but dirty tactic that Empyreans used, creating countless worlds with their grand mist wheel and using them as bombs or explosives. Countless small red orbs appeared around Wong Wei, each representing a world probably on par with the lower dimension, exploding simultaneously. His body appeared, displaying to the battlefield how much of a terrible state he was in. He looked like a slice of burned Swiss cheese with countless holes. His skin all black, due to the burning. Don't let him regenerate, Old Man Nether ordered with an ugly expression. Unlike their previous battle, he could no longer use existence hierarchy to damage his opponent, since the taboo realm grants protection from this. Meanwhile, Old Man Nether is not an everlasting Empyrean, meaning he had no access to a Tao will. On top of that, his talent for body refining has always been subpar, so after leaving for so long, he's only achieved an imperfect will manifestation. His opponent would not allow such weak power to enter or remain inside his body. An intense white light released from Wang Wei's body as the life aspect of his Samsara Tao activated to help him recover. Adding on the previous blood energy he swallowed from the Tiger Man, he recovered before the fastest of this group arrived. Sadly, his armor was no longer functional. In fact, if he had not put it away, his proving Tao artifact might have been destroyed, resulting in a small backlash. He calmly watched these people approaching before clenching his fist and punching Anti-Creation Fist. A terrifying power that seems to be the antithesis of life itself rushed toward these people, instantly killing 7 of them, and the rest suddenly stopped midway. They felt terrified. That's right, these terrifying creatures with the power to end all life in the lower dimension felt fear, and the reason is simple. Wang Wei's attack reminded them of the harshest and cruelest day or moment of their life, their creation tribulation. No, this is still not it, Wang Wei muttered, feeling this newly created technique was not on par with his desire. He punched a second time, and the fear appeared a second time, this time even more potent. They could feel it from that punch, the sensation that they did not belong, the feeling of being judged by extremely high standards, and the fear of death. The punch perfectly recreated the power and sensation of the worst moment of their life. Its power can be described as their nemesis, their antithesis, the opposite of their existence. As such, it deserved the name Anti-Creation. Boom! More than 20 creatures died from that one attack. Moreover, the demoralizing fear woke most of them from their berserk state. Damn it! With this technique, it will become easier for him to kill these creatures. Not to mention how low morale will prevent them from using all their strength. Countless thoughts rushed through Old Man Nether's mind as he thought of a solution. The crux of the technique is their origin as creation life forms. If I could temporarily change that, the technique's effect will be reduced by more than 90%. He immediately summoned one of his creations with low strength and potential, but a unique ability called Origin Control. Summer, you swish. A sword light flashed before Old Man Nether's eyes, cutting Summer's head while also heading for him. A bone shield appeared before his face, blocking the attack, but it was not over. 4 of his people rushed toward him for a suicide mission. Old Man Nether made the correct decision in this dangerous scenario by exchanging positions with one of his creations in the distance. Damn it, how could I be so stupid? He thought Wang Wei only left a curse mark on the 52 members who died, but that was not true. He only killed those while leaving the rest as pawns to use at the right time. The Netherhell ruler used his authority as a creator to access the imprints of all his creations and check their bodies. He found 3 more curse marks and decided to lay them to rest and deal with it later. However, Wang Wei acted and activated the curses, turning these people into a blaze of glory, no horror. Old Man Nether immediately realized it would be useless to deal with that curse, given it's not his expertise, and did not even try. At this point, the only solution is the Nether Monarch Sword. Old Man Nether gritted his teeth after thinking this. His anger almost destroys his reason, thinking he will have to use such a high price to kill one little emperor in the lower dimension. Chapter 1163 Old Man Nether's Past 1163 Old Man Nether's Past Use whatever means necessary to buy me enough time, Old Man Nether, and upon his words, these creatures rushed toward Wang Wei like a moth to a flame. So, he started slaughtering them with great efficiency. Old Man Nether gritted his teeth as he watched this unfold. These life forms represented years of work and a unique opportunity he received. Their purpose was to one day serve under him once he ruled Samsara. But now, he had to watch his foundation being rapidly corroded. He activated Een energy to calm his uncontrollable rage before pointing at the nether hell. The entire dimension slowly transformed into a long, dark sword with bones for the hilt and red veins running down the blade. Old Man Nether was sweating by the time the transformation ended, but this was just the beginning. The activation process was even more arduous. Old Man Nether felt his soul power rapidly diminishing with every passing second, and he knew the consequences of making the slightest mistake. The process took him some time, and he sighed in relief that he had succeeded and nothing went awry. Old Man Nether focused on Wang Wei, who was not looking too good due to the number difference. However, he had now killed more than 100 of his servants, ruining billions of years of work. However, according to Old Man Nether, this was not his greatest crime. I've spent years cultivating that sword. Once the time was right, I could use it to invade Samsara and cut off a piece while preserving its authority. Then, I only needed to run away from the Yama Kings and rule over the stolen piece. With it, I can acquire the partial authority of a Yama King, allowing me to become a paragon at the fastest speed, even changing my Tao to Samsara without much repercussion. The next step would be to return to Samsara and take the remaining authority once my strength reached its peak. An intense madness, hatred, and anger flashed in Old Man Nether's eyes. But now everything is ruined. I'm forced to use the sword's power to kill that disgusting ant, which also means alerting Samsara and the Yama Kings. Even if I can start over, the plan's success rate will drastically decrease, and that's not mentioning true heavenly Taoist intervention. Old Man Nether clenched his fists, thinking how far he had come to get to this point. He was a regular cultivator born in the upper dimension with above-average talent. He tried 7 times before finally proving the Tao, and he was only second class. Only after years of preparation and luck did he pass his tribulation to become an Empyrean. Even then, no one believed he would have succeeded. However, after entering that realm, Old Man Nether discovered the limit of his talent. Cultivation was so slow that it was maddening. He knew then that he had reached his limit. However, he was not willing to admit that. He searched for ways to improve his talent. But such rare resources were controlled by powerful clans, sects, religions, cults, or races. It was not something a loose cultivator like himself could get his hands on, and if he did, he would need to be quiet lest the information was revealed, and he was hunted down. Despite these hardships and failures, Old Man Nether never stopped finding a way forward, even participating in myriad expeditions in dangerous areas of the Eternal Ascension world or the Source Key space. Sadly, Old Man Nether's luck seemed to have run out as all these endeavors proved futile. As such, he was about to give up until one of his associates mentioned a secret realm somewhere in primordial chaos. Reluctant at first, Old Man Nether eventually decided to participate as this might be his only opportunity, and he was never as right in his life. After a perilous trek, his group reached the secret realm. Then, after a gruesome process of killing and betrayal, Old Man Nether reaches the core to find a few things. The first was a recording of a man clad in a black robe with pitch-black long hair invading Samsara and fighting against countless Yama Kings. The man defeated and killed every single one of them before taking over. The recording ends with the man trying to fuse with Samsara, and for a brief moment, he achieves a power that seems beyond any paragons before failing at the last moment and dying. He was shocked by what he saw before becoming elated. This was a great, fortunate encounter. He knew his future was bright as long as he could recreate whatever method this man created, and thus, he started his journey. Old Man Nether left the secret realm with a recording, a black rock of unknown origin, and a rare and valuable creation seed, which would allow him to create his life form and train them to the standard of passing the creation tribulation. Once he returned home, he spent all his time studying the recording and, based on the aura and Tao rhymes, trying to recreate that technique. Old Man Nether abandoned his cultivation, focusing on recreating and perfecting the recording's method. After years of effort, he created a half-baked method in the form of the Nether Monarch Hell. Old Man Nether was not confident in his plan, but he knew something. It was his only way to become a paragon. As long as the first step succeeded, he would break the limit of his talent and even acquire an outlaw Dao with little to no cost. Sadly for him, this plan had a major flaw: how to condense the sword under the eyes of these paragons that stood above heaven and earth. Old Man Nether was lost for a while until he heard of an opportunity to descend to the lower dimension. It was the perfect place since these top powerhouses cannot easily intervene, and dealing with the Samsara branch in the lower dimension would be easier than the scary one here. With this in mind, Old Man Nether sprung to action. The innate acquired life was at its peak, and the upper dimension planned on playing dirty by sending an Empyrean down there to end everything. However, this was a task with a high fatality rate. True heavenly Tao was neutral in the war, but it would not allow Tier 11 above to interfere. So, the acquired side wanted to use much merit to send an Empyrean who would quickly end the war in return. They knew the danger and chose to hire mercenaries and loose cultivators instead. Old Man Nether knew this plan was a trap. No one would be able to return even if they survived the journey. Regardless, he signed up and was the only one who barely survived out of sheer luck. Then, as expected, true heavenly Tao intervened. Luckily, Old Man was prepared. He offered the black rock from the secret realm in exchange for permission to be sealed in the lower dimension. After years of research, he knew this thing was valuable, but he could not decipher what it was or gauge its true value. As such, he did not hesitate to exchange it for the plan. True heavenly Tao agreed, and after choosing one of the three worlds with the most gathered luck of this war, Old Man Nether created the Nether Hell to start his plan. At first, gathering energy power for the sword was difficult as he could only use proxies or other methods not involving direct intervention. The one he gathered in the upper dimension was barely enough. Then, another opportunity presented itself. The innate demon gods in the upper dimension retaliated for losing the war by attacking the history of the lower realm and, in the process, turning the river of time chaotic. Old Man Nether took this opportunity to gather death energy from the past, present, and even the future. That acquisition was his greatest grab before the recent exchange with the Abyss Gap. That thing had existed before his descent. Before now, he stood away from it. But now, however, recent situations forced his hand. Old Man Nether sensed that he might die under Wang Wei's hands. Although he did not want to admit it initially, all signs showed this might be an eventuality, adding to his desire to escape and get his hands on the latter's Samsara Dao. He agreed on an alliance when these people contacted him. Even if I swallow this bastard, it won't make up for my loss. Old Man Nether felt a deep pain in his chest, thinking how much he sacrificed to get to this stage. Now, everything was ruined. He might get a second chance, but that was unlikely. All right, isn't it only starting from scratch? I only need to leave the Eternal Ascension world and find a more suitable place. I am immortal and have all the time in the world. As long as he can fulfill his plan, he will be a paragon at the very least. So, he can take as long as needed since he now has hope. Wang Wei, whose body was full of injuries that could not heal due to these people using obsession and resentment to replace Dao, calmly looked at the sword above him. That sword's power has reached over 80 Grand Dao source. There is no way for me to block it successfully. Chapter 1164 Desperate Move 1164 Desperate Move. My only move currently is to use the fact that Old Man Nether does not know I have a longevity technique to die and revive myself. Longevity techniques are rare in the upper dimension, not to mention here in the endless void. However, I cannot die by that sword as my technique will probably not work. The sword's power was in the upper echelons of the Empyrean realm, and given his life-death wheel, innate talent was a Tier 1 longevity technique, meaning it only worked for the Emperor realm. There's a more than 90 chance that such a powerful attack would render it moot. I must kill myself and time it perfectly to make it look like the sword did it. After making a quick plan, Wang Wei began to act it out. Old Man Nether, are you serious? You dare use such power in the lower dimension? So, what? As long as I get to kill you, you'll destroy everything, and true heavenly Tao won't allow you to live. Is this your way of begging for your life? How pathetic, old man Nether sneered. Don't worry, I can still control my power. He caught the bait, Wang Wei thought. It was already hard for old man Nether to control this weapon, and now he has to be extra careful to ensure his attack did not wipe out everything in the lower dimension, which also meant his soul and spirit would be more depleted in the process, rendering him unable to use it a second time. Bastard, you're playing with fire, Wang Wei roared, appearing as if he had lost his composure. Get out of my sight, old man Nether declared with disgust in his voice. He concentrated on drawing even more spiritual power to slash his sword. A black beam rushed from the sword toward Wang Wei, who began applying all his defensive techniques to block this attack. He even burned his blood energy, blood source, bloodline, soul, improving Tao artifact to increase his defense, trying everything possible to block this attack. Sadly, it was futile. The black beam ran through him like a horse cart passing over an ant. Meanwhile, blood dripped from all of old man Nether's orifices as his face paled. His legs trembled, and he had to will himself not to fall from the sky. A small smile crept on the corner of his face as his transformation ended on its own due to his weakness. I've gotten rid of this pest, and now it's time to move on to the next step. He guessed the consequences of using this attack, so he had already prepared how to move on. Before ascending, he'll first kill all his family and sect. I don't care if my action might make an enemy out of the branch in the upper dimension. It's the only way to get rid of this anger, old man Nether thought with gritted teeth. Then, he'll take the thing in the swallowing zone before leaving the eternal ascension world for another place to continue my plan. Anyway, I am immortal and have all the time in the world. Old man Nether knew he had reached the limit of his talent, and this might be the only way for him. As such, he's prepared to risk it all. Luckily, time was in his favor. Plush. Old man Nether was shocked. He looked down to see a hand drenched in blood. His mind could not process what had happened. One moment, he was preparing for a better future, and the next, a terrifying strength destroyed 99 of his soul and the vitality of his body. Longevity, technique. Bingo, but you don't get any reward, Wang Wei said calmly while ensuring the sealing runes spread throughout the enemy's body. It seems that my luck has run out. Old man Nether knew this was the end for him. Although he could revive with his Tao imprint, this bastard would never give him an opportunity for a comeback. It seems so. Old man Nether chuckled. What's so funny? You are too greedy, and that's your flaw, old man Nether said. Even in this situation, you're thinking of sealing my body to use as resources. You shouldn't have done that. Wang Wei's face turned ugly as he sensed a terrifying power of corruption similar to the Abyss Gap and instinctively moved away. Another mistake. He laughed as his body, along with the Nether Monarch sword, exploded without fear of repercussions. Such an act was purely out of madness and vengeance. Damn it, Wang Wei roared in his mind. He had a limited time to make a choice. Firstly, take his family, sect, and a few people to run to the upper dimension. However, this explosion will completely annihilate the lower dimension, eliminating all the hard work and accomplishments he's made. The second option is to find a way to prevent the explosion from leaving the void battlefield, thus saving everyone while preserving his legacy. However, the issue was how. The sword was already strong beyond his means, and now, it was even more so after condensing all its power for an explosion, on top of Old Man Nether's power as well. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind. His thinking speed was so fast that time had essentially frozen. Wang Wei watched the explosion. The river of time manifested in the battlefield out of nowhere to spew out a phantom of Wang Wei. The phantom looked at the real body. I will lend you my power, but don't do such a thing again. The time wraiths already have their eyes on you. I understand, Wang Wei replied, suddenly feeling some resentment toward Grand Dao for making all these rules and restrictions despite knowing why they exist. For example, if people who cultivate time Dao could summon strength from their future, then things like the battle realm would become useless. And that's not what Grand Tao, who wants everyone to play by the rules, wants. If it did not restrict such an act, people could just comprehend time, Tao, as a minor Tao until they can use this technique and mess up the entire game. Good, the Phantom nodded. Let's begin. Wait, why don't you bring more strength? I think your level of power will be cutting it close. This is the maximum amount I can bring without getting you into real trouble, the Phantom replied. You'll suffer a little, but it's better than the other consequences. Is that so? Wang Wei sighed before proceeding with the fusion. His aura drastically improved, followed by his strength. As he sensed the power coursing through his veins, through his very existence, Wang Wei felt intoxicated just like he did the first time he used the Empyrean Ascension pill. The power difference between those two realms is truly scary, he muttered. The strength difference between a quasi-emperor and a great emperor could be described as 100 or hundreds of cultivation realms. Then, what about an emperor and an Empyrean? Minimum 1,000, Wang Wei muttered. I now completely understand why Grand Tao created the battle realm system. It's to allow geniuses an opportunity to continue their streak or ability to fight above the realm. Without it, the entire universe would become a strict hierarchical system where a lower cultivation realm have absolutely no chance at dealing with a higher realm, even if the difference was only one in understanding. Wang Wei shook his head. He already knew the system was fundamentally flawed, given the vast difference in tiers after 10. Without the Tao imprint's ability to stack Grand Tao boosts, it would be impossible for him or others to fight above their realm. After all, the Tao imprint's ability was granted or allowed by Grand Tao. My theory might have been correct. Entering the taboo battle realm is an achievement created by Grand Tao, which will give advantages or bonuses for entering half-step transcendence. Wang Wei's eyes brightened after figuring it out before he suddenly realized his extreme speed thinking was coming to an end, and he still needed to deal with the trouble that bastard old man Nether left him. He immediately acted to condense or contain the power of this explosion. He pushed his Samsara Tao to the limit as he tried to prevent the death-ean power from the sword and old man Nether from spreading. The process was not easy, so Wang Wei struggled to contain the thing. But as his luck would have it, complications arose. At the center of the explosion was the power from the abyss. He heard an annoying murmur, constantly telling him to return to the Lord's embrace. Ficking annoying thing. Your Lord should return to my embrace. Wang Wei cursed as he activated a Buddhist technique to protect himself and purify this power. Chapter 1165, Fighting Blood, Awakening 1165, Fighting Blood, Awakening. The heaven-devouring emperor sat on his golden throne. His body emanated a somber aura that kept the court quiet. His annoyance and anger were apparent even to the most clueless individuals. However, given how the war was going, who could blame him? Things started badly from the start. The Myriad Emperor World Alliance went full force for a speedrun attack. They used overwhelming power to conquer the outer territories of the Central Region Alliance. The heaven-devouring emperor reacted by sending his people to do the same, but their speed could not keep up with the enemy. Then, out of nowhere, the Divine Seal Empress brought all 500 world communities to surrender to the Myriad Emperor World. At that point in the war, the heaven-devouring emperor had controlled over 1,600 world communities while the enemy surpassed them by 200, leaving 400 communities to fight over. At that point, the heaven-devouring emperor could no longer remain unmoved. He previously did not attack out of some fear or concern for Wang Wei, but now was not the time. Anyway, his role in this plan was to attract Wang Wei's attention in the first place, so he took the stage and attacked. Sadly for him, things didn't go as planned since that bold monk, Feng Hung, somehow gained power on par with him and stopped him. He had an overwhelming advantage in the fight, but the monk was stubborn and used his terrifying battle experience to draw with him. In the meantime, he had lost more territories. The Myriad Emperor World quickly controlled the remaining 400 world communities and began encroaching on the heaven-devouring emperor's territory, which was unacceptable to him, especially since these people could easily remove his predecessor's faint parasite. Finally, the heaven-devouring emperor had no choice but to take measures to protect his territory, using the same tactic as his opponent, sharing his strength. Although he did not want to, he knew this was the only way. So he shared his power with his followers so they could fight the enemy. However, this tactic was not a complete solution. The people from the Myriad Emperor World Alliance still had the advantage because all their powerhouses had terrifying battle prowess due to the Dream World, and they became true monsters after being boosted by the four-symbol mirror. On top of everything else, their legions were war machines as they had trained for this war with countless simulations. Additionally, the heaven-devouring emperor realized that after sharing his strength, he no longer had an overwhelming advantage in his fight against Feng Hong. On the contrary, the balance had shifted on the monk's side, forcing the heaven-devouring emperor to reduce the power shared. The heaven-devouring emperor took a deep breath to regain his composure. Our territories have been reduced to a little over 1,200, and with each passing second, we are missing more. Any suggestions? No one answered. Could it be that enslaving these people's souls made them stupider? That shouldn't be the case. The heaven-devouring emperor thought before checking. No, there was nothing wrong with these people's intelligence, as the technique only forcibly altered their perspective, making them extremely devoted to him. So, they're just stupid and useless, he thought, feeling a great deal of anger rushing into his head. He was about to yell when someone stepped over. Almighty God, I may have a solution. Speak. The heaven-devouring emperor remembered the blue-clothes elderly man was one of his wisest council members. Hopefully, it was a true solution. What we need are people like the Seal and Sword General. The heaven-devouring emperor smiled lightly after hearing those two, as they were the only good move he had made since the start of this war. The situation would have been worse without those two leading everyone else while he fought with the stinky monk. And how do we do that? The Samsara court, said the old minister. Our information has told us that the Earth Emperor is a powerful cultivator, and he's the sworn brother of the first heavenly emperor. As long as we can turn him into one of our own, we will not only have a new and mighty divine general, but a trump card to use against him. Wang Wei's sworn brother? The heaven-devouring emperor muttered with squinted eyes. His eyes turned red momentarily, ruining the divine and holy temperament he had previously displayed. We can even take this opportunity to revive many people and replenish our troops, added the old minister. Almighty God, I disagree with this plan. It may not be wise to mess with Samsara, rebutted a young minister in black clothes and stern facial expressions. What nonsense are you talking about? With the Almighty God's strength, no one and nothing can stop. He is above the rules. Okay, quiet. The heaven-devouring emperor was deep in thought. This plan was excellent, but he still had some reserves. Firstly, Wang Wei still hasn't shown up. Although he guessed where he went, the uncertainty was getting to him. Furthermore, as Wang Wei's brother, Li Jun will be easy to deal with. The best option would be for me to deal with him personally, but that monk has locked on my every move. The heaven-devouring emperor felt a blood vessel burst every time he thought of that monk, especially when he realized the only way to win was to use the Abyss Gap's power. However, he did not want to do that. His actions could be considered treason to his home, but there is still hope to return and again be acknowledged by heaven and earth. He only needs to play his card correctly. However, if he used that way to win and fully give into that power, he would be a lost cause that is forever in servitude of whatever entity these crazy people follow. Calm down, he reminded himself. I need to decide whether to proceed with this plan. Another reservation the heaven-devouring emperor had was due to the secrecy about the Earth Emperor's position. People know about heavenly emperors, and information about this position is currently very common. The same cannot be said about the Earth Emperor. Despite many people's best efforts, including the heaven-devouring emperor, no one has succeeded besides Li Junbang. The entire lower dimension trembled, alarming all sentient beings. Then, all cultivators and people with high spiritual strength suddenly felt a sense of dread, doom, and terror. It was like death was approaching them, but they did not know where or when it would arrive. The heaven-devouring emperor stood from his throne, his gaze piercing through the distance. That's... He suddenly smiled. So, you went there. He swiftly checked the abyss gap, where he noticed Wang Ju, who was hiding from his sight while secretly ensuring the seal. However, this explosion rattled her out and forced her out. Found you, the heaven-devouring emperor thought, his smile widening. He had finally put together Wang Wei's plans or response to their alliance, which greatly reassured and boosted his confidence. Immediately send the divine generals and the divine elephant beast emperor to capture Li Jun. As long as he can get his hands on Li Jun, even if he cannot turn him into a believer, he will be an excellent chess piece to deal with Wang Wei or the people in the Myriad Emperor World Alliance in general. All praise the Almighty God, said the old minister who suggested this plan, and soon afterward, everyone followed as they enchanted the same fate. Political power, fame, and worship are not as bad as I thought. The heaven-devouring emperor once disdained these things, believing only personal power was important. Go prepare. I'm going into battle. He knew he needed to distract the enemy to prevent them from sensing the situation in the Samsara court and trying to intervene. Samsara court. Li Jun sat on a black throne, his eyes closed, but his fingers kept tapping on the armrest. Someone may ask, what had gotten the Crimson Slaughter Emperor, ruler of hell, in this restless state? He was annoyed beyond words. The greatest war in the history of the lower dimension was happening, yet he was stuck in this place as a spectator. His blood was boiling because he desired battle, blood, and war. Sadly, he had to take his duty seriously, especially since countless people were dying every second, and he had to ensure things proceeded smoothly. I thought the hardest part about this job would be the monotony, but I was wrong. It's the temptation from outside. Li Jun sighed as he opened his eyes. He exhaled to calm himself down. He was about to stand up to do his job when the place suddenly began to tremble. Something happened. He sensed the terrifying power capable of destroying the lower dimension. Big Brother should be fine, right? He quickly checked and was relieved when he saw Wang Ju alive. All good. What a relief. Bang! The room trembled, which was very direct and noticeable this time. Intruders? A wide grin appeared on Li Jun's face as his blood again started to boil. Today must be my birthday. He disappeared from the throne room. Chapter 1166 Earth Empress. Might Chapter 1166 Earth Emperors. Might 1166 Earth Emperors. Might our strength has drastically decreased, commented the divine elephant beast emperor. It should be a mechanism of this samsara court. It decreases our connection to the Almighty God, stated the sealed divine general while looking around. The place was how anyone would imagine the afterlife, dark, cold, and eerie. Anything we can do? The sword divine general did not answer the question, but Seal did. I doubt it. However, isn't this why the Almighty God sent all three of us? He expected this possibility and wanted us to work together to capture the target. I'm glad he thought so highly of me. Li Jun appeared before the three, and with his appearance came the changes to the environment. They were now in a dark and infinite space full of mist. The battlefield was set. Null impelo li unio divine silimplis. It's the Seal divine general now. As a servant of the Almighty God, I have abandoned my past identity. Li Jun looked at her with pity. The heaven-devouring emperor sneaked and attacked her by destroying her formation, which was linked to countless world communities, resulting in a backlash that severely injured her soul. Then, he captured and used her weakened state to easily enslave her. Don't worry, you'll be set free once I'm done with you, Li Jun declared. Quite the blasphemous words, sneered the divine elephant beast emperor. However, Li Jun did not even look at him, but gazed at the young man with a golden sword. The sword divine general, whose real identity is Dugu Jing. Dugu Jing became famous throughout the endless void after his battle with Ji Lanfang. He challenged the latter to a sword duel with the caveat that they fought using the same strength cultivation level. Dugu Jing lost the battle, but only by a small margin. He displayed such exceptional sword skills that Ji Lanfang acknowledged him as a swordsman, not a sword user. That battle created a discussion or debate about people with great sword skills who did not devote themselves to the sword or had other primary modes of attack the sword users. Swordsmen have always disdained these people, while sword users consider the others as elitists who place the sword on a pedestal. Sadly, despite their thoughts, sword users always wanted recognition for their skills and never received it, until after Dugu Jing's fight. Ji Lanfang was currently the most powerful swordsman in the lower dimension, and his pure sword skills ranked second overall. As such, his recognition had a great impact on the swordsmanship community. Sadly for Dugu Jing, after his defeat, he traveled to the territory of the Golden God while the latter was on his rise. His bad luck ensured he encountered the latter and was enslaved even before the heaven-devouring emperor took over. "Any chance you can come with us peacefully?" asked the Seal Divine General. "What do you think?" "That's a shame," she replied, summoning her Proving Tao artifact, the Overlord's Seal, while activating her awakening. A crown appeared on her head, followed by red dragons composed of runes materializing on her black Hanfu. Dugu Jing's hair turned white, followed by his eyes becoming tigers and acquiring whiskers. And if anyone could see his back through his clothes, they would see the tiger stripes. The divine elephant beast emperor, a muscular man with the obvious physique of a body refiner, had his clothes ripped apart, and a lifelike tattoo of an elephant appeared on his upper torso. Li Jun followed them by also activating his awakening, which had recently changed. Previously, it was only red armor, but now the armor was more black than red, and he was accompanied by a vision of him sitting on a throne of bones with black flowers everywhere at his feet. "I want to thank you guys," Li Jun said calmly as he summoned a red spear while activating all his boosts, including the slaughter spirit he recently created by studying the battle spirit world. He released all his aura, displaying his early 8-fold strength. "Thank you for giving me this opportunity to finally stretch my leg. The enemy is more powerful than expected. We need a plan if we want a chance at succeeding in this mission," said the divine elephant beast emperor through divine sense. "We're aware," replied the Seal General. She was currently the strongest. Before being captured, her strength was only peak 5-fold, but she could battle higher folds because of her formation. Now, after the blessing from the Almighty God failed, her strength was only late stage of 7-fold, not even the peak. The Sword General, who was only 4-fold when captured, was even weaker now, barely early 7-fold. And the divine elephant beast emperor had the strength of 6-fold after the weakening of the Samsara court. "Sword, you're on the offensive since you have the greatest attack potency amongst us. It'll boost your strength with a few seals. Elephant, you're in charge of providing defense to both of us." "All right, I'm ready." Dugu Jing nodded. Seal of Strength, Seal of Speed, Seal of Protection, Divine Elephant Rune, Seal of Gold, and White Tiger Rune. The Seal General forcefully stole power from heaven and earth, then sealed them for her to use. In this case, to bless her companion. Dugu Jing's aura exploded after receiving the Seal of Gold and the White Tiger Rune. His body released Sword Kiss so sharp that the death power in this place was dispersed or cut off. "Now, this is getting interesting," Li Jun chuckled. "Let's start with a small introduction." Li Jun used his signature spear throw. The weapon flew from his hand, turning blue due to its sheer speed. However, the most threatening aspect of it was not the sheer force behind it, but the fact it brought death, destruction, and violence with it. The divine elephant beast emperor rushed before the team and put his hands forward to release a phantom of a towering beast, divine elephant. The creature was golden with red marks on its back, tusks that could come alive, and a powerful trunk that swung at the spear, stopping its unparalleled momentum. The clash between those two released a potent shockwave that could have had a devastating effect in the afterlife had Li Jun not chosen an isolated area for this battle. "Ha! Is this the best you can do?" The divine elephant beast emperor laughed boisterously as he used much of his strength to stop this attack. Sadly, his laughter did not last long when he suddenly spewed a large mouthful of blood. He glanced down to see a hole in his chest, but there were no weapons or anyone around him. How can this be? He was not afraid, since it only meant returning to the Almighty God's embrace. However, he feared disappointing his Lord and Savior by dying on this mission before accomplishing anything significant. So, the divine elephant beast emperor looked at Li Jun with hatred and unwillingness. "This is not over." "But it is," Li Jun replied with an odd smile. "Do you feel at peace because your soul will return to your God? Sadly for you, you're in my domain, so your soul belongs to me. You wouldn't dare." Li Jun said nothing, but the divine elephant beast emperor's body disappeared. His body should make an excellent tonic to increase my fleshly body cultivation. He moved his body to evade a golden slash. The seal and sword generals were on high alert. Runes appeared over Seal's face as she tried to detect what killed Elephant. Meanwhile, Sword pushed his extreme senses to the limit while surrounding himself with an invisible torrent of sharp ki that would cut anything that approached him, even if it was invisible. Sadly, all their attempts were useless, so Seal tried a more direct and overbearing approach. Seal of the unseen, a magic circle appeared to cover the area, sealing anything that could not be detected by the naked eye, intuition, sixth sense, or special detection abilities. "She sealed my limbo clone?" Not a bad reaction, Li Jun analyzed. His limbo clone existed in a realm between life and death, thus rejected by both of them. As such, most things cannot see it. Since taking over the Samsara court, Li Jun's slaughter Dao has changed. He previously included only a small portion of Death Dao in it, but now, that portion has drastically increased since he is now the actual ruler of death. Requiem of Death. Li Jun took a few steps forward, each step releasing this somber yet captivating song. The song was beautiful, magnificent even, but only to his ears. To everyone else, it is what the technique is called a song of death. The seal and sword generals' hearts were getting out of control, beating so hard that they were about to burst. They tried to control their bodies, but their souls quickly responded to the rhythm and also went haywire. Sword immediately went on the offensive to buy his partner time to deal with this situation. Chapter 1167 Muscle Stretching. 1167 Muscle stretching. Hundreds of golden swords sharp enough to cut through dimensions hung above this deathly sky before rushing toward Li Jun. However, the fog around him turned into thousands of weapons to clash and stop these swords' onslaught. His tactic was successful despite the swords cutting off millions of swords in the process. The Seal Divine General took this opportunity to seal the anomalies in her heart and soul before doing so for her partner. Then, she prepared to go on the offensive, but before she could react, her body suddenly turned hot to the extreme until she suddenly combusted. Li Jun controlled the blood from her body and raised the yang energy inside of her to the extreme until she combusted. While she was distracted, he focused on the swordsman, who immediately acted. Killing Intent Sword / the Sword Divine General's body released a terrifying killing intent or bloodlust that changed the color of the surroundings. He perfectly integrated that killing intent in his extremely sharp sword ki, boosting its power. "Want to use killing intent before me?" he thought with a sneer as he rushed forward. He casually caught the slash with his left hand and crushed it. His spear turned into a halberd in a moment before instantly appearing before his opponent, slashing him with unparalleled force. The sword general's body turned golden as if he were a Buddha that reached enlightenment, except his aura was not peaceful or noble. It contained his usual sharp aura. He was lucky he chose this method, and his defense was potent. Li Jun took a page from his book as he turned the axe-like part of the halberd into an incomparably sharp object. The sword general was almost split in two. Luckily, his golden body held on, and he crashed into the black soil. Li Jun's weapon immediately morphed into a bow, and he pointed at the Seal Divine General, who finally sealed the flame and yang ki in her body. Her face turned ugly as she watched that arrow rush toward her with unparalleled speed. She reacted swiftly as hundreds of magic circles appeared before her, forcing the arrow to pass them before reaching their destination. Each time they break through a rune or magic circle, they experience a type of seal, primarily focusing on sealing its speed, strength, and overall destructive capabilities. Unfortunately, despite her best attempt, the thing was still faster beyond words, and thus blew half her body as she only managed to buy enough time to move slightly to the side. What? Why aren't I healing? The Seal Divine General thought. She ensured using her Tao to prevent inhibition of her natural regeneration. A curse? And a nasty one, too. She gritted her teeth as she tried to seal and remove this curse immediately. Typically, she would need some understanding of curse Tao to succeed rapidly, but her sealing Tao contained the Overlord Tao. Thus, she only needed to act like an overlord or tyrant and forcefully suppress the pesky curse. Sadly, Tom was not on her side. Swish! A second terrifying arrow rushed toward her with unparalleled momentum. A slash came from the ground to intercept the arrow, but it suddenly turned into chains that barrado the void. The Sword Divine General sensed something and turned into a white light to fly away from his position, but it was useless. The chains appeared around him with the obvious intention of binding him. Absolute Gold thrust the Sword Divine General gathered an immense amount of metal ki and condensed it before stabbing his sword, releasing a golden beam with immense barrado power. Unfortunately, Li Jun seems to have predicted a few moves ahead. The chains turned flaming red as they released an extremely potent flame, and given the fact that fire overcomes metal in the five-element theory, this attack stood no chance. The chains bound the Sword Divine General. However, he was extremely calm, too calm. He'll leave the rest to you. He passed out after saying what were probably his first words since coming to this place. Boom! An intense golden light rushed out of the Seal Divine General's body, releasing the extreme sharpness of a sword. He gave her his Tao. Li Jun thought, realizing this was one of their strategies for this battle. He calmly teleported the sword, no, Dugu Jing, away from the battle. Hell, save him later once he deals with the current situation. The Seal Divine General felt more confident about winning this battle now that she temporarily had complete access to Swords Tao and techniques. With her Seal Tao, she was not the perfect combination of ultimate support, attack, and versatility. She raised her Jade Palm to condense a sword composed of pure metal and sword ki. White Tiger Metal Ki / she swung her sword, releasing a phantom of a white tiger that rushed with unstoppable momentum. The phantom was cutting everything in its path, including subatomic particles and even the space-time on this battlefield. Luckily, the space had potent healing capabilities and would instantly repair itself. As a holy beast, white tigers are associated with slaughter, and their primary element is metal. Knowing this, you dare attack a master of slaughter art? The white tiger phantom paused before reaching Li Jun and gazed at him before bowing its head before returning to its creator. It abandoned the Seal Divine General and even attacked her. Damn thing. She cursed before absorbing the phantom back in her sword and caressing the sword to place a seal. To be precise, she sealed the limit of her attack. Then, with one swing, everything turned white as the slash cut everything on its path. Li Jun was surprised by the potency of this attack and had to evade it. Otherwise, there would be nothing left of him if he were hit. So, finally losing the calm demeanor, she taunted before preparing to slash a second time. The Seal Divine General suddenly stopped and grunted, followed by clutching her stomach. She was suddenly in so much pain that for an attosecond, she doubted her almighty God, thinking he had forsaken her. What is this? She thought, trying intensely not to pass out. Am I hungry? She swiftly realized the sensation she was feeling, an anger so intense that it rendered her useless. Could this man be able to control anything related to killing or death? For example, hunger and famine? The Seal Divine General was a conceptual being, and even before that, she could rely on the energy in the surroundings or her own to survive without any food or water for millions of years. Yet, she was now feeling hungry. She immediately tried to stop the technique with a seal, but the process was taking too long, so Seal destroyed all her internal organs. However, that barely reduced the pain. The worst part is Li Jun was slowly flying over. I need to end this fight with one technique, or seal him long enough to get out of this misery, the Divine Seal General thought. And once Li Jun was closed, she gritted her teeth to cast two potent seals, Seal of Death and Seal of Killing. She planned to seal these two concepts that made up her opponent's foundational power. Due to the difference in strength, she did not know whether the seal would work 100%, but it should buy her enough time. Plush. The Seal Divine General spewed a large mouthful of blood, and even her orifices started bleeding. Backlash? Her seals not only failed, but she suffered a terrible backlash. Your master chose the wise path by choosing knowledge and control as part of her Tao, Li Jun said calmly. Although this path is slower since she needs to learn a lot, it's safer and more powerful. Meanwhile, you chose the path of an overlord or forcefully controlling things instead of understanding them. Your way is quick but extremely dangerous when you meet competent opponents, especially the ones with outlaw Daos. All right, enough with all that god nonsense, Li Jun interrupted. I should thank you guys for allowing me to stretch my muscles. Although I would have loved this fight to be more challenging, it was better than nothing. The Almighty God will avenge me. None of you can escape. Stupid thing. Your god is gone. What do you mean? She asked while resisting the hunger pain. Someone took over his body. Nonsense. She rebutted with gritted teeth. If this was some ploy to weaken my faith, don't waste your saliva. I'm indeed wasting my saliva. Li Jun placed his hand on her temple, and she began screaming, displaying she was in even more pain than before. A few seconds later, Li Jun held a golden insect in his palm and crushed it. Lady Hong, are you back? Hong Malin's eyes became clear after a few seconds before releasing a terrifying killing intent. That bastard golden god. How dare he enslave me? Her body suddenly shook, thinking how much of a terrible fate she could have suffered had this not been a war and that bastard was busy. I'm glad you're the void suddenly trembled, alerting the two. Chapitre 1168 reducing conséquences 1168 reducing conséquences en meeting. Wang Wei, big brother? I don't have much time. Wang Wei's voice echoed, followed by a portal opening before a talisman, made from his blood, rushed before her. Wang Ju won't be able to hold on until I come back. Use this talisman with my strength, and help her seal the abyss gap. Don't take too long since your body and soul cannot withstand my power for too long. All right, big brother, are you all right? Li Yun asks. He'll be fine. I'll see you soon. The two felt his presence disappeared. Well, don't waste time, right? Hong Miling crushed the talisman, feeling a terrifying power coursing through her veins. She was instantly intoxicated as the sensation that she could do anything overwhelmed her mind. Luckily, an unknown power rushed into her soul and strengthened her spirit, allowing her to regain clarity and thus have complete control over this newfound power. Is this his true strength? How he feel every day? Hong Miling thought briefly before remembering the task at hand. She looked at Li Jun. Thank you for freeing me from my enslavement, and I promise to repay the favor once this is over. No need, Li Jun replied. He was stuck in this place for a while, so he doubted whether she could help him in any form or shape. Additionally, they were technically family if you consider her status as his sister-in-law's apprentice. This kind of karma is not something I'm willing to owe, so I will repay it one day, Hong Miling said as she disappeared. She directly teleported outside of the abyss gap, where she immediately noticed Wang Ju. However, the Mistress of Shadow was in terrible shape. As she sat cross-legged, floating in the void before a dark gate, her body released a powerful aura on par with the Golden God, but that was unimportant. Half of her body had transformed into shadow form, while the rest had a dark red and eerie aura. Corruption, Hong Miling muttered before rushing over. However, a dark golden palm descended from the heavens out of nowhere, forcing her to stop her track and condense a defensive seal to protect herself. Golden God, she said with gritted teeth. No, wait, something's wrong with him. Her enhanced senses immediately noticed an anomaly from the ladder, especially the dark aura intertwined with his soul. He's also corrupted? No, this is not simple corruption from the abyss. He's being controlled. Hong Meiling immediately figured out many things in this brief interaction. The Golden God somehow had a connection with the abyss and even teamed up with the ladder, most likely to deal with Wang Wei. However, the latter played with fire and was controlled, becoming a puppet for the abyss. How ironic, she sneered. However, Hong Meiling knew this was not the time to be petty, so she calmed down to analyze the situation. The question is, why is he revealing himself now? Her extended senses detected that the Golden God defeated the myriad Emperor World's people with the mirror as his new form boosted his prowess. Luckily, the latter seemed in a hurry and did not focus too much on eradicating them. Hong Meiling did not take long to get the answer to her question. The answer was her. The abyss activated this chess piece, known as the Golden God, because she was about to help Wang Ju reinforce the seal, thus preventing whatever was inside from coming out. Boom! Hundreds of dark golden fists descended on her, all with the intention of completely annihilating her from existence. Hong Meiling generated a powerful defensive array to protect herself. His strength is so close to the Empyrean realm that the gap could be described as a thread of a difference, she analyzed. In this state, the Golden God, no, the heaven-devouring Emperor, could be described as a pseudo-Empyrean, if such a thing existed. However, he's still not on my level. Seal of Strength, an enormous character for the word strength, materialized in the heavens, and with one thought, it descended on the Golden God. The space around the character folded as it descended, a sign of the sheer force or power it contained. The heaven-devouring Emperor created golden walls before him to protect himself, but it was to no avail. The seal crushed everything in its path, including the Golden God's body and soul, almost everything. A golden light flew from the center of the explosion into the distance. What's this? An armor? Hong Meiling thought as she swiftly installed a potent seal to catch the armor, but the thing passed through her seal before disappearing in the distance. One odd thing, she concluded. More importantly, it's not the only odd thing in this experience. She realized the Golden God was defeated too swiftly. Her strength indeed trumped him, but the difference was not large enough for an instant kill. By all accounts, this should have been a fiercer battle. The only reassurance she had was the fact that she detected that all the people previously controlled by the Golden God were now free, meaning the parasites died with their host or master. Now is not the time for this. She rushed to Wang Ju's aid. Hong Meiling immediately frowned as soon as she checked the situation. The core seals were already destroyed, meaning she could only buy enough time, even with her current strength. Hong Meiling pointed at Wang Ju to seal her corruption, but she failed. So she added billions of them instantly, focusing on preventing its spread instead of completely containing it. Thank you, Wang Ju said with a hoarse voice before swallowing a bunch of pills to alleviate her situation. This is not the time for this. It'll help you contain its power. No. What? Help me. With something else. What are you talking about? Wang Ju's face regained some color, so she explained, I don't know when my master is returning, and I need to deal with this situation in case he doesn't make it in time. And how exactly do you plan on doing that? By involving someone with the power to deal with this situation. Are you talking about true heavenly Tao? Hong Meiling asked. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. As you can see by the fact it hasn't intervened, the current situation still falls under the normal operation of the world. I'm talking about samsara. What can it do? If we can teleport the entire abyss gap to the afterlife, the Yama Kings will have no choice but to intervene and eradicate this threat. Yama Kings? It was the first time Hong Meiling had heard this title, but somehow she could sense the nobleness and power associated with it. It was a strange experience, one she connected to her current power. I don't know about this, Hong Meiling said. Wang Wei tasked me to provide you with backup and hold on as long as possible. Everyone is waiting for my master to come save the day, But what if he cannot? Wang Ju asked. You should have more faith in him. I do, more than anyone in this world, Wang Ju replied, her tone very confident. However, I also understand that he will not escape such a situation unscathed. My purpose is only to reduce whatever price or sacrifice he'll eventually have to make. Hong Meiling was briefly quiet. Even if your intentions are noble, how are we supposed to pull something like this? Whatever creature is inside has already wasted a lot of strength removing all these seals. The abyss gap has existed for a long time, and since it was sealed, millions, maybe even more, of great emperors have added their power to the seal, meaning that currently it's at its weakest state. With your power, mine, and the four-symbol mirror, it should be no problem to send the entire thing through reincarnation. Wang Ju raised her hand, and the mirror teleported into her hands. Are you sure this plan is feasible? Hong Meiling asked with a frown. Are those Yama Kings reliable? They are. What about the consequences for messing up with samsara? I will take all the blame, Wang Ju declared calmly. Good, Hong Meiling said with gritted teeth. Time was running out, so it was not time to be indecisive. She activated her most powerful sealing techniques while working in tandem with Wang Ju and the mirror. All their strength had the same source, making their synchronization almost perfect. Boom! A banging echoed on the black gate, indicating that something or someone wanted to rush out. Hurry! Yelled Wang Ju, feeling the creature's desperation. The mirror shone brilliantly on the gate, followed by myriad runes or magic circles serving as seals. Meanwhile, Wang Ju accessed Wang Wei's space, time, and life-death Tao. Cracks appeared on her body as she had overused his power while already in a terrible state. Bang! A claw pushed open the gate, and Wang Ju and Hong Meiling grimaced. They immediately used a secret technique to burn their blood and soul to boost their strength, trying one last desperate move to ensure success. Chapter 1169 Blackmail. Threat. Respect 1169 Blackmail. Threat. Respect. Wang Ju and Hong Meiling focused all their powers, but that claw that resembled a crab was persistent, trying everything in its power to prevent being sealed. Roar! A terrifying scream rushed from the other side of the portal, and the two immediately started hearing murmurs. An irritating voice kept repeating the sentence, "Nothing is real, everything is false, and the only truth is the dreamer in the deep." This simple sentence seemed to contain an undeniable truth, so as soon as they heard it, these two powerful cultivators immediately started to question everything they knew to be real. Was their world real? Was the sky truly blue? Do stars really exist? What about the people close to them? Were the relationships they cherished real? More importantly, was their strength real or another great illusion of life? Wake up! Roared a voice deep in Wang Ju's mind, and she instantly recognized it since she spent all her life dedicated to that voice. She experienced the change from a child to an adult and to the powerhouse that stood at the top of the world. Wang Ju used Wang Wei's pain, innate talent on herself, using the pain to distract herself from the murmur. She then helped Hong Meiling with the same method. Is the pain bearable? I'm fine, she replied with a groan. The pain was indeed terrible, but it was an excellent way to ignore the terrifying murmurs. Then, let's continue. The claw had used this opportunity to push further from its prison. Wang Ju further pushed her body to the limit, resulting in all her black hair turning white. As an immortal, she does not lack a lifespan, but this change indicates that the essence of her body and soul are running out, and she will not survive for long. Sadly, her action did not have the effect she wanted. The two made little to no progress with the plan to teleport this gate to Samsara and only managed to delay the creature's freedom. Damn it, what is this thing? Wang Yu shied. However, determination flashed in her eyes as she realized she made the correct choice. That creature had weakened to an extent, but its power was still fierce. Her master will definitely pay a steep price to deal with it, so she must prevent that from happening. But what should I do? Seal of Darkness, Yin suddenly appeared with an orb in her palm that seemed to embody darkness. The orb became a seal before adding to the gate, pushing the creature's claw back a few inches. Her eyes turned red briefly before reverting to their original state. Yin expected this change and protected herself with a brilliant technique called Seed of Darkness. She created a seed inside her body capable of absorbing all negative emotions, buffs, or status. In other words, the creature's spiritual attack only made the seed bloom faster, which she can use as a potent attack. Yin frowned. Her seed was growing at an alarming rate, unlike anything she had ever seen. Furthermore, her attack did not do as much as she hoped for. Wang Ju glanced at her and immediately noticed her tenfold or 69.999 strength. I was right, she thought. People might think the sect madam's current strength might result from a talisman left by her son beforehand to protect her, but her eyes saw the truth. She saw Yan's current robe was the Golden God's armor transformed to hide from others. Focus, she reminded herself. They were still in a precarious situation. Forget about teleporting it. We will be lucky if we manage to buy enough time. Countless thoughts flashed in her mind, trying to find a solution. What would my lord do in this situation? Wang Ju asked herself. Boom! A booming sound echoed in the void, followed by a brilliant golden light that came out of nowhere and plunged into the gate, reinforcing the seal. The creature roared. However, it was hard to tell whether it was out of pain, anger, annoyance, or all three. Feng Hung. Wang Ju was confused. The person looked like the monk she knew, but his aura was completely different. He was holy and noble, and more importantly, his strength was similar to Hong Meiling, or, specifically, her master. How is that possible? She squinted her eyes as she used her power of divination to find the truth. Such a change might seem advantageous to the current situation, but without knowing how, things might become even more unpredictable, thus aggravating the current problem. Is this power coming from the Western Pure Bliss land? Wang Ju knew the original was a forbidden land, but now it had turned into a powerful foundation for the Western Bliss sect. Are those people finally making a move? Wang Ju thought excitedly, waiting for Feng Hung to continue. The monk waved his hand to summon two beautiful trees that embodied wisdom and enlightenment, the Bodhi trees. The original Bliss land had a tree, and Wang Wei lent Feng Hung one to nurture, and it has almost reached maturity. With the Bodhi trees as support, Feng Hung drastically increased the seal's strength. The creature was rapidly pushed back into the gate, roaring even louder. However, it was pointless as, in some way, the power of Buddhism was its antithesis. It is time to return to the embrace of the Great Old One. An eerie voice sounded from the small crack of the portal. The voice was both male and female, and it also sounded like hundreds of different gendered voices spoke in unison. Just hearing it made Wang Ju and everyone else around feel their skin crawl. They did not know the creature's language, but they understood what he said clearly. Their faces changed, but before they could react, myriad auras rushed from all over the endless void. Damn it, I thought we eliminated all these cultists. Wang Just Divine Sense detected trillions of people, including mortals and cultivators, suddenly killing themselves as some sort of sacrifice to empower this thing that was the poster child for creepiness. Wang Ju watched as the creature that was on the verge of being sealed suddenly overpowered all their previous effort. At this rate, it won't take long for it to free itself. In this situation, I could do only one thing, she thought. Her master was taking such a long time to deal with the situation despite knowing the severity of this creature being freed, so she needed to hold on to the fort for as long as possible. Slaughter trial. Chen Tong was calmly observing everything, his eyes focused on Feng Hung. I've been wondering why these two never intervened to deal with these troubles in the lower dimension. My best guess is they've been keeping each other balanced to prevent the others from forming stronger allies and getting the advantage. Finally, Mithria has made a move, but I expect more. His gaze focused on somewhere else. Now then, why hasn't Supreme Unity made his move? Chun Tong did not believe for a second that he did not have a pawn in the lower dimension, similar to the Western Pure Bliss land. He even guessed that chess piece might be the key luck of all Taoist lineages in the lower dimension. Could it be that the destruction of the lower dimension benefits him, even if it's at the hands of that abomination? Chun Tong frowned, not happy with this conclusion. It's one thing to compete with each other for supremacy, but something entirely different to allow foreigners to do as they please in their homes. Huh, someone is calling me? He waved his hand to summon someone into a spiritual world. Little girl, why are you calling me? I apologize for bothering you. Lord Chun Tong, but I need you to intervene in the situation, Wang Ju said while bowing. Why would I do that? And don't say something stupid like for the world's safety, Chun Tong stated calmly. I'm asking because you owe my master great karma. I owe him karma? Those are bold words, Chun Tong chuckled. You do? Why don't I know about it? Because of your secret observation of the lower dimension, you've learned countless great secrets from masters, valuable secrets that even people in your level would kill for. Chun Tong frowned. So, although she was correct, it did not mean she owed Wang Wei any karma. It was his ability to get that information without being detected. You're a great being that is detached from karma, Wang Ju continued. Great emperors already had high immunity to karma, let alone paragons. However, my master is a master of karma, and once he reaches your level, if he wishes to use this fact to make you owe him karma, you'll be able to do nothing about it. Are you threatening me? Yes, I am. Do you understand? I can annihilate you and your master with a single thought, and there is nothing you can do about it? Wang Ju's body trembled as she sensed a deep fear even greater than facing that weird creature. Then, I wonder what makes you so daring. Because I know you want dare do it, Wang Ju replied calmly. Chun Tong squinted his eyes. She was correct, as he did dare kill Wang Wei because of all the things connected to this man. I might not dare kill him, but it's not the same for you. My master loves me very much, Wang Ju calmly rebutted. Enough to make a paragon his enemy? Enough to face Grand Dao himself, she replied without hesitation. Interesting, Chun Tong chuckled. I must admit that I envy him for having such a loyal and capable follower. Fine, I'll help you. He knew what a nightmare it could be to owe a Dao overlord with karma, Dao, any debt, so he accepted this blackmail. But remember this, only this time, Chun Tong said with a fierce killing intent in his eyes. His killing intent would have instantly annihilated the lower dimension if they were not inside a spiritual realm. If you dare try to blackmail me again, it'll risk everything to eradicate you and your master from this universe. I understand, and I do apologize for my actions. I had no other choice, Wang Ju said while bowing 90 degrees. Chapter 1170 Mark of Fate 1170 Mark of Fate Unedited chapter. How do I do this? Chun Tong muttered to himself. He's technically dead, and taking action while in limbo will cost him more than using other means. As such, he wanted to use other means to help or intervene. Oh, I know, he said before raising his hand to condense a blue crystal. This is a purified void heart from a tier 11 void beast. Such a thing exists? Wang Ju asked instinctively. Not in the lower dimension, but higher-level void beasts exist. Chun Tong calmly explained. Back to the topic. Fuse this heart with your world tree, and it should be more than enough to seal and teleport the abyss gap. Thank you very much, Wang Ju swiftly said, bowing deeply once the crystal was in her palm. She now had hope with this thing. Nothing was more important than that. One more thing, Chun Tong added before she left. You should be aware that you're in terrible shape and won't survive long. I am, she replied calmly. Since I'm already being nice, why don't I go all out? I don't mind healing your injuries. And what do you want in exchange? You said your master loves you enough to fight Grand Dao itself? All I want is a promise from you that our debt is clear from now on. Sully, are you still worried about him paying for your actions? You should understand that if he wishes to save you in your current state, he will have to pay a steep price, and even then, there is a chance he will fail. Are you really prepared to separate from him? No, that's not it. Chun Tong frowned, thinking she was just being stubborn. However, He saw the clarity in her eyes, and something dawned on him. I see. I'll help you one last time. But you owe me a small favor, and I mean you, not your master. Wang Ju opened her eyes, sensing the blue crystal in her cracked sea of consciousness. She no longer hesitated, summoned the world tree holding the heavenly court, and fused the crystal. The towering grew in size until it was as big as the best heaven will worlds before stopping, and Wang Ju used all its power to seal the abyss gap. The creature in the abyss did not like this new change and roared even louder. It tried something for him, but this time around, it was useless. And not just because of the tree's power. Wang Ju predicted he would not so easily accept defeat, so she summoned the key luck of the entire Heavenly Emperor era to complete the final seal. Once the gate closed, Wang Ju did not waste time and used one of the branches of this new world tree to open a channel directly to Samsara, sending it to the afterlife. She ensured it was another branch not connected to Li Jun, damn it. She heard a voice roaring, followed by a deep and scary gaze. The gaze felt even scarier than Shentong, but Wang Ju was prepared for this. However, to her surprise, the gaze slowly faded. She was confused, thinking maybe Li Jun did anything. But after checking, he was only observing the situation from his throne. Wang Ju's body suddenly trembled, followed by her complexion became paler than paper, and her aura drastically decreased. She almost failed from a void. That's how weak she was. Are you all right? Someone appeared next to her, holding her body. Sect Madam. I'm fine. Here, take these pills. It's all right. You need to hold on until Wire returns so he can heal you. Yu Yin persuaded. I'm fine, really, she said, but still took the pills to reassure her. Yu Yin looked at her before glancing at the situation. She sighed. I never expected things to become so out of control. Indeed. Void battlefield. Wang Wei was in a precarious situation. He managed to contain the explosion from the Nether Monarch sword with strength from his future self. He condensed and dealt with all the dead and in Qi to prevent them from turning the lower dimension into a ghost world. He even went as far as dealing with the situation as swiftly as possible by suppressing his desire to preserve the sword. His instinct warned him of the possibility of worsening the situation. However, right as he was about to succeed, the contamination contained in the explosion started to act. It formed into this weird, phantom-like creature with no legs, humanoid shape, no arms, and tentacles coming from chest. Been waiting for you, Wang Wei thought as he condensed his willpower into a potent blade and slashed the creature. His current strength meant he now had less limitation to use the full extent of his willpower. So, the creature had no chance of resisting and evaporating from the world, or so he thought. Wang Wei watched in surprise as the creature rapidly reformed before rushing to him. An immortal creature? He immediately tried to seal it, but this creature soon proved extremely proficient in dealing with sealing Dao. Unless his wife was here, there was no way to seal this creature as fast as he wished to. The next step would be to deal with him how I killed Elian Xiang. He thought as he found the creature's connection to his master. However, he did not find a connection, no matter how much he pushed his Karma Dao. This thing was created purposely to deal with me, he immediately concluded. The Abyss Gap must have been preparing for this escape for a while, and that thing even took him into account to ensure success. If that's the case, the creature's purpose is to buy time. So, how do you break this game? Huh? Wang Yu. Wang Wei sensed something and was forced to redirect his focus. He opened his mouth to spit a drop of bright red blood that condensed into a talisman. He attached a piece of spiritual particle to it before sending it away. However, his slight distraction almost made him lose control of all the explosion energy he was still containing. If I want to deal with this creature as fast as possible, I need to use a tactic I've never used before. He immediately condensed a clone that opened countless breaches from the source key space. Then, with his force control skill, he controlled these key like he was a veteran insurgent immortal sovereign, placing layers upon layers of key seals around the creature. As expected, this tactic worked. The Abyss Gap's owner might have developed its ability to deal with seals after spending so much time in the Abyss and passing that knowledge to this creature. But it was obvious that he was not as competent when it came to dealing with energy seals. Additionally, Wong Wei's main body did not stop destroying this creature with his willpower to prevent it from analyzing the seal. Done, Wong Wei said as the last key seals completely rendered the creature useless. However, his danger senses suddenly went overdrive, so he instinctively gathered all his powers into the explosion before sending the thing into the source key space. However, the danger did not stop since it originated from the sealed creature. A symbol ignored all his seals and rushed toward him. Another fucking mark? Do you want me to become the vessel for your master? Wong Wei thought with an ugly expression. Why the fuck do these outer worlders like marking people so much? He clapped his hand, and the river of time manifested behind him briefly before turning into a mote of light that entered his hands. Wong Wei raised his right hand, which now contained a symbol of its own. The symbol rushed toward the upcoming attack, overwhelming it in an instant. After all, this mark of fate was condensed from the power of the river of fate itself. I just had an idea. Wouldn't fate be interested in turning an outer god's servant or creature into its puppet? He muttered with a sneer. Since you people like to mar people so much, let's see how much you like it being done to you. He controlled the mark to enter the sealed creature's body and heard it roar in defiance. However, it was pointless as this was a great opportunity. The river of fate does not like uncontrollable things, and these foreign creatures were one of those things outside its parameters. But now, with this mark, it had a chance to analyze these invaders better and maybe take a closer step at dealing with their masters. As such, no matter what this creature did, it was pointless as the mark embedded in its very existence rapidly corroded it on a fundamental level. Wong Wei watched this with bated breath, and right as the thing was about to succeed, another power began to resist. Sadly, the creature suddenly disappeared, and he could not tell the final outcome between fate and Thulu. Chapter 1171, I dub the 1171, I dub the Wong Wei shook his head, slightly disappointed he could not see the final result. The good news is he has a way to deal with these outer gods. Given how excited the river of fate seemed to be due to his decision, something told him this would not be the last time he would have to deal with these things, and now he at least had a way to confront their weirdness. He teleported away to the Abyss Gap and immediately saw everything was finished. His eyes and connection with Wang Ju allowed him to know what had just happened without anyone saying a word, including Chun Tong's intervention. It seems you did a better job than I anticipated, Wang Wei said with a smile, which quickly faded. He saw how much of a terrible shape Wang Ju was. She should have dissipated long ago, but someone had helped her last long enough for his return. Don't worry, they'll fix you back to normal shortly. Before that, let's continue preserving your body and soul so that they don't collapse. No need, young master. What's the meaning of this? Wang Ju was quiet. You want to take a page from the Sleeper's book? Wasn't this the plan all along? Yes, but you were supposed to leave after others had established a foundation, Wang Wei rebutted. I know you wish to protect me, but such a mission requires someone of my skill to have a chance of success, Wang Ju stated. Now is the perfect opportunity to get things into motion. It was now Wang Wei's turn to be quiet. Very well. A golden crown condensed above his head, signaling his status as the Heavenly Emperor. A second black crown appeared, showing his status as the Earth Emperor. Wang Wei then looked at the sky. Can you give me my position in advance? A light descended from the heavens to condense into a white crown, representing his status as the human emperor for saving the world. Although many people performed excellently in this catastrophe, especially Wang Ju, it did not change the fact that she and the others mostly used Wang Wei's powers, items, or creations. The three crowns fused together into a golden robe attire with black and white dragons and other auspicious symbols, and a crown that perfectly fit Wang Wei's body. In my name as the Sage Emperor, I will grant you the title and blessing of the Shadow, Heavenly Emperor. May your reincarnation be peaceful and full of blessing. A golden light rushed out of Wang Just soul, healing a lot of the previously damaged areas. However, the more important thing was her rapid increase in talent. A translucent dragon, slightly smaller than the world tree in the distance, descended from the void and entered her body, signaling her newfound key luck and great destiny. Lastly, purple merit descended from the heavens. In this catastrophe, Wang Ju was the second greatest contributor and deserves all the merits. Thank you, Your Majesty, Wang Ju bowed. I have many words to say to you, but I think it's best to leave them for our reunion, Wang Wei sighed. Wang Ju had been with his maid before he even started cultivating. Now, they were about to part ways for who knows how many yuan epochs. Young master, please take care of yourself, Wang Ju said, unsuccessfully trying to prevent the tears from dripping from her eyes. Wang Wei also felt teary, but he controlled himself. He waved his hand to preserve her inner world for her successor. Come, I will escort you to your reincarnation, Wang Wei declared as he opened a portal and led Wang Ju inside. The two floated above a yellow river with countless souls traversing through a bridge. A few souls even fell into the river, but Wang Wei ignored this. I request a meeting with the Yama King, Wang Wei said in a soft yet powerful voice. What do you want? Asked an obviously annoyed voice. Normally, they would not care about this brat, even if he was the Earth Emperor. However, his new position as the Sage Emperor did give him the right to request a direct meeting with the Yama King. Wang Wei did not care about the fact this person was showing disrespect by not showing up. That's what happens when he's the Sage Emperor without the power. Had he acquired that position in the upper dimension, all the Yama Kings in charge of the Eternal Ascension world Samsara would have shown up before him. I want to take on her sins, Wang Wei stated. They have been offset by her merit, said the voice. Is that so? Wang Wei had an inkling since no one did anything to Wang Ju, but he wanted to make sure. Is that all? The voice asked. I want to use my authority to request that she is reincarnated in another chaos world. You have that authority, but you're only a minor Sage Emperor, so you must pay for your request. How much? 20 of the merit gained after establishing the Samsara court. 20 of the merit right after the court is established, or 20 of all the merit I acquire during my reign. The latter. What if I want a few more people to reincarnate with her? Depending on the number, that would be an additional 5 to 10. It's not a bad deal, Wang Wei thought. With his current strength, he will have to rely heavily on pure luck if he wishes for any of his Fate Shadow Guard members to reincarnate in other chaos worlds successfully. Fine, he'll pay for it. Wang Wei knew this was an excellent deal and accepted it. As you wish. The presence of the voice disappeared. Vank vei fokuset on Vank you. Let me see your weapon. She handed her 2 black daggers, and Wang Wei fused a small gray orb into the weapon before storing the weapon in her soul. Reincarnating with a weapon to protect you should make the process slightly easier, especially since I've stored some of my strength in it. Young master, no need for sadness, as this is only a temporary parting, Wang Wei said before showing a brilliant smile. I cannot wait to see what you turn into in your new life. I won't disappoint you. Without the limitations of talents and the blessing of luck and destiny, Wang Ju was confident she would succeed in her mission to establish the Fate Shadow Guard in other chaos worlds and, eventually, throughout the chaos universe. Any last words or regrets? Wang Wei asked. No last words, but I do have one regret. Oh, which is that I want to have the Wang clan bloodline in my next life. How is that a regret? Our clan's bloodline goes deeper than the body and touches on the soul. You can condense our void human fiend god bloodline in your next life from the traces in your soul. Is that so? In that case, I'm satisfied. Good. Then, for the last step, Wang Wei summoned his Samsara Dao to release a black light into Wang Just soul. Then, he condensed a seed containing his power of fate and gave it to her. I protected your memory, so you should awaken them very early on, he explained. Lastly, I've given you this fate seed so that the Fate Shadow Guards can have access to their fate abilities without being labeled as outlaws. However, be mindful since the rules of the chaos world might be different and it might not work. I understand. Oh, and don't use the name Fate's Shadow Guard. That name has too much karmic connection to me, and it might allow some people to deduce your relationship to me. I will. Wang Wei held her face and kissed her on the forehead. See you again. See you again, young master. Wang Ju flew to the bridge and proceeded along just like all the other souls. Wang Wei watched her for a while before sending a message outside, and a few minutes later, 10,000 shadow guards appeared before him, all kneeling in the air. Although it's a little bit early, it's time for your next mission. You should have been prepared. Yes, master, they said in unison. Then get to it. The guards did not hesitate to abandon their bodies, immortal ki, and even inner worlds to turn into souls. That's how loyal they were or were trained to be. Wang Wei blessed them, too, before watching them walk over the bridge. He took one last glance before leaving. A gaze was secretly watching him from the shadows. Then, it said, reincarnate them into the warring void world. Are you sure? Asked the Sanyama king, the one who spoke with Wang Wei previously. Just do it. San did not understand his supervisor's motive. The warring void world was one of the most chaotic places in the universe because of a phenomenon called chaos void convergence, where portals open to countless other chaos worlds. This event was not rare, but frequent, often resulting in that world being invaded or invading other worlds. The competition is fierce, which usually results in that world being one of the most powerful in primordial chaos or being the weakest as it suffers from countless invasions. Chapter 1172, No Different 1172, No Different at the center of the River of Fate was a lavish palace called the Fate Haven Palace, which embodied causality itself. A man sat comfortably on a hanging chair with a cup containing wine in his left hand while looking at a screen projection. The adjudicator of fate calmly watched Wang Wei's confrontation with a mark of the outer gods. No wonder fate loves him so much. Such a simple and obvious idea, but only he thought of it. The chaos universe was vast. Maybe someone else had the same idea. However, none of that matters because that bastard was the only one who had the ability or skill to succeed while also having a deep connection with fate. He looked at Wang Wei with gritted teeth. The bastard doesn't even want to roll. Meanwhile, I had to gravel for an eternity before I could compete for it. But you still chose him? Fate stood up from his seat, and with a wave of his hand, he reached the lower end of the river of time, which is the past, and destroyed Wang Wei, the eternal ascension, and that entire timeline. However, a few seconds afterward, that destroyed timeline returned to its previous state as if nothing had occurred. The adjudicator exhaled deeply before pouring more of his drink, trying his best to relax. Time? Why are you here? I thought a new variable had appeared, but it was just you messing around, replied the Time Cardinal, his whiskers dancing with the wind while looking as elegant as always. I was just venting. Stop doing useless things. I know, replied the Fate Cardinal, who suddenly sensed someone else coming. Heaven? Why are you here? Imagine my surprise when a timeline, which I was heading to, was suddenly erased. Why were you heading there? Did something happen? Fate and time were immediately on guard. Any sudden change in the situation could mean bad news for any of them. Yes, but it's not what you think, Heaven reassured. Grand Tao ordered me to teach the sun. The two were silent for a few seconds before the Fate Cardinal started laughing uncontrollably. If there is one positive of this ordeal, it is seeing how disappointing that privileged bastard is. Watch your tongue, the Heaven Cardinal warned. Why should I? I will either die in that other bastard's hands or lose my position. I have nothing left to lose. You should still have some decorum, Heaven warned. No matter what, the sun is destined to become the council's leader and our boss. If he survives, Fate sneered. From a linear understanding of time, the son of Grand Tao is a recent chess move of Grand Tao to change the past and affect the upper branch of the River of Time, which is where the real battle is occurring. As such, his fate is still undetermined and full of endless possibilities. However, the fact that Grand Tao tasked Heaven to become the latter's teacher proves that things are not going well, and the son needs a little extra help. You're being unfair, the Time Cardinal added. By all accounts, the son is extremely talented, even better than the best of us when we were mortals. Sadly, he's an embarrassment compared to him. Fate finished, not taking his comrade's warning to heart. In fact, we all know that Heavenly Book is the best candidate for that position. He's the only person capable of defeating that monster. Sadly, that bastard is too smart for his own good and too ambitious. He wants to skip many steps and swallow many players with one chess move. Fate shook his head. Heavenly Book is indeed playing a risky game, but him winning might be our only chance to reverse the situation, Heaven commented. On top of what happened with the Heavenly Tao race, didn't you try to make your pawn and fail? What's your point? I thought you hated him with a passion, but your tone... Fate looked at him oddly, feeling his relationship with Heavenly Book Paragon suddenly became suspicious. You're overthinking things, Heaven said calmly. I figured some things out. Do you agree that if Heavenly Book wins, the only thing that will change is him being the enemy now instead of that bastard? Indeed, even time agreed with this analysis. Recent events have led them to this sad conclusion. Well, I'm of the opinion that Heavenly Book is easier to deal with. Bold words, Fate said. In terms of intelligence, foundation, and strength, they're pretty on par. That bastard has the advantage of knowledge from the prehistoric world, but if he loses, that information will become Heavenly Book's resources. Heavenly Book has two disadvantages that will make it easier to deal with. Heaven boldly proclaimed. Firstly, Book has servants and subordinates, while he has allies, family, and like-minded individuals. The man is indeed charismatic, Time commented, and Fate shot him a glare, which he ignored. Secondly, it's their flaws. Flaw. Yes. His greatest flaw is his greed, while Heavenly Book's greatest flaw is bold and reckless-like moves. Fate squinted his eyes. As long as these people have emotions, they cannot be perfect, meaning they have flaws, including personality. However, the flaws of these two Tao overlords are not simple things that anyone can take advantage of. In fact, it's more of a guideline on how they operate regarding certain things or events. You have a point, but there's no meaning in discussing this until Heavenly Book is the winner, Fate calmly said. He squinted his eyes, thinking whether there was still hope for him. He had no problem dealing with the Heavenly Book since the latter would not be interested in his job due to different Tao. However, it's odd how Heaven is advocating for Heavenly Book when he's the one that would be in trouble if the latter became the new player. Fate truly wanted to know what that shining bastard was scheming. By the way, Heaven, are you going to be all right? Time asked. What do you mean? Can you promise the sun to perform better after your teaching? And if not, are you prepared to be punished by Grand Tao? Heaven was immediately silent. This problem was the current dilemma he was facing. Normally speaking, someone of his level, training anyone, should be guaranteed to be amongst the best in the entire Chaos universe. However, he was uncertain about this assignment. How about we all come up with a training plan? He suggested. No, thanks, Fate immediately replied. I'm already in trouble as it is. I don't need Grand Tao to remember and risk him accelerating the time of my punishment. But you could also benefit if we succeed. The benefits are not worth the risks. Fate was adamant about his decision, so Heaven shook his head. What about you? I have no interest in any kind of training plan, but if you need something from me, feel free to ask, and I will do my best. I guess that's better than nothing, Heaven sighed. Well, I'm leaving. Huh, Chaos is coming. The Judge of Chaos manifested her presence, with her beautiful purple skin glistening without any sun or light. Did you find the Fate Stealer's new hideout? No. I thought you said you knew for certain where they were. Fate asked. I said I had a great idea where they might be, but I was wrong, she corrected. So, what place was such a great idea? The Sea of End. That was indeed a good guess. Time nodded before sighing deeply. Are you lamenting how useless we are? Fate asked before laughing out loud. If you look at his life, we are no different than the 7 parasites. Good enough challengers, but not enough to be truly worthy or memorable adversaries. Ha ha, shut up, said Chaos in a raised voice. Feeling humiliated because it's true? Fate sneered. And don't tell me what to do in my own home. Any news from the others? Time asked, try to redirect the conversation and preventing these two from getting into a direct confrontation. Last time I checked. Source checked every corner of her domain, but found nothing. Meanwhile, Samsara doesn't look like she's too focused on the search. Did she find a new pawn? I don't know. She's always been hard to read, Chaos shrugged. Samsara is the one who takes her job the most seriously, which has allowed her to remain a little more elusive. So far, they don't know whether she's truly passionate about her position or if it was just another ploy. Heaven, have you calculated anything? Time asked. If I had, don't you think I would have said something? Unless you want to take all the credits. Fate sneered. And face him and the Fate Stealers alone? Do you think I'm as stupid and arrogant as you? Bastard. I don't have time for this, Chaos declared before disappearing. Now that she had notified the majority of her results, there was no need to remain here. Time shook his cat's head before also leaving. Chaos, wait. Heaven wanted to know whether she was interested in the training plan. Although he knew the chances were slim, he still wanted to try. As for that bastard Fate, he can be dealt with later. Chapter 1173 New Enemy? 1173 New Enemy? Limbo. The human emperor opened its eyes as he sensed something. He wanted to descend to the lower dimension through a projection, but remembered heavenly Taoist blockade. Ingzheng frowned. This time, he really could not postpone checking what was happening since his senses told him something important had occurred. I can either ask Mithriya for a favor, or... He summoned a jade pendant shaped like a butterfly with cracks scattered on its body, which ruined its beauty and preciousness. Ingzheng squinted at the butterfly jade pendant. At this stage, there is no point in being too suspicious. He activated its power, instantly allowing him to see what was happening in the lower dimension. His eyes focused on Wang Wei, a minor 3-realm emperor. He muttered, not hiding his surprise. He could barely accept someone becoming a lesser 3-realm emperor, meaning they've acquired the 3 karma position in one heavenly world. But now he sees someone who has succeeded in getting acceptance or a position from the entire lower dimension. If I can get it from him, my plan will have a higher chance of success, Ingzheng muttered. His original plan was long and convoluted. Luck was on his side, and he successfully transformed his lesser human emperor into a true human emperor during the devil race's catastrophe. The next step was the others, but none of them were easy to acquire, especially in the primary source chaos worlds. He once tried the Earth Emperor test before ascending to the upper dimension, but the Yama King told him his mind was as complicated as those of Tao overlords. Thus, he was disqualified. No matter what Ingzheng tried, the latter refused and did not even allow him to take the test. He had no choice but to change the plan. His divination told him the myriad emperor world was the place that would allow him to achieve his goal, and one day in the future, an opportunity to acquire the lesser heavenly emperor position would appear. Ingzheng immediately left preparations using the human destiny sword to ensure one of his pawns was the one who received the positions. The plan was to take this lesser position and cultivate it into a minor position in the upper dimension, which was easier than stated. Given how vast the Eternal Ascension world was and his current strength, status, and resources available, as long as he had the seed for the lesser position, the next evolution was not a problem. The real problem was to transform it into higher levels. According to his plan, Ingzheng would travel to another ordinary source chaos world to cultivate the seed of the position from minor into the greater heavenly emperor positions by scheming against the world or overpowering true heavenly Tao if necessary. The last step is to return to the Eternal Ascension world or any primary source chaos world for the final evolution into the position of the true heavenly emperor. Ingzheng did not plan for the final step yet, but his divination indicated that this world contained his chance to take one step into transcendence. The greatest trouble to his plan was the Earth Emperor's position. The Yama Kings did not like him, and he was not confident in secretly scheming against them, as one wrong move could ruin everything and force him to waste millions of yuan epochs of patience and plotting. Ingzheng then chose a pawn to be the face of the Earth Emperor plan. His approach was to create a fake Earth Emperor, or specifically, a fake Yama King. He combined his understanding of fortune dynasties to create a fake or independent samsara court. The ruler of the dynasty would also be the ruler of the citizens' afterlife or reincarnation. In other words, the ruler would be a Yama king, the ministers would be the nether servants, and the citizens would be the souls that would be reincarnated. Technically speaking, all the citizens in such a dynasty would be immortal, as they would just reincarnate as someone else in the dynasty after death. Ing Zheng's plan for this fake Samara court or Samsara dynasty was to either force the Yama king to acknowledge his status once it grew to a sufficient size, or use it to substitute for the Earth Emperor position. In the worst-case scenario, he would use all the powers of the Qin Saint Court to swallow a portion of Samsara and forcefully take the position. However, he needed a test subject to test whether this approach was feasible. Ing Zheng tried many people and refined the technique and plan for countless years before he was ready for the last trial. The Second Origin War allowed him to cover his tracks while also having the opportunity to gather more information and test from other worlds. Right as his plan was entering the last testing stage, the ultimate taboo appeared. Ing Zheng debated whether he needed to participate. While everyone was excited because an opportunity for transcendence was before them, he technically already had a method idea. As such, there was no need for him to take the risk, especially when even the short disappearance of these people could be used to his advantage. Ultimately, Ing Zheng chose to attend for one reason: he could not trust Hongjun. His first and second reincarnations, the idea, and the butterfly jade pendant that allowed him to divine the best future for him all originated from Hongjun, making Ing Zheng suspicious. Ever since he was a mortal ruler, he never fully trusted anyone, let alone someone as powerful as Hongjun. So, with the idea that whatever methods he found in the ultimate taboo could be used as a backhand in case Hongjun was scheming against him, Ing Zheng took the risk and ended up in the same situation as everyone else. His luck in the event was terrible. He resisted the urge to find a true method of transcendence and sought a flawed method. After all, such a thing would actually be very useful to him once he tried to become a true three-realm emperor. Unfortunately, he died in the process of trying, leaving the event with nothing to show for. Luckily, such a blow was nothing to his psyche or Dao's heart. One of his flaws might be his over-suspicions, but he makes up for it with his unparalleled patience. If I get the position from him, I don't have to waste any more effort on Shu Ren or have to think about the Heavenly Emperor position. I only need to cultivate this minor three-realm emperor position into a greater one in another source chaos world before attempting to become a true emperor. And that might be easier than anticipated in the current situation, Ing Zheng thought with shining eyes. As long as I convince true heavenly Tao with the promise of becoming its ally against supreme unity, the plan will succeed. I will become as powerful as them. Ing Zheng could not contain his excitement for a brief moment. Calm down. Convincing true heavenly Tao will not be simple. The situation is perfect for me, but I might still need to make a binding vow to build credibility, but that's okay. As long as I can deal with supreme unity, it'll gain my freedom and preserve all my strength. With him, heavenly Tao, and Mithriya, supreme unity should have no choice. Ing Zheng swiftly calmed down as he focused on Wang Wei. He squinted his eyes before becoming somber. This kid is related to the Tao opening sect? It's not a good idea to get into these bastards' bad sides. The only faction more powerful than the Tao opening sect is the Myriad Sect Alliance. But in a direct confrontation, it's hard to say who would win because the Tao opening sect is one sect and thus united, while the Alliance, not so much. The Qin Saint Court is among the 13 overlords, but its strength is in the middle and does not have the ability to confront the Tao opening sect, unless it finds other allies. Well, it just got more complicated, Ing Zheng muttered as he detected Wang Wei's strong karmic connection with Wu Hong. That woman's rise was legendary as she became the youngest primal paragon in the Eternal Ascension world's history. What? He's reincarnated from the prehistoric world? Ing Zheng's face twisted after deducing this truth. His body released a terrifying killing intent before suppressing it. Is he a pawn Hongjun sent to deal with me? He did not know the truth. But his suspicious mind could not help but think of the worst possible situation or outcome. Do I have to kill this bastard? Ing Zheng started weighing the pros and cons of this decision more seriously. Killing him would have severe consequences, which made him hesitate before. But this new information complicates things and even makes the risk worth it. Chapter 1174, Coded Message 1174, Coded Message, Red Mist, Forbidden Land. Heavenly Book opened his eyes. He opened his books and flipped through them. He soon frowned because there was no update. His senses warned him that something occurred, but he had no update. He trusted his senses, so he would not ignore this change. Could it be that I was about to receive more information, but someone ran interference? Or is it something else? He raised his hand for another sacrifice, but he did not use worlds this time around. He sacrificed a few elder fiend gods, which were on par with inextinguishable and boundless paragons, one of which had reached the peak. A few more pages appeared in the book, but nothing significant or useful. Now I'm even more interested. He closed his heavenly book and summoned a second book artifact. Heavenly Book's mind entered the book and found himself in an enormous white dimension with a golden plaque with the words Heaven Eyes inscribed in countless floating pages. The Heaven Eye was one of the most fearsome information-selling organizations in the Chaos universe. Most people buy or sell news information from them because the prices of the all-seeing temple are ridiculous. If not for the temple's ancient history and heritage and the fact that the Heaven Eyes do not sell certain information, those seers in the temple would have lost all their business. The true leader of the Heaven Eye is, of course, the mighty Heavenly Book Paragon, but there are people who control it on the surface. Heavenly Book looked at the floating pages and took one that was glowing, which indicated that this news was new and important. The Flame Emperor had a meeting with the Venerable Pill Sage. Does he want to challenge him again? Or is something else at play? Heavenly Book remembered the analysis the Heaven Eye had about the Flame Emperor. They deduced that the man had an idea for a path of transcendence and was testing it. Heavenly Book waved his hand, and countless more pages containing information about the Flame Emperor were gathered into a booklet. A transcendent pill? A path of sublimating skills? Interesting. Although this news was indeed valuable, it was not what he was looking for. So Heavenly Book wrote instructions on the booklet and watched as it disappeared briefly before returning. Far away, the agents responsible for gathering information on the Flame Emperor and the Venerable Pill Sage received new orders. Heavenly Book frowned before picking another page. This information was from a few agents in the Eternal Ascension world. The news was old and only said the two suns disappeared. The Heaven Eyes were almost everywhere, but their powers were weak in certain worlds and completely inactive in worlds with half-step transcendent. In fact, these agents were there to die at the hands of these transcendences, so Heavenly Book could try to gather information from the process. I assume if something occurred, it would have been there, he thought. Should I take the risk and activate one of the agents? As he was calculating the risks, a new page suddenly appeared in the room, and it glowed bright red, indicating the highest level of news and also an emergency. Heavenly Book immediately read the note, and his pupils shrank. The page said, all agents in Sector 345 died all at once and suddenly. This news was outrageous. The Chaos universe was too vast, so Heavenly Book knew it was impossible for him to spread to every corner. So he made a list of the top 1 million Chaos worlds based on their history and overall influence in the universe, divided them into sectors with as little as 1,000 Chaos worlds, and spread his Heaven Eye. Sector 345 contained 5,000 Chaos worlds and a little over 10 trillion agents. Yet they all died instantly and at the same time. Such power is not something any paragon could do. A half-step transcendent? Are they that powerful? Or was it someone even more powerful? Heavenly Book squinted his eyes. More importantly, why Sector 345? Wait, wasn't it one of the worlds in that sector where the Grand Tao Sun is located? Heavenly Book caught a hint of inspiration. Is Grand Tao intervening because I was about to steal his fortunate encounter? No, it wouldn't interfere with such a thing. Plus, as brilliant as it is, it would obviously hide the best fortunate encounters for my books. So, someone else intervenes, probably one of its pawns, the Cardinals. His eyes shone brightly. But why intervene? The Cardinals would not move unless ordered to, or it was beneficial to them. They would not dare mess or even approach the son of Grand Tao unless ordered. A large piece of the puzzle finally fit together. Grand Tao would never place all its eggs in one basket, especially if that basket is me. In its eyes, the real enemy prepared for Wang Wei is its chosen son, and him just an appetizer. However, the fact it would choose one of the Cardinals to either train or protect its son is further proof of Wang Wei's capabilities. Heavenly Book once again raises Wang Wei's danger level in his mind. The question now is which Cardinal came, and why did it kill my man? Was it just a threat? He had spent years searching for news about them, so he knew their names or titles, their appearances, and a few anecdotes of when they actually interfered in the Chaos universe. The information was barely enough to create a character profile. However, he did deduce one crucial piece of information: their desires. He predicted that all these 6 bastards were prisoners of their position, and they had one wish: leave that position while retaining the strength that came with it. Heavenly Book was in deep thought, pondering which Cardinal might have intervened. If it's for protection, Heaven, Fate, and Chaos might be the best. Heaven should provide protection to that lucky bastard in any place with a heavenly Tao. Fate could see the danger in advance. And Chaos can also provide protection in primordial chaos. By that way of thinking, the others are also useful since Time can also see the danger coming, and Samsara can just prevent his death. Heavenly Book granted this deduction, as it was pointless since any one of them would be a perfect bodyguard. Let's assume it's for training. In that case, Fate, Time, and Heaven would be the best. They all have ways to see, divine, or calculate the best training method. My deduction indicated that something has happened to Fate. Even if I were wrong, his Tao means he is destined to be connected to Wang Wei. Grand Tao will not send such a variable to get close to its son. So, the only choice would be between Time and Heaven. However, if I had to choose the best option, it would be Heaven. He would know the best training methods while also controlling luck and misfortune, which is a good training method. On top of everything else, his Tao is the most versatile, allowing for the utilization of different methods. Heavenly Book's mind was racing. As he was deep in his analysis, another glowing paper appeared, and he swiftly read it. All our agents were revived, except the ones in World S 345-534. Is this just a warning? He killed my people and revived them to show the extent of his power? Heavenly Book frowned. No, something doesn't feel right. He pushed his soul and ability to the limit to gather every minute detail of how these agents died and revived. Too many pages to count flashed before him, and he reviewed them at an alarming speed, even for someone of his cultivation realm. There, he thought, Heavenly Book found an anomaly or a pattern. He created a special ability to track the death of his subordinates, and it's countless times better than the conventional soul lamps. After analyzing this part of the information, he found that these people's revival was not instantaneous or random. They were revived at a very specific time, and even though the difference between the revivals was infinitesimally small, we're talking about differences smaller than attoseconds, he noticed. Is this a secret code? Does the Cardinal wish to communicate with me, but don't want to alert its peers? I see. To any observers, it looked like the Cardinal was sending him a warning, but in fact, it was a coded message. Interesting. Heavenly Book focused on the code and began deducing. He quickly realized he only found one part of the code. The exact moment the souls of these 10 trillion agents returned to their bodies, the small difference in the time that they opened their eyes, and even the rhythm of the first breath they took. These were all part of this coded message. Such an exquisite code. That's definitely Heaven's work, Heavenly Book summarized while chuckling. I thought he despised me after what happened. I guess anything for freedom and power, right? He focused on deciphering the code and seeing whether it was worth all this effort. Chapter 1175, The Coronation 1175, the coronation divine seal continent. Yanhai looked in the distance with a smile, surrounded by a small bamboo forest. She has always loved bamboo and found their presence soothing. However, the peaceful atmosphere was soon broken by someone teleporting beside her. But Yanhai's smile did not abate. "What made you so happy?" Wu Hong asked. "The kid added another memorialized luck to our sect." "Oh, what do you do this time?" "He became the first three-realm emperor of the lower dimension." "That is impressive," Wu Hong calmly nodded. "Are you proud that your husband is so capable?" It's ironic how much time and effort the human emperor spent lusting after that position for someone else to get it, Wu Hong added. "You're no fun," Yanhai complained. "But you're indeed right. I wish I could see that suspicious bastard's face." Wu Hong shook her head, and just as she was about to say something, a talisman flew in the distance. "What is it?" "Speaking of him, I just received news that both the Great Chu Divine Dynasty and the Qin Saint Court showed signs of activity." "This is not a coincidence," Yanhai said with a frown. "We have long suspected that Brat Shuran was one of Ing Zheng's pawns. Now, these two have started to move just as the kid became a three-realm emperor. What are you going to do?" Wu Hong asked. Although Ing Zheng is too suspicious by nature, he's also very patient and ruthless, willing to go to extreme lengths for his goal. "I only need to be the umbrella that protects him from the rain until he's ready to compete at our level," Yanhai explained casually. She raised her hand to write a short sentence on the air. "Touch one of our own and suffer the consequence." The characters then turned into a sharp sword that flew in the distance. "What will you do if he doesn't listen to your warning?" "It'll destroy him and his dynasty." "Isn't that obvious?" Wong Sigid. "This is not the era where we, the 13 overlords, ruled the world. A fight with him in the current situation will simply complicate things. You should change your mindset." "Give me a little credit," Yanhai replied. "Ing Zheng should have the same thought as you. However, he'll also think that without the other two present, I will be prone to act more recklessly, and thus believe you might really start a war with him," Wu Hong finished. "Yes, and the kid will be safe, and he can grow up safely. You say this, but I know you will start a war with him if given the chance." Zanhai stood. "If he's willing to make an enemy out of us after such a warning, there is nothing left but to fight." Wu Hong shook her head before disappearing. Meanwhile, the Qin Saint Court received the Sword Empress warning and immediately relayed the news to their emperor. Lower dimension, endless void. Wang Wei returned to the world of the living with countless people already waiting for him. Before he could do or say a word, he received a divine sense of communication. "You should have learned everything from here?" Shintong asked. "I did. So, things between us are all right?" "Of course," Wang Wei replied. "I appreciate everything you did to help. I won't forget it." "That's all I wanted to hear." Wang Wei nodded. He was lying through his teeth. How could he easily let Shintong go? He was sure this bastard at least received one idea of transcendence from secretly watching him. Did he think he could get away with this with one Empyrean item and a small favor to Wang Ju? Wang Wei sneered internally. Once he has the strength, he will have this bastard pay for what he stole. On account of Wang Ju's favor, he will not ask for interest, but he still has to pay. Wang Wei motioned his mother and father to stand behind him before calmly raising his head. No one could guess the thoughts in his head. "Let's begin." Heavenly Dao's eyes manifested above the heavens, followed by a vision that covered the entire lower dimension. A purple gold throne appeared for Wang Wei to sit on, and his family stood on his left and right. True Heavenly Dao then sent a piece of information to the minds of all sentient beings, which prompted a dimension-wide salutation. All mortals and cultivators Tier 9 and below knelt and kowtowed. Dao monarchs and below bowed 90 degrees. And everyone else only cupped their hands and bowed their heads slightly. Finally, all sentient beings chanted the same phrase. "Welcome the ruler of the sky, the master of samsara, and the savior of the world, the master of the three realms." All those infinite voices were perfectly in harmony as every creature in the lower dimension chanted them simultaneously. Yu Yan and Wang Tian looked at their sons proudly. Wang Wei sensed an enormous quantity of incense rapidly gathering toward him. Countless people started worshiping him as a god after knowing that he saved the world from a catastrophe. However, before he could gather the incense, gold and purple merit descended from heavenly Tao's eyes. His body suddenly turned golden, like he was a glowing Buddha, followed by visions of sages reciting poems, scriptures, and Tao texts. Second-level golden body, Wang Wei thought. And if I could quantify it, I would be at the peak, very close to condensing the third level. Once Wang Wei received his reward, it was time for everyone else. During this Golden God's catastrophe, many people contributed, especially people like the Overlord Seal Empress, Wang Zhu, Dong Lifan, Yu Yin, and Wang Tian. These people either faced the Golden God directly or contributed to stopping that eldritch monstrosity from escaping its imprisonment. Even Shentong received a good portion of the reward. True Heavenly Tao appeared rather generous as it rewarded countless individuals before giving Wang Wei one last and disappearing. To celebrate today's achievement, I will grant 100 years of free use of the Dream World to every world across all 3,800 world communities, Wang Wei declared. His words caused another small ruckus to those who understood the significance behind these words. The Dream World appeared to be free, as you only need spiritual power to condense dream coins. However, that is far from the truth. Most people cannot replenish their spiritual power faster than they can condense the dream coins needed to utilize their services. As such, they need to consume soul spirit replenish pills, meaning that the dream world can cost a great deal of resources to its users, especially if they are any kind of large faction or lineage. Wang Wei's declaration was akin to saving them countless resources and providing the best training opportunity for these factions in the next 100 years. These people could not wait. Wang Wei focused on the people that formed his group or alliance. The war might have ended, but our work is not finished. The Golden God's former territories have not been utterly integrated into our system. Let's change that. The myriad Emperor World people and their allies immediately started their work. Although they had just received a massive bonus from true Heavenly Tao, this work was also beneficial to them. After all, it was luck and merit from more than 1,000 world communities. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction with these people's attitudes. There is no such thing as too much benefit. As he was about to focus on the world tree, he suddenly frowned. Is something wrong? Yu Yin asked. No, nothing. The strength he had acquired from his future self had left his body, leaving him feeling extremely weak and empty. He controlled his aura perfectly, so no one detected any changes or anomalies. Now, what to do with you? He already knew he could not leave the tree for his sect in the lower dimension. True Heavenly Tao barely allowed a broken Empyrean artifact, let alone a fully grown one. Additionally, this recent catastrophe has further proven why the power of Empyrean was not allowed to appear or exist in the lower dimension. The world is too fragile for the strength of Empyrean, so why not reinforce it? Wang Wei thought. He pointed at the tree to make it condense a seed for a second and weaker tree. The myriad Emperor World's court still needed a tree, so this one would be the replacement. Under his control, the world tree teleported to the void battlefield and planted its root in the very fabric of space of that dimension, elevating its structural integrity to a higher level. Now, Wang Wei had finally created a void battlefield for the lower dimension, and it could easily contain a battle between Empyreans. The world tree then had more tree roots embedded in the endless void's spatial foundation, also elevating it to a higher level. With this current level, even I can no longer destroy the lower dimension, Wang Wei observed. This is good news, since true Heavenly Tao should not rush me to ascend once my cultivation approaches Tier 11. Chapter 1176, The Aftermath. 1176, The Aftermath. What other benefits will there be? Wang Wei thought. Now that the lower dimensional was no longer so fragile, could the overall power level increase? Maybe immortal sovereigns will no longer be as restricted? He checked for the answer by deducing the changes of heaven and earth. No changes? Just the world is harder to destroy? Wang Wei was slightly surprised by this news. He thought true heavenly Tao would be more lenient with Tier 11 powers existing in the lower dimension from now on. Well, considering the lower dimension was a training area for elite emperors, it makes sense. Without eternal emperors being the absolute symbol of power in the endless void, the entire system might fall apart, Wang Wei concluded. He shook his head, deciding to be satisfied with the fact that the subtle aura of alienation from his strength had dispersed now that the world was stronger. He next focused on his new, all-encompassing void battlefield. This thing was considered a new patent. However, it was not as useful as it appeared, especially once he left. Wang Wei could foresee these worlds purposely boycotting using his void battlefield and focusing on their own, unless absolutely necessary. The target of this invention should be geared toward the worlds without a void battlefield. However, before he ascends, such a thing will become very common, given how much ideas and resources will be shared between world communities. People will only use my battlefield when their world's battlefield is too weak to contain its user. If this were the past, such a thing might be rare, but in this new era where higher fold emperors will be more common, my void battlefield will not be as useless as I think, Wang Wei analyzed. Plus, it may not be a bad thing that it's not popular. I can use it to hide or do things in secret. Merit descended from the sky a second time to reward him for his invention and for increasing the spatial structural integrity of the lower dimension. Wang Wei glazed at the merit in his hand intently. I've almost accomplished my destiny as an heiress son, and everything I've done should help true heavenly Tao fight off supreme unity, even if it only makes a slight difference. No matter how small the change, Wang Wei was happy that he could delay supreme unity's path of completely controlling true heavenly Tao. It looked like Mithraea and supreme unity's strengths are similar, but if you think logically, it's not true. Supreme unity does not have full control, meaning his strength has not reached its highest level. So, unless Mithraea still has some unknown room for improvement, things look bad for her. Wang Wei calmly looked at the celebratory visions fading away and teleported home with his parents. Before returning to his throne room, he installed the New World Tree to support the floating court. Son before Wang Tian finished his sentence. He watched in horror as his son started bleeding from all the orifices in his body, followed by his body turning as skinny as a mummy and his hair turning white like an old man. I knew there was no way for you to be perfectly fine, Yu Yin said. What are you doing? Quickly take some pills. I'm fine, Wang Wei said calmly. What do you mean you're fine? You're obviously not fine, Wang Tian added. No, I'm indeed fine. I thought the backlash would result in a Tao injury in which my existence is injured severely enough that I fall in strength, but it's not as bad as I thought. Is this one of the benefits of having a perfect foundation? Not bad. Are you sure you're all right? Maybe you should use merit to heal yourself, Yu Yin suggested. That would be a waste. Wang Wei shook his head. This injury was indeed severe, but that only meant it would take time to return to its peak. What about you guys? Im Eilicht? Your armor already started healing me as soon as I was injured. Wang Wei was not surprised since he created the thing himself with his spirit particles, meaning it was programmed, or in a better sense, it had the intelligence not to harm his family and even help them in time of need. Your mother took most of the backlash, so my foundation was unaffected. I should be fine in a while. As a mortal, it was easier for Wang Tian to heal, given his foundation was not broken. That's good to hear. The void in the room suddenly trembled, and a projection appeared. I had a feeling this would happen, so I prepared those, Yin Liling said as she handed everyone in the room a bag. Oh, what are those? Wang Wei asked as he opened them like a kid who received a bag full of candy. Sadly, his terrifying appearance did not make his actions appear as cute as he wished them to. Yang blood pills for your body, Yin replenish pills for your soul, and down nourishing pills for the loss of essence. With these pills, you should return to your peak in less than 20 billion years. Wang Wei's eyes lit up. These are the top-of-the-line Emperor tier pills. He was worried that the ones Elder Dan provided for him would not be useful, but this was no longer an issue. "You're underestimating me," he said. "I can heal my soul injuries with no issue, and with the healing boost of the golden body of merit, it'll be back in shape in less than 200 million years." Wang Wei smiled, his mummy-like body appearing even more demonic. He handed the soul-healing pills to his mother, and she accepted them without making a fuss, knowing her son's ability. "Did you send some to Donglifin?" "I did. Everyone who participated in the battle got a share." "Everyone?" Yin asked. "Yes. The Guardian after you will have big shoes to fill," Wang Wei commented. "Anyway, thank you. After I heal, it'll feed you until you're plump." Li Jun once said he likes plump girls. Although that's true, I never said that. So don't spread lies about me. "Huh? How are you here?" "My boss gave me a promotion, and I can now send projections once in a while in the world of the living," Li Jun replied. "What does that sound fishy?" "I thought the same, but after research, it's indeed one of the Earth Emperor's rights. But it's usually granted to the ones with long or meritorious services. Apparently, stopping these people was considered meritorious enough for this right." "If you say so. Why are you staring?" "You look like shit," Li Jun replied. "Watch your words," Yin warned. "Apologies," he instinctively said, making Wang Wei chuckle. "So what's next?" Li Jun asked, swiftly changing the topic. Wang Wei sighed. "It's almost time for me to leave." The atmosphere immediately became somber. "Why the frown?" Wang Wei said. "They'll see you guys next generation. Although I guess Heavenly Tao will reactivate the time acceleration. That should only be a few yuan epochs for me and over 10 million years for you guys. The only real parting is you guys." He glanced at Li Jun and Yin Liling. "By the time you ascend, a lot of time should have passed. However, by the time you arrive, I should have dealt with all the upper dimension troubles and prepared the best cultivation environment for you. We just wish we could be useful in your next saga." Li Jun sighed. "Our cultivation journey will be long, and without you guys, I don't think I'll make it out intact while preserving my true self. So, there is no need to mind if you're not part of one event." Wang Wei knew one of his greatest achievements was nourishing great relationships with families and friends and going the extra mile to turn these people into extremely talented and accomplished people cultivators. It could be said one of his life's turning points was when he listened to his wife's advice to treat his family as a boost instead of a hindrance. Although he has not seen the payoff yet, his intuition was telling him that one day he will thank the heavens he listened to her. "And we will gladly walk with you until the very end," Yu Yin said. "However, now is not the time to discuss this, since we still have plenty of time. So, rest and heal your injuries. I am indeed a little tired. Maybe some real sleep is in order." Wang Wei nodded. Everyone said their goodbyes, leaving him alone. "Before I rest, let's eliminate the trash." He raised his hand and summoned something from the void. A soul. "No, impossible. How could you find me?" "Mo Zun, Mo Zun, Mo Zun. You have the destiny of a cockroach," Wang Wei said while shaking his head. "This is not necessarily a bad thing. However, your greedy and prideful personality ruined such a blessing." Chapter 1177 Fate Puppet 1177 Fate Puppet. Mo Zun looked at Wang Wei, the hatred in his eyes almost palpable. If his eyes could kill, he would have eradicated this scorn from his life. No, he would do even worse things to him if he had the power. Sadly, his gaze was that of a sore loser, and even if he did not want to admit it, it was true. "Are you trying to humiliate me?" "As always, you overestimate yourself," Wang Wei said. "Do you think I have ever treated you as an opponent?" Wang Wei shook his head in disappointment. "You had all this time to ascend and leave the lower dimension as swiftly as possible, but you didn't. Why? The answer is obvious. You held on a hope. You hope that something will happen to me, or I will suffer great damage in my battle with the Abyss Gap. And even if that didn't work, you hoped to hide long enough until I ascended. Then, the lower dimension would become yours to do as you please. Without me on your way, you can finally win." Wang Wei looked at him with pity. "Do you think someone who has to rely on luck and hope can be my opponent? This is what I mean by you're too arrogant and greedy." Wang Wei sighed. "What a waste. It would have been better had Mo Xingyan taken over your power instead. Although she's as greedy as you, she's way smarter as she knows when to retreat and does not have that pointless pride. What do you want? Mo Zun asked with gritted teeth. He had never felt so humiliated despite suffering countless failures since he proved the Tao. However, he controlled himself. As long as he was alive, there was hope, meaning he wouldn't give up until the very last minute. Nothing, really, Wang Wei replied casually. They'll take what I want from you. I don't need your consent. I just wanted to put you in your place. What are you going to do with me? Montak Tsun. An interesting fact about me is I've never made a puppet. At least, not a genuine one with my Tao. It's odd since my physique was literally called the Fate Puppeteer physique. You wouldn't. Be glad that you'll be my first Fate puppet. Don't do this, Mo Zun said swiftly. Kill me, but don't humiliate me like this. He would rather die than be a puppet. So while saying these words, he tried everything possible to blow his soul. Sadly, he was completely sealed. Don't worry, it won't be painful or humiliating since he'll give you a new set of memories and personality, Wang Wei declared in a calm tone. His mummified body made his indifference even more terrifying. A projection of the river of fate materialized in the room before strings rushed into Mo Zun's soul. No, stop it. Wait, I know a secret that may help you. No, you don't. I do. It's a secret realm. All right, don't be so pathetic and accept your fate, Wang Wei said, with your luck and destiny. Any secret realm you've encountered before dying will be useless to me. One of the strings of fate sealed Mo Zun's speaking ability. Then, even more strings combined together to form a new body for him, truly reviving him. The strings then weaved new memories and personality for Mo Zun. For the last step, Wang Wei targeted the latter's Tao imprint, leaving his true will on it to wipe out the mark at the right moment. What an excellent work, Wang Wei thought, as this technique was the highest form of enslavement technique since it even affected the heaven-devouring emperor's existence. Additionally, using the river of fate as a conduit meant that if someone of higher cultivation tried to revert the process, the river would give Wang Wei a slight opportunity to eradicate the puppet. From now on, you don't have a name, but an identity. The first General Hell Lord or the Hell Court. Your mission is to gather the backlash or misfortune of the Heavenly Emperor era and ensure it lasts as long as possible. Once the Hell Court is fully established and you have full control of it, choose a successor, fake your death, and use a secret identity to secretly control the court. On the surface, your job will be to assist the Hell Lord in overthrowing my era, but your true objective is to ensure these people never succeed. Your mission will continue until the day your identity is discovered. On that day, your task will be to do as much damage to the Hell Court as possible before dying and send a warning message to the Tao opening sect. As soon as Wang Wei finished, the first-generation Hell Lord's fate line changed, meaning his entire future and fate had changed. He even acquired a few fate nexus. As you wish. Master, said the Hell Lord while kneeling on one knee. Good. Wang Wei nodded before waving his hand to summon the Golden God's armor. He changed the design before handing it over along with the continent that was the source of its power. This should be enough of a foundation. Thank you, Master. Wang Wei ignored him before once again summoning something from the void, the heaven-devouring Emperor's secret vault. I thought he didn't have a chance to create a vault before he was exiled, but it seems he was still cautious. Wang Wei destroyed the vault, but immediately frowned afterward. He realized something that displeased him immensely. Chun Tong would definitely know where he hid his vault. Normally, this would not be a major problem, since if someone wanted to kill him, especially a paragon, their projection would find his vault relatively easy. However, Wang Wei was in a unique situation. As long as he blessed his vault with his fateless status and his newly improved soul network, no ordinary paragon would be able to find his vault. Chun Tong has become a liability, so he must be dealt with. But how? Wang Wei thought. And as soon as he asked, he had an answer. The slaughter trial. Whatever method he uses to walk freely in the lower dimension while in limbo should be linked to that trial. So, As long as I exile the trial to the upper dimension, he will have no choice but to leave as well. Wang Wei would never have this idea before, since he knew how low the probability of failure was. After all, he was dealing with a paragon. Even a dead one did not change much. However, recent events have given him hope and courage. Let's wait until I'm healed and condense a third-grade golden body to deal with him, he concluded before focusing on the Hell Lord. He pointed his finger to leave a spell on its body. When the Hell Lord dies, the spell will activate and erase the heaven-devouring emperor from history before his true will destroys his Tao will, thus permanently killing him. Oh, I'm already tired, Wang Wei complained before waving his hand to dismiss him, and the Hell Lord went to build his court. Meanwhile, Wang Wei still had a few things to do before he could focus on his retreat and healing. Firstly, he summoned someone from his sect to task them to begin recruiting people for his samsara court. According to his agreement with the Stone Yama King, he should be the only one bearing the cost of the samsara court for all 3,799 world communities. However, he wanted to see if he could pass his court to Li Jun after ascending. If it's possible, these people will be available to start working immediately. The next thing Wang Wei did was to send a clone into the source key space to use his key spirit ability to search for special kiss that would help with his healing. A part of why he predicted he would only take 200 million years is because of this ability, and if he can find some rare energies, the time might shorten even more. He then summoned the second-in-command of the Fate Shadow Guard. This person was a familiar face, a man called Zhang Jing. He was the assassin with the innate space technique and a talentless sister that he doted on. He was now the leader since Wang Ju was gone. Wang Wei handed him Wang, just inner world and the right to be his shadow. Of course, it did not mean he was chosen, but more like Wang Wei tasked him to test other members to see who was worthy. If Zhang Jing passes the test he left, he can absorb the inner world and link himself to him. After all these minor things were settled, Wang Wei focused on something more important, his spoil. After such a major battle as this, of course, he will profit in other ways. He usually makes sure of that. However, his heart immediately felt painful after checking the final spoil. Chapter 1178 Loss 1178 Loss Wang Wei checked his personal dimensional space, using his divine sense to look at all the bodies he stored. During his fight with Old Man Nether, and before the explosion destroyed everything, he saved a few bodies of those creation life forms to use as resources later. If that bastard didn't blow himself up, I would have access to hundreds of bodies, Wang Wei thought with gritted teeth. His heart pained every time he thought how much he had lost due to the bastard Old Man Nether's ruthlessness. Every time he thought about how much benefit he lost, he thought about reviving that bastard Old Man Nether and killing him again. There's no point in being angry, so let's calm down, Wang Wei thought before summoning a sealed sword. This creation life form should be a decent material to build my Empyrean artifact, but it's not enough to create an ultimate tier artifact. He put the weapon away before focusing on these bodies. The next problem is how to deal with these bodies. I doubt Elder Dan or Yin Liling can process these bodies. Maybe Liling can after using an illusory Empyrean Ascension pill, but shall also need to create new Empyrean formulas. He frowned for less than 10 seconds before realizing this was not his problem. Yin Liling should be the one stressing about this. Anyway, she loves a challenge. He waved his hand to send the bodies for her to deal with. With a thought, 108 phantoms manifested before him. Anger flashed in his eyes as he looked at his future Buddha selves for the first time. His biggest loss in this fight was the 258 future selves. Many of his plans were calculated using the cultivation speed of the 356 selves, but now he had permanently lost 2/3 of it. And since they were sacrifices, even using merit will not restore them. On top of everything else, he wasted such a tactic as summoning strength from his future self on someone like Old Man Nether. From now on, once he's in a bind, Wang Wei knew Grand Tao would not allow the same tactic again. Old Man Nether is dead. But Cthulhu, don't let me get my hands on you. I promise you, you'll be the first cosmic horror to feel fear. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. Now that he had suffered such a great loss, he needed a way to make up for the cultivation boost. This should be on the agenda. Wang Wei left the throne for his cultivation room and activated all the formation before swallowing Yin Liling's pills. Time passed, and Wang Wei focused on healing. Normally, people would not bother him unless it was an emergency, but he did receive a communication talisman that indicated his presence was needed. Why did someone contact me? It's only been 1,500 years outside. He frowned while checking the talisman. Hong Miling wants to ascend? Wang Wei sent a projection to the throne room before summoning her. He guessed she wanted to see her master, but wasn't this a rush? There is no need to panic, Wang Wei reassured. After the war, our little contradictions are now water under the bridge. Hong Miling secretly sighed in relief. Although she expected, wished for that to be the case, she did not want to have her hopes for, and then to be wrong. What brings you here? I'm leaving, she announced. So soon? There is nothing left for me here, she replied. The lower dimension is united, the world is at peace, and the people are happy. It's time for people to start the next stage of my life. Plus, I want to see the master. I understand how you feel, but listen to me and don't leave yet, Wang Wei advised. I'm going to hold a Dao banquet and invite all the immortals of the lower dimension for a Dao discussion. Hong Miling's eyes immediately lit up. You should understand how much such an event will benefit your future cultivation. Hong Miling was immediately tempted. However, she also felt conflicted because the idea of seeing her master was exciting and something that held sentimental value to her. You've passed your master's test, so she will acknowledge your status, Wang Wei added. However, from what I know about her, she's very strict. She loves teaching and giving people fortunate encounters, but only the ones she deems worthy, and she has high standards. You'll probably be tested after ascending, and your result will determine how much status you have in your eyes. So, staying to improve your foundation is your best option. You may have a point, Hong Miling nodded. Can you tell me more about her? Wang Wei sighed. I would love to, but I doubt I know as much as I think I do. I see. Hong Miling understood the implications behind these words as they confirmed some of her theories about her master's relationship status and situation. The two talked briefly before Hong Miling returned home. Wang Wei accessed the dream world and sent a server-wide announcement. Supreme Emperor Wang, I will be hosting a worldwide Dao banquet. There will be food, wine, and music unlike anything you've ever experienced in your life. All immortals are invited. So prepare your sermon beforehand to not embarrass yourself before me and your peers. The banquet date and location will be announced a month in advance. Wang Wei looked at this message and nodded in satisfaction. Normally, this kind of announcement is written by the Dream World system, so they are in a cold and indifferent voice. However, he chose a written form similar to Weibo or Twitter. He even shamelessly gave himself the title of Supreme Emperor since he found three-realm Emperor mouthful. This announcement should prevent or delay some people from leaving early. Wang Wei thought before disconnecting himself. His gaze scanned the endless void, focusing on all the Taoist lineages. It's unsettling, Wang Wei thought. Mithria made her move with the Western Pure Bliss land, but Supreme Unity was quiet. He did not doubt for a second that the latter had no pawns in the lower dimension. As long as any Taoist lineages existed, Supreme Unity could use them, primarily their key luck, to intervene. Wang Wei even thought of eradicating Taoism before realizing it was pointless since someone like Feng Heng would survive or appear with the destiny to revive them. With Supreme Unity having semi-control over true heavenly Tao, the process would be accelerated compared to Mithria or what Feng Heng went through. More importantly, he saw no point in antagonizing a half-step transcendent. Yes, they were enemies, but that differed from directly antagonizing the latter. However, his quietness bothers me, Wang Wei thought. Things have been proceeding smoothly, and the overall situation seems to be to their advantage. However, the more so that was, the more wary he became, and Supreme Unity's lack of action or presence screamed that something major was about to happen, that his next move would not be simple. My theory was they were preventing each other from interfering in the lower dimension because of fear of allying with death reverence or the outer gods. However, no one showed up when I eradicated the death world, and Mithrios supported my side in eradicating that eldritch creature. So, why didn't Supreme Unity make a move? Could it be that he still has a bit of empathy remaining, so he won't go as far as allying with outsiders? Wang Wei frowned before shaking his head, as all signs showed this was unlikely. Supreme Unity's character profile indicated that he had lost his humanity, becoming a machine-like entity that would do everything and anything for power. His lack of actions could be for myriad reasons. That creature was not as valuable as I think it is for someone of his level. Cthulhu is one of the 13 taboos, so maybe there are consequences for allying with it. Supreme Unity used True Heavenly Tao, a sub-branch of Grand Tao, to gain his strength. It's possible that he would be stripped of his power if he had any connection with an outer god. Another possibility is this was a calculated move. He gave up interfering now to not reveal his hand, and once he acts, it will truly be a severe blow. Wang Wei grunted. In conclusion, I am missing too much information to make any reasonable deduction. He shook his head as he put these thoughts behind him. He focused on Han Shun, the first monarch of the Great Jin Dynasty, also known as the Human Emperor's new pawn after Song Jiao. Another person who showed no signs of making a move, Wang Wei thought. He expected some reactions from the Human Emperor after he gained the Three-Realm Emperor title. However, this is probably due to the current restriction of the lower dimension. I should be on guard against the Qin Saint Court after I ascend. He dispersed the projection before continuing his retreat. Chapter 1179, The Next Journey, 1179, The Next Journey, Chief. Welcome back, Chief. It's an honor to meet you, Chief. A.O. Shun would nod to anyone who spoke to him, not showing any attitude or caring about hierarchy. He soon reached his main cultivation cave and dismissed everybody before brewing him some top-grade tea to relax. As he sipped, a soothing power rushed into his body and mind, soothing his nerves and worry. The expansion is basically finished, and I've gotten all the benefits possible, including forming strong allies for the demon race in case of an emergency. I'll Shang Fati. So what's next? He has created a golden era for the demon race. Although people could say he took the opportunity of a brilliant time for his rise, that does not diminish his accomplishments. If not careful, anyone else in his shoes would not be as successful as him and might even destroy the demon races. Now that the demon race was thriving, and A.O. Shin no longer needed to constantly worry about their extinction since Head prepared countless backhands and plans for this worst-case scenario. He needed to think about his future. I'm quickly approaching the limit of my foundation, so the next step is to re-establish my foundation. However, the issue is whether to do it here or after I ascend. The best choice for this process is the upper dimension due to the much better information about the danger and better resources to ensure no issues. However, this is only for those with a lineage backing them. What about me? Wang Wei has the Tao opening sect. Feng Heng has Buddhism. Huafeng Wang has the ancient clan, and even Su Shi should be able to rely on Emperor Kong. The demon's race had few talented individuals who survived and ascended, so the chances of them building a top lineage are not high. My best choice should be the innate demon gods. But without any deep connection, will they support me? Better yet, can I trust them? A.O. Shun grunted as he remembered the information about the current chaotic situation of the upper dimension. If the innate demon gods chose to support these 7, should I still join them? Wang Wei had already made it clear that these people were his enemy, and A.O. Shun's body trembled at the thought of being on the opposite camp of that monster. He also has his pride and arrogance, and he would not bow down to these people without having any rights or power, especially since, as far as he's concerned, they are more powerful than him only because they are older. In fact, the best option would be to leave the Eternal Ascension world entirely, A.O. Shun thought. I could already predict that Wang Wei will also dominate the upper dimension, creating his own era. So, I can either use his pressure to force myself to grow or head to another world to find some kind of variable that will allow me to compete with him. Ao Shan sighed. Forget about leaving for now and focus on the current situation. I need more information about the upper dimension situation. Although Wang Wei did not hide basic information, he also did not share more detailed news. Ao Shan decided to ask him and even offered to pay. A worldwide announcement? He checked the dream world and saw Wang Wei's bold words written above the dream world sky. I was wondering why he never called for another Dao discussion. Is this what he's been planning? Ao Shan was slightly excited since he was embarrassed the last time they had a discussion, and this one should be an opportunity to redeem himself, not to mention the benefit to his future cultivation. I have enough merit, luck, and world source for my cultivation to reach 45 as swiftly as possible. But with the boost from that banquet, I could probably reach 50 with the merit at hand. He excitedly disconnected from the dream world to prepare his sermon. He could guess the Tao rhymes that would condense in such an event, which should form a field that benefits someone based on how deep and ingenious their sermons are. With the Supreme Emperor warning, people will do their best to prepare not only for the benefit, but also for their pride. As Ao Shan was about to finish his tea and start the preparation, he sensed something and frowned. Why are you here? Hua Fenghuang's projection materialized in his cultivation cave. I came to run an idea by you. Oh, Ao Shan sipped his tea. I'm listening, but I want to offer you tea since I don't want to. Hua Fenghuang ignored the second part of that statement. Is it possible to convince him to ascend before us? Ascend before us? Ao Shan repeated before understanding dawned on him. You're worried about your secret vault? It's unsettling knowing he will easily know where I put it. I understand how you feel, Ao Shan said, but it's pointless. Just accept this fact and move on. You're not even giving my idea a second thought. The crux of the issue is we are already behind, Ao Shan replied. The upper dimension is in turmoil, so the best move for us is to increase our strength now as much as possible before ascending. However, the higher our cultivation, the harder it is to reestablish our foundation. But he doesn't have this problem. He could probably cultivate until the next realm without any problem. Ao Shan suddenly paused, realizing he might have stumbled into the truth. He glanced at Hua Fenghuang, and she had the same realization. So, that was his plan all along, Hua Fenghuang muttered. His expansion and need for power was not simply for gathering resources or spreading his legend and history to make it harder to erase him. He was also preparing for the war upstairs. Her original plan was to gather all the other true Eternals and ask them to pool their merit together and pay Wang Wei to ascend before them. Now, she only has a few choices if she wishes to wait until he ascends to make her secret vault. Firstly, she only needs to wait and waste all this time. Secondly, she can cultivate while waiting for him to leave, which would greatly endanger her Tao Foundation reestablishment. Finally, she can achieve reestablishment while in the lower dimension, bearing all the risks that come with it. Ao Shan sighed before waving his hand to dismiss the tea sets and replace them with a gourd of alcohol. He opened the top, releasing a blood smell that was quite alluring. As the demon blood brewed wine coursed through his blood and veins, he felt full of life. Whenever we think we've figured him out, he reveals that he's more complex, just a profound abyss with no end. While we can barely think 5 steps ahead, he's thinking dozens, if not hundreds of steps. It's truly horrible to be born in the same era as that man. Is this a sign that you're giving up? Hell no. I'll shing it. Didn't the sages say that trying to conquer an impossible mountain was a worthy pursuit as long as you don't give up? Plus, I haven't fully admitted that he was an insurmountable obstacle yet. It's good that you still have some spirit. She nodded, since she also agreed with that sentiment. What are young to do after ascending? Why are you asking? He asked warily. You can come to our ancient clan if you have nowhere to go. You're after my bloodline. Of course, Hua Fenghuang nodded. As long as you agree to start a family with a human, you can keep your name and will have a high status. No way. Won't you just think about it? Do you have the status to make such a promise? Do you think an eternal emperor of my caliber won't have a high status? Ao Shan was rendered speechless since she made such a logical argument. Whatever. Go away, he said in annoyance before continuing to drink. He knew he would never mate with humans. Although he technically no longer hated them, he was not fond of them either. As such, his partner, if he ever chooses a mate, will never be a human. You should think about it, Huafeng Wang said before dissipating. Now, she had a plan whether to use Plan B, which involved leaving her vault to Sacred Beast 1 to hide after Wang Wei left. Then, the power shell leave will wipe Beast 1's memory of this information. The issue with this plan is that too many things could go wrong with Sacred Beast 1 that could ruin her opportunity to have a vault in the first place, including methods of retrieving her lost memories, infighting in the ancient clan that reveals the news, or Beast 1's sudden death before hiding the vault. Huafeng Wang did not know what to do, and this decision kept her at night, even making her slightly paranoid. Chapter 1183, Paths 3 Self-Art 1183, Paths 3 Self-Art. Wang Wei returned to his deep state of cultivation to heal himself and create his new technique. As for Ao Shun and Huafeng Wang's talk, he did not know or care. However, even if he did, he would not agree with their proposition since he plans to learn the locations of these people's vaults. His relationship with these people is currently positive, but whether this will stay the same is unknown. Knowing their secret vault and having an easier way to kill them if needed is an excellent strategic move. The information alone might prevent these people from becoming his enemy. Over 200 million years passed in his retreat, while 10,000 years passed outside, and Wang Wei finally opened his eyes and exhaled. His handsome face and luscious hair were back to normal, his perfect aura returning to its peak. It feels good to be healthy, Wang Wei muttered as he clenched his fist to feel his power and youthful vigor. Plus, it was a shame for such a handsome face to be ruined. I can feel heaven and earth was about to cry because of that. Wang Wei smirked to himself, thinking it was another shame that no one was here to experience his comedic chops. He shook his head to focus on what's important. Let's test it out, he muttered. First, Buddhism. The 108 Buddha self materialized before him, all sitting cross-legged on the void with monk cassocks, their palms closed like a prayer, and their bodies releasing golden lights. Although their heads were now shaved, they still looked extremely handsome. Next is Taoism. A phantom of Wang Wei wearing black and white Taoist robes with yin-yang and taiji symbols materialized, followed by a dozen more. These were the 72 Taoist self. Lastly, it's the devil. The last summon was the 36 devil self, and they were the odd-looking ones in the group, as they were not uniform. Some devils had red eyes and hair, others had purple hairs, some had horns and fangs, and some had animal parts. Generally, they looked heterogeneous. Now that it was completed, let's test out its full power, Wang Wei muttered as he closed his eyes to understand his fate Grandao source. After an unknown amount of time, he sighed deeply. The cultivation speed is about 250 future Buddhist self. I guess it's still better than only 108. He looked at this new technique called 3 Paths, 3 Self-Art, and was reluctantly satisfied. The idea was brilliant, and he felt it should have been more powerful. The Buddha self did not change much, except for a small optimization due to his new power and understanding of cultivation. The Taoist self was inspired by quantum computers. Classical computers work on a binary system of 0 and 1 called bits. Meanwhile, quantum computers use a qubit system, which can represent 0, 1, or both simultaneously through a property called superposition. Wang Wei used his yin-yang Dao, which can replicate the qubit system, and all his other understanding of quantum computer to condense one Taoist self, allowing them to have unimaginable calculating deduction capabilities to comprehend the grand Tao source. Lastly, the devil self amalgamated countless thoughts and ideas. He used the binary system of technology to condense one devil that represented a supercomputer. One devil was condensed through his understanding of incense, and that devil's ability maximized the use of faith incense to boost cultivation comprehension. Some devils did the same for luck, world source, merit, spiritual power, and even all kinds of emotions. Wang Wei had to use the knowledge he stole from the Yin Moon Palace to make the 7 emotions 6 desires devils. One of the devils even replicated Zhen Baiyu's pure mind state. Unfortunately, this technique did not completely replace the original future Buddha selves. But that's good enough, Wang Wei thought. More importantly, I have something even better. He took over 200 million years to heal despite absorbing a few special ki because of the past three self art and another technique. And that one is even more impressive. However, it was still considered a prototype by Wang Wei. However, even when he completes this technique, he won't reveal it until he's a primal paragon to prevent Grand Tao from restricting it. Furthermore, he considered it one of his best future emergency trump cards. Wang Wei finally left his retreat and immediately headed to see his mother and father, who were now healed. After the family spent a few days together, he returned to work. The first order of business was to check on the lower dimension situation. The situation was settled. All 3,800 world communities were now under his rule. They all had a dream world, enlightening temple, mortal civilizations, demon schools, depending on the world, and a court. Although there were a few troublemakers who tried to resist by that time, Wang Wei's popularity as the endless void savior made these people the unpopular minority. Wang Wei took a deep breath. So much incense, mortals, and even cultivators worshipped him as a god, savior, hero, or something akin to a celebrity. Moreover, this kind of worship transcended race and world, meaning they came from various individuals. Additionally, some mortals have worshipped him for generations. Although mortals now have a longer lifespan than before, 10,000 years, even more in some worlds, was still a long time for them. Truly a brilliant era, Wang Wei muttered as he closed his eyes, sensing the expansion of his existence. He would love to see the face of the sucker who could push him to the stage of trying to erase his existence. His next destination was a meeting with the internal and foreign affairs managers to understand in detail the changes that had occurred since his absence. After dealing with those boring politics and paperwork, he visited Su Shi for a small chat before checking on Dong Lifen. "How have you been? I feel like we haven't had a good chat in a while," Wang Wei said as he invited her to tea and a meal in the court's garden. "You've been busy, and I understand that," Dong Lifen replied, accepting the tea he served. "I think you've settled pretty well, right?" "Indeed, Dong Lifen. Initially, I was a little nervous despite everyone being kind and generous. However, I think I've been completely incorporated into the sect system. Dong Lifen's reservations have long been gone, mostly because of the peaceful feeling she gets knowing such a powerful sect was protecting her at all cost. What about your husband? Have you found his reincarnation yet?" "Not yet," Dong Lifen replied before remembering something. "Can you check for me?" "No problem." Wang Wei used his status as the Three-Realm Emperor to check, but soon frowned. "Is something wrong?" she hurriedly asked. "Oh no, he's not yet reincarnated, but he's been designated to be reborn in a scholarly emperor lineages in the upper dimension with 3 great emperors. Do you want me to change it? I still have this right. The upper dimension is unsafe, but that family seems the perfect place for him. Plus, I worry there might be other complications. How about I reincarnate him into the Wang clan?" Wang Wei suggested. "Want to tie me up even deeper?" she said, glancing at him scrutinizingly. "I'm not hiding it," Wang Wei admitted. "It's not the worst idea," Dong Lifen mused. "After you leave, some people might make trouble for me based on the issue of loyalty. A husband from their clans would stop this in advance, even securing my status. More importantly, he will have great talent if born in the Wang clan, meaning I won't have to worry about his cultivation." "All right, do it." Wang Wei smiled as he condensed a black scroll in his hands, writing an order before sending it to the afterlife. "How are the preparations for the alternate 10 Supremacy Foundation?" "Already found the perfect world," Dong Lifen said before showing him a projection made of dreams. "Is that the world that replaced the Sky Fall world?" Wang Wei asked, remembering how the brilliant smile emperor ascended with an entire world. "Yes, they are new and weak, meaning the perfect target," she explained. "I've done countless simulations, and they're the best choice." Have you considered true heavenly Daos intervention? I have. Based on the simulations, if I attack this world in the early stages of its development, there's a 99 chance that a new Destiny child with great talent will appear and try to stop me. Wang Wei nodded as that made sense. Alternative paths were allowed, but they also cannot be too easy and subject to tests to prove their worthiness. That's how Heavenly Tao, no, Grand Tao, operates the entire chaos universe. I'm sure you're prepared, so all I have to say is don't take this lightly because of your strength. I want. Wang Wei nodded before chatting with her for a while. As he was leaving, he raised his hand to condense a bright gem. This is what I promised you. This talisman will grant you full control of all the dream worlds if the Tao opening sect betrays you. I'm glad you kept your word, Dong Lifan said with a smile. Chapter 1181 Ripe 1181 Ripe. Wang Wei's next destination was the Guardian World to meet Yin Liling. He found her in a dimension of her creation with a transparent cauldron as large as a mountain. Wang Wei looked at the cauldron with praise. She had succeeded in finding a way to refine the Empyrean bodies into pills. Yin Liling took inspiration from the Danyuan Emperor and Hong Miling by linking all the world communities and borrowing their powers to condense a cauldron. In other words, she used the lower dimension as her cauldron. Then, with the illusory pill, she had the strength to create the flame needed for the process by condensing all the sun's fire energy and even fire laws of these communities into an emperor tier flame needed for the process. Lastly, Yin Liling borrowed the reserved spiritual energy from the dream world to supplement hers during the refining process. Can you speak? Wang Wei asked. Yin Liling was in a deep state of concentration, and he even noticed a few drops of sweat on her forehead. For a few minutes, she answered, I just want to know how things are proceeding. I've succeeded, but barely. Oh, I don't have the knowledge base or experience to make a Tier 11 Empyrean, especially in such a short period, Yin Liling explained. So, I chose another way, purified these bodies and condensed their Tao rhymes and blood energy into a pill. I added a few top Emperor tier herbs to preserve the efficacy of the pill during the condensation stage, allowing me to create the most basic Tier 11 pill. That is still impressive, Wang Wei praised. I know. Yin Liling smirked. This experience was immensely beneficial to my skill path. It even gave me an idea of how I might take a step into transcendence. Those are bold words, Wang Wei said. I'm listening. Once you achieve half-step transcendence, you only need to let me borrow your strength to make a pill for your realm. The experience should give me answers on my path. Wang Wei was speechless, but it was indeed a good way. No problem. I know you're a man of your word, big brother. Yin Liling beamed. All right, I need to concentrate. Can you do something before you leave? Although this pill is basic, it's also taking a long time. Please accelerate the time in this realm so it can be finished in time. All right. Wang Wei pointed in the sky, and a phantom of the river of time manifested. He said his goodbyes to her before leaving for his next destination, the swallowing zone. It's almost ripe, Wang Wei said as he looked at the Genesis fruit, which was now almost emerald in color. After years of being fed the power of dreams and nightmares from the dream world, countless immortal sovereign bodies, and even a small amount of merit, the thing was finally about to germinate. He did not hesitate to start feeding the apple until the last spot turned from light green to emerald. Beautiful, Wang Wei commented before condensing a container made from sealing runes, plucking the fruit and carefully preserving it. The light that served as the fruit tree dissipated, but Wang Wei did not care. The tree was now useless. By its nature, it was impossible to condense the seed for another Genesis fruit. As such, he was just happy that he got the fruit since it was valuable and sought after by many, including Old Man Nether, who prevented other people from using it before it was mature. Wang Wei's next destination was the Battle Demon World. As soon as he landed, he noticed two things. Firstly, the entire world seemed to be in a jovial mood or atmosphere. It could be sensed in the air, and he saw signs of celebration everywhere his sight landed. The second thing that caught his attention was the faint innate key in the environment. The constant exchange of knowledge, resources, and ideas resulted in the creation of many techniques, and the professions were greatly developed. A few worlds managed to create weaker versions of reverting their environment to innate. This development had its pros and cons. The pros were the further development of these worlds, including the revival of the innate demon god race. True heavenly Tao used this opportunity to return them to the lower dimension, probably in a weak attempt to restore balance from how dominant acquired lives have become. The con of the situation was the small political turmoil the change created in Wang Wei's court. Many worlds complained and asked the myriad emperor world to place the innate environment method on the market to buy and loan. But Wang Wei had long decided this would be the advantage he would only leave for his home, and thus the court had to tell these worlds to develop a method of their own if they wanted it. Wang Wei looked around for a bit before teleporting to a large room full of demons decorated in gold. Who goes there? The room immediately entered the highest alert as soon as that voice yelled. They all wondered who dared to mess up such an important event, especially knowing the people involved. "You're getting married and didn't tell me?" "Wang Wei, it's really you," said Yi Dafu as he appeared before him to give a hug. "I wanted to invite you, but the news in the dream world is you're in deep seclusion, probably recuperating after the war. I could have sent a projection." You're right, but I didn't think of that," the monkey emperor replied. "Greeting, your majesty, the supreme emperor." A cacophony of voices echoed in the room as everyone saluted after recognizing Wang Wei's identity. These people tried to hide their shock, but it was easily noticed by Wang Wei. "No need for formality. I'm here as a friend, attending a wedding," Wang Wei assured them. However, no one stood up. This legendary man was standing before them, and none of these people dared to show any signs of disrespect, even if he asked them to. "You heard him. You guys need to relax," Yi Dafu said, but even that did not work. These people secretly looked at each other from the corner of their eyes, waiting for someone to have the nerve to stand up fist. Yi Dafu shook his head in disappointment. "I don't think they'll listen as long as you're here. So let's talk somewhere else," he stated before leading Wang Wei to another room. "What took you so long to get married?" Wang Wei asked as an icebreaker from the previous situation. "The wife wanted to wait until she reached a certain level of strength before we married. So I had to wait until she was ready. The demon race values, especially this world with a zeitgeist of survival of the fittest. It's understandable why she would want to be relative to you before marriage." "Ye Danfu, enough about all that nonsense. When are you going to fight me? You promised me. You must have fought my imprint in the dream world countless times. Don't you see the difference? Don't you have enough? None of that matters, especially since I've devoted a sure tactic that is guaranteed to punch you in your face. They'll start with that until I can bully you. This is not a good idea." "Why not? It's your wedding. After all, wouldn't you be embarrassed if your wife saw you being beaten?" "Ye Danfu's Liebsteichit. It doesn't matter. What if people say I'm bullying you? I know you don't care about that. So just do it. Consider it a wedding present." All right. The two soon reached a room where the Nine-Serpent Empress was waiting. Wang Wei had to praise Yi Dafu, as he was not lying when he said he knew how to develop bloodlines. They had a small discussion, and Wang Wei learned about demon marriage customs. For example, gold is the main color for bloodline union celebrations instead of red, which is used by human weddings, Tao companion ceremonies. There are two ceremonies in the bride and groom's tribe world. They do not salute their parents, each other, and heaven and earth. Instead, they swear to their bloodlines, tribes, and ancestors. After the discussions, Wang Wei did not stay long. He fought with Yi Dafu, who was miserable, and his plan failed. Wang Wei still left a gift in the form of a few valuable emperor pills and blessed the couple with a fated lover fate line. He knew Yi Dafu was planning to ascend soon, probably right after the Tao banquet. Luckily, the monkey said his ancestors were doing well in the upper dimension, meaning he should have a backing to protect him during these tumultuous times. And I've seen a few complaints about the length of this arc. Please know that it is wrapping up, as there are no more twists or plots to extend it. However, I also need to take my time to wrap things up before starting the next saga. I recommend stacking for those who cannot wait, since the volume should end in 10 to 15 chapters. Chapter 1182 Last Value 1182 Last Value Unedited Chapter. Wang Wei's next destination was a place called the Summer Cloud World, and his purpose was a forbidden land. The Myriad Emperor world was not the only place with forbidden lands, and Wang Wei once planned to remove all of them. However, he never had to. His actions caused the entire lower dimension to rise in power, thus eliminating most of these forbidden lands with relative ease. The only survivors were the ones who were good at hiding and the place he was currently visiting. He headed directly into a forest with pitch-black trees and an eerie atmosphere. A word echoed in the void repeatedly. "Are you worthy?" Wang Wei looked around, noticing the trees seemed to contain a very potent hallucinogen capable of influencing the soul. He ignored this forest's power as his gaze barrado all the other obstacles to reach the core. He teleported to the center with one step, ignoring all the restrictions. "Are you worthy?" Wang Wei looked at the man before him. Ordinary black robe, thin, big nose, and bright eyes. An obsession? So, that's why no one could eliminate this place. The person before him was long dead, and he could only exist in this world because of his obsession, and no matter how much someone killed him, he would be revived due to his obsession. "Why are you asking if I'm worthy?" "So I can know whether you can help me." "And who are you? Why should I help you?" "My name is Luda. I don't remember much except that whoever is worthy enough to help my family will get the key to a treasure I once held." Wang Wei thought briefly before reading this man's fate line. "I see. This poor bastard named Lu Dao once found the cultivation cave of an Empyrean cultivator and was hunted down by an Empyrean lineage. As a last resort, he separated from his family while signing up with the same program that brought Old Man Nether to the lower dimension. The result was expected. He died, but his obsession with his family allowed him to condense in the lower dimension and wait for someone worthy to help him. "Do you want me to check on your family in exchange for the key to the cave?" Wang Wei asked. "Not just check on them, but help them and even share some of the resources with them. You do realize the chances of your family still being alive are, well, less than ideal?" "I'm aware, but I won't give up until the last minute." "All right, I accept your proposition. Your cave might be the first pot of gold I get in the upper dimension," Wang Wei declared. "Fine. Wait, you haven't proven if you're worthy yet." Wang Wei released the aura of the 10-fold battle realm, shocking Luda to his core. He was only a third-class emperor with 18 grand Dao source cultivation before his death. His new obsession form did boost his strength tremendously, but that was still nothing compared to this man's power. "Your strength is indeed worthy," Luda sighed. "However, what about your character? Either take the deal or don't. Your reward is less valuable than you think for someone like me." He was a master of luck, so finding fortunate encounters on such a level was easy. Although Luda could be counted as his second Tier 11 opportunity, he could give it up if he wishes. "Fine, but I want to see for myself." Luda turned into a black jade, and Wang Wei could sense his obsession attached to it. He waved his hand to put it away before waving his hands to kill all the remaining forbidden lands still hiding in the lower dimension. He teleported outside an interesting continent floating in the void. He looked at this place with strange gazes. He had come here, but it was not him. "Lord Qintong, I'm here for a visit." "Come in," said a voice, and Wang Wei entered the empty slaughter trial, following the voice to a beautiful white cabin by a lake. Qintong was waiting for tea that had already been prepared but had not been served. "I wasn't expecting you." Qintong was genuinely puzzled by this sudden visit. Wang Wei calmly served him tea before pouring it for himself and sipping. "Excelente," he thought to himself. "I came to invite you as a special guest to my Dao banquet," he stated. "Before you can reject, I know this event is child play to you." If Wang Wei had to make an analogy based on his life on Earth, the Dao banquet was as if all the top physics students at Tsinghua University were having an intense discussion that every other student could not fathom. Chen Tong would then be a world-renowned physicist who has won the Nobel Prize and countless other awards and has been in this field for over 40 years. However, this event might be useful to you. How so? Chen Tong calmly asked. You saw for yourself. This generation is, without a doubt, the greatest since the lower dimension's existence. Everyone present at the banquet will have great luck and destiny. They might even be the next golden generation. Those are bold words, but I see where you're coming from, Chen Tong nodded. If he could form some karmic relationships with these talents through preaching, it would indeed greatly benefit him later down the line, especially since he has a special method for revival that relies on luck and destiny. So, you agree? I don't see why not. I'm glad to hear, Wang Wei replied with a smile. They chatted for a few more minutes before parting. I was right, Wang Wei thought as he teleported home. Nothing he does is ever simple, and that was also true of that visit. He wanted to know whether his guess about Chen Tong was true, that the slaughter trial was why his experience in limbo was so free and without many restrictions. Of course, it would be suicidal to try any kind of outward detection means before a paragon, even if he's technically dead. Wang Wei then chose to rely on his intuition, turning it into an active ability to sense whether his theory was correct. Now that I know the truth, it should be easy to deal with him once I squeeze his last value at the banquet, Wang Wei thought as he returned home. He soon became busy with the preparation for the Dao banquet. The first thought was to create a new place in the void for this event, but Wang Wei quickly gave up that thought since that would be too much pointless work. The next choice was his court since there was more than enough space. However, realizing how much Dao rhymes this event would create, he chose the Dao opening sect. This banquet could become a precedent, Wang Wei thought. If father and mother also hold on, other people should follow. While deep in thought, Wang Wei has already delegated the preparation tasks for the sect, making everything extremely lively. The steward stopped his court duty to take charge of this event, ensuring the Dao opening sect appeared as noble and powerful as possible to the outside world, while keeping an air of mystery and secrecy. The Dao opening sect's actions were not exactly subtle. As such, people deduced the location of the Dao banquet, and the information spread before Wang Wei announced it. Many cultivators had spent years preparing for this event. Wang Wei, who was lazing around while everybody was working, decided to make an announcement in the dream world. Supreme Emperor Wang, the news was leaked. The Dao banquet will take place in the Dao opening sect. The estimated time is between 2,000 to 1,500 years. Furthermore, I've noticed a small controversy regarding whether immortal venerables and immortal sovereigns should attend. My invitation said all immortals, and you're part of it. You can preach about your understanding and experience of the soul. And if you feel the God Kings would do a much better job, talk about the relationship between essence, spirit, and ki. As soon as he finished his posts, it spread everywhere. The other paths besides the Emperor and Dao Path felt relieved after seeing this announcement. They were joyous that the Supreme Emperor did not exclude them from this major event and immediately started preparing. Most of them regretted not using the former 10,000 years and wasted it on debating whether they were worthy or should participate. Why are you here? Wang Wei asked after disconnecting from the dream world. Some people came to me to tell you not to be lazy and help, Wang Wuqing said. It's the steward, isn't it? Why doesn't he have the ball to confront me? I'm just a messenger, Wang Wuqing shrugged. Wang Wei decided to meet Wang Qi before doing anything else. Chapter 1183 Celebration 1183 Celebration. Wang Wei waited for Wang Qi in his transcending fate mountain, and the latter did not make him wait long. There were plenty of things to do, so Wang Wei did not beat around the bush and immediately started the conversation. How was the haul this time around? Excellent, but only because of the vast quantity. No iternes? Only 3, Wang Qi replied. For this expedition, he brought the heaven chosens from the remaining 1,000 world communities that once belonged to the Golden God, so the ratio was low. What about pseudos? 15, which is where most of our outcomes originated from, Wang Qi explained as he handed over the space ring. Wang Wei checked and nodded in satisfaction. Any noteworthy news? A few. Oh, firstly, the war has intensified. The rebellions have started to attack the core factions of these parasites. I reckon there won't be any place of peace by the time you ascend. The parasite's long absence has made these people bold. However, we'll see who still has a fighting spirit once they are free and start fighting back, Wang Wei commented. Anything else? Two things. Firstly, the celestial race might have intervened. Them? Yes. There has been a sudden increase in powerful insurgent key on the market for sale. Although only tier 10, the rebellion has bought many of them, thus increasing their military powers. And you think the celestial race is the one selling them? Those are the rumors. I guess I have to talk with Shi Shangyan, Wang Wei muttered. What's the second thing? I don't know if this news is important, but apparently the most beautiful woman in the world will celebrate her ascension to the Empyrean realm. Many people are talking about it, wishing they could attend. Su Junia? Huh? Sect Master, how do you know her name? Wang Qi asked. Then, he suddenly panicked after remembering something. Sect Master, you can cheat on the sect, madam. Otherwise, I doubt you'll live long. Shut up. Don't you think I know this? I only know her name for some reason. Wang Qi sighed in relief. I know you're wise. Wang Wei waved his hand to dismiss this bastard who spoke too much. Wait, there's one more thing. What is it? Well, how I say this. I might have spoken too much to someone. Did you see her again? No, not her. I'm talking about the sect upstairs. Oh, I brought a group of human fiend god with me, since it would be easier than ascending individually, and the sect thanked me. We had a banquet, and they asked about you. I might have revealed that you hold the destiny to end the current era. Do you understand how much of a blunder you've made? Wang Wei asked. Although it would be relatively easy to deduce this truth after knowing what he's been up to, it was something else to tell the news, especially with the possibility that there might be spies in the sect. Sir, I know, but this was not an accident, but a calculated move on my part, Wang Qi swiftly said. I'm listening. I only told the news to 3 people, and they had to swear to Grand Dao. I ensured the O's language was simple and direct to prevent complications, and all 3 of these people were Empyreans, meaning the chances of finding a way to break it are minimal. You were indeed careful, Wang Wei nodded. Although he could see the flaw in this plan, for example. The branch in the upper dimension probably had ways for Empyreans to use power above their realms through things like pills, talismans, and arrays. Additionally, a sect with such a deep foundation might have more than one rare treasure to nullify Grand Dao's oaths. What was their response? Wang Wei asked. They said they would support you in whatever way you wish, Wang Qi replied. I told them that with your personality and without the ancestors present, you probably won't wish to bring more trouble to the sect and limit your contact with them until you've achieved your destiny. You seem to know me well? Sect Master, it's my job to know you well so I can serve you better. Wang Wei wanted to roll his eyes. However, Wang Qi was not lying. Wang Wei chose him for this job under great recommendations due to his observation skills and ability to make the correct choice in a dangerous situation. And over the course of their work together, Wang Qi has proven to be more capable than Wang Wei initially thought. What happened next? Wang Wei asked. They said it was fine if you want to limit contact. They will leave resource points scattered all over the world for you to use. You only need to activate your luck. Leading you there. Resources point, huh? Did they say how much? They said it was up to you. If you want their complete support, that is fine. However, it is also fine if you only want some starting wealth and do the rest yourself. That is good news, Wang Wei nodded. Things would become much easier with the support of such vast wealth and manpower. Once again, you did a good job. Wang Qi, I believe the sect already rewarded you with what I promised? Yes, Wang Qi showed his powerful aura that was as good as some of the best insurgent. Excellent. They'll see you at the banquet. Wang Wei nodded. Huh, sect master. Anything else? Is there a chance for me to ascend with you? This may not be a bad idea. You'll need someone who serves as a liaison between me and the rebellion. And you're the perfect candidate since they know and trust you to some level, Wang Wei analyzed. But, are you sure? You should understand the danger we're about to face. I can care for myself, but cannot guarantee your safety. I am sure, Wang Qi declared without hesitation. Good. Be prepared. I will, Wang Qi said with a gleeful voice. He bowed before flying away, leaving Wang Wei to his thoughts. Su Junyao is having a celebration? This is the worst time for this kind of thing. So, is she just stupid, or is she planning something with this celebration? Interesting. This celebration is the perfect opportunity to meet and end this fated nexus. He looked in the distance before starting his work. He took the task of providing food and wine. Wang Wei had to prepare the best food and drink for over 100 million immortals, ensuring this banquet was worthy of his name. Once that finished, he headed to check on Li Jun. Big brother, you're here. Yeah, Wang Wei nodded. As the Three-Realm Emperor, he had no problem visiting any samsara court as he pleased since they were technically under his supervision. Can you participate in the banquet? Or must I do something? No, I got permission. With no consequences? They've extended my time by 100,000 years, Li Jun replied. It's not a bad deal. Wang Wei nodded. Although he was suspicious of Li Jun's boss, there was no sign of anything nefarious going on, so he had to leave it be. Have you prepared your sermon? Of course. Good. In that case, I'm leaving. Can't you stay a little longer? I need to help your wife finish my pills. Oh, bring suai. The banquet should be helpful to her and the child in her stomach. Oh, okay. Li Jun replied quietly, wondering whether this would cause him more trouble. Wang Wei ignored him before teleporting to the Guardian world, where he saw Yin Liling giving orders to many people, including Elder Dan and Miscellaneous One. Did they come to help you? Yes. I want to finish as soon as possible. No need to rush, Wang Wei stated. The banquet could be postponed if you need more time. It would look bad if you postpone. I don't care about that. For Wang Wei, people should follow his timetable, not the other way around. I know you don't, but it is still better to keep a surface-level good reputation. Wang Wei shrugged. Plus, I'm not in a hurry because of that. I have some feelings on how to update my Pill Sage Sutra, but I'm missing some enlightenment. This banquet is the perfect opportunity. That's good to hear. Wang Wei nodded. Well, I'm here and ready to help. What can I do? Well, use your amazing soul power to accelerate the process, Yin Liling immediately replied. Wang Wei followed her direction while also taking this opportunity to learn from her and increase his sub-profession Daos that he's been neglecting. The process was enjoyable as he remembered his time infiltrating the Origin Pill Dao sect. By then, he only had to focus on refining pills, which he found relaxing and an excellent way to train the mind and spirit. With Wang Wei's help, the pills were refined after 700 years passed on the outside. So he officially announced the banquet would take place 300 years later, along with the rules. Chapter 1184 Dao Banquet. Lavish Food 1184 Dao Banquet. Lavish food the day of the banquet arrived, and the first to arrive was, of course, the immortals from the Myriad Emperor world. The steward had prepared a special floating mountain for this banquet, and the designated people would lead the guests to it. The mountain, even the banquet, looked ordinary, with countless small dining tables arranged in different sections. However, the beauty of this event was in its simplicity. The dining tables were made of purple sovereign wood, an emperor-grade material used for refining pills and weapons. The bowls, teacups, and wine cups shone with an unknown luster. And that's because they were made from dream dust, another emperor-grade material known to calm the mind and ensure the best cultivation state. The scariest part is there were 100 million of these things. Even if only a small part was required to refine the table and dining utensils, it was too extravagant. Furthermore, this was not the end. A pink tree that resembled a sakura tree stood towering at an inconspicuous corner of the banquet, releasing petals that enveloped the banquet. The tree's petals would temporarily purify the soul and increase comprehension. People could not immediately fly to the top of the mountain, but must walk these beautiful purple stairs to the banquet. The stairs were blessed to condense a person's luck, giving them a temporary blessing that increased comprehension. Lastly, beautiful Dao music echoed in the background, and its effect was the same as the others, another boost to concentration and comprehension. Feng Hung was the first to arrive with 3 people following him. and a disciple led him to the emperor area, putting it the very front facing Wang Wei. However, the 3 monks with him sat somewhere else. Soon, more people arrived and were put in an area based on their paths: Dao area, Immortal area, Pre-March area, Soul area, Luck area, and Guest area. Wang Wei allowed these people to bring 3 disciples from their sect to participate in this event, and the guest area was for them. The sky in the distance suddenly burst open as a golden carriage descended from the sky, followed by a vision. The steward wondered what the big deal was, but soon realized it was only someone from another world community who had arrived. More foreigners arrived for the next few hours, and somehow, they all decided to make the flashiest entrance possible. These actions made the immortals of the Myriad Emperor world wonder whether they should have been flamboyant as well. Once everyone had arrived and the dream world was broadcasting this event, Wang Wei finally showed up, dressed in an elegant purple and gold robe. He also chose a simpler and more direct entrance, suddenly appearing at the slightly elevated table at the front as if he was always there. While all eyes were on him, he calmly sat cross-legged on a cushion, his dining table before him, facing all these people. He looked at the crowd, checking on all the people he knew. He smiled at his mother and father, who sat at the front near the Myriad Emperor world's true eternals like Feng Hong and Ao Shun. His father was the only non-eternal in that position. But no one said anything, just like no one said anything about Dong Lifan sitting at the front of the Luck area. However, he did notice one complaint in the Immortal area despite no one uttering a word, and decided to address it. "Welcome," Wang Wei said, his voice covering the entire mountain. "A few words before we start. Firstly, I would like to congratulate Sage Duan Ru for being the first mortal to achieve a level of enlightenment on par with immortals through mortal art." Everyone looked toward the Immortal area at the simply dressed elderly man with long white hair, a beard that reached his knees, aged spots, and cloudy eyes that hid their profoundness. Duan Ru used his cane to slowly stand up and bowed to Wang Wei. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for allowing me to partake in this momentous event." Duan Ru took big risks and put much effort into coming here. He heard about this event over 10,000 years ago as he was about to end his lifespan. He immediately sealed himself without knowing if he could attend, while asking his descendants to petition the court to allow him entrance. Luckily for him, his clans gave birth to talented cultivators who could live long enough and were filial enough to help him. "You've earned it," Wang Wei nodded, "and you'll be the first in the Dao area to preach." Duan Ru was surprised, but quickly thanked him again. Such honor will further cement his legacy and bring him and his clan luck and destiny. Wang Wei originally wanted to give him the very first spot in the banquet, since they were starting with the Immortal area. However, he wanted to know whether Duan Ru's sermon would improve after the people before him had enlightened him. The second announcement is that I've invited a special guest to preach, and they will be the last to do so. The guests immediately squinted. Duan Ru's appearance was a mild surprise, but this news intrigued and perplexed them. They expected the Supreme Emperor to be the last sermon, closing the banquet with the best. Now, His Majesty insinuated that someone even better than him was about to preach. Except for a few people who knew about Chun Tong, no one guessed who it was or whether someone like that even existed. "Now, let's start with the food," Wang Wei declared before waving his hand to manifest the food. The meal was a small piece of meat, a vegetable plate, and a rice bowl. However, this was not ordinary meat. It originated from a Tier 10 void beast prepared with Wu Hong's sealing cooking magic and blessed with Wang Wei's essence flower ability. In other words, everyone who eats will significantly increase their flesh body cultivation. The vegetables were grown from a Tier 10 source beast that Wang Wei hunted, and its purpose was to heal hidden injuries and boost the absorption of the meat, allowing everyone to benefit even more from consuming it. The wine that Wang Wei was made from the best material has been brewing or marinating for Yuan epochs under time formation and was blessed by fate to be the best wine possible. After drinking, the taste was out of this world, but that was the least important part, unless you were an alcoholic. Countless aura, suddenly rose as people's key quantity increased drastically. Some even broke their bottlenecks and became immortal sovereigns. The immortals were not the only ones who benefited, since the wine could also increase soul energy, meaning everyone, including the emperors and eternals, benefited from the growth of their souls, minds, and spirits. Wang Wei cultivated the rice using world source. That's how lavish this event was. After eating it, the people present will enter their absolute best state. Any events, battles, or sermons could be affected by many factors like mentality, state of mind, and past experience. The rice ensures that someone enters their absolute peak state without internal or external influence. I recommend you eat the rice first, followed by the vegetables, and take 2 sips of the wine and leave the meat alone since your body cannot handle it. Wang Wei communicated to Duanru. He personally arranged this old man's meal to ensure he survived the entire banquet with his limited lifespan. I understand, and thank you for your care, His Majesty, Duanru replied. The meat could be left for his descendants, but some small part of him felt unwilling. He would rather wait until his reincarnation to eat it, but he doubted these unfilial bastards would preserve it for him. More importantly, other clans might try to attack his clan, knowing he was storing such a valuable thing. Hey, honey, Wang Tian whispered. Don't ask to share my food. I wouldn't. Wang Tian replied speechlessly. Oh, then what is it? How are we supposed to hold a banquet that compares to this? Yuyan exhaled deeply after hearing his question. I've been thinking the same thing. All I can say is we better start preparing now. All she can do to soothe her heartache is laugh at the misery of the emperors after them. She wished she could see their stress as they tried to hold a banquet on this level and failed miserably. This bastard really knows how to be extravagant, Wang Tian complained. We were lucky he only wanted a simple Dao companion ceremony. True, Wang Wei waited for everyone to finish with their food, their breakthrough, and helping their disciples to digest their meal. Kai Song, Jin Mingyao, and Li Wenling had other people helping them. He waved his hand to summon the tea. This is enlightenment tea brewed from the Bodhi tree, with petals from the world tree used as assistants to prolong the effect. The people were shocked. The Bodhi tree was known for its effect of increasing comprehension and allowing a cultivator to enter a state of epiphany. Meanwhile, every petal of the world tree contained a world, and now it was used as an assisting material for this tea. This banquet was simply the definition of lavish. Chapter 1185 Dao Banquet. Preaching 1185 Dao Banquet. Preaching this is such a waste, Yen Liling complained while sitting beside Li Jun. It would have been better to use these things as the primary or supplementary materials for pills. You can't exactly feed pills to people for the banquet, Li Jun stated with his left hand on Sue's belly, helping the baby better absorb the nourishment from all these rare and precious resources. Why not? Yen Liling countered. Once it's my turn to hold the banquet, I'm feeding everyone the best pills possible. I guess that would work. Do you think I should prepare some underworld delicacies? Is that even a thing? If it isn't, just make it. You have a point. Yen Liling, Li Yun, and Wang Wei's parents were not the only ones thinking about holding the same banquet and wondering how they would make theirs unique and stand out. Suya, who was in the guest area, had similar thoughts. She thought about creating a special dish based on her 7 emotions, 6 desires Dao that would temper or even heal Dao hearts. Di Jiaying's thinking was more extreme as she wondered whether she could force people to pay a fee for attendance at her banquet. She realized it was possible, but it would have to be very enticing as this one or very close to it. Kai Song wondered whether she had to have a banquet during her time. If she did, could she give people special puppets as gifts? But what kind of special puppet? She felt annoyed, thinking how troublesome the entire situation would be. However, she enjoyed the thought of creating individualized puppets for the emperors of her era. Jun Mingyao wondered whether the sect would be willing to sponsor him for his banquet or whether he would have to use his own wealth. He decided to start amassing wealth now, just in case. Once everyone finished their meals, Wang Wei summoned the tea and sipped it. Once everything had been drunk, He pointed to the sky to summon a phantom of the river of time that immediately turned into a formation. Such brilliant and effortless application of time Tao, Su Shi thought. Like most of her peers, she was slightly jealous she would never have an opportunity to hold such a banquet, at least not as the Heavenly Emperor. However, she quickly removed such emotions. If she wanted to, she could have been the Heavenly Emperor, but she didn't, and that was for many reasons. Firstly, she did not want to abandon her citizen status in the myriad emperor world after going through so much trouble. Secondly, and more importantly, she viewed the position of the other worlds as useless and less important than the one from the myriad emperor world. In her eyes, and the eyes of most of her peers, only the Heavenly Emperor from their home was the true emperor, and all the others were poor copies. And if she could not have the original, she did not want any other. There's also the fact that the benefit she received working in Wang Wei's court was much higher than if she were the emperor somewhere else. Tong Ruobing was the best proof of this. If not for her alliance with Wang Wei, she would have regretted starting her own court. Su Shi shook her head to remove all these unnecessary thought from her head and focus on the event. I'm expecting this event to take a while. So I've accelerated the time in here to ensure not too long passes outside, Wang Wei explained. He could sense the agitated emotions of a few people who were wondering whether he had organized this banquet to eliminate all of them, as if I needed to go to such lengths to kill every immortal in the lower dimension. Wang Wei sneered. He did one last check to ensure no problem occurred during this significant event. He checked on the people to prevent anyone from having nefarious thoughts. He checked on the sect's mortal disciples and elders hidden by his power on floating mountains next to this one. Finally, he checked on the dream world's broadcast and the entire lower dimension. Wang Wei then cast a protective spell that contained all his powers that covered every corner of the endless void to ensure no one interrupted this meeting. These are the rules, he declared. Each sermon will be between 3 to 3,000 years, with a break between 3 days to 300 years after each sermon for digestion. The length will be decided by heaven and earth itself, based on the amount of Tao rhymes you condense. Everyone entered a high alert state. In an event like this, with the most powerful and influential people of the lower dimension, there is nothing more embarrassing than having a short sermon. No matter what, the people present were the cream of the cream, meaning they had their own ego and pride. However, they could do nothing about the rules now, and they can only hope their sermons are not subpar. We will begin with the immortal paths. The first 1,000 preachers will be normal, followed by 1,000 swordsmen, then 1,000 professionals. We will repeat this pattern. The first professionals to preach are the alchemists. Once there are no immortal alchemists, it will be the array masters, weapon makers, talisman refiners, and the puppeteers. Many people were immediately not happy that swordsmen had their own category. However, Wang Wei did not care. Swordsmanship was the most popular weapon Tao, and their population was enormous compared to others. Sword Tao was not the most powerful simply because of the weapon, but because there have been so many swordsmen throughout history that the Tao has been elevated to a higher status due to how many skills, techniques, and scriptures were written. Once it's my turn, the spear will have its own section, and it'll make sure it has earned that position. Ji Mingyao thought with great dedication. Wang Wei waved his hand to assign numbers to the immortals. The first and last sermon will be chosen by me, but the rest will be randomly selected. Once it's your turn, you'll receive a direct message in your mind. We will start with Immortal Jin Yi from the Red Sea world. A mass of clouds surrounded a scholarly-looking middle-aged man, elevating him 5 meters above the sky. He bowed to Wang Wei before immediately starting his sermon. Essence, spirit, Qi, the essence of life and cultivation. The immortal path is also called the Qi path, making it seem like Qi dominates the other. But that's wrong. Heaven and earth is all about balance, and the same principles apply to the Qi path. The only difference is that we use Qi as the primary source to supplement our body, essence, and spirit, mind or soul. This is As Jin Yes words echoed throughout the mountain, Tao rhymes condensed from the sky, appearing similar to runes in beautiful music. The power of the Enlightenment tea and all the blessing methods of the banquet perfectly combined with the Tao rhymes to allow people to enter a deep state of epiphany. In that state, their normal state of cultivation, which is usually slow, boring, and even tedious, became the most enjoyable act in the world, given how easy and spiritually fulfilling it was. Everyone became engrossed in this sermon. Although it did not discuss a specific Tao, that was a pro instead of a con, since it was applicable to everyone present, especially the part about maintaining the balance between the essence, spirit, and ki. The process lasted over 1,600 years and a digestion period of 160 years. Once everyone woke up, they felt it was too short. One of the reasons cultivation in the lower dimension is so slow is the lack of conversation and exchanging ideas. It's also why the dream world was so successful. This banquet was even more direct in its approach, putting everyone together and forcing them to discuss cultivation and the Tao without any restraints or care of status, wealth, power, or faction. Jin Yi slowly descended to his seat before the clouds chose someone else. With Jin Yi as an example, these cultivators were comfortable, feeling they could do as good a job as him, if not better. However, they all received an awakening. The second sermon only lasted 536 years. The third one went on for 345 years, the fourth one for 99 years, and the fifth one directly dropped to 3 years. That cultivator was so embarrassed that he did not open his eyes and closed off all his senses so as not to hear any comments or murmurs. Things became visibly worse after the fifth cultivator. Few people's sermons lasted for more than 3 digits. In fact, out of all 1,000 cultivators, there were more than 200 people who lasted 3 years, and only a total of 27 people lasted over 100 years, and no one reached 1,000 years like Jin Yi. The immortals immediately stopped comprehending while the swordsmen and the professionals were preaching, hoping to improve their sermons and avoid embarrassment. Chapter 1186 Tao Banquet. Breakthrough 1186 Tao Banquet. Breakthrough, just like all immortals' path, the sword immortals were usually the embarrassment in a room, the butt of the joke per SC. The source of this disparity is that they've lost one of the core aspects of a swordsman, the Tao part. They must rely on their immortal ki to replicate their former abilities and swordsmanship realm. Despite this flaw, they still considered themselves swordsmen and kept that mindset. They trained their ki and their mind with such a mindset, thus still giving them a slight edge over regular immortals. However, the ones who truly shine in this banquet are the swordsmen with unique sword kiss. Wang Wei said he chose randomly the order of preaching, but that was really the case. It's more like an algorithm with the sole purpose of ensuring the best way for this banquet to proceed and be wildly successful. As such, a few unique sword immortals preached in the early stages of this round to rile up the crowd and set up some standards. Then, the algorithm chooses people it deduced who would have a lackluster performance and puts them first. No immortal sovereign appeared in the first round. The immortal swordsman's preaching session was mild above the first session, with only a few dozen 3-year sermons. The embarrassing, scaring tactic worked, and hopefully, by the end of this event, the number of these weak sermons will be reduced to single digits. The immortal alchemist's main focus was on Yin Liling's universal immortal runes, with everyone expressing their understanding and twists. The people from a myriad pill world took this opportunity to show the world why it was the center of alchemy in the lower dimension. This era almost destroyed their status and privileges. Luckily, they adapted in time and were not washed away by the tide of change. After a few rounds of exchange, it was time for the last alchemist to speak. While no one was paying attention, Yin Liling had a strange aura around her. A book materialized before her, and with the passage of time, more Tao rhymes entered her body and the book. The prototype is done, she thought, looking at the new Pill Sage Sutra. Her new path of pill refining centered around her talent to read the mind. She created a way for materials to awaken a pill mind, essentially their spirituality or wisdom. However, such wisdom has an inherent purpose to refine better pills. For example, if she was refining a basic blood replenishing pill with 3 ingredients, yang stems, water bead, and spirit root, all 3 materials would awaken their pill mind and gain sentience. However, their purpose will be to work with each other and the alchemist, yin liling in that scenario, to make the best pills. As long as someone masters this technique, it will be impossible to create a pill of lesser quality than perfect. And in a skilled alchemist's hands, it will be relatively easy to create true mortal perfection pills, not just the perfect quality dictated by the Alchemy Association. The next step is to take inspiration from the origin pill flame that can refine everything. Yin Liling thought. Her idea is that even if she awakened the pill mind on a non-alchemy material, it should slowly change its nature to become an alchemy material. To succeed, I must add a small portion of good fortune Tao. Creation would be best. However, that can be added once I'm an Empyrean using the Grand Mist Wheel. There is no need to incur the wrath of heaven by becoming an outlaw when there were alternatives. I'm getting over myself. There's still some problems. Yin Liling had to control herself not to get too far ahead. There were still some problems with awakening a pill mind for immortal-grade materials as they actually resisted the destiny granted to them. Currently, she has no problem controlling immortal and Tao-grade materials, but based on the simulation in her sea of consciousness. Even the weakest Emperor-grade herb will revolt against her control. Because of this issue, she couldn't even tackle the most brilliant aspect of this technique, the alchemy mind. Yin Liling did not simply want her materials to gain wisdom. She wanted them to be born with an excellent talent for alchemy, but also with vast knowledge and experience. Upon completion of this level of the Pill Sage Sutra, refining any pills will be like all the materials were as talented as her and devoted to helping her refine the best pill possible. Such an idea sounds absurd, but Yin Liling already has a direction, Fate Tao. The process of the materials awakening their alchemy mind will involve them sharing fate with her, thus acquiring their talent and knowledge. In fact, this is not even the final form of this scripture. Based on Yin Liling's imagination, the materials should awaken not only her alchemy knowledge, but also other people and, if possible, the knowledge of true heavenly Tao. However, her idea for that stage of the scripture is only vague. She knows she might have to defeat other alchemists to build a database and add Heaven Tao to the mix. However, the small bit of Fate Tao added already made cultivating this technique a virtual nightmare. She could not fathom how many people would be able to cultivate it once it was truly finished. Regardless, she was happy with the outline she currently had and was more confident in walking the path of skills to achieve transcendence. Yin Liling readjusted her mood and concentrated. She was saddened that no more alchemists would preach, but took comfort in learning by comparison to other professions. She also looked forward to alchemists from the other path. The sermons continued, and soon, the first person to reach 2,000 years appeared. To no one's surprise, it was an immortal sovereign. Once a person passed the 2,000-year threshold, the Tao rhymes resonated with each other, making the epiphany process deeper. In other words, it was easier for people to understand, digest, and benefit. While people rejoiced at this sermon, the immortal sovereign, a beautiful woman in all red, was not happy. She felt it was an insult for her not to reach the full 3,000-year mark. After all, she was technically Tier 11. Sadly for her, her knowledge was severely limited since she spent all her life in the lower dimension. She, along with all the other sovereigns, does not even know what a person of their level is genuinely capable of. The sermon continued, and the lady proved she was among the best in her path. Most immortal sovereigns bordered 1,500 to 2,000 years, with the best being 2097 years from a talisman maker. Then, it was finally for the last person in that section to preach, and Wang Wei chose the Turtle King from the martial hegemony world. The Turtle King is, without a doubt, the oldest being in the lower dimension and the oldest immortal path practitioner. Many people, including Wang Wei, looked forward to his sermon, and he did not disappoint. The Turtle King could not show up with his real body and refused to take human form. Instead, he had to create a human clone to send in his place. His sermon lasted 2,907 years, creating the most intense Tao rhymes since the start of the event. However, even that was not the most impressive part of his sermon. The turtle had no reservations and discussed a special technique to condense a unique key capable of granting a maximum battle boost of 30. This boost is not a grand out boost, but such a technique is still appreciated since it could grant someone victory over a relatively equal opponent. The most impressive aspect of this technique is its universality. Soul Path people can condense a unique soul key or God key. Tao ancestors can condense a world key. Heavenly kings can condense a king key. And emperors can also have their own emperor key. The Turtle King's sermon became the first major highlight of this banquet, making the martial artists from the martial hegemony world very happy and proud. Those rowdy martial artists would have made a scene if not for the grand occasion. Once everyone had digested the sermon, it was now the turn of the soul area. Although their path was on par with the Tao path, relatively speaking, it did not change the fact that they did not cultivate individual Tao. The luck area with the Heavenly Kings had the least number of people and appeared to be the group that should be next. However, they had their own Tao. In essence, the fortune path was an alternative to the Tao path. The Heavenly Kings used the luck from a dynasty to bear the power of the Grand Tao source, while Tao ancestors used an inner world. If a Heavenly King chose the same path as Dong Lifen to fuse their dynasty with their sea of consciousness, or even if they choose their bodies, they are essentially creating an alternate inner world. Chapter 1187 Giao Ban Kết, Key Speaker 1187 Giao Ban Kết. Key speakers Wang Wei already knew who to choose as the last key speaker for the Soul Path, and that would be its founder, Liang Shixian. However, it took him some thought to choose the very first. There were few God Kings in the first place, and the best originated from the divine race. So, he chose someone who could establish an excellent standard for that area. The preacher did an excellent job. His sermon was mainly about the soul, as this was their expertise. The young divine race, named Red Ocean, took a page out of Gene Yes' book and discussed the balance between the essence, spirit, and ki, but the main focus is the spirit instead. This sermon lasted 2,100 years. The rest of the soul area sermons involved 4 main topics: soul, incense, divine law, and divine will. Liang Shixian convinced his people to talk about the insurgent technique of condensing divine laws and wills in the hope of further increasing the strength of this divine path. Wang Wei's soul, Tao, benefited immensely from all these sermons about the soul and spirit. It did not take long for the soul area's turn to finish. They had their lows and highs, including their unique take on professions like alchemy that involved using faith in the process. Then, it was finally Liang Shixian's turn to speak. He took a moment to compose himself. One of his main goals was to expand the God path and make it as good as the Emperor path. However, as soon as he became the first God King, reality hit him, and he realized this goal was impossible. So, he focused on spreading his path and, at least, making it as good as the Tao path. Sadly, people would rather become Tao ancestors than God Kings. Many people would even walk the lesser paths because of how young his path was and the restraint of incense. The progress would have been even worse if not for his decision to ally with the soul race across the endless void due to their affinity to this path. Due to the current situation, Liang Shixian has been debating whether he should ascend to pursue the higher realms of this path or stay in the lower dimension to continue growing. And so far, he's leaning on staying. So far, this event has been going well regarding showing the strength of our path. Let's end things with a bang, just like the immortal path. Liang Shixian preached. As the founder of this path, he had the most profound sermons, continuing for as long as 2,800 years. However, they were not as impactful as the Turtle Kings. Liang Xian sighed in regret. He did his best, but it was not enough. The next area was the luck area for the heavenly kings, and they were chosen because of their small numbers. Wang Wei chose Dong Lifan as the first speaker instead of the last. Despite being a mortal, she preached for over 2,500 years, showing the world why her Tao tree was almost completely purple gold. The luck area sermons could be considered an interim highlight of this event since they discuss the grand Tao source and their understanding of luck. The last preacher lasted over 2,700 years before everyone moved on to the next area, the Primarchs. Wang Wei focused on this part since he still plans to understand the difference between heavenly, primordial, and Tao law's grand Tao source. He had even laid out the preliminary foundation for this process by recording the difference between the laws of all the worlds and communities in the lower dimension for study. The heaven law was unique and a fresh experience for the people present. However, the highlight of this section sermon was their deep connection with heaven and earth. The pre-March path was something innate creatures created, which can be described as the bloodline immortality path. Innate demon gods loved nature and considered heaven and earth their mother, hence their closeness or affinity. Old families that survived the Null era dominated this section, and the Myriad Emperor World's ancient clan was the main lead, but not the only one. The demon race also showed a great presence in this section as well, but they were still outdone by these clans. The banquet was about to reach its first peak with the beginning of the Tao area. As he promised, Sage Duan Ru started this section. By now, he was only a soul as his body had already collapsed, but a holy release from his body, preventing anyone from underestimating him. Sage Duan Ru was known for his calligraphy, but his sermons contained various ideas and subjects. He first started with the way of governance, teaching how to rule and govern a government or any faction properly. He followed that with philosophy, which resembles a form of spiritual practice, before transitioning into things like painting, music, and, finally, calligraphy. His sermon did not seem disorganized because of these different ideas or subjects. Instead, they fit perfectly together as if they were one topic. Duan Ru's sermon lasted exactly 2,000 years, proving to the world he was worthy to be here and worth starting the Tao area. Interesting, Wang Wei thought as he looked at the Tao, rhymes Duan Ru condensed. They are more active than others, and even have a better effect on boosting people's comprehension. It seems heaven and earth acknowledge his status as a mortal sage. The sermon continued, and the Tao area, which had plenty of time to prepare, brought their best, their A-games to say. The shortest sermon lasted 333 years, and there were plenty of people in the 1,000s and 2,000s year range. After the first 1,000 Tao ancestors, it was the swordsman's turn, and Wang Wei chose his father as the first speaker. His record was the same as Dong Lifan, over 2,500 years, beating her by 12 years. The swordsmen were more than satisfied since they could listen to a direct sermon from the man who pioneered the ultimate sword path. Even the extreme sword path individuals showed their respect. Although they scoffed at the part about the 12th realm of swordsmanship, they still listened so they could create countermeasures to these heretical bastards. The banquet continued, and many people in that area shone brightly. The insurgents of the Tao opening sect had no one who lasted less than 2,300 years, and people like Origin 1, Sword 1, and Desolate 1 reached the 2,900 mark, albeit the beginning. By all merit, this is the best session so far, Wang Wei thought, feeling the immense Tao rhymes condensing in the sect, baptizing the environment and the people. It was so dense that some spilled into the Myriad Emperor world. And this was not even the main event yet. If this is the result of one banquet, I cannot fathom how these lineages in the upper dimension are, Wang Wei thought. This banquet is monumental for the lower dimension, but not the upper dimension. On the contrary, they should be more grandiose, since some of these factions will have multiple paragons preaching. Yet, with all these advantages, cultivation still takes such a long time. Wang Wei sighed before focusing on the task at hand. Now, how to start the emperor area. He looked at all the people present before his eyes landed on the monk, Feng Hong. Wang Wei noticed that the latter had a very peaceful and reassuring aura. It seems after succeeding in reviving Buddhism, the flaw in his Tao heart was fixed, and his state of mind reached a higher level. You're up first. Thank you, benefactor, for this honor. Feng Hung nodded before readjusting himself. What is the limit of the mind? Does it have a limit? The human mind, or its extension, imagination, has no boundaries or limits. It can create anything it pleases. It can. Feng Hung's sermon was natural and effortless. The words came out of his mouth as if they were the fundamental truths of heaven and earth. Furthermore, everyone suddenly felt as if the effect of the enlightened tea strengthened for this particular sermon. No one had any trouble following his mind, and no one wasted this opportunity by focusing on improving their sermons. By now, if they were not ready, there was no hope. The emperor area had a major advantage by being the last section to go, meaning there was no excuse for a poor sermon. Feng Hung focused on the mind, not the soul, except for their connection, before transitioning into the 5 elements and yin-yang Tao. He did not speak much on Buddhism to ensure the universality of his sermon. As he uttered his last words, 3,000 years had passed. The Tao rhymes resonated at an even higher intensity, giving the people an even better boost for the next 300 years they spent digesting. Why is it so short? That was everyone's main consensus once they opened their eyes. This was the longest sermon, but it felt so short to them. People looked at Feng Hung with respect. They finally understood why Buddhism had such a major comeback despite its recent comeback. Chapter 1188, Tao Banquet. Emperor's Sermons 1188, Tao Banquet. Emperor's Sermons, the second person, after Feng Hung, felt great pressure. It was inevitable after such a perfect sermon. They had no hope of reaching such a level and wished not to embarrass themselves. Luckily, fate and time were in their favor. The second sermon lasted 1,800 years, which was very satisfactory. The emperor area soon proved extraordinary, as no one had a sermon that lasted more than 1,000 years. More Tao rhymes spilled into the myriad emperor world, making the entire world more extraordinary. There are usually only 3,800 great emperors in each generation, but this one was special, so the total number was 4,500 and extra 700, considering the ones who hid themselves or died during all the wars. The number of participants was 4,250. The emperor area did not have enough people for rounds of 1,000, so things had to be adjusted to rounds of 200. With such a small population, the time for the first sword emperor to preach soon arrived, and Wang Wei chose a slightly controversial individual, Dugu Jing. The Golden Sword Emperor was a controversial figure in the world of swordsmanship. Dugu Jing was the second most powerful sword emperor in this generation and third overall in achievement behind Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang in pure sword skills. However, he's not a pure swordsman, meaning he was rejected by the extreme sword path. The ultimate path embraced him since he tempered his body, but they did not like that his main Tao was metal gold and had nothing related to swordsmanship. Many people still considered him a sword user despite his skills and accomplishments. As such, the fact he was the first sword speaker was slightly controversial. However, Wang Wei did not care about all these things and directly chose him. Dugu Jing proved his worth as he preached about swordsmanship and the metal Tao, lasting 2,933 years. The swordsmen were more than satisfied with their sermon, while the metal Tao people almost cried tears of joy. 5 elements is still the most widespread Tao, so plenty of emperors and immortals of the metal Tao, or 5 elements, exist. The banquet continued with the current streak of a minimum of 1,000 years of preaching. The first wave of swordsmen was very rewarding since many people decided to use this event for a battle between the extreme and ultimate path. Soon, it was time for the first alchemist to preach, and Wang Wei chose the heavenly emperor from the myriad pill world without hesitation. The elderly man lasted 2,915 years. slightly less than Dugajing. However, his record was the second best so far in this section. The Emperor area continued its brilliant streak, slowly pushing the event to its peak. There were not many alchemist emperors, meaning they only had one round. Then, it was time for the last alchemist to preach, and Wang Wei chose the very best, Yan Liling. She was excited as this was an opportunity to reorganize her Pill Sage Sutra, which she had perfected the first volume after listening to so many brilliant minds. Her next focus was on the part involving Fate Tao, and she was confident in creating the outline prototype after listening to her big brother's sermon. Yan Liling proved to the world why she deserved the title of Pill Sage Empress, as her sermon focused on fundamental skills for alchemists. These pill refiners felt as if they had returned to their young days when their teacher taught them the basics. At first, they were slightly disdainful. After all, they're great emperors. Haven't they mastered the basics already? However, just as swordsmen can take basic skills and elevate them to the level of Tao, Yan Liling showed them there were levels to this. Many of them felt shameful and decided to focus more on the fundamentals from now on. Her sermon lasted 3,000 years, and she became the second person to achieve perfection in this banquet. The alchemists bowed to Yan Liling, and she calmly received them. The next 200 normal preachers were nothing special, since Wang Wei saved the best for last. However, they did not embarrass this section by preserving the 3-digit roll. Next was the array master's turn, but their number was too small. In fact, the number of array masters, weapon refiners, talisman makers, and puppeteers barely reached 200, with only 5 people who proved the Tao with Puppet Tao. So, Wang Wei combined them together into one group. This round of preaching was underwhelming because only talisman makers had a superstar. The best of them was a weapon refiner that lasted 2,700 years, and Puppet Tao proved to be the weakest of the professions. Although Wang Wei's new way of fighting improved the status of puppeteers, it did not change the fact they were last in all areas. This fact might not change until Kai Song proves the Tao, and with her more loner, introverted personality. That might not change if she does not actively do something. Tong Ruobing was the last professional to preach. As expected, she was phenomenal. Her sermon focused more on runes to make it more universal for everyone, followed by the resonance with other Taoists. She went on for 3,000 years, becoming the third perfection of this event. When she opened her eyes to see the vast Tao rhymes of the sect, she wished she could secretly steal some to bring back home. Once everyone digested this perfect sermon, the 200 regular preachers passed without any incident, and the general result was the best without anyone spending less than 1,500 years. It was now the swordsman's turn again, but they only had 23 people remaining, and each sermon was better than the previous until it was Ji Lanfang's turn. No matter how the extreme path swordsmen felt about Ji Lanfang, they must admit the man was powerful and talented. His sermon talked about the sermon until he started talking about the heretical sword and sword realm. Regardless of how these people felt, Ji Lanfang had an excellent sermon. Sadly, it lasted 2,999 years, missing that mark on perfection. People felt it was a shame, but Ji Lanfang was relatively nonchalant about the result. The event continued, and only 2 people displayed extraordinary abilities, the twin barbarians. Feng Hung did not kill them after rectifying Buddhism in their world, so they attended this event, both lasting 2,875 years. Finally, the event reached its concluding state in which only the very best remained. In that group, the first to preach was Yi Dafa's wife, the 9-Serpent Empress. She preached for 2,976 years, focusing on bloodline, thus benefiting the demon race or other cultivators with a potent bloodline. The person after the Serpent Empress was Shi Qian, the only emperor of the light race. Her sermon garnered some attention since she focused on tricks of using karma to find her enemies' Tao imprints and kill them as soon as possible. She lasted 2,980 years. Wang Wei decided to have the woman first in the final section. So the third person was the demon-suppressing emperor. She talked about her status as human and heaven emperor with a sprinkle about the spirit, drawing inspiration from her life and struggle. She went on for 2,985 years. Su Shi was next, and she talked about chaos. She made her sermon as universal as possible, with some emphasis on the Tao heart and its correlation with music. Her result was the same as Ji Lanfang's, 2,999 years. Shi Shangyin, the only member of the celestial race in the lower dimension, followed after the Void-Time Empress. Her sermon was only 2,995 years old, but it was special because she improved the Turtle King's technique, allowing the maximum capacity to reach a 35 boost. Yu Yin was next, and she did not shame her son as her sermon reached 2,997 years. Wrath, who was no longer a controversy because of her identity, was next, and she had the same result. She made the Neo-Devils proud. Hua Feng Wang was the last woman to preach. Her result was 2,998 years. It was finally the men's turn, and only 3 people remained, not counting Wang Wei. Mu Lei went first, and he lasted for 2,994 years. Yi Dafu, despite his personality not being suited for this kind of thing, preached for 2,997 years. He even included his fighting experience in the sermon. Finally, Ao Shun went last. His sermon was also about bloodlines, and he continued on for 2,998 years. It irked him that he had the same time as that woman, but he could do nothing now. Everyone opened their eyes as the main event was about to start. All eyes were on Wang Wei, waiting for him to speak. Before he could say something, Wang Wei sensed something and looked at Sage Duanru. The man had reached his limit and was about to dissipate and enter samsara. He pointed at him and bought him more time. Wang Wei then waved his hand to summon more enlightened tea. The guests were overjoyed and quickly drank it. They also felt anticipation for this last act. No, the act before the last. Chapter 1189 Dao Banquet. Dao 1189 Dao Banquet. Dao pillars, let's start with essence. From the outside to the inside, our body is composed of skin. Although our body is mainly yang, like all things between heaven and earth, it's still balanced with a little yin. These are the yin aspects of the body. Cultivation is all evolution. Essence focuses on evolving internally. Qi starts the evolution externally, and the spirit connects the two. Many people abandon cultivating the body after proving the Tao, since they now exist on a conceptual level. But that is the wrong approach. The universe is all about balance, and to everyone's surprise, Wang Wei spent 3,000 years about essence, and the body refiners, who felt left out of this banquet, were the most excited. They finally had top-tier sermons dedicated solely to them. Moreover, the sermon was wonderful as it touched on countless ways to temper the body without any hidden injuries. Wang Wei even talked in detail about the true power Tao realm. Spirit, Wang Wei said, although I said it's the link between essence and Qi, that's also an oversimplification. What is the difference between the mind and the soul? Is spirit the synonym of mind, of the soul? The slight difference between these words contain the essence of spirit. The soul is the origin, the root of the mind, spirit, consciousness, and how we perceive reality. The mind is. Another 3,000 years passed by, and Wang Wei showed the world his deep understanding of the soul. The Tao rhymes he condensed formed a strange circle above the banquet, but no one noticed this phenomenon. By now, people had some expectations of how long and profound this sermon would be, so they focused on not missing anything and regretted it for the rest of their lives. Qi, Wang Wei stated, without giving anyone time to breathe. It's not just the energy found in nature. Once again, that is an oversimplification. It's the breath of life that keeps our bodies and minds functioning. It's the very breath that heaven and earth exhaled, the foundation of all living creatures, sentient or not. It is the main key to the path of cultivation, to our continued evolution. Qi is the most versatile and malleable matter in existence. It can change based on the environment, the individual, and even your thoughts and emotions. It is, as he uttered his last word, the attendants had experienced 9,000 years of top-tier sermons. These people could not wait to record what the Supreme Emperor said and leave it for their sect as a foundation. Although it would take a lot of effort and resources to perfectly record this kind of sermon, it will be worth it. These people did not trust the dream world to record the experience better than those who experienced it personally. Tao, Wang Wei uttered, and the crowd almost cheered. They thought this was the limit. They immediately focused and listened as much as possible. Fate of fire, fate of yin-yang, fate of space-time, Wang Wei continued. All Daos may be different, but their destination is the same. Use your Tao to affect, use, or control other Daos. All cultivators must strive to break the inherent definition of their Daos and elevate them to concepts and ideas surpassing their limits. For example, flame Daos essence is to burn. A normal cultivator will focus on that aspect and increase the intensity of their flames. A decent cultivator will tap into the explosive nature of fire, and a genius will focus on its ability to spread. However, a heaven-chosen will not be limited by the natural characteristic of the flame. There is a common saying, his anger burned as bright as flames. In truth, flames have nothing to do with anger, but it's often associated with it. After removing the limit of your Tao, you can condense flames of anger, meaning you've used your flame to tap into the 7 emotions, 6 desires Tao. In many stories, myths, legends, and mortal civilization, flame is associated with the beginning of life. Terms like flame of life to refer to a person's vitality or life are common. By breaking your limit, you can condense a life flame and thus succeed in tapping into life Tao with the flame Tao. Flames can kill or even destroy things. In other words, flame Tao can tap into death and even destruction Tao. The fire Tao is not the only one with this ability. All Taos can. Some are inherently better at this concept than others, but it applies to all of them. Success depends entirely on the cultivator's willingness to open their mind. Wang Wei continued his sermon, creating a clear path for everyone present for them to elevate their utilization of their Tao to a higher level. As for the top genius who was already at this level, he also showed them the deeper levels. Once the 3,000 years ended, the people spent 1,200 years digesting everything, and they all felt the time was too short. Suddenly, the sky changed as the Tao rhymes condensed from this 12,000-year sermon vibrated intently, releasing an intense purple light that could be considered vision. Then, under everyone's gaze, the Tao rhymes turned into 4 Tao pillars that perfectly recorded the sermon. Better yet, these pillars were probably blessed by heaven and earth to make it easier to comprehend. Everyone was immediately jealous, but Wang Wei calmly waved his hand to create another floating mountain and place the pillars there. He also placed formation around the mountain with a snap of his finger. That was unexpected, Wang Wei thought. Could something similar happen to all the Tao rhymes from this banquet? Let's wait and see. Everyone looked at this change with different eyes, especially Tong Ruobing. What are you thinking? Mu Lei asked. What do you mean? You have that same look when thinking something out of pocket or crazy. It's nothing like that, she replied. Come on, I know you better than this, he added. Fine. I'm thinking of holding my own banquet. Mu Lei was speechless. Are you crazy? I'm not. Don't you understand that any banquet after this one will pale in comparison? Plus, who will come to our banquet? We do not have the status to invite so many people. You may not, but I do. Mu Lei was not stupid and immediately understood what she meant. You want to invite the Talisman Emperors? Not just them. She replied, I'm deeply respected in the Talisman community, and after this banquet, I also have some pull in other professions. If I invited them, especially with the promise to share the Tao rhymes, it's possible to have a small banquet, although it will pale compared to this one. No one should expect to reach this level, probably ever. Her main objective is to benefit the Great Talisman City, especially since there are a few complaints that she did not do enough because of her role as the queen in another world community. It could work, Muley said, but you would have to wait for a while until the effect of this one abates. You're right, but I also need to start contacting these people immediately since most of them are probably preparing to ascend, Tong Ruobing added. But what about Wang Wei and the Dao opening sect? What are you going to do with them? I doubt Wang Wei will care, since I won't be the only person with this idea. The problem is if we want our small banquet to be official and posted in the dream world, we can't move around them, Tong Ruobing said before sighing. In fact, the best way for this to succeed would be to invite Yen Liling. However, she would lose too much Dao rhymes if he invited the latter. While everyone was distracted by the Dao pillars or thinking about possibly having their own small banquet, Sage Duan Russell suddenly stood up and bowed. Thank you, Your Majesty, for spreading the Dao. People secretly criticized that shrewd mortal. All 100 million or more immortals stood up and bowed to Wang Wei. Thank you, Your Majesty, for spreading the Dao. Their voices formed a cacophony of beautiful sounds that spread throughout heaven and earth. It was beautiful seeing so many powerful entities bowing to one person. However, Wang Wei was calm. After all, this was not the first time, and it definitely won't be the last. At this point in his life, glory and worship were normal things. And as he became more powerful, even more powerful beings would bow to him until one day, even Grand Dao would have no choice but to do the same. You're welcome. Wang Wei nodded before giving him another blessing to continue his soul. But as I hinted, am not today's main event. The people then remembered there was still one more guest to appear, and they were curious who was nobler than the Supreme Emperor to be the final guest of such an event. Chapter 1190 Dao Banquet. Paragon Sermon 1190 Dao Banquet. Paragon Sermon, Your Majesty, if you don't mind me asking, who is this noble guest? Asked a heavenly king who felt that Sage Duan Ru might ask the same question if he gave him time. An honored paragon, Wang Wei calmly responded. However, most people gave him a blank and confused face. I guess I can tell you this information for free. Do you know the realms after Great Emperor? Most people were once again confused, but someone said, I once heard the word in Korean, but that's all I know. That is correct, Wang Wei nodded. Once your luck is enough, and your cultivation reaches 70 Grand Dao Source, you must survive the immemorial tribulation and condense the Grand Mist Wheel to gain the power of creation. Then you'll become an Empyrean. Wang Wei paused to give them thoughts to process this information. After 90 Grand Dao Source and other factors, you'll become a paragon and stand at the top of the universe. Everyone was shocked before thinking how such a being could attend their little banquet. They should be nothing but ants before someone who stands at the pinnacle of the universe. These people immediately reached the conclusion that Wang Wei might have contacted his ancestors in the upper dimension and invited them despite the blockage of the lower dimension. Wang Wei guessed what they were thinking, but he did not explain any further. It's your luck to have such a cultivator preaching to you. So, let's not waste time and take full advantage of this situation. Wang Wei's cushion flew from the small podium and sat before everyone, facing the podium. He stood up and waited. Everyone immediately followed him, and less than 30 seconds later, Chun Tong's handsome face appeared on the podium. He looked ordinary, but no one dared to underestimate him. As strong as the Supreme Emperor is, people can still feel his presence, especially that perfect aura on his body that can be intoxicating. However, this man had nothing. They saw him but could not detect him. It was like he existed in a realm beyond their sights, thoughts, souls, and even existence. Thank you again, Lord Chun Tong, Wang Wei said as he cupped his hand to salute. Thank you, Lord Chun Tong, the crowd followed. However, they were not as bold as Wang Wei and bowed 90 degrees. Some even kowtowed. No problem, Chun Tong nodded. I've been observing the lower dimension for a long time, and as you said, this is indeed the most wonderful generation of emperors. This banquet immediately became an odd sight as these old immortals, who have lived for billions of years or more, became shy or red out of embarrassment with one comment. Some immediately became proud. However, the more level-headed individuals knew why this generation was so exceptional, so they glanced at the Supreme Emperor. "All right, let's get started," Chung Tong announced. His projection sat on the podium and began preaching. What is cultivation? Today, we will explore this topic. I will explain my understanding, along with a detailed explanation of the path of cultivation from Tier 1 to Tier 12. As soon as Chun Tong started, the Tao rhymes he produced condensed into golden lotus flowers that blessed everyone present. A silent cry of joy emanated from heaven and earth as a result, but only people like Wang Wei, Yin Liling, and Chen Tong noticed. The cultivators, who were in a deep state of epiphany, quickly felt the sermon was somewhat similar to Wang Wei. Chen Tong talked about essence and spirit, but focused on how these things applied to cultivators from Tier 1 to higher levels. There are many cultivation systems in the lower dimension, and his sermon was a way to be universal to everyone. Once the sermon reached the part about Tier 10, Emperor Realm, Chen Tong did not talk much about Taos, but focused on every aspect of the Emperor Realm. Tao body, awakening, soul, Tao will manifestation, true will, battle realm, and Tao imprint. He was very detailed, and Wang Wei learned a great deal. Everyone waited in anticipation once Chen Tong finished talking about Tao imprints. They thought they would immediately get a look into the next realm, but Chen Tong then started talking about the Tao, mainly the soul Tao. He started with the basic laws until they reached the level of Grand Tao Source. The soul was a Tao applicable to everyone, so Chen Tong focused on using and growing the soul, which was very helpful to most people at this banquet. Finally, Chen Tong talked about the Empyrean realm. He first talked about tips on surviving the immemorial tribulations, including what level of Tao heart someone must have before even attempting to break through. He continued preaching about how things like the awakening evolved after becoming an Empyrean. He talked about the role of the Grand Mist Wheel in general, especially how to condense it. He touched on how the wheel affects other aspects of an Empyrean, for example, battle and use of resources. Chen Tong even discussed the differences between normal and everlasting Empyreans. Finally, Chen Tong talked about the requirements for becoming a paragon. Most people were confused by the Empyrean sermon, so they opted to memorize the information to use later. As such, they were even more confused about the complexity of the Paragon Realm sermon, besides the basic info. Even Wang Wei could not keep up with the Paragon tier sermon. Luckily for him, Chen Tong talked about Soul Tao, one of his sub-Taos, and his sealed soul, which was also Paragon tier. As such, he used this sermon to map out an outline for his Soul Tao and just recorded the parts he did not understand under certain categories of his outline. 30,000 years, Chen Tong declared. I think that's more than enough. Some of you cannot understand what I've said, but that's fine. It'll help you remember everything. He pointed to the sky to manifest a circle. All the immortals immediately felt it was easy to record the entire in their souls. Li Jun looked at his wife and hesitated. He then looked at Wang Wei. Brother, should we? He understood it might be impossible to hide divine sense communication under the nose of a paragon, but he had no other choice. He was not his big brother, so he couldn't record everything from this sermon. No problem. Wang Wei nodded before talking to his mother. You can record it, but there is no need to burden father's weak soul. All right, Yu Yin nodded. You know I'm still here, right? Quiet, Yu Yin said. So, Chen Tong's main Tao is soul? Wang Wei thought. This was the only explanation given that his understanding of the subject had reached 90 or more. Or, he has lived long enough that his sub-Taos also reached the Paragon realm. Wang Wei leaned on the former, since such a deep understanding of the soul could explain Chen Tong's secret technique that granted him so much freedom despite being in limbo. Thank you, Lord Chen Tong, for the great sermon, Wang Wei said. Actually quite sincere. He's the one who benefited the most from it, and he even believed that Chen Tong tailored to ensure that happened. Of course, this will not change the latter's fate, especially after Chen Tong tries to make his friends and loved ones owe him more karma with that last stunt. The participants followed Wang Wei's example and saluted, and Chen Tong smiled. All of you have a long path ahead of you. Keep moving forward and never give up because of the adversity. Chen Tong disappeared, and Wang Wei frowned. He saw that most of the Tao rhymes from the lotus disappeared, and only a small part entered the Tao opening sect. I figured true heavenly Tao wouldn't allow such a level of Tao rhymes in the lower dimension. But it still hurts. Paragons can send projection in the lower dimension. So why have they never preached and left such intense Tao rhymes to their sect? Because it was pointless. Wang Wei shook his head before slowly returning to his seat. The event had finished, but there was still something he wanted to do before dismissing everybody. He waved his hand to summon a jar of wine. Although it was not as good as the one served in the banquet, it was still top-of-the-line Emperor-grade wine. Firstly, I would like to thank you for not only giving me face and attending this banquet, but for all the things we've accomplished in this era. I could not have done so without all of you. Wang Wei raised his wine to everyone before drinking. It was our honor, Your Majesty. Everyone chugged the wine. What an honor to be served by such a legendary character. Now, for the main business, Wang Wei announced. However, before he could speak, the skies suddenly changed as another vision manifested. Chapter 1191 Prestigious Generation 1191 Prestigious Generation. Everybody turned to the sky to see the eye of Grand Tao manifesting. Puzzled by its appearance, they wondered whether something important had happened. After all, this banquet did not seem important enough for it to appear physically, unless you count the appearance of Lord Paragon. I now grant. A booming voice echoed throughout the lower dimension. The voice was powerful, cold, and noble, but that was not what shocked everybody. These cultivators never knew true heavenly Tao was capable of speaking. Manifesting was one thing, but speaking was another. Even Wang Wei was slightly surprised. He knew true heavenly Tao could speak, but it was extremely rare. It only happened once in her lifetime. So, he immediately guessed what was going to happen. This generation, the title of prestigious, the voice continued. All heaven and earth will now celebrate. Visions that covered the endless void manifested from the myriad emperor world before spreading. The effect of this title immediately started with people like Li Jun, Yan Liling, Yi Yin, Su Shi, Feng Heng, Hua Feng Wang, Ao, Shun, Tong Ruobing, Mu Lei, Jilan Feng, Yi Dafu, Shi Qian, the demon-suppressing emperor, the barbarian twins, Shishang Yin, Hong Meilin, Wrath, Dong Lifan, and Wang Tian. Their multicolored key luck dragon manifested above their heads before half of it rapidly turned white. Before this banquet, they might not have known what this meant, but it was different now. Empyrean tier luck. The title gave them the luck level of an Empyrean, making their path to tier 11 less challenging. True heavenly Tao seems very generous, Wang Wei thought, feeling some people should not be on this list. However, after thinking about it, there might be a reason. They made sense somehow. Shi Qian revived the light race in this era. The demon-suppressing emperor was the first human emperor of this generation. The barbarian twins, despite choosing the wrong side of history, created a new and unique branch of history. So, they do deserve their blessing. Once these changes ended, a few lights descended from the sky to 5 people. Hong Meiling, Yi Yin, Wang Tian, Dong Lifan, and Feng Heng. All these people were then granted a longevity resource or extra life. So, the people who contributed the most to sealing that eldritch abomination? I hope Wang Ju gets her reward in her next life, Wang Wei thought. Once these people were rewarded, the title's effect focused on the rest of the emperors and immortals of that era. True heavenly Tao was very generous in its reward. Most of these people received some luck blessing, followed by physical rewards. For example, rare pills, weapons, talismans, information about fortunate encounters, and even a small amount of merit. Meanwhile, Liang Shixiang, the founder of the God Path, had his key luck dragon turn silver, indicating his path to tier 11 was also more worry-free than others. Wang Wei secretly shook his head. This man would have had a bright future had he walked both the soul and emperor path, which Heavenly Tao would have allowed as the founder of that path. Sadly, his aversion to the emperor was ingrained in his soul, thus limiting his future prospects. Well, at least to Wang Wei's eyes, Suya watched everything with gritted teeth. Everyone received a small blessing. Even immortals or people were not born in this era. It seems the requirements were for anyone who participated in this era in some way or another. Did I make the wrong choice? She asked herself. Watching her peers advance further than her was already hard enough. But now, she saw how much Heavenly Tao loved this generation and generously blessed them, paving their future path. Suya turned her head to glance at the mortal who received the greatest blessing, Kai Song. Her jealousy suddenly intensified. Suya understood why the title affected her on such a large scale. After all, Kai Song was to the puppet Tao community what Yin Liling and Tong Ruobing were to alchemy and talisman. The only exception was how introverted she was, thus reducing her presence and making her accomplishments appear less impressive. In fact, her accomplishments could be argued to be even more impressive because Puppet Tao is weak and underdeveloped, and she was rapidly pushing it to higher heights. Calm down, Suya reminded herself as she slowly controlled her emotions. Since you've chosen that path, there is no need to hesitate or have regrets. She only needs to wait for the generation after Wang Tian to prove the Tao and rule over the court before ascending. This won't take long, meaning she still has a chance to catch up and show her presence in the upper dimension stage. Besides Suya, Wang Wei was also checking out Kai Song as her blessing was the most unique. From his deduction, hers was conditional. After proving the Tao, she can also receive Empyrean luck if she develops Puppet Tao sufficiently. If not, her blessing will just be an ordinary one. Has Grand Tao noticed Kai Song's importance and is also scheming for her? Wang Wei thought, feeling suspicious. Kai Song can potentially become the cultivator world's version of Skynet, mass manufacturing Paragon tier puppets and becoming his war assembly. Maybe I should prepare for the possibility of her changing side, Wang Wei thought. If Kai Song somehow ended up on Grand Tao's side, it might be catastrophic for him. Replacing her is one solution, but an even better one would be an idea or concept on par with her potential. So, what can rival Skynet in terms of war potential? Wang Wei immediately had an answer. Zerg Hive Mind. If I can make the cultivation version of that thing, I will be unstoppable, especially if Kai Song remains by my side. Wang Wei thought before hiding this idea in the deepest crevice of his soul. He won't entertain these thoughts again until he's taken a few steps into the transcendence realm. After true Heavenly Tao rewarded everybody, it was finally time for the main event, Wang Wei. He's the man single-handed responsible for pushing this generation to such height. It was unimportant whether he did it purposely or unconsciously due to his actions and presence. A golden light enveloped Wang Wei, and the title gave him 3 blessings or gifts. Firstly, it gave him a pill called the Dragon Phoenix Rising Pill with the effect of raising his cultivation by 1 layer without any negative consequences. Wang Wei immediately decided to take it once he reached the 9th level of the Dragon Phoenix realm. The second blessing was to elevate his 1 life from his accomplishment as a mortal emperor to rank 3, meaning that even after becoming a paragon, this life is still useful. Wang Wei was surprised and grateful for this gift. He was about to become an Empyrean, and his extra lives would soon become useless unless he updated them, which is not an easy feat as the higher the realm, the more strict true Heavenly Tao is about extra lives. The last gift Wang Wei received was extra time to contemplate on his true self when he's breaking into the next realm. Wang Wei was pleased with this reward despite not needing it, since he could use the extra time to see if he could tap into the mystery needed to become a boundless paragon. It seems that I don't have to worry much about my relationship with true Heavenly Tao, Wang Wei concluded. After what happened with the Death World, he's been suspicious of anything related to Grand Tao. He has reduced his suspicions to the lowest, but is still on guard. After all, It's still possible the latter was trying to get him to lower his guard. After Wang Wei's blessing, the eye of heavenly Tao dissipated from sight, but the visions continued for a few more minutes, leaving everyone to their thought. Wang Wei was thinking about the only other time true heavenly Tao spoke, and it was when it granted his ancestor generation in the upper dimension the title of the Golden Generation, which is leagues ahead of this prestigious generation title. Have you noticed? Tong Ruobing asked. What? Mulei responded. He didn't receive any luck blessing. So? Then it suddenly dawned on him. Are you implying it's because he didn't need it? Not just that, Tong Ruobing added. It would make sense to give him some luck, even if it's already on par with an Empyrean, since that would help with the next realm. But nothing. So, that can only mean two things. True heavenly Tao doesn't want to reward him with luck for whatever reason, or he still doesn't need it even for the Paragon realm. Mu Lei finished her sentence, immediately quieting afterward. It's frustrating, isn't it? Tong Ruobing sighed. We know he's better than us, but our pride will not allow us to give up without a fight. But with each passing day, each new achievement, and each new piece of information revealed about him, it becomes increasingly more difficult to keep that competitive spirit. Muley held her hands for support, since that was the only thing he code do. He talked to her about this many times, but she refused to abandon that competitive spirit. So she could only suffer in silence, since that's her chosen path. Well, not in silence, since he will be with her. Chapter 1192, Final Preparations Before Retreating. 1192, Final Preparations Before Retreating. Once everyone processed what had just happened, Wang Wei decided to continue with his banquet. Many of you are about to ascend, and if you had paid attention, you would know the current situation of the upper world is not peaceful. Most people nodded since they knew of this, but a few people were confused as they had never heard of such a thing. Despite the different reactions, these cultivators wondered why the emperor brought up this topic. However, a few people immediately guessed what he was about to do, and they were speechless. I'm a kind soul, so I've decided to sell some information about the current state of the upper dimension to help you acclimate. He snapped his finger to manifest a screen with writings. Basic information. This information is only the most basic of the current situation of the upper dimension. Although basic, such information is still well kept under wrap and will require a steep price to acquire. Prices? Advanced Edition. Deeper knowledge of the situation, including the interpersonal information of the factions involved. There are also some suggestions on the best way to act after ascending to ensure safety and survival. Price? Ultimate Edition. This edition contains some world history to help you understand the conflict better. Don't underestimate this small change, since the parties involved have destroyed and rewritten history. More importantly, this edition contains countless deductions and analyses on all parties involved. Warning, these deductions are not 100% accurate since Paragon-level entities are involved, and my information source is also limited. Price? Everyone looked at this screen, baffled beyond words. Don't look at me like this, Wang Wei shrugged. You saw how expensive this banquet was. I need to recuperate the cost somehow. Yu Yin was mortified beyond words. She asked her husband through divine sense. We raised him correctly, right? He never lacked anything, right? So why? We can't blame ourselves, since that's probably something he picked up in his previous life, Wang Tian reassured her. Plus, we should see it as good business acumen and learn from him. How on earth could we learn from him? How about I sell sign swords? Wang Tian replied after thinking for a few seconds. Who will buy that? Many people, especially if I had a bit of my sword will and understanding into the signature. Yu Yin looked at him. I never knew you had this side of you. What can I say? Wire has rubbed off me quite well. They laughed before focusing on the present. One more thing, Wang Wei added. For those people who think that they don't need this information since their lineage in the upper dimension will just clue them in, well, you're in for a great shock. Most of these factions were forced to close their borders and sealed themselves. You'll be lucky if you can contact them, let alone them responding. What? Your Majesty, you're not lying, are you? We don't mean to question, but this is hard to believe. I understand how you feel, Wang Wei calmly said. However, the current situation is not something that only recently developed. No, The situation has been this way for years. However, things recently exploded since a new era is about to open in the upper dimension. These people squinted. The change of an era is usually accompanied by blood, violence, chaos, and war. A perfect example is the current Heavenly Emperor era. The entire lower dimension was enveloped in war, and countless people died. Now, once the same thing happens in the upper dimension, these people cannot imagine the scale and terror, especially after having the sermon from Lord Shintong. Without a choice,